Chapter 670 Gao Peng patted his chest and said quietly, "Come on. I will never take another step. If I do, I will lose, and I will leave it to you." "You're welcome, push hard at me," said. Gao Peng also pointed to his chest and head, a pair of meaning to let others fight here, and he liked that as to decide to carry the attack of the other side. All the people present were speechless. How despised is this? Even marked to let others fight there, is this looking down on others? Or are you mocking each other? Gao Peng's strength in the end is strong or not, they can't be sure for the time being, but what can be determined is that Gao Peng's whole body reveals a kind of cheap taste. It makes people speechless and helpless. It's true that his strength exceeds that of all people. At the end of the day, we can only see where the goods are. However, they have no way. The Temple Lord's face also became extremely dignified, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he watched quietly. Since Shang has made his own decision, he can't stop it anymore. He is also the deputy hall leader and has his own authority. There are so many people watching over the war shrine. If I don't give him face at this time, I can't say it. However, Shang's face became extremely gloomy. His eyes gave out intriguing eyes, and he stared at Gao Peng closely. No one knew what the meaning of his eyes was, but it can be clearly felt that he exudes a more and more terrifying atmosphere. Although at the moment he has directly revealed the strength and constitution of his blood, but he has not exerted all his strength. Now he should be brewing, right? "Are you sure you want me to go all out?" asked Morning. Gao Peng nodded his head doubtlessly. "Yes, you think it's the best way to attack from any direction. You can do it directly. Whether it's a profit, a direct attack, or even your attack on my vital part, it's in line with our bet. You just need to let me take a step, then you win." Gao Peng's performance is very confident, and even added several methods that everyone did not think of, which made many people have a look. Is this teaching each other how to do it? It's like looking for death. It's a trial on the edge of life and death. The people here don't understand his idea. They just seem so embarrassed. But now it seems that he is resurrected with full blood and has changed a person at once. Does he think that his strength has changed dramatically just in that moment? Or who gave him the courage? However, it is true that Gao Peng's strength has already undergone tremendous changes. Even his own blood strength and physique are beyond imagination. That's why he is so confident, but others don't know where his confidence comes from, so they all feel confused. Although in the eyes of some people there was a sense of irony, no one said it directly, even though how Gao Peng died. It's easy to kill them, so they can only think about it in their heart at most, but no one dares to show it. It's actually Gao Peng's previous moves that have made them feel deeply scared. It's like a killer. There are so many martial gods who say kill them. There is no hesitation at all, which has deeply shocked them. No matter what kind of situation Gao Peng falls into, they dare not easily offend. Chapter 671 Gao Peng looks at the war indifferently. At this moment, Gao Peng's strength has already changed dramatically, and he knows him better than the other side. Each other's physique and blood power, even the most powerful martial arts are well known. This is also the reason why Gao Peng has such a great atmosphere. We can already get so much information. If Gao Peng loses his bet, it's not right. Grief felt that he had been threatened by unprecedented threats. He was a well-known genius. Although he had always disdained to show it, he still had his own pride in his heart. No matter he met anyone in the central region, he was sure to completely crush each other, and he was in a high position. But now his position as a genius may be at stake. It is the other side again and again to pick and challenge him. I saw his eyes narrowed slightly, first looked at Gao Peng, and then saw the heads of two wolves on his shoulders moving. The heads of the two wolves moved at the same time, opening their mouths at the same time, and they could see their tusks clearly. However, they made a kind of inexplicable sound. It's weird, it's not the cry of a wolf. No one knows why it makes such a strange sound, and it's just when they feel strange. A white and a black energy slowly wrapped the war, so that all people can only see the black and white energy ball, but the war completely disappeared in front of all people. Here, where's this? Has he been surrounded by the energy ball all the time? Or is it a cover-up? Everyone on the court was stunned, because since the energy ball was wrapped up, he had no movement. It's like a complete disappearance. It also makes everyone feel shocked. Isn't he going to do it? Or that's how he's spending it? But Gao Peng didn't relax, because he knew what kind of means the other party was using, so he only saw that he was ready. The owner of the war shrine nodded slightly. Naturally, He knew what Xiang was doing, because he knew that he felt quite satisfied. It's not only the respect for the opponent, but also the embarrassment of not losing. What's more, lion fight rabbit still need full strength. If carelessness, it is really possible to capsize in the gutter. Not bad, at least not carelessly. The black and white light flashed, and a figure gradually emerged, but the body size was far from the previous one. If the previous one was normal, then it is at least several times larger than the previous one. From a distance, it doesn't look like a normal person at all. Ouch! A wolf roar, the whole space has been broken. It is clear to see that there are many space cracks around him, and even some mysterious power overflowed. When the light is gone, a larger figure appears. That's a man with muscles all over his body and ferocious face. If you look carefully, you can see that it's war. But at the moment, his changes are too great to be believed by all the people present. What kind of means is this? That's what makes you so different. Although it seems full of power, it's not clear whether it has become stronger or not. But the visual impact on people is quite large. Chapter 672 inches. Is this a transformation? Gao Peng's mouth slightly rose, without any emotion, saying, "It's getting uglier and uglier, and I don't know how strong it is." Don't just become ugly, but your strength hasn't increased much, so smile generously. You are trading ugliness for strength. Gao Peng looks at Xiang's whole body, and he can't help making fun of her, though he knows why she is like this. Politics also knows what means the other side uses. Xiao Yu, martial arts. But he can't help it. What's more, he doesn't know what kind of level king level martial arts is. Although it may sound like a higher level, who let him contact less. But that didn't stop him from joking. But Xiang didn't pay attention to Gao Peng, because he felt that his whole body was full of strength, which brought him endless confidence. Naturally, I think Gao Peng just wants to provoke him, and this can't bring him any harm at all. But it's just some power of words. What, are you afraid? How else would you want to provoke me? If that's the case, I think you've made it. You've made me feel angry. Next, I'm not going to let you get through this easily. He had changed his appearance and smiled ferociously. Before, he had some beauty, but now he was only ugly. The whole body gives a sense of abnormal strength, but it is really ugly, plus the heads of the two wolves on his shoulders. It's weird, but he felt that was the expression of power. Gao Peng didn't respond to him, but he was not surprised. He only thought that the other side had shaken completely under his authority. It's not the same now. Shoo shoo shoo. Xiang appeared at Gao Peng's side without any sign, but he didn't attack. Next second, he appeared in another place. After several times in a row, everyone felt that there were countless sorrows. Ha 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 ha, are you stupid? I've never seen such a fast speed before. You should be totally unaware of me, right? Now, do you feel desperate? However, I won't let you explain it here so easily. I will torture you well. Every time the war flickers, it makes people feel unpredictable. The speed is really extremely fast. Even with the strength of their martial god, they can't see his action. This makes many people feel extremely shocked. How fast that is, and they can feel the power of terror. Here, what kind of means is this? Just for a moment, his strength has grown so much. Isn't it terrible? So powerful. I've never seen such a method, and I don't know if we can learn it. If we can learn it, our strength will surely increase a lot. In addition to the shock of the people present, they are eager to obtain this method. After all, it is a real growth strength. Whether it's temporary or permanent, it's very important for them. However, they don't know, it's not something they can learn, and they are not qualified. Chapter 673. Looking at the war is wantonly playing Gao Peng, but Gao Peng is indifferent, as if Gao Peng has nothing to do at all. This suddenly makes many people think that Gao Peng is really helpless, otherwise how can he let others play like this? The owner of the war shrine nodded his head with satisfaction. He didn't think Gao Peng could turn the tide back. He was just a fluke before. Now, it's time to show. It's estimated that there's no way to do it. It's impossible for him to grasp the trajectory of Xiang's movement, let alone take action. Even if it is a random attack, it is absolutely impossible to touch the war. The Temple Lord is full of confidence in Xiang. After all, he doesn't think Gao Peng has such a powerful power. All the previous methods are unknown. Otherwise, how could it be intact? In his opinion, Gao Peng is a man who is strong in the outside world but weak in the middle. I don't have the strength, but I have to speak hard and even block my own life. Do you think I still have such good luck? Funny. How could there be such a good thing in the world? However, the next second his face froze. Even the mouth can't help but open, still muttering, how is this possible? Is it my eye? When war flashed in front of Gao Peng again, Gao Peng went straight out without waiting for him to speak, and it was still an ordinary one. It seems that there is no power at all. But it's such a fist that directly hit Xiang. And they also carefully saw that the scene of Xianxia spitting blood directly spilled all over the sky. The whole person was a little stunned. Even the victim was confused at this time. Let alone all the people present, the temple master himself is completely ignorant. What's the matter? Didn't you play with Gao Peng before? Why is it so miserable to be beaten to spit blood all at once? But also at this time, they even heard Gao Peng say, jump to go, neuropathy, do it quickly, and waste my time here. Do you think I'm free? Everyone. This is really beyond their expectation. I thought Gao Peng had nothing to do to keep still, but who knew it would happen? Isn't that impossible? Disdain. No one knows why, but they still feel extremely shocked. People think Gao Peng is bluffing, but who knows that he really has such a powerful power. Although he didn't really take a single blow, he could hurt Shanghai badly with one blow, which showed his powerful strength from the side. What's more, he's so relaxed now that he doesn't give all his strength directly, which is the most frightening thing. What if he did his best? People can't imagine it. The hall master stood in a standstill on the spot. He could see Gao Peng's movements clearly, but he was completely muddled by Gao Peng's actions. Originally he was quite confident, but now he has some doubts about life. Slot, this guy really has some strength, but why did he behave so badly before? Do you want to play pig and eat tiger? This is too bad. Never seen such a disgusting person. Chapter 674. Just when everyone is in shock, Gao Peng spared his head and said awkwardly, here I am, is this a foul? In fact, I didn't want to make a move, but he has been jumping around me, which makes me very upset. Can't help but give him a punch. Who knows that he is so not hit, suddenly seriously injured. They gave Gao Peng a white eye. What do you mean by that? You can see how others have been beaten by you, and then they are seriously injured. No matter how small your strength is, you can see how miserable others are now. Then we can know how terrible the attack was. And you're still embarrassed. They were speechless. Even the temple master didn't know how to speak. He even felt that he had no face to speak. Who was just confident? It wasn't for a while, it was slapped directly. However, Gao Peng did not give up and went directly to Shang's face. Why don't you hit me again? I will never fight back this time. No matter how long you are dancing, I can definitely control it. At the moment, Shang is still in a state of stupor. But when he heard what Gao Peng said, he was gnashing his teeth. Moreover, he took a step back at the first time. He was afraid to get close to Gao Peng. Now he has some understanding. This guy is shameless. It's clearly said that he did it, but this guy didn't want to be ashamed to do it to him. It's shameless. And now he wants to say it again. Sad gloomy face, eyes twinkled said. The next second, everyone didn't respond. However, he didn't want to give Gao Peng any chance to react. His fist was about to come to Gao Peng's face. With the potential of no match, directly attack Gao Peng. Boom. What? My god, what is the situation? All the people here are completely stupid. What do they see? War flies out again, and the speed is faster this time. All people feel a shaking god. People have already flown out, and at this time the blood vomited more. War with the fingers of Gao Peng, expression became incomparably excited, and even the body has some shaking up. Gao Peng smiled innocently. If I say I didn't mean to, would you believe it? There was no response, just one white eye after another. Believe you, a bad old man is bad. I just said I won't fight back. I forgot what I said in an instant. Everyone else's attack is coming, and then I was hit by you. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? All the people present have thoroughly seen what is called real shamelessness. Gao Peng has played it incisively and thoroughly, so that they can fully understand that this is called real shamelessness. Those before, it's just a matter of wits. Don't worry. The temple lord also turned his eyes and looked at Shang, only to see that he was more miserable now, covered with blood. The breath becomes more weak, as if anyone can kill him. It's really miserable. Who would believe that he was the deputy temple leader of the war god temple? Chapter 675. You are too dishonest. Who said you could not stand before? The temple lord couldn't stand Gao Peng's shamelessness and asked questions. Gao Peng helplessly spread out his hands. I really didn't move. I only extended my hand for a moment at most, but who knows that he can do it without a fight. What can I do? I have no choice. Hall Master. Everyone. Damn it. This guy is too shameless. What I just said is very good. I didn't expect that there is such a set of words now, which really makes them look impressive and also makes them open their eyes. Shameless can reach this kind of state, is simply upright and vigorous. If it's true, then I won't let you one-on-one anymore, and I'll do the same. Don't say I bully you. The Temple Lord said with a gloomy face. Gao Peng's eyes flashed a glimmer of joy, and he was eager to make a move in the opposite direction, but it was impossible for him to be too obvious at this time. Although he knows that no one knows the system he has, he doesn't want to be so obvious. Well, let's do it again. We will never do it again. We will stand up and let him fight. Gao Peng said in a slightly helpless tone, but when he said this, there was a violent reaction to the war which had not yet responded. The whole man retreated, with a look of horror on his face. No number. Don't come here no. With the sound of his frightened voice, all the people were completely stupid. Nobody expected that he would have such a violent reaction. Is that too exciting? And, as for it, but when people look at him in public, they have some sympathy for him, which is really tragic. Originally, it may have been a peerless arrogance, even more noble than all the people present, and it also has unparalleled pride. But at this time, Gao Peng completely broke down. This endurance, though they want to make complaints about them, they feel that if they put themselves in their shoes, they will surely collapse. Originally a prodigy, he had the power to crush everything, but he was hit again and again by others. And the other side seemed so calm. Everyone will have doubts, let alone collapse. It's a normal thing, and that's why people will feel sympathy for him. Seeing this reaction of war, Gao Peng spread out his hands and said, "This is not what I don't want him to attack, but he's like this now. Why don't you change it? I don't think he has the courage to face me. Are you sure that's okay?" Gao Peng looks at the Temple Lord helplessly, as if there is no way, but in fact, his heart has already opened flowers happily, which is exactly what he wants. He doesn't need any more excuses. This is the best reason. The Temple Lord looked at the emotional grief and sighed a little. This man was completely abandoned. Even though he didn't face Gao Peng, his height was limited. Because of the inner knot, it's not so easy to improve again. A good genius is completely ruined. He felt special helplessness. However, he can't say anything. After all, this bet was agreed at the beginning, but the final thing has developed into this. Who can think of that? Chapter 676. The Temple Master waved, and two people appeared beside him. They went to the War God Hall directly, and disappeared in front of everyone in a short time. Gao Peng didn't stop it. The Temple Lord looked at Gao Peng and said, "I really didn't expect that your strength should be so strong. After all, you were so sad before. I really mistook your strength for being so weak. It's really unexpected. In front of you, I was killed by seconds, and there is no room for resistance. I have to say that you are really strong. But if you really think you are invincible, then you are very wrong, because I will be your nightmare." The faces of all the people on the scene became dignified. At this time, they realized that the Temple Master of the War Shrine might be about to fight. Then they had to be serious. This is a character that has always existed in legends. It is also the existence they need to look up to. However, facing the serious words of the Temple Lord, Gao Peng couldn't really get serious, only saw a strange expression on his face. Why do you always like this kind of villain's manifesto so much? Don't you know that the villain died of many words? Everyone, you really dare to say it's brave enough to say that others are villains. Although they are powerful, they are just too angry. This is especially true of a person who is already high. Tut, it takes guts. They really don't know how to evaluate Gao Peng. Gao Peng's strength is very strong, which is beyond doubt. At least so many martial gods present are not his opponents. But Gao Peng is also too cheeky, as can be seen from the previous events, and now they also find that Gao Peng has another one, that is, his voice is particularly loud. It's too big. Although they don't know if Gao Peng is bragging, they can't help but feel unbelievable. The first thing they think about is that they don't believe it. Then they look back on all the things before, and feel that they don't have any qualifications at all, because Gao Peng has broken their cognition again and again. This they have been left speechless. The crowd was speechless at once. The Temple Master is about to explode. What's the matter with this guy? Is it provocation to speak in front of him? I didn't expect that this guy's character was so bad. He had driven the war completely crazy before, but now he still spoke to him so badly. How could it be? Damn it! The whole face of the temple master was pulled down. He looked at Gao Peng in a gloomy way, and there was a trace of strength around him. Most importantly, it seems that his strength is not genuine qi, which is the most surprising thing. Gao Peng also felt the strength of the other side. He can be 100% sure, which is absolutely not true gas. But what is it? A higher level of power. Gao Peng felt puzzled slightly, but he didn't think much, because he knew he would have it sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Noah's only needs to have the goal, he certainly can have. This kind of strong self-confidence is not owned by all people. On the contrary, he is so confident. Chapter 677. With Gao Peng's words coming out, the air suddenly filled with a strange atmosphere. No one even made a sound. As if no one existed. And in fact, all the people looked at Gao Peng strangely. This was not the first time they looked at him with this kind of eyes, but Gao Peng never paid attention to it. The master of the temple is also like suffocating his heart. His face becomes extremely ugly. Even when he stares at Gao Peng, his eyes emit fierce light. Very good, you are urging me to solve you as soon as possible. If that's the case, then I'm welcome. He doesn't want to talk nonsense anymore. After all, no one knows what kind of accident will happen next. He doesn't want to keep this uncertainty. As long as he is kept for a minute, he is worried about accidents in the next second. Gao Peng is also full of expectation. If the other side does, it may gain more powerful power, higher than the power on this continent. Even though he can't know what this power is for the time being, he just needs to be invincible and there is no worry there. Until he goes to a higher continent. That's what it's called, the true sky high, the sea wide, the fish swimming. Boom boom boom. But just then, the accident happened. In the sky of Xianxia Temple, a huge black hole appears suddenly, which seems to have the power to devour everything. First of all, they devour everything around them, and then they start to break out a resistance of influence, blocking everything out. But it's scary to watch. It's like a hole in the sky. In this way, all the people who were present were surprised and looked at the scene one by one, and the martial gods were even more frightened and trembling. Although they think they are the strong at the top, at this time they know what is weak. However, the whole face of the Lord of the War Shrine is green, even his face has been slightly twisted. First, he looks at the big hole on his head. Then he looked at Gao Peng and said with gnashing teeth, "Damn it, it's all your fault. I forgot to reinforce the seal. I didn't expect that something would happen at this time. Sure enough, you are in uncertainty." At this time, he felt regret in his heart. If he didn't pay attention to Gao Peng at the beginning, it would not happen now. He looked at the black hole, his face was worried, and even his breath had gradually become a little unstable, and the whole person's mood had become extremely strange. And he also directly ignored the existence of Gao Peng. In addition to the previous sentence of chagrin, he even focused on the black hole. There is a sense of vigilance everywhere. This makes Gao Peng more suspicious. What happened? Although he is very strange about this black hole, and even the performance of the black hole has brought him a bit of fear, but he has overcome it very well. Although it is an unknown thing, but he is not helpless, let alone he does not need to be afraid. That's why he always has confidence. However, all the people present did not have his strong self-confidence. They could feel the destructive power, and the whole person began to shiver. Look at that black hole in horror. Chapter 678 inches. This. What the hell is this? Why do I have fear in my heart? What's in it? I always feel like something is coming out. What should we do? Won't it be sucked in by that black hole? All the martial gods looked frightened. They thought they were already at the top of the world, but who knew they were so humble at the moment? It's like ants. This change of identity caught them off guard. Of course, they don't have the time to think about these problems. They just want to know what the black hole is and why it appears there. Especially when looking at the temple leader of the War God Hall, his face was not very good. It was obviously a bad thing. Even he thought it was a bad thing. Isn't that really a big deal? Although the sky is falling, there is a high roof, but the high one can't hold it. That's the real end. All the people's hearts suddenly panic, really don't know what to do. You want to say escape, it's impossible at all. If there's something bad coming out of the temple, and the Lord of the War Shrine can't do anything about it, there's no way for them to escape. All in vain, and if we let them deal with it, how could it be? Their strength is not strong. They are killed by seconds every minute. You can know how terrible the black hole is without seeing it with your own eyes. It's when everyone's panicking. The Temple Lord appeared in the upper air of the Xianxia temple and came to the bottom of the black hole. His hands radiated strange power. Then he saw only the hexagonal energy wave directly towards the black hole. His speed became faster and faster. His hands seemed to be waving a baton. The energy waves of hexagon after hexagon gradually covered the surface of the black hole. When the energy covers the surface of the black hole, the phagocytic power of the black hole slowly weakens, and the sense of crisis brought by the black hole also slowly reduces a lot. It also made everyone secretly relieved. However, they did not completely relax their vigilance, because they found that the face of the temple master had not improved in any way, but was becoming more and more iron. It was as if he had not succeeded at all. This makes all the people a little confused. This seems to have stopped the crisis, but he did not show joy, but he looked like an enemy. Is this a failure? No one dared to ask, no one dared to disturb, and no one dared to approach. Because they are afraid of death. And the only one that could be shot is Gao Peng. But at this time, he also has some circles. He doesn't know what the black hole is. The guy didn't explain it to him. Naturally, he couldn't make a rash move. He could only stand by and watch the guy do some strange actions. No matter what terrible things will happen next, he will never do it without knowing the situation. If he can't do any harm to him, at most, it will only affect the war shrine, then he doesn't need to fight at all. As the saying goes, it's none of your business. Maybe it's not Gao Peng's idea at the moment. Chapter 679 inches. No, it doesn't work at all. The whole face of the temple master was gloomy, and he said with gnashing teeth, "Damn it, why am I so careless? It's all that hateful guy. If it wasn't for his appearance, there would be no such thing." Now, he can only put all the responsibilities on Gao Peng, which will make him feel better. After all, it is his responsibility. Others don't know the seriousness of the matter, but he is very clear that if this black hole is completely opened, it will face more terrible disaster. The disaster of life and death. He really dare not bet that even with his strength at the moment, he may not be able to block the existence behind the black hole. He's scared. However, this is the cause and effect cycle. If he didn't offer Gao Peng a reward, things would not develop so fast. There would be one black hole, and there would be none more. Not even necessarily. All this, it seems that there is destiny in the dark. Gao Peng came to the Temple Lord's body and asked repeatedly, "What is this? Why are you so nervous? I don't think your strength is weak, but is that too timid? I used to look like I couldn't survive, but now I can't help it. Who can make you so scared?" Gao Peng didn't care about it at all. He just opened his mouth and said that he wanted to get closer to see what the black hole really had. However, the temple master didn't want Gao Peng to be near at all. He was still in a good position to prevent Gao Peng. He was so afraid of another accident. Now if you let him repair in this way, you can still last for a while. With this time, you can still think of a little way. If Gao Peng is allowed to make trouble again, no one knows that things will develop like this. The temple master said with clenched teeth, "Nothing to do with you. We'll settle the account later. Now I'm guarding the last line of defense. Don't disturb me." What is this? If you don't tell me, the more curious I am, and if I am curious, I may do something bad. Gao Peng smiles and is totally unprepared to approach. But it was his smile that made the temple lord tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat came out directly. He absolutely doesn't believe that Gao Peng thinks so. He must be holding back the bad things in his heart. He is really too afraid to do anything out of the ordinary. So I only saw his explanation. This is a black hole, which can lead to another continent. It can also be called the high-level surface. It's a place where the strength is even stronger than ours. All the people in it are very powerful. Even I'm just an ordinary person, so I can see how powerful they are. At this time, they want to come here, and there is no good thing at all. Once they enter us from this black hole, then it will become the purgatory of the world. People, it will be harder to survive. The temple master just explained a little, and all the people in the room took a breath of air conditioning. Even Gao Peng felt a little shocked. This the entrance to the high level. Chapter 680 inches. My God. Is there a more advanced continent? I didn't expect the legend to be true. What's more, it seems that we can soon see people on the more advanced continent. Doesn't that mean we can? All the people are shocked, but also revealed greedy look at that black hole, if they can really through that black hole into a more advanced continent. Then their strength will definitely be improved and they will get more advanced cultivation skills, and they don't need to wait for death here. God King, maybe it's from the tentacles. This can't help but make them think so, and the atmosphere of the air is slowly solidified. However, at this time, the Temple Lord mercilessly said, "Don't daydream there. Do you think that when this black hole is really opened, there is still your way? Don't say if you can pass through this black hole, even if you can, the other side won't let you pass by, and then there will be real life in this place. They are just a group of aggressors, and you are the aggressors. You can't escape with your strength. Even I'm reluctant." The Temple Lord said such realistic words, which made all people suddenly silent. It can make him so nervous, so it must be a wonderful thing. And the people on the scene, with their strength, can't solve it at all, let alone want to benefit from it. People still have to be self-aware. This also made them clear a lot, but they still have this idea in their hearts. After all, if they don't improve, they will not be far from death. The Temple Master looked at Gao Peng and said, "Now is the time to let go of our grudges. Although I think you are indeed an uncertain factor, there is no way to deal with it now. You come to help me quickly and seal this black hole, otherwise all of us may suffer. You can't want to see the life being ruined, can you?" Gao Peng is silent. In fact, it's not impossible for him to help, but he feels that there are many futile things that he can't do with the strength of the two of them at the moment. It's just a waste of energy and time. Although it can delay time, is it really useful? He is also curious about the people in the high position. What's more, he also needs many powerful people, otherwise he can't improve his strength at all. For a while, he was a little tangled. In his tangle, the black hole suddenly changed. The original hexagonal energy gradually became a transparent film. Everyone can see the scene inside the black hole clearly. There are many people standing there at the moment. One by one, there was a cold look on his face, and his eyes were full of fierce light. Looking at them was not like looking at a creature at all, just like looking at a cold corpse. This kind of person looks terrible. All the people couldn't help shivering. At this time, they understood that the other side didn't treat them as creatures. It is possible that when those people come, they will be completely destroyed. It's the information they get at this moment. And they also completely believed what the Temple Lord said. Chapter 681. Inside the black hole. One after another, people in strange clothes are standing there. They are not so different from people on the continent of Sinyuan. The only difference is that they have a tail behind their buttocks. And their eyes are very cold. Even looking at the people around them is also a kind of eyes. It's very frightening. But now when they look at Gao Peng and others across the seal, the indifference on their faces has not changed in the slightest, and there is even a hint of irony. Oh, these stupid sinners are just the descendants of some people with blood of sin flowing on them. They are really stupid. They will choose this way to stop us. Joke. Maybe they think it can stop us, but how do they know who we are? We are a race with the title of a fighting nation. A bunch of stupid guys. I'll show them later. I really want to taste their blood. What a delicious thing it is. I'm looking forward to, only to see these people who call themselves fighting nations say unacceptable and cruel words one by one, and they are not in any hurry at all. Instead, I enjoy this kind of thing. Looking at their prey struggling a little bit, they enjoy the fun, which seems to be imprinted on the bones of their nation. Maybe it's their fun. Gao Peng and others don't know what these guys are thinking, but looking at the cold expression on their faces, we can know that there is no good words. At this time, most people have completely believed it, but they have no way. It's really that their strength is too weak to help. Gao Peng did not really learn the method of seal, although his strength is very strong, but most of it is just for fighting. It also became a short board for him. Once again, the Temple Master cast a look of expectation. Gao Peng waved his hand and said, "No way, I can't do anything about it. I'm good at fighting, but I really don't have any way." Despair. The first time he appeared in the eyes of the Temple Master, he really had no way at this moment, and the only reliable one was himself. But he knew that would not solve the problem at all. At most, it's just a little bit of delay, but it's not sustainable after all. Although he still has some cards, it seems that it's too late now, and the other side doesn't know what the purpose is. And with his knowledge, he also knows the people behind the black hole, that is, because he knows him, he will feel more panic. Those guys just kill people without blinking an eye. They really enjoy killing. Life is nothing more than a toy to play with in their eyes. Even the blood is cold. What a terrible nation it is. No, I can't just go to jail like this. If I let them in, I might be finished. This is not a joke, but he really realized the danger, but at this time, the situation is urgent, he can only use the more urgent way. Only to see him crush a jade pendant in his waist in a moment, when the jade pendant was crushed by him, a force that no one else could see slowly drifted away. At last, it drifted directly to the place that no one could see, just like the whole continent. No one knew where it was going. Chapter 682. Among the fighting nations, there was a man with long hair who said coldly, "Look, that guy seems to want to ask for help, tut. Ha ha, it's all in vain. We don't need much effort to crack his seal. We don't know what kind of expression he will look like when he sees us crack it. It's going to be fun. All of us don't know. In fact, these fighting nations want to break through the seal, which is a matter of minutes. But they don't want to do so for the time being. They want to see the despair of others, and even the change from hope to region. This is a process they enjoy very much, so they will stand behind the seal and always watch the temple master working alone. Gao Peng can't help him, so he has been observing the fighting nation. He has also found a little bit of something wrong, although those guys are expressionless. There was indifference in the eyes. However, it seems that they did not want to stop the seal at all, but just like watching a good play, even though their expression did not change at all. But Gao Peng found something wrong. This made him suddenly fall into silence. These guys can't see any anxiety at all. On the contrary, it's just like watching a good play. Isn't it too abnormal? Don't you say they didn't panic at all? They even said that they could easily break the seal, so they were so confident. After this discovery, Gao Peng's mind is extremely complex, and he doesn't know whether to say it directly or not. Once said, it will definitely cause panic. But if they don't tell the truth, the final tragedy will happen. At least they have the right to know. So Gao Peng doesn't think he will lose, but some things have to be made public. This also let him fall into the tangle slowly. But then he didn't think about it anymore. What's the matter with him? He just wants to improve his own strength. As for other people's feelings, what does it matter to him? What's more, he won't let bad things happen. As long as his strength is improved, what are these guys? But it's just ants. At this time, a woman in the fighting nation did not know what to say, and then all the people showed a cold smile. At the same time, reach out and touch the seal. In the next second, when everyone is stunned, a clear voice rings directly, and everyone can clearly see that the seal is directly broken. And they didn't respond. The fighting nations had already come out. Standing side by side, there are more than 10 people. Maybe there are many fighting nations behind, but so far there are only a dozen of them, but they bring tremendous pressure to all the people present. When people look at it, they all feel that the void will distort several of them, because they always have some blurred vision, and they don't know that there is a problem with their eyes. Or the problem of void should be affected by these fighting nations. The whole person of the temple master stood frozen on the spot, and his expression solidified in an instant. He had just made a plea for help, but the other party even destroyed his seal directly. Although he knows the strength of the other side very well, but this speed is too fast, some exceed his expectation. Chapter 683. Inches bad. Bad. Those guys came out. There was a sudden panic among all the people present. All the people felt a great fear. They had just heard the news. Although they want to pass through that black hole very much, when others find that the strength of each other seems to be terrible, this immediately dispels their thoughts. Now, they are more afraid of being killed. For a time, all the people seemed to be in a panic. The temple lord was also away from the black hole for a moment, and his face became extremely ugly. Depending on his own strength, he really could not resist those fighting nations. What's more, he doesn't know the identity of the other party at the moment. He was also curious about why this black hole would open inexplicably. Even if he was a little careless, it would not be so fast, right? Gao Peng is different from all the people present. He has always been calm. No matter what kind of strength the other side is, it is a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. It's nothing. Hey, are you nervous? How can I see you shaking? A cold voice rang. With this sound, all the people on the scene saw the appearance of these 10 people thoroughly, but what shocked all the people on the scene even more was that these guys have a tail. And the tail is very flexible. If not their tail has been wagging, they really think it is a belt. It made everyone feel amazing. Isn't it strange for these people? Although it's no different from the people present, there's an extra tail. As expected, this should be a higher ranking person. All people think so in their hearts, but no one dares to relax their vigilance. The other side is obviously not good at coming. It can be seen from their performances. And each of these fighting nations glanced at all the people present, with contempt in their eyes, and did not pay attention to all the people present. Are you the natives of this continent? I didn't expect your strength to be so weak. Oh, there are still a few to see, but the strength is a little weak. Although we, as a fighting nation, do not like to bully the weak and the small, but who makes your life bad, will be born on this continent itself is guilty. It's your misfortune. One of them has been forced to talk, but all the people on the scene are ignorant. They have no idea what the other side's words mean. And one of them is the most clear, that is, the Temple Master, because he knows what this continent symbolizes and what it means. When these fighting nations came out, he also fully recognized the identity of each other, that is to say, he felt more flustered. I didn't expect such a huge change to happen all of a sudden. And there are difficulties. Is this to kill them? No one on the court is the opponent of the other side, even if he is no exception. This is what makes him feel more worried. It's almost possible to die at any time. It's also very difficult to escape, but if he wants to escape with all his heart, he has a greater chance, although he may be chased by others. But his strength is not weak. It's easy to escape. Chapter 684. After thinking again and again, the Temple Lord looked at the other side and said, "You are not afraid to be known by the spirit family when you do this. Your fighting nation is really powerful. Don't forget that this is the forbidden area of the spirit clan. You dare to break in without permission. This has already formed a big feud with the spirit clan." With his voice just fall, all people or one after another, did not expect that he would say such a sentence. The most surprising is these fighting nations. Only when they looked at the Temple Master in surprise, they could understand the meaning of this sentence, but that's how they felt shocked. Originally, I just thought that all the people on the continent were indigenous, and I didn't know where I was, but who knew that there was still an understanding person here? No wonder he asked for help just now. It turned out that he had already touched this level, otherwise he would not have known so much, or even some relationships. This makes these fighting nations feel more interested. And the former woman's fighting nation said, "I didn't expect that there was a clear man here, but you probably forgot what our fighting nation did. Do you think we will be afraid of the spirit nation? It's too small for us, isn't it?" The other fighters laughed in succession. It's as if they've heard some funny jokes, and they're not without any basis. They feel extremely confident about their current situation. The whole face of the Temple Master was gloomy. He also knew why the other side was so unbridled, because the fighting nation itself was a powerful race. This is not the most important thing. The key thing is that they are all taking a dozen people as a team, just like robbers, plundering resources everywhere. It's very easy to escape every time. It's very difficult to catch them or even give them revenge. Because you don't know where they are going to hide. If you provoke a fighting nation, it may be like stabbing a bee's nest. All of a sudden, it attracted the attention of all the fighting nations, and then the days would be even more sad, and soon it was beaten by the autumn wind. If the people of the weaker fighting nations are okay, and those with stronger strength, it's frightening. Damn it, why are these robbers? Even other people are much better than these bandits. At least they can bargain. It's that these robbers only rob resources. They don't have any handle at all. They can't catch them if they want to. The Temple Lord was very angry, but he could not show it at all, so he had to follow the path of his own misfortune. Gao Peng watched with interest. Even if all the people were scared, even those who followed Gao Peng had already been far away. By this time they were in a complete panic. But Gao Peng didn't have such a feeling. Listening to them say these specious things, although he couldn't understand them, he could get some more important information from them. Just looking at their conversation gives him some useful information, which may be available in the future. It's interesting to him, and he didn't plan to do it so soon. Chapter 685. Just as everyone was thinking about what to do, there was only one loud noise. Boom boom boom. It seems that the war god temple was attacked by something, and there was a violent shaking and noise. Then, only a lot of palaces on the war god temple collapsed slowly. Some people have been completely explained there before they can escape. It's only in a moment. The war god hall was completely destroyed. All the people stared at this scene. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. These guys started too fast, did they? In the same instant, the whole person's expression changed dramatically. His eyes were staring at him. He couldn't believe the scene. Our power has been completely destroyed. All his efforts were in vain, especially those of his subordinates, most of whom died just then. Immediately his eyes turned red. Asshole, you damn monkeys, who let you do it? What have you all done? Just now, he was very careful. But when he saw the scene, the temple master couldn't bear it. He didn't even take the danger into account. Then he left these people directly and flew towards the War God Hall. He didn't know how many people died there, but now he went to maybe save them. As he left, the expression of these fighting nations became cold. They hated being called monkeys, but they didn't break out immediately. But that doesn't mean they're not angry. How dare you call us monkeys? There's a way. Since you want to save them like this, I'd like to see whether you are fast or we are fast. One of the fighting nations said that the next second he saw a violent wave coming from his hands, a ball of light-like energy bombarding out. The goal is the collapsed temple of the god of war. Seeing this scene, the temple lord's eyes were filled with blood in an instant, and his red eyes became more frightening, and his breath had also fluctuated in a very unstable way. The next second, only saw behind him appeared a huge wing, but he was wrapped in it, the breath unconsciously increased a lot. At this time, he also gave up to save people and rushed out directly towards that attack. If he didn't stop it, he would really suffer more heavy losses. To save people now, it's better to stop these attacks first. But he obviously thought more about it. The fighting nation is a nation that everyone hates. There have been countless evil things done for a long time, even if some of them are not so abominable. But most of the fighting people are not so good-tempered. No one can stand being scolded as a monkey by the temple master. It's impossible for him to give these attacks to the next. Bang bang bang, another attack of several energies. And it seems that they just do it at will, and they don't even think about it seriously. It's clearly that they want to play with the temple master. But the temple master needs to fight for his life to catch up with them. From this, we can know the gap of their strength. Obviously, people can see it at a glance, but in any case, it is the existence they need to look up to. Chapter 686 Inches Hateful. Hateful. The temple lord's teeth were about to break. He saw a trace of blood oozing from his mouth, but he was still quick to stop the attack. Behind him, but the result of his efforts. He didn't want to ruin it. In particular, there are still living people in the back. They are all his subordinates. In order to prevent these attacks, he has been hit several times in a row. If not for his strength, the other side did not want to kill him. Otherwise, he would have died completely by now. It must be an insult. He is the most powerful man in the whole central region, but now he has to rely on the mercy of others to survive, which is a huge blow to him. But he knew that it was not the time to care about the horror of the fighting people. He only expects the Spirit Clan to receive his message quickly and then come to support him. Otherwise, he really doesn't know when he can last. Even if he is teased, he has to put off time. Or it's all over. He knows this better than others, so he didn't remind others too much that he was too weak to help at all. Even Gao Peng, in his opinion, has no room to help. The people of the fighting nation are too strong. I hope it's faster. Otherwise, all the people are going to die. No one is the opponent of these guys at all. Even if I try my best, I can't hurt them. At best, it's just a white sacrifice. Now we can only delay like this. He is very aware of his own strength, although he can be domineering in the central region, and even no one is his opponent. But these fighting nations are too strong for him to fight against. It must be a kind of irony. At the moment, he seemed so embarrassed. If he didn't delay all the time, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Even if the head does not return to escape, there is still some hope to escape. But some things are always like this, you can't let him develop, because you can't accept it. As for the other people present, they have been reduced to spectators for a long time now. No one escapes or makes any noise. It's not that they don't want to run away, they just know that running away is useless. No matter where they run, the final result is almost the same. They can only pray for a change. Gao Peng watched it with great interest. He found an opportunity. If he suddenly ran to the front of the attack, would it cause a systematic judgment? He doesn't know how to determine the system, but this method is not impossible to try, but he is still calculating at this time, if there is no prompt tone in the system. Can he resist it? This is the key he needs to consider at the moment. Whether he can improve or not is another matter. It's the most important thing to survive. He didn't want to risk his own life. I don't know if this method will work, but it's worth trying. Maybe it can make my strength stronger. What's more, the system seems to have undergone some unknown changes. What's wrong has not been found yet. It should be in a specific situation, right? Chapter 687. No one could have imagined that Gao Peng would have such an idea. If it was known to all the people present, he would fall into a big eye in an instant. Is this a way for people to die? It's terrible, isn't it? However, no one knows Gao Peng's dangerous idea, but Gao Peng's brain is getting stronger and stronger, and he doesn't want to stop at all. Whenever he looked at the attack of the fighting nation, his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if there were some chance waiting for him. And I can't stand the temptation. After all, he really wants to try it. He also wants to know if it can improve him. What is the definition of the system? So far, he didn't understand, but because he didn't understand, he felt more curious. It made him itch a little bit. His eyes had never left those attacks and followed them all the time. Others are thinking about what kind of damage will happen, but he is calculating in his mind how he can survive the attack. He is not sure that he can be promoted by the system, so he has to consider whether he can survive, but he is still thinking about some dangerous actions in his mind. This is not. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, I'm a man who can't be born. Where no one has seen it, Gao Peng's mouth slightly rises, showing a smile that no one could have expected. And his heart has long been determined, that is, we must try it, or we really can't test the changes of the system. What's more, he doesn't know whether it can improve his ability. If it can really improve the strength, the operability will become even greater. Shoo shoo shoo. One energy wave after another flew out, and the temple master could only stop him wearily, and he dared not let any attack go. But behind him, the people above the war god temple had almost escaped. They had already left the war god temple for a long time, but they did not stay just to escape further. With the passage of time, the whole breath of the temple master became more unstable. Although his blood power had not been revealed, the physical strength had already been used. But it still seems so embarrassed. It's not that he doesn't want to use his blood power, but he's afraid of causing unnecessary anger. He's afraid that once he gets serious, the people of the fighting nation will not let him go. Now it's nothing more than playing tricks on him. Once the people of the fighting nation take it seriously, it will be called the real end of the battle. Now we can delay as long as we can. But at this time, an unexpected figure appeared. And an energy wave is coming. Boom boom. It was only a moment, but they could see who it was. That guy. What happened to that guy? Is this a suicide? Someone actually hit the muzzle of the gun, and there was a smile on his face, which was clearly seen by all the people present. Even the people of the fighting nation were stunned. Unexpectedly, there were still people who were so crazy. Other people couldn't hide, but he actually ran up. What does he think? Isn't his idea different from others? Chapter 688. At the same time, unimaginable disasters happened in all parts of Xianxia continent, and the frequent emergence of space cracks caused chaos in all parts of the continent. But many people don't understand what happened. These cracks appear suddenly. It swept all over the country in a flash. Even some people whose strength is fairly good are also involved in the space cracks. All of a sudden, many people mistook it for the end of the world. After all, this kind of force majeure is not caused by human beings at all. That is to say, natural factors can have such terrible consequences. What happened then? No one knows, even all people are running away, but this has no effect. Space cracks will still appear. Even in places you can't expect. You can never predict where the next space crack will appear. It is possible that the space crack will appear at your feet just after you take a step. In addition to the outer domain, the middle domain also suffered from such confusion. Except, of course, one place. That's the Devil Kingdom. This is an area that does not belong to Xianxia continent, but it has also been affected by some, but for the demons there, this is not really any difficulty at all. They have been used to all kinds of difficulties for a long time. Naturally, they will not be affected by such sudden disasters. Nothing, but it's just the death of some people. What happened? How do I feel like the end of the world? What's the matter with these space cracks? It's terrible. These tearing forces are just despairing. What the hell happened? Who can tell me why there are such space cracks? Is it really the end of the world? A lot of people are shouting. Even if they want to know what happened, What they need to do now is to escape. However, there are still a lot of people who are quite rational and do not run away blindly, because no matter where they run, the ending is the same. You may even fall into a space crack because of your panic. There is no place to regret when you want to. Therefore, most rational people do not move, but look around vigilantly. Once they find a space crack, they quickly dodge. Even if it looks like a mess, it's much better than those who run away in a hurry. Change with change, but the whole continent of Sin seems to be in an endless disaster. No one knows what happened, and no one can escape these disasters. However, they did not know that the reason for such a terrible disaster was only because of some fighting nations from outside. And the other side just want to tease, not really, but even so, let a lot of people suffer. This gap it's hard for people to accept, but it's also good that they don't know at all, or they will be closed directly. Where is the gap so simple? It's just like a gap, and it's still invisible. You can't see it with all your eyes. Chapter 689. When Gao Peng rushed out of the moment, as if time had been static down, everyone's expression were momentarily dull. It's all set. Here is he crazy. It's too crazy. Such a dangerous attack. I'm in a hurry to find death, my god. This guy is just a madman. He even rushes out of the danger. Does he really think he is invincible in the world? See who the other side is in the future. That is, even the Lord of the Temple is so embarrassed, let alone he. All the people present thought that Gao Peng was dead. After all, how could he survive such a terrible attack? Even the Temple Lord became so embarrassed, let alone Gao Peng, and he rushed up by himself. Naturally, there is a little gap. However, they all think that Gao Peng is a madman, or that there is something wrong with his brain. How else could such a thing be done? It's just a joke about your life. Under such a fierce attack, how can ordinary people survive? Even if all the people of the fighting nation are confused, they look at each other and see some surprise from each other's eyes. I didn't expect that there were still such people, rushing to die. Is this guy crazy? It's funny to find death by yourself, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. It's the first time I've seen such a person. Is it because I've been hit? The people of the fighting nation laughed as if they had met something funny, and their eyes also showed a look of contempt. They don't care too much about it. I just think that Gao Peng is a fool, otherwise how could he run up and die by himself? I have never seen such a person. It also adds some happiness to them. But where they can't see. The temple master had been silent for a long time, but his heart was not calm, because he had already seen Gao Peng's state, which was not what he had imagined at the beginning. What a mess. Those who were not there said they wanted to die, and looked at his state, which seemed to be extremely good, and still beyond everyone's imagination. Only to see him mumbling, how could it be, how could it be, how could it be? He was attacked, but his hair was not damaged. At that moment, there was a sense of terror. What kind of ghost is this? Because he is close, he can see Gao Peng's state at the moment at a glance. Which makes his heart extremely restless and has already turned over the waves. Looking at Gao Peng, I just want to see what kind of secret he has and why such a terrible attack falls on him, but it can be intact. I didn't find that Gao Peng has such terrible strength before. Now it seems that the other side has been hiding its strength. This makes him a little confused. What kind of situation is it? Why is he like a bottomless hole, sometimes so weak, but can always do something shocking? For example, now, it is clear that such a terrible attack has fallen on him, but he is undamaged, and even in that moment, unimaginable power erupted. Why is that? Chapter 690. Ding. Enemy attack detected. Non-idea attack will automatically upgrade to level 3 for the host. The sound of the system prompt makes Gao Peng completely indulge in the joy. Sure enough, it works. And all of a sudden, he was promoted to an equal level. Although it was quite different from the previous level, his strength was indeed improved. And the promotion is also very significant, so he was suddenly found new. The optimization of the system is really useful, more than the previous functions. Just need to grope for his own. If it is not a flash of his inspiration, at this time, there is no change in the system. After this discovery, he can improve his strength later, but it has a good help. After all, he can't find death every time. Of course, in fact, this is nothing more than looking for death. But the difference is still large. The attack of others is very powerful, but the danger of non-idea attack is not so great. It also has a lot of operation space. For a while, he was dreaming. Don't be too cool. Although the strength and constitution of blood cannot be improved, as long as his state is improved, the land can crush all. Not to mention that when his realm is improved, he can slowly find the strength of blood and physique without delay, just before and after. Great, I didn't expect that the system optimization would be like this. It really surprised me, but it's also better. The speed of improvement may be faster and more convenient. After considering some of the key points, Gao Peng felt that this optimization was not too good, and it was also of great help to his next moves. It's as if there's a providence in the dark. Of course, there may be something that hasn't been discovered yet, but he's not in a hurry. After he has discovered this advantage, he can explore it slowly. And there are so many fighting nations here. It's enough for him to explore slowly. After all, the strength of these people is even stronger than him. As long as he circulates and progresses, he can surely slowly explore the function of the system. Before, he just wanted to improve his strength, not considering too much, but when he slowly felt the limitations of the system, he also wanted to know more about the functions of the system. Only by learning more can we avoid any accidents. If there is any difference as before, he will lose his life by accident, so he will come up with this kind of idea. And that is to say, with this idea, he will have a new discovery. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the whole person of Gao Peng was exposed, and the expression of all the people on the scene suddenly solidified, even those fighting nations were no exception. Although their strength is strong, but because they are strong, they are extremely arrogant, and they will not check it easily. But when they saw Gao Penghao's undamaged appearance in front of them, the whole people were not calm, and their attacks were not completely serious. But it won't be intact, will it? That reasonable guy has become so embarrassed. He is obviously the strongest one here, but now what's the matter with this guy who suddenly appears? Originally, I thought it was a guy who wanted to die, but who knew it would be intact, which made them a little unbelievable. Chapter 691 Inches. My God! How could this native resist my attack? It's amazing, it's really amazing. One of them, a man of a very different fighting nation, made a strange cry and looked at Gao Peng up and down. In his opinion, it was unbelievable. The same is true of the rest of the fighting nations. The sudden change still made them a little bit stunned, but they did not stay for long. In their opinion, they were only surprised to think that the aborigines here had such strength. As for the others, it is impossible at all. Let alone shocked. How can we make them shocked? It's nothing more than a random attack. They are not serious at all. Once they are serious, they will not be so easy to follow. So they don't have too many inner thoughts. However, all the martial gods present felt that it was amazing that such a terrible attack was followed, and it was still such an unexpected person. Originally they thought that Gao Peng could not have such a strong strength. But now, I don't know why they have a faint expectation. Is this looking forward to Gao Peng turning the tide? Maybe it is. Even they don't know what they are thinking, but there are always some hopes, sometimes a little fantasy, which can bring them a little spiritual support. Otherwise, there will be despair. I can take my attack. I want to see how many attacks you can take. Don't let me down. Just before all the people had returned to God, the people of that fighting nation attacked again. Bang! Without warning, it's beyond everyone's expectation. They didn't react at all. Of course, not everyone didn't respond. Except Gao Peng. When he saw the other side's hand, his eyes lit up, and he was looking forward to how much improvement the attack would bring him. I didn't expect that the other side should go on like this. He didn't need to use words to stimulate at all. Instead, he just shot. It's God's help. Gao Peng cried from the bottom of his heart, but his face didn't show it. Instead, he stared at the attack. As for the rest of the people, there is some confusion at the moment. This attack is much stronger than before, and it is still so unexpected. How despicable. It's disgusting to be so powerful and so despicable. All the people scolded one after another, but they didn't yell, but their faces changed. All people think so. After all, these guys who break in suddenly are so powerful, but they are so despicable. It's not easy to bring them a little hope, just a moment of disillusionment, which makes them feel desperate. If Gao Peng is really solved, then they really have no way. Temple Master. They have seen each other's embarrassment before. Naturally, they can't hold much expectation. In any case, they can only resist other people's random attacks. After that, it's impossible to fight against these guys who suddenly appear, so the people present have no expectation of him. Chapter 692. Just when everyone is still worried, Gao Peng is still in a state of excitement, because he feels that the attack is extremely powerful, which may help him improve a lot of strength. And he felt right, just as the attack was coming. The system tone rings again. Ding. Enemy attack detected. Non-mind attack will automatically upgrade to level 5 for the host. After hearing the system prompt, Gao Peng is excited. What a terrible promotion it is. Just attacking has improved his strength. If it is the other side's real action, how terrible it would be. However, when he was cool, he also slowly found the change of the system. It was clear that the other side had already shot at him, but only detected the attack of the other side. It may be regarded as a new discovery that Gao Peng has not been judged as an enemy, but at this time, Gao Peng does not want to explore much. He just wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. At such a perfect time, if he doesn't improve his strength quickly, he feels very sorry for himself. Other people don't know what he thinks at all. They look at him and bump into him. They are all stupid. This obviously can't hurt him, because as long as he wants to avoid, it's very easy. But who knows that he is so crazy and rushes directly towards that energy wave? Is this seeking death by himself? There was a glimmer of hope in the audience, but when they saw this scene, they were completely desperate. Where is the hope? It's just to let them ride the roller coaster and feel ups and downs. At this time, all the people here have already closed their eyes directly. I can't bear to see Gao Peng's end. Damn it, why are you so ungrateful? Isn't it trying to die on its own? Originally, this attack would not hurt him at all. This guy is really, alas, this time, I think it's really over. I didn't expect that the hope is gone now, but this guy is so fucked and fucked. All the people are swearing in their hearts. They really don't know how to describe Gao Peng's practice, which just makes them disappointed. Originally, they were expecting Gao Peng to turn the tide, but who knew that the final result would be like this, gambled with his own life. And now they don't have any way. Those guys obviously come here with a bad purpose, if they really succeed. Few of the people present may survive. They all have self-knowledge, so they also know who to support, but who knows that the final result should be like this. However, the development of things is beyond everyone's expectation, but they did not find out at the moment, just prayed in their hearts that they would not be disillusioned. However, the temple master was directly stunned on the spot. He saw something that shocked him. He wanted to avoid it, but who knew that he didn't need to avoid it at all? Just stand there and don't move. This is a little unexpected, to know that those attacks can be directed at him. Gao Peng is just by the way. But who knows how things will turn out like this? Chapter 693 inches this. What's going on? He didn't die. Some people can't bear loneliness for a long time. They take a look secretly, but it's this one that scares them to death. Originally, I thought that the hope was completely destroyed, but who knows that it seems that they took it too much for granted. That guy didn't have an accident at all. And it seems to be very spiritual. This is just too unexpected. With a person's exclamation, all the people looked at Gao Peng one after another, and as expected, they saw where Gao Peng was standing with a lively spirit. Both eyes radiate dazzling light. It's so tough. I didn't expect the speed of promotion to be so fast. My realm soared suddenly. If I were to be promoted again, maybe I would be invincible. And these guys who break in all of a sudden are even more unlikely to be my opponents. They just will be my stepping stones. Gao Peng secretly calculated that although he knew that he could not deal with it at this time, he could feel the strength of each other more clearly at this time. It's not at this time that he can resist. Especially if the system fails, that's the most pitiful thing. He doesn't want to be like this again. He's not sure he can survive in that situation. No one knows how big the gap between the other side and him is. He dare not bet. An attack from the other side can help him to improve his strength. It is conceivable that the gap is not small, which also makes him more afraid to try. It's better to wait until your strength is improved. So the only way he could do it was to provoke the other side. When all the people put their eyes on Gao Peng's eyes showed his contempt, glanced at the people of the fighting nation, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What? Is this your attack? I thought you were really strong, but who knows that you are so weak? I can't hurt you at all. Here do you want to brag? Don't you feel like you're slapping yourself in the face? Gao Peng has completely ignored it. He doesn't care how powerful the opponent is or how angry he is. It's better to attack him. As long as the other side doesn't give all his strength at once, then he has a great chance to improve his strength. Strength is the most important. But with Gao Peng's voice just falling, all the people on the scene suddenly turned pale, which was scared. What Gao Peng said made them feel extremely uneasy. It seems that they have a big knife hanging on their head at any time, which can be cut down at any time. And they can't resist. Bitch, man, at this time, they have fully understood that Gao Peng is a thoroughly mean person. Otherwise, how could he have such a bad mouth? This kind of words can be said. Although they have learned Gao Peng's power before, who knows that at this time he still doesn't know how to restrain, and he is so provocative and aggressive again and again. The audience didn't know how to scold Gao Peng. They felt that there were some twists and turns in the sky. If they could go into a coma, they could escape. No one hesitated at all. They are really afraid that Gao Peng will say anything too much. It's really scary. Chapter 694 inches. Very well, I didn't expect you to be so powerful as an aborigine. Then we will look down on you. But if you think that's the only way, it's a big mistake. I'll let you know what it's called real strength. It's just an ant. A man of a fighting nation came out, and his tail, which was coiled around his waist, swung behind him. It looked very flexible. However, his face still reveals indifference. He doesn't pay attention to Gao Peng at all, and hasn't looked at Gao Peng directly from the beginning to the end. Even though he felt a little surprised before, it didn't matter to him. It was just that they didn't take it seriously. How about the next attack? As long as he is a little bit more serious, the aborigines here cannot be his rivals at all. If they are in a higher position, maybe they should be different. But here, he has tremendous confidence. Ants, Gao Peng said with a crooked head. It's not the first time to be called this way. Although there is no fluctuation in his heart, he still doesn't want to be called this way. But, for a while, he really can't take each other. After all, his strength tells him that the strength of the other side will definitely be stronger. A stroke at random can make him improve so much, let alone wait until he really moves. What's more, there are other fighting nations. These can be very role, whereas so easy to deal with it. Of course, or do you think you are really strong? I just don't want to pay attention to you, but you bump up again and again. Then I will be rude to you next. You won't be as careless as before. Are you ready to die? The fighting nation said ferociously. His whole face became extremely horrible, his muscles trembled, as if he had strength brewing slowly. There was a cry in the sky. At the same time, there was a scene that no one had imagined, but the people there did not pay much attention to it. They all knew what it was for. Because the strength of the other side is too strong, the sky has been a little unbearable, even if there is no direct outbreak of full strength, but also a force that cannot be ignored. This makes all faces show a dignified expression. They don't know how to win each other. This power is just too terrible. The temple master also showed an unprecedented dignified color. Even he was secretly in a hurry. It was before his rescuers arrived that he began to ask for help. But who knows to now, still did not appear. How can this not make him feel flustered? It's obvious that those fighting nations are about to move seriously. If his rescuers haven't come, everyone on the scene may suffer. Even the whole continent could be beaten through by the other side. As long as he thought about it, his heart couldn't help shaking. Damn it, how can it be so slow? I've asked for help so early in advance, but it hasn't appeared yet. Have they really abandoned us? These guys are useless. They don't show up at this critical moment. It's their forbidden area. Is this giving up? Chapter 695. The sky is splitting. This is a rare scene in the central region, but all the people present only feel shocked, and not many people talk about it. They are more concerned about the fighting nation. What do you want to do? The next second, everyone knows. He wanted to kill Gao Peng. Phew, a beam of light directly spurts out, and the target is Gao Peng. All the people felt a trance. Gao Peng directly flew out, and even they could see fresh blood splashing out. All this was only for a moment, and all the people in the room were stunned, and their eyes were so big. Here is this dead. It's too fast. It's just like time is still. There's no response at all. There's no time to blink. It's just terrible. My God, it's a huge gap. How can we deal with it? All the people on the scene felt extremely shocked. They had overestimated each other, but who knew that the people of the fighting nation still taught a lesson to all the people on the scene? What is real power? It doesn't need a reason to be strong. Everyone can know it at one shot. Just like Gao Peng went out directly, there was no room to fight back, even no reaction, even the expression was still the same as before. This can prove how terrible the people of the fighting nation are. And this is just one of them. There are more than a dozen such monsters, maybe even more powerful. This made everyone feel extremely broken. Can it survive? It shouldn't be possible. When all the people were shocked, Gao Peng didn't respond. He didn't respond until he was attacked. In a flash, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding! If you are attacked by enemies with great power gap, you will be automatically upgraded to level 7 for the host. Boom! Gao Peng felt that his eyes were blinking, but there were some roars. When he heard this system prompt sound, the whole person was a little confused. It's a surprise that we have improved so much strength. And when he didn't respond, the system prompts that the music is not the same as before, but it really improves his strength. This is also a new discovery. As if he had seen the new world, even when he was attacked, he was not depressed, but his eyes became more and more bright. After all, he gradually figured out the function of the system, which is a rare thing. As long as he can figure out the function of the system, it will be more convenient for him to improve his strength. Everything as if they are all moving in a good direction. But he also suffered unimaginably, but he found that his wound was healing slowly. At that moment, he didn't know whether his instinct reaction or the system saved his life. It shakes a little directly and finally seizes the deadly attack. Otherwise, he could not wait for healing at this moment. This kind of discovery also makes him feel very shocked. Is it because after improving his strength, his previous injury will gradually get better? If it is, then he has nothing to fear. After all, he is quite immortal. Chapter 696. Gao Peng felt that his wound was healing. Instead of getting up so quickly, he lay there pretending to die. He wanted to wait until the real recovery. However, his reaction made everyone in the audience have an illusion. They think he was completely killed. The same is true of the people of that fighting nation. Texas touched his bald head and said coldly, "Even such rubbish wants to resist. I don't know who gave him the courage. I just didn't want to fight against him before. I was too lazy to fight and thought we had no strength. Naive natives. Once I get serious, you are nothing more than a fart." Texas's heart is extremely proud. Although he is not the most powerful among the fighting nations, he has always felt proud compared with other races. After all, he flows the blood of the fighting nation. It's all about fighting, and he was born with a strong power. Every time he met with other races, he felt very happy. That is to be proud of our national blood. He took it for granted that there was no one who could compete with the fighting nations, and that the other races were inferior. How can it be compared with them? They are a race known for fighting. But when Texas just turned around, he found that there was a sound behind him, and then there was a cheap voice. "Hello, is it really okay for you to turn your back on me like this?" What? Texas was shocked and turned around. Then he saw Gao Peng standing up undamaged. There was a blood hole in his chest, but it was completely healed at this time. There's no blood coming out. What the hell is this? He's a little confused. He just didn't show mercy, let alone that the other side can survive, but now the other side is really standing there. The wound has already completely healed, as if it was born with super self-healing power. It wasn't just Texas. Everyone was shocked. They thought the fight was over. But who knows that Gao Peng would stand up at this time? It looks like there's no injury. No, it's not that they didn't get hurt, it's completely healed, and that's what they feel is unbelievable. What the hell is this? At this time, those who didn't fight the nation looked at Gao Peng one by one. At this time, they faced up a little bit. Although the power of the temple master is not weak, they did not pay attention to it at all, so they did not pay too much attention to it all the time. But Gao Peng is different. He broke in suddenly from the beginning, and now Texas has really made a move. However, he was not completely killed. That wound is still healing so fast. That's why they don't pay attention. They looked at each other and saw a trace of curiosity from each other's eyes, but they didn't feel nervous. How can we fight them with such strength? Texas is just one of them, not enough to be valued by them, but Gao Peng's performance makes them feel a little surprised. That's why I take a look too much. Chapter 697 inches. No way, how could you be alive? Texas's heart was shocked, especially when he saw Gao Peng's fierce battle. He doubted whether he had failed. Otherwise, how could the other side be alive? The wound just healed completely. The Aborigine is a monster. No way, I don't believe in such a person. The fighting nation is the most noble race. We can't let others look down on it. I want to see if you can resist my attack. Texas growled in his heart, and his eyes flashed with fierce light, and he stared at Gao Peng. However, Gao Peng was not frightened by his eyes, but he said lazily, "How? You look fierce. But what were you proud of just now? It's too naive of you to admit that your own strength is weak and weak. Even if you think it's impossible. Oh, garbage. Gao Pengkai, no matter how angry the other side is, said dismissively, and even his expression changes are lifelike. People's anger rose in an instant. Especially at this time, Texas, the whole people are in a state of extreme anger. His bald head has been slowly blue tendons burst, the whole people are like congestion. He grinning at Gao Peng. Hateful, hateful, you really pissed me off. I'll skin you. With the roar of Texas, the fighting people who stood and watched naturally laughed. Even at this time, they were not nervous at all. It's like winning. It seems that Texas is going to try his best. I don't know if the other side can survive. I think it's enough, even if he showed his extraordinary ability before. But it's not so easy to look down on our fighting nation, even though Texas is the weakest of us. But it's not for the natives to look down on either. They are full of self-confidence. Although Texas is the weaker one among them, they are still full of self-confidence, which shows how proud they are. Maybe it's because the blood of the fighting nation is flowing in their bodies, and they will not lose self-confidence because of any accidents. They are always weapons of war and born for fighting. As long as they are fighting, they are the most dazzling existence. The pressure that everyone can feel. That's the pressure that Texas put on them, and all the power broke out in this moment, and he seemed to have endless power. The sky is also slowly flashing lightning. Although he has been rejecting Texas all the time, he has not been affected much, and his strength is still incomparably terrifying. The temple master's face also slowly darkened. He's not sure what's next. Even if he does, the next second may be the moment when the smoke goes out. It also made him aware of the seriousness of the problem. However, Gao Peng, who is closest to Gao Peng, feels more obviously, but the expression on his face hasn't changed much. Even he was smiling, as if the changes in Texas had not caught his attention. This had left everyone in the room confused. Chapter 698 inches. What is his situation? My God, he is still smiling. Doesn't he feel that the other side is serious? This is not a random attack at all. It's over this time, it's over. The other side has already taken it seriously. But the guy is still thinking. He's probably completely ecstatic. All the people present were in despair. No one expected that Gao Peng would be such a reaction, directly shocked everyone's chin, and then all the people showed a look of despair. Can it be without despair? Whether you can take the attack or not, but your response has made many people can't believe you. It's too unreliable. The temple master also frowned tightly. He couldn't understand what Gao Peng thought at the moment. It was obvious that he had to deal with it seriously. But what does he mean by laughing now? Do you think you can handle it completely? Is it naive or arrogant? He didn't understand, but he didn't want to dissect too much. He only knows that it's time to fight hard. Once the people of the fighting nation get serious, it's a real war machine, and it's hard for them to stop. Once serious, we need to see blood. Is it really heaven that will kill us? Even if other races come, why do they have to be fighting nations? The temple master felt extremely puzzled in his heart, but no matter how the facts had happened, escape had no effect. Come on, I'd like to see how powerful the fighting nation is. I haven't seen it so far. I can just see it. The temple master took one step and was determined to die. But he didn't go out at all. One arm stopped him from going forward. He looked up and found that it was Gao Peng, which made him feel a little surprised. What's the situation? Why stop him? Before he had time to ask, Gao Peng had already spoken. You don't have to come here. It's a fight between me and him. Don't come here to get in the way. After all, your strength is too weak. Gao Peng didn't care about other people's feelings at all, and he said it in a very serious voice. The hall master who was angry at the time was going to fight with him. But in the end, it was tolerated. Gao Peng is looking at Texas with his bright eyes. He is also looking forward to improving his own strength. How can he let others upset him? And he's really looking forward to what kind of promotion will the other side bring to him. Texas also saw Gao Peng's action. He suddenly turned around to look at the temple leader and said, "It's better to stay away from this guy. You can't be involved here. If you dare to come here, I will kill you first. I'm going to die with this guy. You don't get in the way here." This sentence of Texas made the temple master completely speechless. This is being looked down upon by others. But what can he do? Salad. After Texas finished speaking, he didn't look at the temple master more than once. Instead, he looked at Gao Peng with fierce light in his eyes, just like an enemy. There was murderous air in the eyes. Let the whole void have turned over. The sky is more than just a space crack, as if the sky is completely split and one person is in the black hole. Chapter 699. Gao Peng's fingers stretched out a hook and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come. Abominable natives. In a moment, Tessus was enraged, his face turned red, the blue on his head became more obvious, and the whole man was engorged in a huge circle. Boom. His whole body disappeared and he appeared in front of Gao Peng the next second. Despite his huge size, he is faster than anyone can imagine. A ferocious face appeared in front of Gao Peng, and even smiled at him ferociously. However, Gao Peng still hasn't changed much, even his expression hasn't changed at all, even a faint smile. Damn it, how could it be like this? Isn't this guy afraid of me? Texas didn't make a move. He just wanted to see Gao Peng's embarrassment, but who knows that Gao Peng didn't respond to it, even the expression on his face didn't change. It made him feel very unhappy. All of a sudden, he went back to the original place and looked at Gao Peng gloomily. At this moment, his anger was as uncontrollable as the eruption of a volcano. I didn't expect the guy across the street to be so kind. Facing his attack, he was not afraid at all, which forced him to look at it with great admiration, but he would not give up so easily. I see when you can calm down. Are you all in disguise? It must have been a terrible flurry just now, but it's so calm. I have to say you're very good at camouflage. But in the face of absolute strength, all disguises are in vain. When Texas said this, his hands suddenly radiated red light, and a more terrifying energy wave spread out. He didn't give Gao Peng any melancholy time at all, so he just threw it out. And Gao Peng was even more out of everyone's expectation. He not only didn't move, but even opened his arms as if he wanted to meet the attack. It made everyone in the room dumbfounded. Lie, Slot, do you want to be so awesome? This is the rhythm of heaven. This one of others is definitely a full shot, but you should open your arms to meet it. Shouldn't you just avoid it? Do you think you are the immortal body of King Kong? The people here are just like the short circuit. They really don't understand the significance of Gao Peng's practice. But they can make it clear that there must be something wrong with this guy's brain, otherwise how could he do such a thing? Crazy, it's really crazy. I never thought someone would do such a crazy thing. Does he want to die? Sure enough, our expectation is too absurd. How can such a person be worthy of our expectation? It's ridiculous. This is the end of the game. Once the psychopath is killed, all of us may be left behind. My God, is there anyone to help us? I really don't want to die. All the people at the scene were completely flustered. At this time, they were not the god of martial arts, just like some ants who were greedy for life and afraid of death. In fact, it's not their fault. The gap between them and Texas and others is too wide, so they become so small. And they can't use it. A little microwave may kill them. It can be seen how their hearts are collapsing at this moment. Chapter 700 Inches Death Shell. Phew. The death cannonball directly tore the void and attacked Gao Peng. The speed was so fast that everyone could only see it. The whole void was smashed. The rest didn't see clearly at all. So did the temple master. He opened his eyes as much as he could. He wanted to see the trajectory of the death cannonball, but he finally found that everything was in vain. However, only to see Gao Peng did not want to avoid at all, but also a smiling face. Is this guy looking for death? Before all the people in the room could exclaim, the fierce attack had come. Ding! When attacked by enemies with great power gap, it will automatically become the 9th level of God King for the host. Just for a moment, Gao Peng's strength soared again. His whole face felt red and he stood there as if he were beyond the void. But no one was aware of that at this time. I think Gao Peng is too arrogant. He pretends to be calm at this time. He's looking for his own death. But they didn't know that Gao Peng was full of the self-confidence at moment. Even when he looked at aggressive attack, he didn't panic at all. Because at the moment he has the strength to fight. Bang! With a fierce wave of Gao Peng's hand, the death shell was cut off directly by him, but all the people on the scene did not respond, but the principle of Gao Peng's direct disappearance in the next second. What? Texas exclaimed. What, they thought would happen like this? His attack could be opened so easily. What kind of guy is he? It was a surprise to him that he looked so weak before and showed such a strong strength at once. Know that he is a fighting nation. It's too hateful to let his attack fly so easily, only to see Texas gnashing his teeth. But he didn't find out at all. Gao Peng had been behind him for a long time. As for the people of the fighting nations standing by, they have already found Gao Peng's trend, but this time there is no voice. For them, the fighting of every fighting nation belongs to their battlefield, and no one can easily intervene. Everyone is their leading role. Whether they win or lose in the end, they need to face it. Even if they saw Gao Peng's amazing move, they didn't want to remind them. Bang! Gao Peng raised his foot and kicked Texas violently, as if he were playing football. A big bang started, and Texas's bald head was kicked out in an instant. With his whole body, he couldn't help but fly out. At this time, he was a little shocked. He didn't know when Gao Peng would fly behind him, or even beat him directly. Only saw his head slowly shed blood, although was attacked for a while. He felt extremely angry, but did not bring him much harm. It was only a slip of the tongue, but it was a disgrace to him. The Bear Head Mountain, which was originally full of blood, became more ferocious, and his eyes protruded to look at Gao Peng. Damn it, you bastard! I will kill you, I will devour you alive. You dare to let me hurt you, unforgivable. Chapters 701 inches. Don't shout all the time. If you have the ability, you can come directly. Gao Peng's face was defiant, without fear at all. I've always seen you twittering there, and my strength is not so good. It's just disappointing me. I stand for you to fight. You can't hurt me. I can imagine how weak your strength is. As the saying goes, a barking dog doesn't bite. You must be such a barking dog. Gao Peng is not afraid of making a big deal at all. Every sentence is so ironic, and every sentence seems to have a knife inserted directly into other people's chest. It made everyone feel speechless. How desperate this is. Others have been hurt by the attack. They have been in a state of extreme anger for a long time. Now you are going to provoke each other again and again. What do you want to do? That's not the way to die, is it? However, no matter what the audience thought, Texas was already in a state of extreme anger, and the whole human atmosphere became more unstable. Good, good, you are the most arrogant person I have ever met, but I want to see when you can be arrogant. Without any hesitation, Texas clenched his fist tightly. He all of a sudden, several shadows appeared, and the next second disappeared in the same place. Gao Peng was a little surprised. The speed of the other side was just too fast. At first, he thought he could match more or less, but who knows that the speed of the other side is beyond his imagination. Even though he is so powerful, he still can't catch the track of the other side. What a terrible speed it is. But just when he was confused, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Name: Texas Race. Fighting Nation. Power of Blood. Blood Boiling Constitution. Fighting Body Realm. Emperor Level 1 Martial Arts. King Level Martial Arts. Death Shell. King Level Martial Arts. Death Shock Wave. It is detected that the enemy's realm is Level 1 of Emperor Shenhuang, which will automatically upgrade the host to Level 2 of Emperor Shenhuang. Open black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Somehow, Gao Peng gained the real strength of Texas directly, but at this time, Gao Peng was completely ignorant. What's going on? Why are all question marks? Isn't it because he hasn't left this continent, so he hasn't got the right to get his name? But why can his strength be improved? And you can also get all the information of Texas. What kind of situation is this? At this time, Gao Peng's whole face was pulled down and his face was black as a pot bottom. It was really that the system became increasingly unreliable, and he really didn't know how to make complaints about it. Well, when I go to a higher level, I will get all the information. If it is still so unreliable, I will. After talking about this, Gao Peng doesn't know what to do. There is no way for him to take the system, so he has to confess his life honestly. Who told him to follow the system? That's what the fuck. At this time, the attack of Texas was about to come, and only one red light was coming. Chapter 702 inches. Die. A roar sounded, and the ferocious face of Texas suddenly appeared in front of Gao Peng. But he had no idea what kind of fate it was to meet him. When Gao Peng gains more powerful strength, he has long been ignored, although Gao Peng does not know what his blood power and constitution are. But that doesn't stop him from being confident about his strength. No way, the system is so powerful. He can feel that his body is full of energy. Just standing here, he seems to be stronger than the whole world. This is not an illusion, but a real feeling. That's why he's so confident. It's so powerful, but other people didn't know that he was so powerful. Instead, they thought that he was bluffing. They didn't know whether Texas had made a move at all. One of the fighting people whispered, It seems that the guy was scared and stupid. Although Texas is the weakest among us, it doesn't mean that everyone is his opponent. It's estimated that Texas's speed is okay, and ordinary people can't catch his attack track. Now it's estimated that he's a direct idiot. It seems that the battle will be over soon, but it's strange that a fool like Texas has dragged on so long and injured himself. He's just a waste. Among the fighting nations, all people believe that victory is already in their hands. After all, they are full of confidence in their own strength. Texas is indeed the weakest of them, but the course of fighting nation is not joking. How can we casually let them meet opponents on a low-level continent? It's impossible to meet in the forbidden area of Lingzhou. That's why they have strong confidence. But the next second their whole expression froze. Because they saw Texas, they were instantly subdued by others, and they didn't even have the chance to move. This a joke? No wonder they were shocked. At this moment, Texas's knowledge is really wonderful. He wanted to attack, but Gao Peng grabbed his fist. One hand grabbed his head and smashed it on top of his ferocious bald head. It didn't blow him out, but also saw the scene of blood flow. Texas was stunned directly. The original winner was picked up by others in the instant of my attack, and he didn't respond, so he was caught by others. Even to fight back, what kind of situation is this? However, it's not just that he feels very ignorant. When all the people see the end of Texas now, they are all stupid, and their eyes are about to fall off. This are they hallucinating? Love a strong outsider, even hurt, and as if there is no power to fight back, was subdued by that guy. God, when has the world become so terrible? Or do they shut up for too long and don't know what a real strong person is? Don't say it's them. The temple master also can't believe this scene. It's really that the fighting nation has brought him too much pressure. However, Gao Peng made such a reaction in an instant, which made him really don't know how to believe in how powerful the fighting nation is. It can be seen from his present appearance of embarrassment. But in Gao Peng's hands, it was so easy to solve. This still human? Chapter 703. Just before all the people had returned to their minds, Gao Peng had no intention of being merciful in releasing his fist. A blow hit him hard on the stomach. Bang! Texas's blood gushed out, his face showed a reluctant color, and he was still in a state of blue tendons. Emotions also become extremely volatile. But even so, it's not suppressed. It can't move at all. Gao Peng holds his head tightly with one hand, which makes him totally unable to resist. However, Gao Peng punches him in the stomach with one fist, as if he had a sense of rhythm. Let all the people on the scene feel confused, especially watching Texas spit out the blood. The scene is extremely impact. At first, it was so horrible to see Texas. With a light hand, the whole void could be broken. The Lord of the War Shrine was easily played by him, but who knows that it was suppressed by others all of a sudden. The speed was beyond everyone's expectation. What's more, it's done by someone they didn't expect. At first, all people thought that Gao Peng would be solved easily. But who knows that it was Gao Peng who solved Texas? It seems that it's still effortless. It's a little too scary, isn't it? Originally thought it was the existence of the ultimate boss, but who knows that the moment has become the cannon fodder. Now the end is so miserable. It's a bit too fast to let the people on the scene react. My God, how powerful is his strength? Why does he always feel that he will send me out from time to time, and his strength seems to be growing all the time? Yes, I have the same feeling. Before that, his strength was definitely not so strong, but why did I become so strong just after a while? It's ridiculous. What kind of means did he use? Or he has been hiding his strength all the time. Everyone's eyes flickered and their hearts began to guess, but no matter how they guessed, they didn't know Gao Peng's real strength. And they don't dare to act at the moment. If the gap is not large, the number of people may be able to make up for it. But once the power gap is too wide, it cannot be made up by the number of people, and they will not be so stupid to provoke Gao Peng. They dare not touch Texas easily, because they are afraid of being killed easily, and Texas is like an ant in front of Gao Peng. Naturally, they dare not act rashly. No one wants to die, let alone those who have lived so long. Gao Peng has already made Texas lose his fighting power for several times. Even now, he is in a coma. His eyes turn white and his whole body can't work hard. That's what Texas is like at the moment. Looking at the half-dead appearance of Texas, Gao Pengji said with great disdain, "Vulnerable, unexpectedly you are so weak, how strong do I think you are? It's been bragging all the time. Too weak." As soon as the voice fell, Gao Peng lost Texas, punched him in the stomach, and then slowly fell down from the sky with Texas. He didn't want to be in Texas. He didn't pay attention to a dying man. Chapter 704 Inches. Is that your strength? I'm a little disappointed. Gao Peng did not know when to face the people of the fighting nation, but at the moment he did not panic at all, or even very poor beat said. The expression on the face is only one word, cheap. In addition, there are still people who need to be beaten. In this world, there may be a kind of people who are very fond of doing things. And always in the edge of death crazy temptation. This kind of people is not that they are bad, but always can be angry to others. Their own strength may not be strong, but their lethality is not small. What Gao Peng has done is no small insult to the fighting nation, especially when Gao Peng says it directly. In addition, Texas was suppressed in an instant, which forced them to reconsider how to revive the fighting nation. They don't want to lose their face in this low-level position. At least they are also fearless fighting nations. How can they lose their face here? It's coming out. Where should they put their face? So I only saw their outrage one by one, but no one claimed it without permission. All of them looked at one person. It was a woman of the fighting nation, with long red hair, who looked extremely elegant, and all her body exuded a strange aura. I can't help but look a few more. This is their leader. Only when she spoke did they dare to fight. It also surprised all the people present. I didn't expect that such a terrible nation would end up in the hands of a woman. This makes them feel a little creepy. How powerful is this in the end? If there is no strong strength, how can we govern this fighting nation together? They absolutely don't believe it, so they naturally want to know how powerful this woman is. However, they still did not forget Gao Peng's provocative and defiant words. Gao Peng also saw such a move, and immediately locked in the red-haired woman, although the woman brought him a terrible feeling. Even the Devil Kingdom guy, Gao Pengqi, is sure to be able to deal with it, but this is not the red-haired woman in front of him, which makes him feel a little surprised. Because he is not completely sure at the moment. This guy seems to be a little hard to handle. The strength is very strong, otherwise it can't be the boss, but I just don't know how strong her strength is. Gao Peng guessed in his heart that he was not sure for a while, but it was not the reason why he wanted to stop. How strong is the other side? It's the same for him. He only needs to try his best to attract more powerful people, so that he can get the chance to improve his strength. He didn't want to let go of any chance. Just as these fighting nations came to him, he could improve his strength. When he goes to a higher level, he won't have to look for it. When his strength is improved, he can also walk horizontally. Where still need to be afraid, meet a more powerful person, give him instant kill. He doesn't want to encounter the system's unreliability again. I wonder if he can live to the next time. Chapter 705 Inches. Well, I don't think that's what you're talking about. Your people have been abandoned by me, but what kind of reaction do you have now? I really don't know if you are too timid. As the saying goes, there is no end to death. Gao Peng has interpreted this sentence completely at the moment. No matter what he said or his expression, it has achieved the best effect. All the people present were speechless. Then there was a look of panic. They couldn't believe why this guy was like this, or did they think they didn't die fast enough? Although we have abolished the people of a fighting nation, it does not mean that we can cope with so many people. We need to know that there are more than a dozen fighting nations there. If they attack together, who can bear it? Only Gao Peng can deal with it. It's hard for the temple master to deal with it, let alone the rest of the people. Once the people of these fighting nations are completely angry, it's not a joke. Madman, if you want to die, you should die far away. Why should we all be buried together? Damn it, this guy is a complete lunatic. Now he even wants to provoke those horrible guys. Is this to make us all work together as backers? All the martial gods here are going crazy. In fact, it's not only them, but Liu Chungjin and others also feel that they are going crazy. Even though they are full of self-confidence for Gao Peng, what they see now is already beyond their imagination, so it is impossible to have blind self-confidence. They are also really afraid to go back to the continent where they live, especially the strength of the other side is too terrible. One person can create the terrible scene before, let alone there are more than a dozen people there. Once they give their full hand, who knows if they can resist? They don't believe it can be resisted, so they are all frightened. But at most, they can only abuse in their heart, and no one dare to speak. They don't want to be noticed. Whoever pays attention is horrific. However, all the people present didn't react. Those fighting nations didn't seem to have any feelings. In addition to the anger revealed before, they finally became extremely calm. His face is still cold. Especially the red-haired woman who was at the head showed more cold-blooded and didn't even look at Texas. It can be seen how cold-blooded she is. Waste is not enough to call himself a fighting nation. That guy is a complete waste. From now on, he is not worthy to be called a fighting nation. Every fighting nation has the blood of fighting in its body, and he is no longer worthy of it. Then his life and death have nothing to do with us. We don't need waste. As soon as the red-haired woman opened her mouth, she directly shocked the public. It was really his speech that made people too scared. Do you want to be so cold-blooded? It's so cold-blooded that it makes the scalp numb. Isn't it because someone else has given it up? Not to the point of being a waste. It's too much to drive him directly out of the ranks of the fighting nations. Of course, all the people present are not qualified to judge him at all. They just think this woman is too dangerous, not only powerful to terrible, but also has terrible cold blood. Chapter 706. All the people present did not expect that the people of the fighting nation would be so cold-blooded that even their companions would be ignored, as if they were just a stranger. It made everyone shiver. One by one, they all looked at the woman in horror. They couldn't imagine how cold-blooded they were to say such a thing. What's more, the rest of the fighting people are also indifferent and totally agree with that. There's even something strange about it. This is it too scary. Many people have a look at each other. It is difficult to accept, but they have to accept. Because the facts are in front of them, they can't believe them. Maybe that's why they are strong. Can do everything so cold-blooded, whether it is a companion or not, as long as there is no use value, it can be discarded. This is a new impression of the fighting nation by all present. It's just refreshing my impression. It's not only powerful, it's just like a war machine. There's no emotion to speak of. For them, there are only interests. Who says no? It can be seen from their style of work that even their companions can be said to abandon them, which is really unexpected. Don't you say are the more advanced people like this? It's not that they are confused, but they really want to know who makes them want to be promoted, so they must go out of this continent. First of all, they need to know some information. But at this time, they feel less optimistic. It is the impression of the fighting nation that has brought them tremendous impact. If the people outside are so cold-blooded, it's really difficult for them to have a foothold. After all, their strength is very weak. If all of them are such cold-blooded people, they really don't have the courage to go out. Because they still want to live for a while, knowing that they will die and go ahead rashly, this is a very stupid decision. All the people looked at the people of the fighting nation in fear. Gao Peng was also extremely surprised. The performance of the other side was so cold that it could be called a real weapon of war. No emotion. However, the temple master didn't feel much accident, because he knew a lot about higher-level affairs, so he also knew many things about the fighting nation. So he has heard about the cold blood of the fighting nation for a long time. Although it's only the first time to see it, it's a lot easier to accept it after the first understanding. But at this time, he still felt a little open-minded. The fighting nation is indeed a weapon of war. No wonder so many people are afraid of the fighting nation. Their strength is not the most powerful and their talent is not the best, but he has cold blood that no one can match. Even the soul of their own companions can be easily ignored. What about themselves? Once it's really crazy, who else can resist it? That's why everyone is afraid of them. That's why the whole group is crazy, so there are not so many people who want to provoke them. It's not good to be with my wife. Chapter 707. There is still immense chaos in the void. But all eyes were on the fighting nation, especially the red-headed woman. Just as everyone's eyes were gathering on her, she suddenly held out her hand and made a ring of fingers. Boom! The whole sky collapsed directly, only the black hole was seen, and even the huge phagocytic force came from it, only a lot of things were swallowed in a moment. And all the people in the room were almost engulfed. What? My God, what kind of destructive power is it? They were almost swallowed directly, but fortunately, they settled down their bodies in an instant, so as not to let themselves be swallowed in an instant. Just looking at that huge black hole, their hearts can't help but raise a trace of fear. This unknown thing is always the most terrible. Especially looking at the endless black hole. It makes them feel that their hearts are shaking. Nature is dead to control their bodies. No matter how great the power of phagocytosis, they are all gnashing their teeth to support. As for the rest of us, we will not be so embarrassed. Gao Peng, in particular, was surprised to see this huge black hole suddenly appear on his head, but he was not greatly affected. However, he did not forget Lu Chungjin and others, waved, only to see that their bodies were also fixed, not swallowed by this black hole. Almost sucked in. It's really breathtaking. Fortunately, the master didn't forget us, otherwise we would be swallowed up, and it would be really over. Gongsun Dong and other people clapped their chest with fear. As for the rest of the demons, though they have reached the demons, and their strength here is still weak. They can't even defeat those martial gods, let alone resist this horrible black hole, and Gao Peng doesn't forget them, otherwise the consequences will be really unimaginable. Just thinking about it, they were sweating all over. It's terrible. I really can't imagine what their fate will be like once they are swallowed up. It should be extremely miserable. Who makes them so weak? Weak, this word has always been used by them to describe others, but now it is actually used on their heads. Although they are not willing in their heart, they have accepted the fact after seeing so many strong people. It's not that they're not strong, it's that the guys here are too freaky. It's just not human. After Gao Peng handled his men, he was still surprised to see the black hole. It was really a strange choice. It's just a loudness that makes a black hole appear in the whole sky. It's terrible. And he is also very yearning for such a means. If he can also do so, then how forced it is. Besides the promotion of strength, he also wants to find other fun. After all, the abuse of food is not what he wants. So it's natural for him to find some awesome martial arts skills. Now he is interested in this unique skill, but he doesn't know if he can learn it. First of all, he had to fight with that cold-blooded woman, but when he thought about it, he felt he had to take the long view. Chapter 708. Gao Peng is not sure now, so he can only think about it. He is not stupid enough to act recklessly. But this ring finger is really handsome, as if it was born for him. But the truth is so cruel that he wants it but can't get it. It is no wonder that other people of the fighting nation have seen this method for a long time. After all, this is their leader's move. How could they not have met? But when they looked at the struggling man, each face showed a cruel smile, although it was still so cold, but it revealed an unspeakable meaning. It's really like looking at ants. That indifferent expression, and not only any emotional eyes, but also a cruel smile from time to time, as if to kill mole ants. This it is the expression of the people of the fighting nation. Gao Peng has a panoramic view of all these things. It's really that these guys are so amazing that they are no different from the fighting machines. It seems that these guys are so hard to deal with. No wonder so many people don't want to provoke them. They are all crazy people. Who provoked them? It's like 8 lives of bad luck. Gao Peng muttered to himself, only to see that he always paid attention to all the actions of the people of the fighting nation, in order to find their flaws. However, at this time, the black hole suddenly flashed a green light, and a huge vine came out of it. Bang! A lot of obstacles were destroyed in an instant, and this vine has been stretching out from the inside, while slowly occupying the position of a large black hole. With the emergence of these vines, the black hole slowly lost the power of phagocytosis, and the power of phagocytosis also slowly decreased a lot, not as crazy as before. But let all the people present feel extremely unexpected. What kind of situation is this? Why did such a vine suddenly appear? They really don't understand what's going on now. Although the power of phagocytosis has weakened, no one has taken it lightly. It's a little strange that they have to be more vigilant. To this end, Gao Peng also slightly narrowed his eyes, looked up and down at the vines, from which he felt a very horrible atmosphere. It can even rival that red-haired woman. It's amazing, but at the moment, he doesn't know what's going on. It's better to wait and see what's going on. He doesn't know what's going to happen next. It's better not to do it easily. But there was a look of excitement on one's face. That's the temple lord, only to see his face very excited, especially looking at the endless vines, the whole person is a little eager to try. Here we are. Here we go. The rescue is finally here. If you arrive later, you may really die, but it's good to arrive in time. That's what he used to ask for help. Before that, he began to despair. After all, he hasn't arrived for so long. The people of the fighting nation are so powerful. It's not something he can resist at all. At this time, he finally feels excited. When the rescuers finally arrive, he won't face the fighting nation anymore. Everything it seems to have become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 709. When the vines appeared, all the fighting people stopped and stared at them. Especially when the vines have covered most of the black holes, the phagocytic force has weakened a lot, but even so, they are still indifferent. His eyes showed unprecedented gravity. By this time, they knew who had appeared. I thought it would be a little longer, but who knows that the speed of the other side is still very fast, which is beyond their expectation. I didn't expect the Lingzhu to react so quickly, and they have made measures in such a short time, which is worthy of being a big clan. The red-haired woman said softly, but her eyes did not change too much. Just when she saw the vines, there was a little change. After that, it soon calmed down. Although the Lingzhu is a strong race, the fighting nation is not weak, but their number is a little less now, which is why they are at a disadvantage. But it's not the root cause of their fear of each other. At best, it's just fear. As for the rest of the fighting nations, they are not so calm. After all, their own strength is not so strong. Once they are injured in the battle, they will not be so calm. Then they will be the next to be abandoned. No one wants to lose their fighting power completely, or they will be abandoned. Therefore, although they are crazy when fighting, they will not be reckless. Unless there is a certain fight, they will be reckless to release their fighting talent and instinct. This is the true picture of the fighting nation. I don't know how many gods there are and whether there are gods or not. I hope there are not too many talents here. I don't think it's optimistic. There are so many vines all of a sudden. There should be a lot of people coming, and their strength must be very strong. The people of the fighting nation spoke softly, and all the people kept their eyes on the vines. After the vines appeared, they were quiet. It directly blocks all black holes and makes them lose a lot of power to swallow, but it doesn't cover all black holes. But it won't do much harm to the rest of us. When all the people's eyes are on the vines, they can only see those vines and slowly walk out of one another's figures. These people also look very strange. They are similar to the people in Xin Yuan continent, but they have different characteristics. Their ears are sharp, and their skin color is also green. In particular, they are surrounded by leaves and even vines, as if to form a kind of protection. But at first glance, it gives people a feeling of incomparably close to nature. There is no air of violence and awe. This makes all the people present feel slightly stunned. Is this the race of higher level? There are too many differences with the fighting nation, especially the breath on the body is just a difference. One is full of murderous spirit and indifference, the other is soft and more close to nature. These two races can be easily distinguished in a word, but when we see them here, everyone here feels a little confused. Are these sudden people the opponents of the fighting nation? The difference in breath is so big that they are really confused. Chapter 710. Over time, the vines have been full of spiritual people, each with the same characteristics, but their breath brings a very soft feeling. Although the breath is also very strong, there is always an illusion that they are easy to be bullied. What kind of illusion is it? Everyone has such an idea, but in the next second, they will be back to their minds in an instant. This idea is just too terrible. If they really think that the other side is so easy to bully, it's really a big mistake, and they don't see how shocked other people's appearance is. Such a terrible black hole was suddenly blocked. And there are more observant people. At this moment, they have long found that the people of the fighting nation are dignified, and even all their eyes are focused on the people of the spirit nation. This is enough to see how much the people of the fighting nation attach importance to it. This makes them abandon the previous illusion, or don't think about it, or what kind of things will come to an end. Sure enough, no one on the high side is weak. It's better not to think about it. Don't look at the softness of other people's breath. It's not sure how terrible the strength of others is. With such an idea, people's mood will gradually stabilize down, more or not dare to easily think. So as not to suffer from the disaster of innocence. The leader jumped down from the vines and went directly to the red-haired woman. He said casually, "Red Ridge, you have crossed the boundary. I hope you can leave soon, or I will not blame you for being rude. I know you are a group of lunatics, but this is our spiritual territory. If you persist, we will kill you at all costs. Whether or not you will be retaliated by your fighting nation, I can definitely keep you 100%. After this spiritual people finished speaking, the rest of the spiritual people did not slowly jump down from the vines, all looking at these fighting people. In addition to the Red Ridge, the rest of the fighting nation feel extremely tense, they feel a very strong oppression. This is the pressure brought by God Zun. They can feel the powerful strength of each other at a moment, especially each other. It seems that there is not only one God Zun, and the strength of the leader seems to be extraordinarily strong, which makes them have no idea of fighting in an instant. It's really that the strength of the other side is too strong. It's not that they can easily compete. Even if they try their best, they may be able to hurt the other side. But they will also pay a heavy price. It may even be abandoned at any time. This is not in line with their principle of supremacy of interests. You are threatening me, the Red Edge said without expression. I hate being threatened. Whoever threatens me will make me feel very resistant. If I resist, something bad will happen. Do you really want to stop me? She sends out a strange breath, and the long red hair floats slowly, so that there is a red breath energy around her. All the people here did not doubt what she said, and the spiritual people attached great importance to it. The reputation of the fighting nation was very bad. It's just a bunch of nuts. Chapter 711. Hearing the words of Hongling, Lingzhu frowned slightly and said, "What do you want?" "First of all, I will not agree to any of your conditions. If you are stubborn, then fight." The spiritual people yearn for peace, but they are not afraid to fight. "War, war, war." All the spiritual clansmen shouted out in unison. A huge momentum emanated from them, and the green light on everyone rose. Vaguely connected with that huge vine. This made everyone present see a very shocking scene. However, the people of the fighting nation are indifferent. Even when they see this scene, they are not willing to step back. Red Ridge saw this scene, but as if it had been predicted, finally he smiled softly and said, "It's not impossible for us to leave, but I want to be alone." Who? He. Red Edge refers to Gao Peng. It is clear that he was chosen. All the people were stunned. What's the situation? Why do people who fight against the nation choose Gao Peng? Is it because of the things before, still remember to hate Gao Peng? Or there are other reasons? No one knows what the situation is, and the spiritual people are also a little ignorant. I didn't expect that the conditions for the people of the fighting nation to leave were this, which made them wonder. But it's not something you can't promise. However, they will not agree after all. This is a matter of principle. I'm sorry, I can't promise it. I'll leave in a minute, or we'll do our best. What a disappointment, Red Edge said in a low voice, but the expression on her face did not change much, as if it had been predicted. Well, if I don't give, I won't be so persistent. I just think he's a little interesting, and he can kill our fighting people. I have to say that he has some talent. Since I don't want to give it to you, but I won't let him go so easily. As soon as the voice fell, Hongling directly made a red mark on Gao Peng's body under the eyes of everyone, who felt extremely surprised. Then, she immediately stepped into the black hole, followed by the people of the fighting nation. However, when the Red Edge disappeared, her voice came slowly. If you can kill the people of the fighting nation, it means that your talent is still good, and the people of our fighting nation are always belligerent. Although that waste has been expelled, it's also the people of the fighting nation. Since you killed him, you should pay the price for your actions. I have made a mark on you. As long as you are close to the fighting people, you will be regarded as the enemy of life and death by them. Cherish the rest of your life. The sound went further and further, until it was no longer audible. But all the people here have fully understood what kind of role the mark just had. Gao Peng also knows it, but he didn't have any reaction, even a little secret joy in his heart. If it's true, as the other side said, it doesn't mean that he just needs to walk around. Can we have many enemies completely? It's just too convenient for him to improve his ability. He feels extremely excited when he thinks about it. This is just to give him benefits. Chapter 712. The people of the fighting nation left like this, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Some of the people of the spirit nation also couldn't understand why they left so easily. I said before that I was so hard, but I left so soon. Did they have any other purpose? The leader of the Lingzhu took a look at Gao Peng, and his eyes flashed with thoughts. Even though he didn't pay much attention, he had completely remembered Gao Peng. It's really that Gao Peng is too special to be noticed by the people of the fighting nation. And listening to Hongling, Gao Peng also killed a person of the fighting nation. Naturally, he didn't pay attention. However, he has no time to pay attention to these things at the moment. Although the vines have completely blocked the black hole, they have not allowed the black hole to heal completely. If it continues to delay, the black hole may become larger and larger. At that time, the whole continent will be completely engulfed, even they will not be able to stop, so at this time, they will focus on the black hole. All the people looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then I saw that all of them were floating, and everyone was shining green. As they rose, the towering vine was dancing. It feels terrible. Even Gao Peng felt extremely afraid. It's really that this vine is too scary. If it is hit, it's not joking at all. It may be abandoned in an instant. As for the rest of the people, let alone, they are so small that they may be scared to death if they encounter them gently. They may lose their lives if they are slightly affected. Let them look at the vine in horror. Although it is said that the vine is used to cover the black hole, and the vine also has a very terrible power. Many people have already retreated for a long time, but still can see the endless vine. Gao Peng also looked at the vines with a dignified face, but he paid more attention to the movements of the Lingzhu. He also wanted to know what those guys wanted to do. Next second, Gao Peng knew exactly what they were going to do. At this time, he felt a little shocked, and also knew what kind of terrorist ability the other party had. Only to see that the boundless black hole is healing slowly, which is not due to the contribution of the vine, but the contribution of the spirit clan. The reason for this is that the Lingzhu people come to the front of the black hole, and as they emit green light, one leaf after another flies to the black hole. The black hole has also healed slowly under their influence, and has not produced a more violent reaction, and the phagocytic force has also gradually decreased a lot. And it also slowly decreases at the speed visible to the naked eye. All people can feel that the black hole is slowly disappearing, and the phagocytic force can't affect them. What kind of ability is this? It's just horrible. It can make such a terrible black hole heal. Although it seems a little laborious, it's also a terrible ability. All the people looked at each other one by one, and then they knew how terrible the spirit clan was. Although it didn't show the strength of the battle, it was only the vine that was already daunting. Not to mention their ability at the moment. Chapter 713. With the efforts of the Lingzhu people, the black hole has slowly disappeared at the visible speed, but the vine has been pulled out. Didn't disappear with the black hole. It seems strange. After all, I thought those vines came from the other side of the black hole. But who knows, when the black hole healed, the vines didn't disappear. Instead, the whole one was pulled out of the black hole. What is this for? Gao Peng's pupil shrank, and he felt that there was a very bad feeling. It was this vine that made him feel too dangerous. Although the Lingzhu people also brought him a very dangerous feeling, but that is not insurmountable, but once this vine is pulled on the body, it may be completely hopeless. He still has self-knowledge. It's really that the strength gap is too wide. Before he responds, he will be killed in a flash. This is not to say that we want to improve our strength. Whether he can survive or not is a problem, so he will pay special attention to that vine. At the moment, the vines come out of the black hole directly. What is this? Isn't it because it disappeared with the black hole? The rest of the people also have such doubts. It is the vines that have brought them tremendous impact, which is comparable to the black hole. It can be seen how terrible the vines are. The whole sky is covered by the vines. The sky has turned green. Moreover, the vines are intertwined and twined from time to time. I can't help but show a trace of fear. Hear what's going on. Why don't vines disappear? Does he want to take root here? It's not at the other end of the black hole. Can't it be a wave of ups and downs? People are extremely worried, although it is said that with their strength, if others want to do harm to them, they don't need to use complicated means at all. Just by doing so, they can die without being buried. But some people still think a lot. It's really that the fear brought by vines is too strong to be eliminated for a while. The temple master didn't respond like that, because he knew what kind of existence the vine was and how important it was to the spirit family. Naturally, it is impossible to kill all the people present. However, there are still some costs to be paid. After all, after that battle, there are already many holes here. If you want to recover as soon as possible, it's not so easy. The spirit clan also has no obligation to help them recover, but in order to make the Sin Abyss continent not disappear completely, what they do is not too much. But they need to pay a little bit. This cost will take countless years to recover. Although he knew it, he had no obligation to tell everyone. He was also staring at the black hole that was about to disappear. When all people are guessing, the black hole has slowly begun to disappear, and the original sky appears. The people of the spirit family also consume a lot. Although they have a large number of people, it will cost a lot to make such a huge black hole disappear next time, such as their physical strength and energy. This is the most basic, and they still use their own unique ability, otherwise it is impossible to let such a big black hole heal so quickly. So this is also a hard job. Chapter 714. The black hole completely disappeared. There is no strong phagocytic power. But the whole sky is covered by vines, so people cannot see the original sky at all, but they can feel the disappearance of the black hole. However, next second, I only saw the vines rooted on the ground in an instant. In the eyes of all the people, the vines actually swept the whole space directly. The originally chaotic space has become more chaotic. However, there was no one to speak, they could only stare at all this. After all, this vine was too huge, too terrifying. It's not something they can contend with. And then they don't know what the vines are going to do. I just think it's destroying the structure of the continent. Gao Peng has also been paying attention to it. After all, in his eyes, it's really damaging. But when he looked carefully, he found something wrong. Although the ground and even the bottom of the earth have been seriously damaged. Even the whole space appeared a very chaotic space crack, but Gao Peng found that it was actually healing, just to completely destroy the previous damage. Then let them regroup themselves. This maybe it's the way to finish. I didn't expect that I wanted to reorganize everything by myself. It seems that this is not destruction, but destruction. Break and stand, Gao Peng muttered to himself, but he paid more attention to the vine. It was really that the means used by that vine was too unimaginable. Let him feel a little surprised. This means is not all people can make it, but he still wants to observe, maybe we can learn from it. As for the rest of us, we can't find the root cause of the vine, and we don't know what the vine is doing. We can only see that everything is being destroyed, but they have no way at all. After all, their strength is too weak to stop. What is this? Does he want to kill all of us? Otherwise, how can we destroy this continent? If we let it continue to destroy like this, we won't have to live here. True Qi may also be completely gone. These unknown martial gods, at the moment, look at each other with a dignified face, and even they look at each other, which can be seen from the eyes of all people is not simple. However, no one has a way. Too weak. But just when they were worried, the whole space and the ground had been completely destroyed, even worse than those of the fighting nations. But the next second is a miracle. Only to see the vines began to emit a burst of light, green slowly shrouded the whole continent, then only to see a strange force under the effect. The original damaged ground began to heal, and the space slowly began to reorganize, and then it even sent out a trace of real qi. Although it's still weak, it's much more stable than before. Before, it was because the damage was too serious. I always felt extremely confused. Ordinary people can't absorb cultivation at all. Even in such a strong environment, it's useless for them. Now, although it has become much thinner, it is really suitable for people to practice. Chapters 715 inches. We seem to have misunderstood them. Although the real qi has become extremely thin, it is also more suitable for people to practice, not as chaotic as before. The chaotic qi is not suitable for people's cultivation at all. Once they practice rashly, they may lead to their own cultivation confusion. The light will be completely abandoned, the heavy will die violently. In this severe situation, almost no one will practice randomly. When they see the whole sky has been restored, all the people realize that they misunderstood before. However, looking at the complete recovery now, although it needs to pay a considerable price, it is also worth it. But what should those guys do now? It's not the same as the fighting people with tails, is it? People are really worried. After all, the power gap is too wide. Anyone can kill all the people present, and they have not left. This also caused a little panic inside them. Gao Peng has no such idea at all. Instead, he looks at the Lingzhu people with his head askew. What should these guys do next? It's not about asking him, is it? This is not an impossible thing. Who let him be concerned by the people of the fighting nation, but also in such a sensitive period? It is inevitable that some people will have doubts. I hope you don't offend me, or I won't be polite to you. Although your number is a little more, it doesn't make much difference to me. Gao Peng has not much fear in his heart. Instead, he is extremely calm. He does not expect or fear it. The strength of the other side is really strong, but also because of the large number of constraints on them. Once the real fight, high friends can grasp a moment to improve their strength. It will be the other side's disaster. However, Gao Peng obviously thinks too much, and the people of the Lingzhu will not be as aggressive as the fighting nation, nor as domineering as they are. At most, it's just a question. Besides, it's the territory of Lingzhu. Although the geographical location is a little bit special. A strong man of the Lingzhu came directly to Gao Peng, looked at him up and down, and finally said, I didn't expect that you could kill the people of the fighting nation. I have to say that you are quite talented and have a strong fighting force. But you should be careful next. If you stay on this continent all the time, there is no problem. But if you want to go to a higher level, you will face the pursuit of the fighting nation. Because now you have been marked. No matter what fighting people you are, they will kill you as soon as they meet you, especially when you are alone. Don't underestimate the pursuit of the fighting nations. It's not a joke. They are war machines, born for fighting. This Lingzhu people crackled for a while, said Gao Peng as a leng, because Hook Peng also did not expect that the other side would be so kind. He explained all the advantages and disadvantages so clearly, even though he was afraid that he would not know them clearly, and finally explained them again. This also made Gao Peng have some doubts. What are these guys? Chapter 716 inches. You should remember what I said. The Lingzhu people reminded him again, but when he saw Gao Peng stupefied, he said with a little dissatisfaction, "Did you hear it? It's not a joke. All the people of the fighting nation are crazy. They can exist recklessly for the sake of interests. Especially if you have traces of killing, they will hate you even more." Gao Peng responded. Oh, I see. The Lingzhu people frowned. He thought Gao Peng's response was too perfunctory. He simply didn't listen to his reminders and advice. But in the end, he didn't explain too much, because he had done his duty. If Gao Peng still didn't listen, it would not be his business. Well, I've done my best. If you really don't care what happens, it's your own business. Gao Peng didn't listen to his words. After all, there are more powerful people for him, and he will be more excited. Who makes him need more enemies, especially the stronger the enemy, the better. Only in this way can his strength become more powerful. Others may be afraid to pursue, but he is totally addicted to it. So he just seems so careless. He doesn't need to be afraid at all. He's very happy. There are so many investments sent to his home. Where else does he have to work hard to provoke the enemy? It's easy and labor-saving. However, Gao Peng is full of doubts at this time. Himan, a member of the Lingzhu, is too easy to talk to. At this time, he even tries to persuade him. This kind of reminder is not what a stranger should say. What's more, they all come from a higher level race. Is this not in line with their settings? Then, Gao Peng couldn't help but ask the question he always wanted to ask. I actually have a question in my heart. Why? How far apart are you from the fighting people? There is a big gap between the style of acting and the breadth of the body, which makes people a little bit uncomfortable. Gao Peng really doesn't know how to describe this feeling. In the end, he can only say that it's a gap, but the other side of his word knows exactly what he wants to express. The Lingzhu people understood in a second, only saw his eloquent explanation and said, "We Lingzhu are not as belligerent as other races, although our strength is not weak, or even very strong. But we are more interested in peace. Strength is only a necessary factor to protect ourselves, but in general, we will not take the initiative to fight. But if others bully us, we will not hesitate to take up our own weapons to meet the enemy. That's what we've always been advocating. Peace is the most important thing, and in order to maintain peace, we naturally need to be strong. Otherwise, we don't need to say that we need to maintain peace, and we will definitely suffer from all kinds of disasters." The Lingzhu people said something that made people drop their eyes. It's really surprising that they love peace. All the people who practice want to gain more powerful strength. Or it's the eternal life, but who knows that the spiritual people are so wonderful and peace-loving. Chapter 717 Peace-loving. My God, I'm afraid I didn't hear you wrong. I can hear such a far-fetched excuse, and it comes from a powerful race with high level. It's just incredible. Gao Peng's whole people were stunned, only to see him staring at the front of this Lingzhu people. This is the most absurd words he has heard. However, looking at the other party's serious expression, the eyes revealed clear, there was no trace of dodge. This seems to be true. This makes Gao Peng more incredible. There are still such people in the world. No, it's not just a human being, it's a whole race. It's amazing. As if seeing Gao Peng's shock, the Lingzhu said, "Don't be shocked, because everyone knows that we are a race that advocates peace, and that power exists only to protect ourselves. Not to bully other races. I just think it's incredible that there are people in the world who have such noble ideas. After all, I've seen so many cruel people," said Gao Peng. "Once they have unimaginable power, they seem to be forgetful and regard all life as nothing, which makes me think that your thought is too inconceivable." My God, I still feel shocked. This is not surprising, because we also advocate nature. Our strength comes from nature, which will be more appropriate to all aspects of the power source, which is also the source of our strength. No matter which plane we go to, we will be recognized by the plane very quickly, because we will not cause damage, only make that plane better and better. The Lingzhu people are very talkative, there is no taboo at all. They have said what they can say, although this kind of information is basically rotten. But for Gao Peng, it is precious. In particular, the attitude of the other side made him have a strong interest in this race. It is really that their thoughts are too noble, and their character is unexpected. Otherwise, he would not have been reminded again and again. But such a race is not only powerful, but also has a large number of people, and it will be recognized in an instant when going to any position. Maybe that's why they are strong. But this kind of thought can last for such a long time. Although I don't know how long they have existed, it should not be very short. It can exist for such a long time. It's a miracle. Gao Peng also didn't question it. From the performance of the other side, it can be seen that they didn't want to lie at all, especially what they had done before. However, Gao Peng still has his own doubts. Here it's like a forbidden area. It's also the territory of the spirit clan. So what kind of secret is there? This is a peace-loving race, but why there is such a cage-like continent, but they are willing to solve the problem, which is a good move. But Gao Peng still wants to know what else he doesn't know. Only when he gets more information can he better plan what to do next. Chapter 718. In fact, there are many doubts in Gao Peng's heart, but he doesn't know how to open his mouth, because his time in this world is very short. Some secrets have not been thoroughly understood, so what he knows seems to have a fault, but this does not prevent him from wanting to acquire more knowledge. In the secret, seeing that the other side is so talkative, and as if there is no taboo, Gao Peng gradually opens his mind. It's really that the other side is too friendly. This is not Gao Peng's subjective meaning, but he can't help but have this idea. Gao Peng was confused at first, but finally he had the only answer, that is, the other side respected nature and was close to it. It's also easier to get close to all ethnic groups. This may be the answer, although there is no exact answer, but it can also be guessed out. Sure enough, this race is not only powerful, but also has this innate talent. No wonder they are peace-loving and have not been invaded by so many people. At this time, some things have gradually become clear. But there were still some problems that he couldn't understand. Xinyuan continent can even make forbidden area, so where does this forbidden area come from? After thinking about it for a long time, Gao Peng finally asked, I have a question. Although it's offensive to ask, it makes me entangled for a long time. It's okay, you can ask me any questions directly. If I can answer them, I'll say nothing. Spirituals not only love nature and peace, but also like to make friends with people of all races and have one more friend and one more way, which is also the principle of our whole race. The Lingzhu people smiled and said, it makes people feel incomparably cordial, and there is no affectation at all. What's more, there is no secret in itself, unless it involves deeper questions, but he thinks that ordinary people will not ask these questions. Gao Peng didn't mind seeing each other at all. After brewing for a while, he asked, I feel very confused. How can this be a forbidden area? The Lingzhu people were stunned, then smiled and said, oh, you say this problem. In fact, there is no bad answer, because there has been a huge battle here. Originally, this continent should be a higher plane, but it fell down because of the battle. The reason why it became the forbidden area of the spirit clan is not that it belongs to the spirit clan itself. Once upon a time, this continent belonged to a benefactor of the spirit family, only experienced the battle once. This continent has completely fallen, and that benefactor also left because of something, and finally this gradually became so. There is not only the influence after the battle, but also the reason for the fall. We only exist to protect this continent, so as not to allow others to invade here and protect this continent for benefactors. This logic is very rigorous, and the eyes of the other party are also very serious, not like a joke. This also made Gao Peng slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this was the way things went. The reason why this place was called Forbidden Area was that it was a battle scene in a very long time. Then it fell because of the fighting, and finally it became like this. Unexpectedly, there is no secret in Xinyuan continent, just such a simple truth. Chapter 719. After the explanation of Lingzhu, Gao Peng has thoroughly understood that it is so simple. No wonder the space is so unstable. It used to suffer more fierce battles, and finally fell from a higher plane, and finally became such a lower plane. But I don't know how stable and vast it was. Devil Kingdom, maybe it was once a part of this continent, but the mainland fell from the altar, and finally slowly split up. It should be. Gao Peng thought so, and then he was stunned in the next second. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. If this is the case, why can no one go out of this continent? No one can come in easily. Although it can be interpreted as the protection of the spirit family, it is too strange. Even the protection is not like imprisonment, so that all people cannot go out. Isn't this where the whole continent is waiting to die? After all, it's hard to improve. If you don't want to improve in this way, most people will die here. Is this the way to treat the benefactor's hometown? It's a little weird. Gao Peng's eyes to the people of the Lingzhu are slowly getting out of place, because he thinks these things are still weird, which makes him unable to think. But the other side's expression is so serious, it's not like lying at all, even the eyes are so clear. Then why does it feel so weird? Gao Peng didn't make a random guess. Instead, he said, there is still a doubt about why people in this continent are always hard to go out, and people outside are basically unable to come in. The reason why he is so bold and straightforward is that he doesn't need to fear anyone at all, and he also feels that some things need to be spread out. Otherwise, the final answer will definitely deviate from the original result once the random guess is made. If there is a misunderstanding, it is another result. The Lingzhu people are not flustered. Even his eyes have never changed. This can let Gao Peng know that the other side is not lying. But there's something else in it. You say this. In fact, it's not a secret. If people in this continent want to go out, their strength must at least reach the level of the God King, otherwise it's hard to go out. But on this continent with rule defects, it's not easy to break through to the God King at all. You can only break through if you go out. This is also a place I feel very confused about. Why are you so powerful? You should not have gone out, but you can break through the Emperor, which is a little unexpected. When Lingzhu explained here, there was a flash of curiosity in his eyes. He really liked to know why Gao Peng could break through. In his opinion, it is basically impossible to break through this completely flawed rule continent, but Gao Peng did it. Not only did it, but it was so powerful. This really makes him feel extremely confused, and even has a great curiosity to understand how the EU has broken through. Chapter 720. When the Lingzhu looked at Gao Peng with curious eyes, Gao Peng's pupil shrank, but the whole person's reaction was extremely fierce. Only then did he know how different he was. How strange. Gao Peng takes a look at the temple master not far away. Maybe he has such a strong strength because he has been out. But how did he go out? In fact, it doesn't need to be said at all. It must be the spirit family who took him out. Although the Hall of War God seems to be a bully, it is also a kind of rule, so that the whole continent will not have chaotic rule makers. Although there are advantages and disadvantages, for peace-loving spiritual people, this is the best result they can deal with. Who let their character be like this? After all, Gao Peng is too strange. All this was broken because of his presence, and he was so unpredictable that he never went out, but it can break through to this level. It's really puzzling. However, the Lingzhu didn't want to know Gao Peng's secret too much. At most, they were just curious. Gao Peng knows his problems thoroughly, but he can't always say that he has a system, so it's only a matter of minutes to improve his strength. It's impossible for him to say that, but he still has to explain. After all, he is too wonderful. Although the spiritual people don't want to know his secret, it doesn't mean that others don't want to know. Once someone else knows something, they will surely find the reason from him. He didn't want to be bothered by some rubbish, so he only saw his acquaintances say, maybe it's a destiny in the dark, because I feel that my ability to improve is just a matter of course, without any obstacles. I always feel that there is a certain intimacy with this continent. Every time I ascend, it seems that someone is helping me, but it seems that I haven't. It's a strange feeling. I don't know what's going on, but I can break through without any reason, and finally I have such strength. Gao Peng's explanation is far-fetched, but it's also the only one that makes sense. After thinking for a while, the Lingzhu people suddenly looked up at Gao Peng as if they had thought of something. At last, I looked up and down, but I didn't know what he was thinking. I saw him murmuring, it should be, that's right. I don't know what he meant, but Gao Peng didn't want to ask. He managed to muddle through. He didn't want to make trouble for himself again. Everything seems to be justified. Gao Peng also knew the secret of this continent. When he found that it was not as complicated as he imagined, he was relieved. It's like he doesn't need to worry. The family he was in had already left behind. Now he just needs to think about himself. As for his strength, he has improved so much. Next, of course, is to leave this continent. And those who followed him before may be more difficult to take out, who makes their strength so weak, and they want to go out is not easy. However, it is not impossible to have Gao Peng belt. I just don't know what their choice is. Chapter 721. Seeing that what should be explained is almost done, there is no need for Lingzhou people to stay. After all, each of them is extremely powerful, and they will be excluded when they stay here. If they could not bear it, they would not have stayed here so long. Of course, they also have their own purposes, otherwise they will not suffer this crime. In addition to talking with Gao Peng, the most important thing was to explain some unimportant things to the temple master. As for the rest, they didn't pay any attention to them at all. Because those people are not strong enough, there is no need to contact them. Even if the character of the Lingzhou people is no better, there is a kind of level and circle that can't be removed, so when your strength doesn't reach a level, it can't be integrated. And those martial gods also know this. Naturally, they can't catch up, and they are also afraid. Everyone in the Lingzhou has a very horrible atmosphere. And the creepy vines, these are the places they are afraid of. The Lingzhou man standing in front of Gao Peng, now he saw that all the other members of the same clan had basically completed their tasks, leaving him alone. So he said, "It's time for us to leave, and with your strength, you can enter and leave freely, and we don't need to intervene too much. If you don't want to leave, it's not impossible. After all, if you are a powerful person guarding here, there will be no such thing. As for if you want to go out, I don't have any good suggestions for you. Only if you try to take risks yourself, can you get a better experience." It's obvious that the Lingzhou didn't want to explain too much, let alone tell Gao Peng some intelligence outside, because this kind of thing can only be more clear if they understand it by themselves. What's more, there are still some things he can't easily say. It's no use saying it. He was clear about this, so he didn't want to explain it. Although Gao Peng didn't know why, he didn't want to go all the way to find out. Since the other party didn't want to tell him at all, there was a hidden feeling in it. Then we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Waving goodbye, the Lingzhou people all came to the vines, only to see all the people disappear in the vines. In the next second, the vines will burst into the sky. All the people who were present thought that there would be earth-shaking things. But who knows that the vines will disappear when they burst into the sky directly. It didn't cause much violent fluctuations, not to mention the emergence of black holes. It was a relief. After all, such a huge vine, once formed directly into a black hole and before, there is not much difference. There are also people who have brought great pressure to them. Naturally, they are not so nervous. Everyone can feel how powerful the Lingzhou people are. It's impossible for people to breathe. Gao Peng just watched each other go. Although he wanted to get more information, he knew a lot. Some things really need to be understood by ourselves, or they will not be realized at all. Moreover, Gao Peng has his own secret, which is not easy to expose in front of others. Chapter 722. When the people of the spirit family left for a while, the temple master also sighed a sigh of relief secretly. After all, he was careful all the time. Until the spiritual family left. He can have such a high status, that is to rely on the spirit clan, otherwise he is not much worse than those martial gods, that is, his luck is better. He got the chance and promoted him to such a strong position, but at this time, he was not in charge. Because someone is more powerful than him, he still has self-knowledge, but now he still has some worries. He does not know what kind of attitude Gao Peng is. Should not trouble me. How can I say that I am also the spokesperson of the spirit clan? If I am in trouble, I will beat the face of the spirit clan. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't stay where he was. Instead, he came directly to Gao Peng and said with a smile on his face, "Your Excellency, I have been offended before. Please let go of the Lingzhou's face." He put his attitude very low. After all, his strength is not strong, no compared with Gao Peng, it's just like ants. What's more, his backer is not here. Although he can use tiger skin as a flag, he doesn't know whether it works or not. So I can only smile with care. Gao Peng glanced at him and said without expression, "You don't have to do this. Although your behavior made me angry before, I did all the things I should have done. I don't have any loss, but you have the biggest loss. I'm not such a stingy person, let alone the Lingzhu race is quite reliable. At least it makes me feel kind and not disgusted. So do your own thing well. If there's another time, there won't be such a good chance. Gao Peng is not only to make things clear, so as to avoid the other party's wild thoughts, when it will inevitably do something wrong, if there is trouble here. Gao Peng also feels a little headache, because his mind is not on this continent for a long time now. He really wants to go out and have a look, especially to improve their own strength. Here, there is no one who can improve his strength. Then of course he can only find another way. What's more, the temple master has been in charge of the central region for such a long time, and some things are handy, so there won't be too many mistakes. Gao Peng didn't need to worry about it at all, and these are not things he would worry about. He just didn't want to wait until a few years later when he came back, and it became nothing, which was not what he wanted to see. Although there is not much emotion for this continent, it is the first foothold for him to cross, which is a bit of memorial significance. After getting Gao Peng's affirmation, the temple master finally showed a smile on his face, which was that he was too worried before. After all, he didn't know Gao Peng's character. In addition, Gao Peng's previous behavior style made him feel a little flustered. After getting Gao Peng's own affirmation, he was completely relieved. Don't worry, my lord. I'm sure I'll manage this continent well and never let you down. Chapter 723. After the master of the hall was finished, Gao Peng went directly to the place where Lu Chengjian and others were. As for the martial gods, he didn't pay attention to them, let alone pay attention to them. Now they don't belong to the same level, and there's no need to waste time. Seeing Gao Peng appear in front of others, Lu Chengjian feels extremely excited at the moment. After all, Gao Peng's strength has become so powerful. They are really afraid that Gao Peng will never see them again. Even if they do not see them, there is no way for them. At best, it can only be dejected. And now, their host appears in front of them, it should be something to say to them. When they were so confused, Gao Peng took the lead in saying, "Next I may leave this continent. I don't know when I will come back, so now I want to ask you. Do you want to go with me or stay on this continent?" Gao Peng's voice just fell, and all the people were suddenly silent. In fact, they all wanted to follow Gao Peng, but they knew very well that the strength gap was too big. Even if they follow Gao Peng shamelessly, in the end, it's hard to get the results they want. It's true that Gao Peng's speed of improvement is too fast. Although they're not slow in improving their strength, there's no way to compare them at all. It's a tangle in their hearts. Finally, Lu Chengjian said sadly, "Young master, although I really want to leave with you, but my strength is too weak, even if I go, it will only drag you back. Although you can practice desperately, but the speed is much slower after all. No matter how you catch up, it's hard to catch up with your pace, so I decided to stay." After Lu Chengjian finished speaking, all the others rushed to say what they thought. No one chooses to go with Gao Peng. It's not that they don't want it, it's that they can't. Their strength is too weak. Looking at the fierce fighting before, they can know what they are going to face next, and their strength is too weak. They will not be able to do anything to help, or even become the object of hindrance. At that time, they will not be able to do anything. Gao Peng should also take their lives into consideration. This is not what they want to see. Maybe it's an easy way to improve their strength, but they think that they can also improve their strength on this continent. Although the opportunities are a little less, they will not be the laggards at least, and with their current strength, they are still unable to cope with some unknown dangers. It's just cannon fodder. It's a fact they can't accept at all. Looking at all the people's choices, Gao Peng was silent for a moment. He soon knew what the people in the room thought. In fact, it's not easy to demand. Even if he thinks he can protect them, sometimes things are so inexplicable. Moreover, blindly sheltering will only lose the original ability, which is not what Gao Peng wants to see, so he easily accepted the decision of these people. However, acceptance is acceptance, but he won't let these people practice slowly on this continent. He has a lot of cultivation resources himself, but he doesn't need them at all. Now it's time to use it. Chapter 724 Inches. All right. Gao Peng stared at the people in front of him. Although he wanted to recruit these people to his own hands, he just wanted to help him. But in the end, he didn't help anything, but he didn't ignore it. Since you have all chosen, I can't refuse you forcibly, but I have something here for you just to help you practice. In addition to these things, I will arrange your place next, which will not make you suffer everywhere. After all, you are well known now, because Gao Peng smiled, but he didn't care at all, because as long as he was alive, no one could move him. What's more, the temple master needs to sell him a third of his face. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm still alive, as long as there's no news of my death, no one can touch you. Now I'll give you my things. The next step is up to you, and I can't protect you all the time. I hope we can meet again. And the meeting place will not be here. After saying this, Gao Peng did not look at them, but directly turned to the front of the temple master. In fact, he had already made a decision at the beginning, that is, to give these people to the War God Temple, and on this continent, the War God Temple is the only one. No one dares to look for the trouble of Ares. Because the War God Hall has a very strong mountain, and it also has a strong strength. Gao Peng is very sure about this. I'll give you my men. Gao Peng said lightly, there is no low tone at all. After all, with his strength at the moment, there is no need to speak in this tone for a long time. The other side will not be embarrassed when it comes to his face, especially when his strength and potential are so huge, and it is impossible for someone to provoke him. Especially for those who know more about his potential, it is even more impossible. The temple master also knows about the world outside the mainland, and he has been there. Naturally, he knows how great the development potential of people who can go out on their own. Gao Peng, that is the most special example. Seeing Gao Peng talking like this, the temple master naturally smiled and said with full assurance, don't worry, adults, you will definitely arrange it for you and won't let people bully them. You can rest assured that you will never neglect the resources of cultivation. Of course, I know that. It's just trouble you. Gao Peng smiled, then assured, next time I come back, I will bring you something. I will never let you down. This is also a promise made by Gao Peng. Although the other party helps him arrange a little thing, he doesn't need his promise at all, but he thinks it is necessary. Only by giving each other complete peace of mind, can each other's heart be free from any tangle and contradiction, and can help arrange more naturally. Of course, Gao Peng is not cheating. This time he went out, and when he came back, his strength would naturally soar. Just bring some small things, and you can improve the strength of the other side. The temple master's face suddenly showed a happy expression. He also knew that it was just pie in the sky. Only to see him can't wait to nod his head, certainly. Chapter 725. After everything has been arranged, Gao Peng flies to the sky without hesitation. He has no worries. As for the rest of the people, if they can keep up with him, there is still a chance to meet again. And if you can't keep up, it's just a passerby, I'm finally leaving. I don't know what the outside world is like. I hope I can't be disappointed. Gao Peng's mouth slightly rises. At the moment, his heart is looking forward to the outside world, and how powerful the people are. As long as all the people are like the fighting nation, it will be wonderful. He really can't imagine it, but his heart is very much looking forward to seeing that vast and prosperous era. With his speed getting faster and faster, he can directly break through something as thin as a film. Gao Peng secretly estimates the obstacle. At least he needs the strength of the God King to break through. This also made Gao Peng realize that before the Lingzhu people said that only with the power of the God King can they go out of this continent. Now it seems that it's true that it's not imprisoned, but it needs to have the power of the God King, or even that layer of film can't be broken, let alone survive outside. This seems to be the minimum requirement. However, on the mainland of Xinyuan, it is impossible to break through the God King at all. It is like an endless cycle. With Gao Peng breaking through this film, he saw the outside world thoroughly, but it was quite different from what he imagined. He felt that there was the power of space everywhere, and he had to be extremely careful, especially from time to time there would be space blades. If he didn't pay attention, he might be cut off instantly. Is it so dangerous? Gao Peng was shocked. Unexpectedly, the outside world was like this. Just came out, was a shamaway. It was as if he had been specifically targeted. At this time, he suddenly remembered that the people of Lingzhu had no intention to tell him what the outside world was like. This makes his heart almost begin to curse. These guys, it's just disgusting. Can't you just say it? I'm sure I want him to have a good experience of this kind of thing, but directly speaking, he can experience it, and it won't be so dangerous. Although he knew that with his strength, the response was extremely rapid, and naturally there would be no great danger. But I was still scared. No wonder people outside are so powerful. It turns out that their environment is different. Gao Peng does not know where he is at the moment, only to see the power of space everywhere, and there are space blades, which are extremely dangerous. However, he was a little confused and didn't know which direction to go. After all, he didn't know where the mainland was. Is the outside world like this? There's no whole continent at all. At this time, Gao Peng thought so in his heart, but he didn't tangle for a long time. Then he looked at the terrifying space blade. Well, I'd better go in the same direction. I shouldn't live in such a hot water. I can't practice at all. No matter how powerful I am, I can't practice in such a place. With this idea in mind, he would not stop at all, and he would fly in a certain direction. Chapter 726. Time does not know how long has passed. Gao Peng only knows that he has experienced a long time, which is not only extremely long and boring, but also allows him to have no rest. After all, this is full of dangerous space blades. I really don't know where they will appear in the next second. He dare not stay in one place for too long. He just flew aimlessly. At this time, he knows how confused it is to leave the mainland, because you have no idea where to go, especially aimless. No direction, no target, aimless flight. All around is the power of space, and there are space blades, even a continent cannot see. At this time, it's impossible for him to look back, because even he doesn't know how long he's been flying, and he's many times far away from Sinyuan continent. That's where the dilemma lies. However, he was not discouraged in any way. Instead, he decided to fly in one direction. Although it's a long time, he believes that sooner or later he can find a land where he can settle down, regardless of its position. There is a place to stay, at least much better than this aimless flight. However, I don't know who is joking with him. He is flying aimlessly, and finally he still doesn't see the continent he wants to see. However, the darkness before dawn appears unconsciously. In dawn, right ahead. Here, what is this? Gao Peng suddenly saw a bright light in front of him, which was the only more special thing he found in this boring place. This made him very happy. No matter what it was much better than the monotonous force of space. Although after such a long flight, he has already realized the power of space, which is also a great improvement to his strength. It's also the only chance for him to practice and study. After all, it was so boring in such a place that he had to find something for himself in the flight, so he slowly learned the power of these spaces. His strength has been greatly improved. But that's not what he wants to see. Now he just wants to find a foothold and a continent to settle down on. He really doesn't want to fly anymore, and he doesn't want to look at this monotonous place. The light in front is getting bigger and bigger. As Gao Peng approaches, he gradually finds that the things in front are not other things. It's a meteorite that looks like a continent. This was Gao Peng's first guess, but as he kept moving towards the front, he found that it was not a meteorite at all, but a continent he had been looking for. That's right, this is a huge continent. Although I don't know how huge it is, Gao Peng is sure that it is countless times larger than Sinyuan continent. Because it can feel the vigorous power, but his flight speed is still too slow, and after a long time, he found himself nearer to the continent. At this time, he can see the scene on the continent himself, but he feels that there is a huge repulsion force, which makes him not easy to approach. However, this is not a problem. With his current strength, he can barely enter. Chapter 727 Inches New Land, Here I Come. Gao Peng cried out, and then flew to that continent without hesitation. Although there was a little resistance, it didn't hurt. There is no influence on him at all. As he approached this new continent, he felt a more vigorous power, and as he approached it, he felt that power grew larger and larger. It's different from real qi. It's not of the same magnitude at all. Is this the power of higher planes? It's always fascinating. I don't know how it will change. At the moment, Gao Peng's heart is still full of expectation, especially feeling the power different from his own body. One belongs to the senior and one belongs to the junior. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can enter this continent, he can certainly make himself stronger. Powerful power, I feel it. When he really entered this new continent, what Gao Peng first felt was the vigorous power, and the energy in his body was not a magnitude at all. With his coming, the power in the body seems to be slowly changing, but the speed of this transformation is a little slower. But he estimated that it will take a few days to fully convert. When all his energy is converted, his strength will be improved a lot. Because the level of power is not one level. Ding! It is detected that the host has entered a brand new continent, and the plane level is the median plane. Now, the power replacement will be carried out. After the replacement, the system will complete the real upgrade. When Gao Peng's heart was filled with emotion, the system that hadn't appeared for a long time sounded a tone again. This made him feel very happy. This was the source of strength he relied on, although it was completely dependent on the system. But there is no way. You can't practice at all. Only by relying on the system can he be superior to everyone. In particular, he drifted for such a long time that he almost forgot the time. At this time, he suddenly heard the prompt sound of the system, which made him feel more cordial. It's like returning to the continent of sin. In the place where there is endless space power, there are only chaotic space power and loneliness. At this time, it is not easy to find a new continent. Once again, he heard the prompt sound of the system, which was the best news for him. However, he also felt the changes in his body. Originally thought it would take several days to replace the completed power, now it only takes a while. Just when he felt his mood, more than half of the power in his body had been replaced, and he also felt his powerful power. Although I don't know how the system will be improved, at least with his strength at the moment, it should not be too weak. How to say is also the emperor. That's why he came to this new continent. What's more, with the existence of the system, no one will be his opponent at all, which he does not need to worry about. Powerful power. All the forces are being replaced. I feel more suitable for this continent. I don't know what will meet me next, but you all become my chips to improve my strength. Chapter 728. At this moment, Gao Peng is in a place like an ancient forest, surrounded by some unseen towering trees. Every tree seems to go straight into the sky. Seeing this ancient forest, you can feel your own insignificance. Now Gao Peng's body is still changing its strength. He is not in a hurry to observe. Since the system has been working on its own, let it go. Anyway, it's more favorable for him. But now he is still curious about his place, which is like an ancient forest. Is there any danger? However, he can feel that there are many powerful creatures in it. That is, he does not know whether they can be the stepping stone for him to improve his strength. It seems that we should wait until the complete replacement of power is completed before we can go to investigate. I hope this ancient forest will not let me down. There are still many powerful guys in it. Gao Peng is completely excited at this time. This is the best adventure resort. Although he is a newcomer, he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only when he has a strong strength, can he roam the continent recklessly. Otherwise, he will be restricted everywhere. He doesn't want to feel trapped. Even if he has such a horrible system, he can't find other people's troubles. That's the most unacceptable thing. Only if his strength has been improving, then he doesn't need to be afraid of being killed directly. He comes to this strange continent, and he is really afraid of this situation. In order to avoid this kind of thing, then we can only let ourselves improve all the time. This is, complete replacement of power succeeded. Gao Peng felt that the vigorous power in his body was countless times stronger than before, and the level of power was not the same at all, one level higher than the real chi before. This is a kind of qualitative change. Feeling the powerful power in his body, he is more confident now, especially in this place where there are enemies everywhere. The powerful power can make it not be killed in a second. At the same time, it can help him to improve his own strength. He only felt stronger than ever. Ding! The power in the host body has been replaced successfully. It is the only power above the God King. The level of power will not be the same. After hearing the prompt sound of the system, Gao Peng also knows what the new power is. It's called divine power. It's really tall, and it's also a power that can be obtained from above the God King. If he had not come to this higher continent, he might not have been able to obtain the divine power. At most, he would have been a god with no power but no realm. It seems that a higher level plane not only has more adventures, but also can make its own power more advanced, such as the power now. It's really a magic power. It's just too powerful. Gao Peng gently clenched his fist, only to see his whole body twined with a dazzling light. With a flick of these magic powers, a towering tree could fall to the ground instantly. But he didn't do it. In this ancient forest, he will surely attract a lot of attention. No matter the strength of the other side is not strong, but he still likes to come to the door one by one. Once he meets someone who is too strong, he doesn't want to be killed in a second. Chapter 729. Feeling the surging power in his body, Gao Peng can't wait to fly out for a long time, but now he is flying at low altitude, but with his strength, he is still very fast. It seems that the body has become heavier, and even the speed has become slower. Even if all the strength in the body has been replaced, the speed is much slower than before. Is this the new rule of the continent? Gao Peng thinks so in his heart. In fact, he already has the answer he wants to know. But he didn't care too much. He always needed a familiar process, especially coming to this new continent. Now he has a target. Although it is not the most powerful existence in the forest, it is the most suitable one for him at the moment. While he is looking for the target, the system is not idle, just came to a higher level, the system has to complete its own upgrade. Gao Peng knew that he had always been in the mainland of Sinyuan. Even if his strength could be further improved, the strength of his body and blood had not been revealed. Although it has already played a role in his strength, he doesn't know how to use it at all. This is a relatively pitiful thing. Now he obviously felt the system update. But it didn't take much time. He could clearly feel the progress of that update. As long as it was completed completely, its data would be completely open. Transparency. At least he can know how strong he is, and what is the strength of his body and blood. I'm really looking forward to it. I really don't know how powerful I am now. Although I can feel the surging power, I'm still uncertain when the system is not completely updated. After that, we have to find some guys to take photos. Otherwise, we don't know how much we have. It's not good for hunting in the future. Gao Peng's heart is like a mirror, so his heart is full of pride, only waiting for the system to be officially updated. Ding! After the system is officially updated, the latest data of the host is detected. Name: Gao Peng race. Human race constitution. Ancient Shenzhou constitution, pseudo Wangdao blood. Ancient demon blood, pseudo Wangdao realm. Shenwang second order. When the new data appear again, Gao Peng's eyes are almost starry. Looking at the finally appearance of constitution and blood power, his whole people are excited uncontrollably. From these names, we can know that this should be a very strong physical and blood force. But after a while, there was a little doubt in his heart. Why is the constitution and blood a god and a devil? What is the situation? Is there no conflict? Although he thinks so, he can feel the surging power. If he makes it all, he will really increase his strength by countless times. Even he doesn't know what level he is at now. Only by really looking for a reference can he know how powerful his own strength is, and he also wants to know the strength division on this continent. At the same time, there is a lot of information that he should know, which he is extremely short of. But now he stays in this ancient forest, and he does not want to know some information urgently. Because it's basically impossible to understand here, unless you leave this ancient forest. Chapter 730. For various reasons, Gao Peng is more eager to find a reference. Come on, let me see how powerful the creatures on this continent are. I hope they don't let me down. When he saw his physique and the strength of his blood, he couldn't calm down. He really looked too fierce. Even if the false emperor's way makes him feel a little confused, it doesn't matter. He can explore it slowly, just need to know how awesome it is. Bang! When Gao Peng was very excited, a giant suddenly appeared from his side and shot at him without hesitation. And his reaction was extremely fast, and he dodged at once. After he customized his figure, he found that he was a huge monster that he had never seen before. There are a lot of antennae on the body, and the whole color is also changeable. Just like chameleon, it is even easier for chameleon to change its own color. And his attack power is very powerful. Of course, Gao Peng didn't receive the prompt sound of the system, which means that the strength of the other side is not stronger than him, but from the perspective of the strength of the other side, it is not weak. I'm looking for a guy to take a picture. I didn't expect you to show up in person, so I'm not polite. I'd like to see how powerful the creatures on this continent are. Use you to let me really realize the power gap of this continent. Gao Peng is not only not nervous, but also excited, especially looking at each other's powerful strength. He felt the blood in his body boiling. The power of blood of the ancient demon clan wants to burst out, but he doesn't use the power of blood all of a sudden. He knows that the strength of the other side is not as powerful as his. Once the power of blood is used all at once, the battle may be ended in an instant, which has no reference value for him at all. Then we can only make a good study of how the opponent attacks, and then how to fight in strength. All this needs him to explore slowly. Gao Peng looked up and down at the chameleon-like creature, only to see that the monster made a harsh sound, and then his tentacles flew out directly straight to Gao Peng. All the trees passing by were pierced by it in an instant, and its attack could not be stopped at all. Even after the attack, it didn't stay in place for half a minute and disappeared directly, but its tentacles seemed to be integrated with the whole world. If we don't see the damaged tree, it's really hard to find its figure. In fact, Gao Peng looks a little hard. However, it's just that Gao Peng didn't take it seriously. From the attack of the other side, he can thoroughly understand that although it is very powerful, it cannot pose any threat to him, even his skill of changing body color at any time. At most, it can only play a little role. If you want to defeat him with this point, it is basically impossible. Gao Peng easily dodged the attack, came to the top of the monster's head, and waved his fist gently. The monster was directly blasted on the ground. Gao Peng had no power at all, but the opponent couldn't stand it. This is their strength gap. Chapter 731 inches. All right. I seem to overestimate your strength. I didn't even know I was so strong. The gap, it's just terrible. Gao Peng stares at the monster below. At this time, he knows how powerful his strength is, especially after comparing with the monster native to this continent. Suddenly, it seemed that he was almost invincible. Although this is just an example, at least he is not the weakest existence on this continent. With his strength at the moment, he can be regarded as medium, right? I'm not sure for the moment, but it's not the lowest level. This also reassured him a lot. As long as he tried to provoke the enemy, he didn't need to be afraid of being killed by others in an instant. That's one factor he wants to confirm. Now it's almost certain. Next we can see how terrifying and powerful his constitution and blood power are. Now that I know where I am at the moment, it's time for me to try my best. No matter how weak the other side is, it's not easy to have a native monster for him to test. He doesn't want to let it go so easily. He hasn't tried his blood yet. A stream of black smoke slowly emerged from behind him. There were more and more black smoke. I couldn't see clearly what kind of thing appeared behind him. But when the black smoke came out, the monster at the bottom fell on the ground in a moment of fear, even shivering. It can be seen that his antennae are waving all the time, which is obviously the reason for his extreme fear. He even dare not look up at Gao Peng. And this is just the use of blood power. Before the blood power officially appears, that monster has already appeared. Such a frightening performance. Is this repression? Looking at the shaking monster below, Gao Peng doesn't know what effect his blood power has, but it's powerful and beyond doubt. But looking at the trembling monster, it seemed that the blood force had suppressed it, at least made him completely unable to move. It should be a higher level of blood power to cause such a result, right? He is not sure, but he can know how terrible his blood force is. For people who are weaker than himself, he doesn't need to fight at all, just use his blood force. Can let each other thoroughly fall into fear. This is to destroy each other's beliefs without any effort. Is this the result of powerful blood power? With the gradual appearance of black smoke, a humanoid shape has been formed in it, with black scales all over the body, just like the scales of a dragon. Even on the forehead, there are countless corners, and the eyes are inverted triangle, just like the pupils of a snake, which makes people feel cold all over. But it is surrounded by the black fog, so that people cannot see him so easily, but just showing this little, it has made many people completely desperate. In particular, the monster at the bottom is shaking all over at the moment. I wish I could run to the earth and drill a hole in the ground. But because he can't move at the moment, he can only lie on the ground in despair. Chapter 732. After observing the monster below, Gao Peng now knows his strength thoroughly, and the gap is very obvious. He doesn't need to make a move at all, and the other side has been completely frightened for a long time. Even if he hastens to collect his blood force at this time, it is impossible for the other side to fight against him at all, because the strength gap is so wide that he has no courage for a long time. Although this is only an example, it can also let him deeply understand that his strength is not weak, even in this ancient forest. No, not only this ancient forest, perhaps in other places, its strength is not weak, but also not the most powerful. Although he did not know the details, it did not prevent him from recognizing his strength. It seems that this kind of weak person still can't let me exert all my strength. As long as I'm a little serious, the other side has no chance to make a move at all. I can only find a stronger existence, and only in that way can I improve my strength. It's also a mistake to be strong. However, if you have the chance, you have to look for the original residents on this continent. Maybe only they can get more detailed information, so I don't have to be like a headless fly. Gao Peng rubs his chin. He thinks this matter can still be put in the first place. Only when he knows more information can he move on. If you move around like a headless fly, it will not only fail to achieve the best results, but also waste a lot of time in the end. This kind of efficiency is too slow. We have to first understand what kind of continent this continent is, and then understand the division of strength. Then we have some necessary news. These are not to be missed, but it seems that it is not easy for him to find such people in this ancient forest. It is not difficult to improve our strength. We should still be able to find some more powerful creatures than him. Which are the important factors that can make him improve his strength? So we can do it. First, we need to find a strong presence, so that our strength can be improved as soon as possible, and then we can slowly learn about the information on this continent. As for some forces, try not to provoke first if you can. When I have integrated all the information, I will plan to improve my strength. Gao Peng did not blindly think that he would be invincible. The woman of the fighting nation was so terrible. He did not believe that there was no such existence on this continent. Once there is, and he was provoked, then he will not say escape, and will be killed instantly. It will be impossible to improve our strength. Therefore, we must take a long-term plan and be careful. When the information is understood, it will be the beginning of his real implementation plan, and all must be careful not to act blindly. It's important to improve our strength, but it's also important to know. Now that it has been decided, let's carry out it like this. Let me see what kind of powerful existence there is in this ancient forest first. After that, Gao Peng no longer cares about the monster below, because this kind of guy doesn't interest him at all. Let the strength of your own blood gather, and then start to use your own perception to find the target. Although the strength of his blood has been put away, the monster below still dare not move, quietly lying in place. Chapter 733 Inches. Miss, run away. There are old slaves here. Miss, run away. Between the towering trees, there is a group of people running in great confusion. It looks like they are being chased. From time to time, several people fall behind. But these are just domestic slaves, but one by one they are fiercely not to resist death, and they do not run for their lives directly because they are in danger. On the contrary, it has always resisted the crisis from behind. Their main guard is a young girl running in the front. This young girl is also covered with blood now. Her clothes are completely covered with blood. There are even several places have been broken, even if there is a glimmer of spring, but no one cares. At the moment they look very embarrassed. Behind them, there are a group of masked black people. Each of these black people has a sword in their hands, and their fighting power is extremely strong. All the huge trees in front of them are suddenly cut off by them. And they also exude a trace of power, although not obvious, but can clearly feel their power. This group of black people are so eager to give up that they don't want to give up at all. Those domestic slaves are killed by them one by one, and they have no resistance at all. Many people in black have already shown ferocity on their faces. If it were not for the fact that they are covering their faces now, they would have seen the expression on their faces. Hey, 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 run, you're running, I see when you can run. Although the prey is already in front of us, it seems that these people in black still want to play, and even one by one, they all give out extremely evil laughter. It was as if they were playing with their prey. This makes the group in front of them more anxious. The most powerful one is an old man. Obviously, he is the main force. But at the moment, he is too tired. He has lost a lot of fighting power for a long time, especially to protect so many people, which makes him even more embarrassed, especially his left hand, which has slightly drooped down. Even if he occasionally rebelled, his left hand did little. It's like losing consciousness. This makes them fall into a more dangerous situation. They all know the danger at this moment, but there is no way. They are desperate, can only run desperately. There is even a crazier idea, which is to go directly to the territory of a powerful creature, so that they may die completely, but they will not be captured. And the guys behind, I'm sure I'll die here with them. But it's just a last resort. Now there is still a chance. After all, in this ancient forest, everything is possible. The girl running in front is already full of tears. She dare not look back, because she can feel how hard those domestic slaves are doing behind her. Every time she heard the scream, she knew what had happened, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. Can only silently shed tears, secretly swear in the heart, once this time can survive, she must let these guys pay a heavy price. In fact, There is no need to investigate her identity until the people in black behind her, and the reason why she masked her face is just to look like. Chapter 734. Once she is really in this ancient forest, the final result is the end, even if you know the identity of each other. If she does not die, the final result will not be much better. Because there's no evidence, even if you know who is the culprit, there is no way to take the other side. You can only watch the other side go unpunished, because the strength is totally unequal. In this world, strength is still the most important thing. Without strength, even if you stand on the right side, you still can't get the respect you deserve. Some of them just linger for a long time, even many of them open their eyes and close their eyes. Only when your own strength has been fully improved, even when it has played its due value. All talents will look at you differently. The world is such a reality. She has now fully understood. As long as I can survive, I must revenge and improve my strength. Don't you want what I have to do to improve your strength at all costs? Then I will communicate with GM. I don't believe that the strength can't be improved, and I will let you all regret at that time. In this young girl's face, it is rare to show perseverance and determination. Although there are still tears on her face, she can see her stubborn expression. At this moment, her heart has decided. Absolutely desperate to improve their own strength, no matter what means she's going to make those guys regret it. However, now we are in a desperate situation. All people may die here. Needless to say, as long as we can get through the present difficulty, they will have a future. Otherwise, all people may die here. There are still screams coming from behind. With the gradual decrease of screams, there are few people left. In addition to the old man, there are still several guards with a little stronger strength. Finally, basically, the people in black are releasing water, but the black people are slowly showing a state of encirclement, as if to surround them. When they found out, they were completely surrounded. The road ahead was completely cut off. Good, you're going to run for me. But let's chase after you. We won't let you go so easily, but we can play with you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, you can hand over everything. Maybe I can give you a good time, otherwise. All the black people laughed at the same time, and the laughter was so evil that they even glanced at the girl. This made the old man frown at once, and said angrily, "Dare you? Don't think I don't know your identity. If you don't like doing something out of place, don't blame me for being rude. I must tell you all about your crimes. Don't let your doom come to an end." Ha 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 ha. The old man said that he wanted us to be doomed. It's ridiculous to say that our crimes are going to be told. The man in black laughed and pointed to the old man one after another. After all, this matter has been made clear for a long time. How could they let these guys go? Since it's impossible to leave, it must be the only way to die here. How can they get their crimes out? Needless to say, it's nonsense to report them. This is the funniest joke these black people have heard. They can't see the situation clearly. Chapter 735 Inches. Don't you know your fate now? Your destiny is entirely in our hands. As long as we want to kill you, you will never live to tomorrow. Don't try to struggle. It's useless. It's impossible to escape from our hands by virtue of your defeat. Let's hand over what we have, then we can give you a good time. All the people in black have contracted the encirclement again, and all the people are waiting for them, although they have already encircled the young girls and others. But these black people did not relax their vigilance. They could not make any mistakes because of their carelessness in doing such shameful things. It's going to fall out of my head, and I'm going to get something. Naturally, I can't make mistakes because of my carelessness. Especially the prey is almost there. The girl looked around for a week and said with gnashing teeth, "Don't make me, don't make me. I don't want to. Why do you force me? Can't we just be safe?" The people in black around did not speak, but their decision could be drawn from their silence, which is indeed the case. How can some things be safe? Treasures are obtained by the able, and those who do not have the ability are not worthy of the treasures, let alone the things named by that person. This is more unlikely to be easily let go. The old man next to the girl is more alert. He knows how dangerous things will happen next, and he can only fight his old life to save the girl. It's his fault to let the young girl fall into such a crisis. He can't let the young girl really be killed here. He will never allow it. I don't know why there is a trace of power around me. Although it's not obvious, it can also be seen that this is the outbreak of desperate situation. But even so, the people in black didn't want anything. They hoped that this girl could hand over the things to herself. If they did, there might be an accident. There can be no damage to that one thing. Once there is damage, they will also be punished, which is not what they want to see. However, maybe it's because it's too tight. The girl's face slowly shows a ferocious look. She doesn't want to give up. I don't want to give in. This is clearly what she got. If it was not for the unexplained leakage of the news, it would not have happened. Even because of the information leakage, her family has encountered all kinds of difficulties, all because of the information leakage. If there is no such leakage, not only her family may soar to the sky. This is a great opportunity. But now it's a dead-end situation. I will never let you succeed. Since you want to get so much, then I will not let you get it. None of you can get it, said the girl, gnashing her teeth. As soon as her voice fell, all the people in black changed their faces. No, stop her now. But it was too late. When all the people in black wanted to stop the girl threw a bead in her hand into her mouth. It disappeared in a moment. Chapter 736. Seeing with her own eyes that the girl swallowed the bead, all the men in black stopped their steps as if they had been stopped. One by one, they all stared at each other. Even they are all like being struck by lightning. The external focus and internal tenderness of the electrified are the same. Even the expression is not different. At this time their hearts are broken. Treasure, treasure, she swallowed it. This, what should I do? My God, this time it's over. Not only can't finish the task, but also can't do it. Seeing that the task is about to be finished, it's so failed. All people don't believe what they see. They could have gained countless splendors, but they fell into the abyss in one step. This time, they don't want to escape. They may lose their lives completely. Once the mission is known to fail, no matter where they flee, the final result is the same. How could this be? No number. You spit it out for me, you spit it out for me. The first man in black rushed to the girl's body step by step, shaking her body hard, trying to vomit the treasure. However, he will eventually be disappointed. After all, it has already disappeared. No matter how, it will never appear, let alone in such an ordinary way. The other guards didn't have time to resist at all. The people in black had already rushed over, but when they reacted, they saw this scene. However, the girl didn't think so, but her face still showed an incomprehensible smile. No use, it has been completely digested by me and will not come out no matter what. You forced me to do it. Since you want it so much, I will not let you get it. Ha 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 ha, kill me if you can. Kill me, you will get nothing, your plan will fall short. Nothing. With all kinds of methods tried, the face of the man in black becomes more ugly. Although he can't see the change of the expression on his face, he can feel the extremely violent mood fluctuation. At this time, he really wanted to kill all these guys in front of him. But he was a little afraid, because the treasure had not been obtained at all. Once the girl in front of him was killed, they were even more speechless. Keep this girl, maybe it's still amazing. Thinking so, people in black began to comfort themselves. Although this method is very ignorant, they can only do so now. They can't imagine what kind of bad experience they will have once the task really fails. Since it's gone, come with me. Don't play tricks on me. If you do anything else, I will kill you in the first place. Even if the task fails, we will all die, but I will definitely pull you as a backup. The man in black said maliciously, and the other black people also showed fierce light. Their eyes were like hungry wolves, wandering around the young girls and others from time to time. At the moment, their hearts are extremely angry, but their desire to survive makes them restrain their anger, and now they can only make up for the loss as much as possible. That is to take this girl back. Maybe there is a way to strip out that treasure. Chapter 737 Inches. Come on, come with us. The man in black grabbed the girl, and there was no room for her to escape easily. Even a few people in black are surrounded, which is to prevent accidents. As for the rest, they don't pay attention to them at all. Even the old man dare not act rashly at the moment. The young girl has been controlled by them. The old man naturally dare not act rashly. Once the young girl is accidentally hurt, he is guilty. Therefore, at this time, he was in a dilemma. I can only watch it. Of course these people in black won't let them go, but they are under control. No girl is so strict. But it's not so easy to break free. At this time, the people in black want to return. At this time, they can only go back as soon as possible. No one knows how to meet their fate next. But at least there is a glimmer of hope. However, the accident happened at this time. Only to see that a girl slowly exudes a trace of purple lightning. hair has become silver white, and even the eyes have changed dramatically. The breath and temperament of the whole human being are even more different. What's the matter? The man in black who was holding the girl was suddenly blown up by electricity, and the whole body was convulsing. The rest of the people in black also found something wrong at this time, but at this time they did not dare to approach easily, looking at the girl who seemed to be very powerful. They were completely afraid, especially the one who is convulsed by electricity as the demonstration, which makes them more careful and dare not approach this girl easily. But at this time they were more confused. What was the situation? Damn it, it's not the function of that treasure, is it? If it's really digested by her, then we may really die. No way, we must not let the treasure disappear. We must stop it in any way. People in black look at each other, and see the color of the absolute in everyone's eyes. This is not the time for them to hesitate at all, because there is not much time left for them. Once there is any hesitation, it is possible to miss the hope of living. So, only to see these people in black start to act in an instant, but their goal is not that girl, but the old man and other domestic slaves. After all, these people in black don't know what the situation is at this time. If you want to test, you can use other people. First, try what is the thunder and lightning on that girl. Only in this way can they move easily. Other people didn't expect such a result at all. They were caught in an instant before they reacted. That is to say, the old man had a little resistance. But he was caught in a flash. The man in black nodded to each other, and directly threw the character in his hand towards the girl. The next second, he saw that the man was suddenly convulsed and frothing. In a few seconds, he had completely cut off his breath. He died completely at once. There was no chance to breathe at all. Maybe there was the reason why the domestic slave was too weak, but it was more the problem of the girl. Chapter 738. The man in black frowned and said, "No, the current is too strong. You can easily die with a touch. Even though our strength is stronger than that guy, there is no guarantee that nothing will happen." Just after the voice fell, he also looked at another person in black who was still twitching, which made him more firm in his mind, and he could not easily try. The girl's performance at the moment is too weird. Maybe it's because of that treasure, but they were caught off guard. They wanted to take the girl back to work as soon as possible. But who knows that just as they were about to leave, there was such a situation. For a while, all the people had no idea. They were really afraid to touch that young girl easily. The devil knows what will happen. Head, what should we do now? If we don't take this guy back as soon as possible, once the treasure disappears completely, all of us will be finished. Yes, there is not much time left for us. The rest of the people in black are in a hurry at this time. It's true that they are too disadvantageous in the current situation. Anyway, they will face punishment. Most of all, they can't escape at all. Once they escape, the consequences will be more serious, not because they think they can't escape, but because every human body is planted with a curse that can't escape. As long as they are known by the owner, then all of them will die in the road, which is the most clear to them, so it is impossible to betray. They can only do their best to complete the task, otherwise their only end will be death. This is a very sad ending. One more person. People in black don't hesitate to make this decision. Since there is nothing to do, or even nothing to do, it's better to try more. Maybe we can find a breakthrough. The leader had already opened his mouth, and the rest of the hostages did not hesitate. They grabbed another domestic slave and threw it away. No number. The serf had just uttered a scream and wanted to struggle for a while, but his body had already flown directly towards the girl. When he touched the girl, he was just like the person before him. First, the whole body twitches, then the mouth spits white foam, eyes turn white, and in a few seconds, he completely loses his life. And that young girl still looks at these people in black coldly at the moment, and she doesn't know what kind of thoughts the young girl has in her heart. She can stand there all the time. This also makes many people in black afraid. They really don't know how to deal with it. This kind of unknown is the most dangerous. Especially they have to try. If the mission fails, it means they are going to die. They can only choose one way to live or die. One more passed. Bang. One more. In a short time, all the domestic slaves were dead, and only the old man was left, but the men in black also stopped at that time. Because the leader seemed to find something wrong, he gradually got some information, but he didn't have any assurance for the time being. There is still a need for further attempts, but he does not want to throw the old man away for the time being. The strength of the old man is still available and useful. Chapter 739 inches. What's going on? I don't believe that she is really invincible. Although that protection is very important, I don't believe that it can make her have such a terrible thunderbolt continuously. A black man stared at the girl, trying to find something wrong in her face, so as to find a breakthrough point. But he found that the expression on the girl's face did not change at all, and still stared at them coldly, even at the death of the domestic slaves one by one. But also indifferent, just like some ants, they don't care. This makes these people in black more nervous. They really can't find the flaw of this girl and don't know how to deal with it. How can this terrible lightning be isolated? If it goes on like this, they may not have any chance. Naturally, they are very clear about this. But the reality is so helpless. What the hell should I do? When all the people in black were at a loss, in fact, the girl's heart was also very nervous, because she could not move completely when she swallowed the bead. Although now she is full of terrible thunder and lightning, but these are uncontrollable, and she can only stand here quietly, cannot control. It's over this time, it may be really over. I can't control such a powerful force at all. If it goes on like this, it will be found by these guys. Then it will be a real disaster. Although girls can feel their own strength at this time, they are more anxious. After all, this kind of vulnerability is easily cut by others. Once found, she will appear particularly passive. But now there is no way. I can't just hang on like this, or I'm really going to die. I can't let them find out. I can control this power as soon as possible. Once I do, it will become my own power. The girl's heart is struggling, but also trying to control the power of terror. After all, her strength is still very weak at the moment, in addition to these external forces. But at this time, once all these forces can be controlled, it's impossible for everyone present to be her opponent, and it's crucial to control this power. When the girl is trying to control the power in her body, those people in black are not idle, watching the girl one by one. Want to find out from each other. You go. In the end, the leader pointed to a slightly marginal man and said. And the man who was pointed out was immediately frightened, and suddenly his body began to tremble. With trembling hands, he pointed to himself and said, I. Yes, it's you. Hurry to give me a try. Don't take any chances. As long as you are brave enough to try out the flaws of the other party, you will be rewarded very much if you have time. You don't want to take this opportunity to escape. It's useless. Not only will you die, but your family will die. There's no need to make people angry. This is like pressing the last straw, which directly makes the man in black suddenly collapse, and he also fully realizes his role. Although still very afraid, but he can summon up courage to look at that girl. Chapter 740 inches. Okay, I'll go. The man in black swallowed his eyes in saliva. Even though his heart was still full of fear, he had to rush up. A roar as if to vent, and then he rushed directly to the girl, resolutely rushed to the past. All the people are staring at him closely. He has no way at this time. As early as looking at the pile with pile, he has basically confirmed his next fate. It must have been electrocuted by those thunders. There is no doubt about it. He doesn't think his strength is so strong, let alone can resist those. But for his family, he can sacrifice his own life. Anyway, as long as the task fails, all of them may be killed. It's the same to die early and die late. It's better to make some contributions. Maybe you can protect your family. There is only so much that can be done. When he was near that young girl, he felt the same unprecedented power. Before he could make a scream, he was suddenly electrified to the inside. Foaming at the mouth and turning white at the eyes, he died in a few seconds. It made everyone swallow their saliva. It's too horrible to come to the end, especially that lightning is so powerful. Just like there is no flaw, it just makes them feel at a loss. How can they catch it? Isn't that a joke? All the people put their eyes on the leader, but now the leader's eyes have been shining, because he has slowly understood the key. Since the young girl swallowed the treasure, she has never moved from that place, although he showed indifference. But I didn't move. This suddenly led him as if know what secret. The corner of the mouth also slowly showed a smile. Interesting, it's really interesting. I didn't expect that all of us would be cheated. It's still fair and above board. I also blame us for being too stupid. We didn't find such obvious flaws. All the people in black were obviously shocked. They didn't understand why their leaders spoke like this. Now things have developed to such a bad level. There is even a trace of it. Don't you want to finish the task? All the people are very unyielding, but they dare not say it directly, which means their fate will become more miserable. The old man was also slightly shocked. He also thought that these people in black were too naive. Don't you understand what happened before? That thunderbolt is not something that ordinary people can resist at all. If they want to catch miss, they need to pay a heavy price. And it's not clear if it will succeed. This made him more curious. What kind of medicine does the leader sell in his bones? The leader of the man in black smiled and said, "Don't think your acting is very good, I can't find it, but on the contrary, the better you play, the more vulnerable you are. Now I know where your flaws are, but I want to see when you can survive. Even if I don't know your flaws, I can let you know my wisdom." Chapter 741. All around was quiet for a moment. Except for the thunder and lightning around the girl, there was only the voice of the leader in black. All the people are quietly watching him, who wants to know what kind of things he found. However, he obviously didn't want to say it directly, which made all the people scratching their heads. He clearly knew how to crack it, but he didn't get the answer at this time. This makes their hearts particularly uncomfortable. The leader of the man in black said, "Go, drive all the monsters around here to her, and the more, the better. Go, as long as you do well, then you will know how to deal with it and what her flaws are." All of them were slightly shocked, though they felt a little strange, even did not know what their leader thought. But they did not hesitate to implement it. Although they were curious, they could not disobey their leader's words. That old man is also ignorant at this time. What's the situation? Did these guys really find the problem? It's impossible. Even he didn't realize the problem at this time. How do these guys know? Is it only with those temptations? The old man still felt very inexplicable inside, but at this time he saw that all the people in black began to act, and he couldn't help worrying a little. No one knows whether these people in black really found anything. Once they know the flaw, it may be really over. The young girl's face also slightly changed, but fortunately, she responded quickly and was not detected so easily. Unfortunately, the leader of the man in black has been paying attention to her changes. Seeing the changes in that moment, he will know. He guessed it right. I think your heart should be worried now. No one knows your weaknesses better than you, but you have no way of doing it. Do you feel desperate now? The leader of the man in black said slowly that he was not in any hurry at all, because by this time he had mastered the crucial information. It's a natural act of confidence. It doesn't matter. Next you will feel more desperate. If you are afraid, you will stop us. Can't you attack us with your all-around thunder and lightning? When the saying of the leader of the man in black just came down, all the people seemed to understand the information in his words and looked at the girl in shock one by one. At this time, if they don't know the key, they are just pig heads, which have been clearly pointed out. When the girl's pupil shrank, she secretly said that her life was over. These people in black have known her weakness, and there must be a way to deal with it, although they still don't know what medicine that guy sells in his bones. But he can't be idle. What to do? What should I do? I can't control these forces at all right now. Can I just watch things happen, and then I'm helpless? The girl's heart has never been tangled, and at this time she becomes more anxious. If she hasn't mastered this power, it may be really over. There is no room for maneuver. Chapter 742. Boom boom boom. After a while, a very noisy and flustered voice sounded, as if there were many fierce beasts around. But the old man and the young girl's face changed one after another. Naturally, they know what it is and what it will be to meet them. Of course, they are extremely nervous. These guys are really here. I drove away the surrounding monsters directly. I really want to play. Are they not afraid to burn? How do they control these monsters? The girl's heart was so tangled, but she was not given too much time at this time, because she had seen the figure of the monster. The first one is a monster like a rhinoceros. It's just outrageous. When you see a person, you'll run straight into him. The leader of the man in black directly grabbed the old man and flew to a big tree. He dodged the attack of the rhinoceros. He stood on the tree and watched the girl quietly. Now I want to see what you can do. It's over. There was a tension in the girl's heart. The rhinoceros came straight to her without considering her thunder. There was a loud noise. The rhinoceros is instantly roasted, but even so, the surrounding monsters seemed to be stimulated, even more desperate rushed over. The young girl simply closed her eyes. Although she was very powerful at this time, he was also afraid of it, especially watching the successive monsters rush over and finally all died in front of her. This has brought a lot of impact to her. Moreover, what she didn't find was that when a monster rushed in front of her, there was a trace of stagnation in lightning. This stagnation is very hidden, even there is no law, but when a monster hits the lightning, there will always be such a stagnation. This is what no one has imagined. Even though the leader of the man in black hasn't found out yet, with his slow observation, he still found some problems. With finally let me discover your flaws, even if your thunder and lightning is strong again how? In the end, it's not the weakness I found. At this time, he finally found the weakness, which can also let him start. Only when he finds the gap, he can knock out a girl in a flash. Next, he can finish the task and hand in the job. Although I don't know whether that treasure can be taken out, at least he brought people here, and should not be punished in the end. After this thought, the leader of the man in black was more excited at this time, as if he was about to finish the task. No matter how fierce those monsters are, they are just some beasts with a trace of blood at most. The strength is not strong at all. It can be driven away at once. He didn't worry too much, his heart was full of excitement. Looking at the girl below, he felt that his task could be completed. With the passage of time, the girl has been surrounded by a lot of electrocuted monsters, each of which is external focus and internal tenderness, and as time goes by, the lightning power of the girl seems to be weakened a lot. After all, it has been discharging all the time, and there will inevitably be deficiencies. No matter how powerful the treasure is, if it is not charged, it will always run out of energy. Chapter 743 Gao Peng, who was heading for his goal, felt as if there was a commotion around him. It was obvious that many creatures were running. This stopped him from moving forward. What's the situation? How do you feel like there is a big migration, or there is a wave of animals? Gao Peng also felt puzzled and even had a faint curiosity. When this curiosity appeared, he had decided to take a look. It doesn't matter what happened, but he still wants to have a look. When he comes here for the first time, of course, he needs to know more about it. It's not urgent for him to improve his strength. Then go and have a look. The voice just fell, Gao Peng's figure has disappeared. Next second, he will appear on a tall tree. With his eyes at this time, he can easily see far away. That is to say, he saw the scene in the distance without any pressure, but at this time he was even more confused. What's the situation? Why does that girl always have thunder and lightning? But those creatures that seemed to be beasts rushed all the way to the girl, and then died there like moths fighting fire. What the hell is this? Or is it a ceremony? Gao Peng really didn't understand, but it didn't prevent him from watching. At this time, he was also curious about what happened. I always feel something strange. Then, Gao Peng saw the leader of the man in black on another tree. Although he noticed something wrong, he still didn't get it right. But looking at the leader of the man in black, and the people in black appearing around him, Gao Peng thought a lot. It doesn't seem like a ceremony. But their purpose must not be good, especially looking at the expression on the face of the young girl, which is tangled and scared, as if they are trapped in their own fear, even their eyes are tightly closed. Although the lightning is terrible, it seems that there is no way to control it. These thunders are equal to the power of the God King. This is a great power. After a few minutes of watching, Gao Peng has almost figured out what these people are doing. It is obvious that the black people are driving away the wild animals. Driving these wild animals away towards the young girl, who was unable to control this force, could only be passively surrounded. But because of the extreme fear, I can only close my eyes and wait quietly, but those in black don't give up. In particular, the man in black standing on the tree obviously controls the quality of a person, and the face of the old man also shows anxiety. This is obviously not with the man in black. That's interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing in this ancient forest. Should I help it? I wanted to improve my strength first, then look for some local people, and then slowly understand the things on this continent. It seems that the plan can't keep up with the changes. We need to adjust the order first. After seeing these people, Gao Peng overthrows the previous plan. Since these people are already in front of him, why not get to know the continent first? After that, it's not too late to improve your strength. Chapter 744 For this sudden change of plan, Gao Peng didn't have too many ideas, and he thought it might be better. At least he can understand the world in advance. As for improving his strength, he can do it whenever he wants. That can definitely improve their own strength. There is no doubt about it. And he doesn't need to be nervous. At least now he doesn't have such a strong sense of urgency. Although he also wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, he is still a little relaxed when he is not in danger. Then I'll save them all first. Gao Peng thought so in his heart, and he didn't think too much. Next second, he disappeared in place. Ha 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 ha, you should be desperate now, right? It's not only immovable, but also the weakness I found. Are you afraid now? It doesn't matter. You're my prisoner. Let's face it, the leader of the man in black proudly said, and then he only saw him and began to approach the girl. As for those monsters, naturally there were others to drive them away. At this time, we can hardly use so many monsters. It only needs a part of the cooperation of monsters, which can let him complete the task. Looking at the leader who is about to get close to the girl, the old man wants to struggle, but at this time, he can't resist completely, and may be killed at any time. Damn it, how can I drop the chain at such a critical moment? Miss is in danger now, but I can't help it. What can I do? What should I do? The old man's inner entanglement was incomparable. He tried to struggle several times, but he was still firmly grasped by the man in black. Even the elderly can feel that they may be killed at any time in the next second. He was not afraid of being killed, but he wanted to save the girl. In that case, that's the only way to do it. The old man's inner decision, no matter what his final result will be, must stop these hateful guys and never let them hurt the young lady. Absolutely not allowed, so I only saw that he was secretly gathering his magic power. As the black man's hand slowly approached, he had already gathered a certain magic power. In a flash, boom, bang bang. In fact, the leader of the man in black has been on guard against him for a long time. Naturally, it is impossible for the old man to succeed when Laozi suddenly erupts. Without hesitation, he grabbed the old man and hit him hard on the ground. He made a big hole at once, and the old man didn't fully explode his magic power. Although it has some power, it is totally different from what was expected at the beginning. If you want to sneak attack, even if you are of this kind of strength, if you are not useful, you have been killed before, but you are so unknowable, I will give you a ride now. The leader of the man in black thought that the old man was useless, so he was ready to die. The old man's face also changed. Unexpectedly, he did his best, but he didn't have the proper effect, which made him feel extremely guilty. The young girl suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the old man, who fell on the ground with a look of panic on her face. The rest of the domestic slaves, she cannot care about life and death, but for that old man, she cannot care, that is watching her grow up. Elder's awe. Chapter 745 inches. No. Don't. No. Please, stop. The girl cried out in despair. However, the leader of the man in black didn't pay much attention. Instead, he smiled ferociously, and his strength was even greater. Now you're useless. Let's go on the road honestly. Then, a trace of magic power in his hand slowly gathered, as if it was a fire in the fire, from a very small flame slowly growing. Watching the flames in the hands of the man in black slowly grow larger, the old man can clearly feel a hot feeling, as if he can burn his skin. He has given his life, it can't be stopped or escaped at all. He still can't save Miss. It's useless. He was so desperate that he couldn't even resist. He only saw that he slowly closed his eyes at the moment, and it would be the most terrible attack to meet him. But when he closed his eyes for a long time, he found that the attack did not fall, even as if the other side did not make any sound. What's going on? Did he hear his prayer, or did he just want to torture him and not kill him so soon? He slowly opened his eyes and saw an unexpected scene. Here, the leader of the man in black suddenly changed his face, which was very ugly at the moment, because he found that his body could not move, as if he had been controlled by others. And it's still under control when the gods don't know the ghosts. He just wanted to give this Lao Su a final blow, but who knew that suddenly his body couldn't move and even his strength couldn't be displayed. What's the matter? What's wrong with my body? Why can't you move? Who? Come out. The leader of the man in black cried, heartbreaking. He absolutely didn't believe that anyone could control him. Then the only possibility was that there were other people here. It's this mysterious guy who unconsciously controls him and even makes him unable to move at the moment. What kind of strength is this? He felt a little flustered in his heart, but he could not easily show his timidity. His task was not finished yet. Once it was broken, it would be far away from completing the task. What's more, the other side can control him so easily, so he will not be the opponent at all, only pull the tiger skin as the flag. I hope it can be useful. With his voice just suddenly fell into a strange silence around, even those monsters did not make any sound. Everything is so quiet. His eyes were all around, but he still couldn't find the mysterious man. As for the young girl and the old man, they also felt some inexplicable, but this did not prevent them from entering the silence of this time. They also dare not speak easily. They feel extremely depressed at this time. They also don't know that the leader of the man in black has been unable to move for a long time. At this time, only Yu Wei is left. With the passage of time, the mysterious man still hasn't come out, which makes the leader of the man in black gradually have more fear. This feeling is really terrible. I knew someone existed, but the other side didn't appear all the time. What is his purpose? Why is he here? All these doubts appeared in his mind and could not be waved away. Chapter 746 Inches I don't care who you are, come out quickly. Do you know who I am? If you mess up my task, then you have to bear the unimaginable consequences. No matter who you are, you can't afford it. It's better not to meddle. It's not something you can manage. The leader of the man in black shouted. Although people don't know the identity of the mysterious man, he doesn't mind telling the truth. Since he can't deal with it by himself, he can only use his identity to suppress each other. As long as you let the other party know what kind of identity you are, you should still be able to play some role, at least not to meddle. This is the thought of the leader in black. But he's wrong. He's wrong. Gao Peng doesn't know his identity at all, and doesn't want to know. He's just a newcomer. Although he doesn't know about it, he also wants to know about this continent. But he won't be afraid of one thing. It's their misunderstanding. What is your identity and what does it have to do with me? An ethereal voice rang. Gao Peng appeared directly in front of the black leader and looked at each other coldly. I don't know what happened. When the leader of the man in black saw Gao Peng, he didn't have the momentum before. Even he felt that he had some fear. The whole body could not help shaking, but also because his body is completely controlled, this performance is not obvious. But he can be sure that he's really scared. He didn't know what the other side's eyes were, just one look at him made him fall into the darkness. Who is this guy? Why do I feel so deep that I can't see the bottom? Just looking at it like this can make me fall into fear. The leader of the man in black felt extremely shocked. At this time, he had already lost the look of the previous line. He could fully understand the gap between the two sides. Why don't you talk? Gao Peng's expressionless looking at him has no further action at all. Just looking at each other with two eyes can bring tremendous pressure to each other. Of course, Gao Peng knows that. That is to say, Gao Pengkai raised the mood of juggling each other. At this time, he has been extremely sure that although this continent is a bit higher level, there are some weak in it. Not everyone has the power of terror. With such certainty, Gao Peng is relaxed, even a little excited. It's not that scary guys are everywhere. Then he doesn't need to worry about being killed by seconds once. It can be done step by step. Of course, it depends on his next plan. Although the previous plan has been denied again and again, he doesn't feel how depressed. On the contrary, I think that having a perfect plan before the action will save a lot of trouble, which is much better than the disorderly transformation of headless flies. The leader of the man in black couldn't speak all the time, as if he had stuttered, and even didn't dare to look at Gao Peng. This scene fell into the eyes of the girl in Lao Su. It was just amazing. The man in black, who just can't survive, was completely counseled at this time. Even dare not look at each other. What kind of strength is this? Chapter 747 Oh my god. What happened to the man who suddenly appeared? Is his strength really so terrible? I can suppress that man in black. The girl's heart seemed to set off a wave of waves. Just now she was so desperate that it was useless to face those black people. It's like an egg hitting a stone. But now, she suddenly found that those people in black were not powerful either. When she met a mysterious man, she was so weak. Of course, young girls also know that the gap is too wide, but that's why they feel particularly shocked. The old man was so close that he could see the fear in the eyes of the black leader clearly. I dare not even look at that mysterious man. How scared is that? I can't believe it. Who is this mysterious man? Why save us? And his strength is too horrible, isn't it? Is it a friend of the owner? No, it's absolutely impossible. The strength of the family leader is not so strong, and it's even more impossible to know such a strong friend. If you really know such a powerful friend, you won't have this crisis. Who is he? The old man's heart has been thinking about this problem. He doesn't understand how Gao Peng came into being or what his purpose is. Even his heart has been in a tangled problem, why to save him? And just as he was in shock, the leader of the man in black said something together, perhaps because it was brewing, he would not be afraid as before, otherwise he would still not be able to speak. What is your purpose? I advise you not to act rashly, or you will be killed. This is not a joke. Do you know who wants these people? Once you name it, it's too late to regret it. Gao Peng looks at the leader of the man in black again. At this time, he has to think about a question. Is this guy a fool? He had said so clearly before, but now he even mentioned it to me. What's not a fool's behavior? This made Gao Peng fall into silence. But his silence was misunderstood by the leader of the man in black. Gao Peng was hesitating and tangled. It seems that self-confidence was found in a flash, and the leader of the man in black laughed and said, "Are you afraid now? If you hurry to stop, I can still plead for you. Then you can follow me. Your strength is still very good, at least it can be of some use. When I plead for you, there will be no problem." How is it? I don't know when. All around suddenly fell into silence. Everyone looked at the leader of the man in black, and felt that now things seemed to fall into the direction they could not predict. Even the old man was still a little confused. What's the situation? Why don't some understand the situation? In fact, Gao Peng is also a little confused at this time. It's really that the other party's brain circuit is too surprised to let him not react for a while. Gao Peng has to say that this guy is really a rare talent, and the attitude of talent is a little speechless. Can't we see the situation now? There is such a stupid person. Chapter 748. Gao Peng didn't know what to say for a while. The young girl and the old man are shocked at the moment. They naturally understand what kind of situation it is at the moment, but they are just a little confused. What happened to the leader of the man in black? Does he not understand such a clear situation? Gao Peng smiled and said, "It's really interesting. I didn't expect that you could put your words in front of me. Who gave you the courage?" Gao Peng's face is closer to the leader of the man in black. It seems that both of them are about to touch each other, which also makes the other feel unprecedented pressure. He could feel the great pressure from Gao Peng, which made him not know how to speak and his face white. Hear this. When he stuttered to speak, Gao Peng waved his hand gently, and the monsters that had not been able to move for a long time died out in an instant, as if they had never left a trace in the world. As for the people in black who are still driving away monsters, they are scared to pee on the spot. They have never seen such a horrible scene. This is that too scary. Only the King of God can do this, not even necessarily, except in the realm of the King of God, the more powerful people can do it. Do you mean does this mysterious man have such terrible power? Those people in black are also unable to move at the moment. As early as Gao Peng appeared, all the people on the scene had lost their control over their bodies. It's not that Gao Peng has other ideas, it's just that he doesn't want these guys to mess up. He has his own plan for his own affairs. The rest of you, no one can disturb him. When Gao Peng finished all this, he seemed to have done a trivial thing and looked at the leader of the man in black. The other side has already been bloodless at this moment, and other people are also looking at Gao Peng with fear. It's really a terrible scene in front of them. The monsters just so fierce are just in groups. They are almost forming a strong and terrifying wave of beasts. But it is such a terrible flow of monsters and beasts that just wave their hands away. Is this power too terrifying? Is there such a big gap? How did he do it? It seems that everyone's brain is short-circuited, and they can't understand the power of such terror. It seems to them that it's a little inconceivable. Because they've never been in touch. In their view, the God King is already an untouchable existence, let alone the most powerful type of people in the God King. As for the more powerful emperor, it can only be heard in the legend. It can be seen that what Gao Peng did to them is such a powerful scene, and all of them stare at it. Looking at those monsters that have disappeared for a long time, there is no ash left now. How can this be done? Is this the power that powerful gods can possess? The girl's heart thinks so, and her face shows an unparalleled color of worship. Looking at Gao Peng, she is about to see stars. She has never worshipped such a person. Chapter 749 inches. It's so powerful. When can I be as powerful as him? The girl's inner yearning is incomparable, but she also knows that this is something unrealistic. Sometimes, if you don't have the resources, you can definitely improve your strength. In this world, resources are not the most important. It's blood and potential that matter. Because when your blood is incomparably noble and your potential is huge, you can have an incomparably huge promotion, plus countless resources. This can be promoted to a certain level. Of course, when you show unparalleled potential, there will be various forces to find you, just for you to join them, just to fill a part of young blood. This is also the most remarkable thing on this continent. However, some people are completely out of luck. Not to mention the power and potential of blood, at least there is no such kind of relationship and network, and we can only struggle at the bottom, unless we get unimaginable opportunities. Otherwise, it's impossible. This is also the reason why the girl yearns so much. She does not have that blood and potential, but if he has unparalleled contacts, his strength can at least reach the God King. God King, that is a very powerful existence. Every God King can guard a city. Even if the city is extremely small, it belongs to his own territory. You can be a city lord. This we have basically got rid of the bottom layer. That old man also thought of these problems, and his heart was also very active. The power that Gao Peng showed was too much beyond imagination. It was a sight he had never seen before. Even the city lord can't easily destroy so many monsters, at least not without trace. This is the most obvious gap. This mysterious man is more powerful than the lord of the city. The lord of the city has no way to compare with him at all. But why should such a powerful man save us? What is the purpose? At this time, the old man's heart is more active. He really can't figure out what kind of use value he has and how precious his life is. As for the young lady of her own family, it seems that she has no such life. It's not that he looks down on himself, but that's the truth. But Gao Peng saved them and showed them such a hand in front of their eyes. What did he want to do? No one knows Gao Peng's real efforts, but this does not prevent them from starting to guess. As for the leader of the man in black, he had fully recognized his situation at that time. When he saw Gao Peng's action without hesitation, he never dared to threaten again. Even more dare not nonsense. Do not think that when he really say the identity, the other party will really let him go. Because he can feel the gap. That's the gap between Gao Peng and the forces behind him. It's almost incomparable. Gao Peng showed his hand casually and knew how powerful Gao Peng was. No comparison at all. The leader of the man in black said with a livid face, "Big sir, what do you want to know?" As long as it is small enough to do, there will never be any hesitation. If the leader of the man in black can move, he will definitely pat himself on the chest without hesitation, even severely. Chapter 750 inches. You know what you are, or the next second will be you. Gao Peng said a word gently, but he was so scared that the leader in black was pale and his eyes were turning white. Fortunately, he held on. If he passed out at this time, he was really afraid that he would never wake up again. "Big my lord, don't make fun of me." The leader of the man in black was shivering. The whole man had already been extremely scared. "I can't bear it. I'm not kidding you. I can really do what I say. But it's good that you're a little bit soft, or you might have to be sent to the road by me, just like those monsters." Gao Peng smiled, but he didn't know how horrible his smile was in other people's eyes, just like a devil. It makes people shiver just at a glance. As for the rest of the people in black, many of them had already fainted by this time, and they could not bear the terrible pressure. It's not that they can't bear it, it's that the pressure Gao Peng brings to them is too great, especially the appearance of ghosts. Once again, it shows such terrible power. Such reversals have greatly reduced their ability to bear, and eventually they faint if they can't accept them. "I'll take these too. As for you." Gao Peng glanced at the man in black and said, "I will help you to release the control of your body, and you can go wherever you want, even if you want to complain. But the next time you show up in front of me, you won't be so lucky." Gao Peng doesn't mind to make things clear. It's true that for these weak people, he doesn't want to do anything at all. It's not good for him either. In this way, it's better to let them go. When can there be some accidents, then it can also get some unexpected gains. Although not hopeful, there is no loss. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Peng ignored the other people's inner thoughts. He grabbed the old man and disappeared. The next second he appeared beside the girl. Under the stare of all the people, she grabbed the girl who was full of lightning and disappeared again. Only those in black who are gradually regaining control. The leader of the man in black is completely stupid. This is the girl they couldn't deal with after spending 9 cattle and 2 tigers. Now they are caught without any concern, even without any injury. Isn't that scary? What strength can do this? At this time, in addition to the shock, there was a trace of happiness in his heart. Fortunately, he was soft and timely. Otherwise, he might disappear completely with those monsters. This is not the existence they can resist at all. Well, good. The leader of the man in black no longer cares about his majesty, because all the people on the scene are about to pee. Where can they control their own image? In the face of such a strong person, even if it is how embarrassed how. No one will mind at all. The pressure Gao Peng brings to them is too great. They can't bear the thought of revolt, and they can live in Gao Peng's hands. They will also feel extremely lucky, even the capital to show off. Chapter 751. Away from the encirclement of the man in black, Gao Peng casually found a relatively large tree and directly threw the two men on a branch. Although he seemed very casual, he didn't mean to hurt each other. However, at this time, those two people have already been stunned. Where is their time to consider other? Especially Ji Qing. She can feel her body has unparalleled power, but it is such a terrible power, that a man in black unexpectedly grabbed her without hesitation. I haven't even been hurt at all. I haven't even been affected at all. Just stand by and watch them as if nothing happened. This is a little too scary. Those people in black dare not even approach, but the mysterious person who suddenly appears in front of her doesn't care about the thunder and lightning on her. Once again, she confirmed that the strength of the other side is absolutely incomparable, which they have never seen before. Too strong. I've never seen such a powerful man. If I can worship him as my teacher, can I not get revenge? It's even more impossible for someone to spy on my treasures. Besides, once I worship him as my teacher, these treasures may not be a matter at all. Ji Qing's eyes revealed a look of worship. He had been staring at Gao Peng for a long time, even for a second. As for the old man, he also found something wrong at the moment, especially looking at the mysterious man, who was still intact. Just now, he saw it with his own eyes. The mysterious man was holding the young lady. He didn't say that he was hurt by the thunder and lightning on the young lady, but he didn't hurt her. It's just a miracle. My God, this man is simply too powerful, not only mysterious, so powerful. Who is he? What's the purpose? Why the two of us? There are countless doubts in the old man's heart, but at this time no one can solve them for him. He can only look at Gao Peng so helplessly. At this time, Gao Peng can feel the eyes of these two people, or the eyes of a young girl, and feel the thick color of worship. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, he said lightly, I have no other meaning for you. I just want to inquire about something. If you can tell me, I don't mind giving you some benefits. But I hope you don't deceive me, or the consequences will be serious. Although Gao Peng doesn't know the information of this continent, he can judge whether others lie, so he is not afraid of being told lies. Once known by him, the consequences are quite serious. Ji Qing is slightly shocked, and then nods like a chicken, without any hesitation at all. Yes, as long as you want to know something, if we know it, we will know it without saying anything. We will never dare to deceive you. Seeing that the other side has a good attitude, Gao Peng feels very satisfied. What he wants is this kind of effect. If the other side has any bad ideas because he is unfamiliar with this continent. Even if he cheated, Gao Peng would not be so polite. Gao Peng is not a good man and a faithful woman. Naturally, he can't be a good man. He is the one who doesn't achieve his goal by any means. Chapter 752. Seeing that these two people have calmed down, Gao Peng said slowly, the things I want to inquire about are actually very common, I think you should all know. If I ask you anything, you can fight. Don't say anything else. I don't want to hear nothing about what I need to inquire about. Gao Peng gave them a preventive injection first. It is really common sense that he asked next. As long as people on this continent understand it. But that's because he didn't want others to know too much, so he said so. Ji Qing and the old man looked at each other and saw a little surprise in each other's eyes, but they nodded without any hesitation. Well, first of all, what's the name of this continent, how many forces it has, which people are the most powerful and where they are distributed? Ji Qing thought for a second that Gao Peng was playing with her. Such a simple question can be easily answered by all people. But now this powerful senior would ask her about this kind of thing. Is it to test her or play? But because Gao Peng had a preventive injection before, Ji Qing didn't dare to talk much, and he began to answer everything honestly. This continent is called the Ancient Continent. There are countless forces. Because every day new forces are created and eyesight is destroyed, there is no way to count them. However, the main forces are still one city after another. Each city is a force, among which the strength of the city lord is the most powerful and the overlord who shakes one side. Every city has its own territory, whether large or small. It is divided into small city, medium city, large city and giant city. There are only two ways to be powerful, that is, to attack an existing force, or to create a city alone. Although the city is very stable, and even can slowly gather talents, it takes a little longer. But if we capture the city, it will be faster, but there will be some hidden dangers and sequelae. If we are a little stronger, these things will be solved. With Ji Qing slowly explaining, Gao Peng has gradually got a deeper understanding of this continent, and he also knows what this continent is formed by. Perhaps because the road is too huge, Ji Qing and others don't know much information at all, but some of the most basic ones are still very clear. At least Gao Peng has thoroughly understood the distribution and composition of these forces, although they are mainly cities. But that has taught him a lot. You can let him know this, and then he will not make any mistakes. After that, he can only enter the city and slowly inquire about things. Especially looking for those powerful overlords, they should know more secrets of this continent, and let them answer them. That should be the best thing. Gao Peng gradually became silent, because at this time he was thinking about the crucial question, is there any other race on this road? What about the division of realm? What level is his current strength? Chapter 753. Gao Peng doesn't speak, and Ji Qing and others dare not speak, but look at him with some apprehension. There are many guesses in his heart. Gao Peng finally decides to temporarily announce to improve his strength and not to find the trouble in this forest. Although he also wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. But sometimes it's the best way to find out all the information. It's also the best way for him. As long as he has enough information, he can work out a more appropriate and quick method, and he will not rush like he is now. Let's do that. Since these two guys know the direction of the city, it should be the city they lived in before. The secret they don't know doesn't mean the city lord doesn't know. I don't know the strength of the city lord. If he is weaker than me, it will be easier to do. But if he is stronger than me, that's just right. By the way, I'll improve my strength. Gao Peng's inner abacus is very loud. When the mind has a calculation, look at the two people in front of him and say, which direction is the city you were in before? Ah, what shall I ask you? Over there. Ji Qing did not hesitate to point in a direction, but at this time she also felt a special doubt. Why did she suddenly ask? Well, I will escort you to your original city in the next period of time. I don't know what kind of enemies you have, but as long as you take them, I can help you deal with them. But only one thing to do for you. Don't push your foot. Gao Peng glanced coldly. He didn't want to owe others. Even though these guys seemed to him to exist like ants, they sometimes had to have a clear conscience when they did things. At least he is a 21st century man. Even though he has experienced so many things in this world, the dead have seen countless, but he still hasn't forgotten with the bottom line. Just because his style has changed doesn't mean he has no bottom line. Gao Peng's words directly let the two people on the scene completely ignorant, because they do not know that there will be such a result. I didn't know that. Gao Pengwei said that for a while. I didn't know what to do. That is, the old man reflected fast enough. Okay, good. We will certainly take you there. You can rest assured. After the old man agreed, he was also very happy. Although he still didn't know how powerful Gao Peng was and whether he could deal with their enemies. But at least there is a chance. If they are running away all the time, the final result is already self-evident, because their cultivation speed is too slow. Even if they are given thousands of years, there is little hope that they can revenge. This is not something they can solve at present. With Gao Peng's help, we can basically get revenge. Although we still don't know Gao Peng's strength, it doesn't mean that Lao Su can't see Gao Peng's strength. That's the deal. You'll follow me for a while. You'll show me the way. I'll escort you. In this journey, you don't need to worry about your own life, because with me, basically nothing will happen. You just need to take me to the city honestly. Chapter 754. Hurricane City. In the mouth of Ji Qing and others, this is a border town, but when Gao Peng saw it with his own eyes, he really realized it. What the other side said about the small town was not the same as what he remembered. Is this a small city? It's just like a huge fortress. It's as big as 100,000 miles. But in their mouth, it's just a border town. Looking at the towering wall, it's just a fortress that is hard to break. If it's not Gao Peng's strong strength, it's hard to see the scene above the wall. It made him doubt life for a while. Is this really a border town? Once again, he asked himself, thinking that there was a generation gap with these guys. Such a huge fortress is actually a small town. I can't imagine the middle and big cities, even the giant cities. How huge is that? Gao Peng was stunned. It was the first time he had lost his temper when he came to this continent. He couldn't understand their ideas. Do you mean a city less than 100,000 miles is called a town? Gao Peng, according to their own ideas, he really did not have a good intention to speak out directly. If this is said, it does not affect his majesty. So he instantly returned to his expressionless state, just like the city in front of him, which didn't bring him a huge blow, just looking at a common thing. This is Hurricane City. There are many people living in it, but most of them are not strong enough. Except for the people in the city lord's office, all of them need to live in the city. Because it's close to the devil forest, it always takes more risks, but the benefits are also huge, so there are many outlaws in this city. They are desperate people. Ji Qing can't help but start to introduce it. Her heart is also full of feelings, just escaped from this city. At this time, we have to enter again for other reasons. I really don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. However, when she took a look at Gao Peng, her ideas were completely ignored by him. With such a powerful senior, where can we be afraid of those guys? Ji Qing found that Gao Peng even looked at her, so she quickly introduced and said, although there are many people in this city, there are not many real strong ones. The most powerful people are only the God King, that is, the Lord of the city. The rest also have several God Kings, but they are all weak God Kings and should not threaten you. Although Ji Qing hasn't figured out Gao Peng's strength so far, she can be extremely sure that Gao Peng's strength is definitely in the realm of God King. But it is not clear who is stronger or weaker than the Lord. But she believed that since Gao Peng made all kinds of promises, his strength should not be too weak. Even if he was not against the Lord, he could easily escape. Gao Peng nodded slightly. When he saw this huge city, he was still a little worried. He was afraid that there would be more powerful monsters inside. Once the strength gap is too wide, his strength has not been improved, he will be killed in seconds, which is the most unjust thing. When he knows that the most powerful one is the God King, it makes him feel relieved and more confident. Chapter 755. Although there are many people gathered at the gate of the city, they are not all queuing there, but they are all shouting there. Most people seem to be adventurers, well equipped one by one, looking for the partners they need to form a team. Gao Peng also saw that most of the people were full of flesh and fierce men with big swords and shields. It's obviously about going into the devil's forest. Gao Peng and others passed through these adventurers and came to the real city gate. There are several tall city gates here, and the guards stand in rows beside them. Everyone who wants to enter the city needs to pay a certain amount, but the payment is not money, but the material of the monster. Every material is for its own use. The reason why we need to collect materials from monsters at the gate of the city is that we need to collect all kinds of materials to prevent the tide of beasts. Because it's close to the devil forest, some monsters will gather and attack the city inexplicably. In order to prevent accidents, the city lord decided that all the newcomers should pay a certain amount of monster materials. If people settle down in the city, they will hand in a lot less materials, but they also have to hand in the same materials, which is also to better defend the city. Ji Qing patiently and slowly introduced some rules of his city, especially the rules of entering and leaving. She was afraid that Gao Peng would get misunderstood. When there was a conflict, it would be troublesome. Although she was optimistic about Gao Peng, it would be so inexplicably troublesome. It's still a very nerve-wracking thing. These materials are used to make cultivation resources, or some necessary weapons. Thanks to these strategies of the city lord, they have finally passed disasters again and again. In this city, many people adore the city lord incomparably. Her strength is not only strong, but also love the people and the children. This is why many people support her. During Ji Qing's slow introduction, several people had officially entered the city, because they had deliberately collected materials from monsters before they came. That's enough to pay, or they would have been turned away by then. Gao Peng is not interested in these things. Anyway, someone around him helps to solve them. He is also happy to be free and not bothered by trivial things. As long as the strength is strong, this kind of thing will always be done by someone himself, and there is no need for him to waste time on such trivial things. Entering this city, Gao Peng first felt the excitement and then the magnificence. There are a lot of people in it. People are coming and going, but the street is not chaotic. Everyone has their own stall, and no one even rushes around. No one dares to fly in the sky. Maybe this is the rule made by the city lord, which makes many people slowly abide by it. This city can be so orderly, maybe it can't get rid of that city lord. Yes, the city lord of this city has some means, which can be seen from these surface things, especially in ordinary times. No wonder this city can exist in order, and it's still so close to the Devil Forest, which makes me wonder who the city leader is. Chapter 756 inches. Although the strength is not strong, it must be a talent with such means. Gao Peng thought so. Suddenly, he wanted to see the city lord. What kind of person has such a brilliant talent? Even occupied such a city for such a long time, not to mention the orderly management of this city, no one is easy to rob. It's a bit intriguing. If you have time, you still have to meet such a person. With Gao Peng seeing the appearance of this city, Ji Qing has slowly started to introduce it, although she does not know what Gao Peng really wants to know. But she didn't ask more. Some things that should be known will be known naturally. It's useless to ask what shouldn't be known. Instead, it will cause Gao Peng's dissatisfaction. With more understanding, Gao Peng also thoroughly knows that not all people are above the God King on this continent. Of course, from the time when Ji Qing said that the owner of this city was the God King, Gao Peng had basically understood, but did not know what they called the people under the God King. Now, he has basically understood. Under the God King, they are called Transcendence and Mortal. Under the King of Wu, they can be called Mortal. Above the King of Wu, they are Transcendence. They are divided into 1, 2, 3 and so on. After the extraordinary 5 steps as the God King, a God King can control a city, but in this vast continent, the God King is relatively small. Because this continent is too vast, just by virtue of the power of the God King, it is not enough to travel the whole continent. And every person born on this continent can become a warrior, even if their strength is not weak in their lifetime, which may be their inborn advantage. But talent is also strong and weak. Some people die without breaking through the God King, but some people can easily break through to the God King. These are not only opportunities and opportunities, but also opportunities. Many people think that their potential has been exhausted and they will always take risks. Just to seek that glimmer of hope. There are all kinds of forbidden areas in every place, which are not allowed to enter by idle people. There are all kinds of dangers and many unknowns in them. However, there are many opportunities. As long as you have good luck, you can get the most important things. Some people decide to enter this dangerous place because they think their potential has been exhausted. But most of them are not cold. Looking around at those who are extraordinary people, from time to time there are still some people who have been very close to the God King. Gao Peng has to feel that this city is indeed very prosperous. In fact, it's just a small town, but it's really powerful. Any peddler can stand up to the martial god ancestor on the continent of Sinyuan. It can be seen how powerful this city is. And this is just the smallest force. It's really prosperous, and I don't know what those huge cities will look like. I guess the God King can't rank in those cities, right? Gao Peng's heart is yearning for incomparable. If he can go to that kind of city, he can recklessly improve his strength. Moreover, it will not fail to improve its own strength. Of course, the disadvantages are also very obvious. Once he meets many people who are more powerful than him, he is easy to be killed instantly. Chapter 757 inches. Look is that the missing fish of Ji family. Before, they sent dead men to hunt down, but how could they still be alive? They even appeared in Hurricane City. Really? No, we must go back to report to the family. Since they have been caught by themselves, they should be arrested as soon as possible. You're here to stare at them. I'll go back and report. Yes. In a corner, a few people are communicating with each other, especially when they look at Gao Peng and his party, and their faces have already shown their joy. These people are the ones who have been chasing Ji Qing, but at this time they don't want to disturb others, mainly in the form of division of labor. Some go back to report, others follow again. When these people's eyes look at Gao Peng has already felt a lot of eyes. Even though they are not completely gathered in him, he can clearly feel the emotions of these eyes. Plus the actions of those people, there was no concealment at all. It was really that their strength was not strong, and they were discovered by Gao Peng at once. But at the moment, he didn't want to fight. Since these people are so obedient, then they can stay here. Maybe there will be a surprise. He thought about it in his heart, but his heart was still murmuring, it's true that it's here. I just hope it's not too weak. Well, Ji Qing is surprised, and looks at Gao Peng with some doubts. She doesn't understand why Gao Peng said such a sentence inexplicably. Is there another secret? The same is true for the old, but they are more delicate in their heart. Naturally, they know that they will be found by their enemies soon when they come here so openly. What's more, their enemies are powerful in this city, which they can't resist at present. Of course, it's not clear if Gao Peng can resist it. But the old man knew it. At this time, he immediately understood Gao Peng's words, but he didn't feel panic. Now that he has come here, basically, there is no other way to go. The only one can only face it head on, and all areas are only the existence of Gao Peng. I hope nothing happens like this, and I don't know how strong this adult's strength is. From all previous performances, we can basically determine that his strength has never been stronger. But I don't know if I can resist the revenge of the Li family. The Li family is the overlord in this city. Although it is still invincible to the city lord's mansion, it can also be regarded as the second force. The old man thought about many problems in his heart, but they didn't show them in the end. He just followed them quietly. The only thing unclear is Ji Qing. However, Gao Peng still behaves in a light manner. He doesn't pay attention to those generals at all. He almost ignores them. How about being followed by someone else? He had hoped to provoke more powerful enemies, and now he was just what he wanted, but he didn't know what the other side would call. As for strength, after all, the most powerful thing in this city is the God King. There must be few people who can surpass him, but some people should still have a backer behind them, as long as they can find out his mental arithmetic. That should allow him to improve his own strength. Chapter 758 Li Fu. This is a mansion built entirely of crimson wood. It's just like this, but all the wood comes from the devil forest. Every piece of wood has a certain ability to gather supernatural power. With so many wooden mansions of devil forest, it's natural to practice here with half the effort. And these woods are not so easy to get, not to mention any trees in the devil's forest. All of them are thousands of years old. It can be seen how rare it is. At this time, Li's mansion suddenly broke the once quiet, and suddenly became very busy. All the people gathered in the main hall, especially the head of the family, who was sitting on the top with great dignity, looked at the people below coldly, and talked with me. Although not all people agree with the statement, their purpose is clear. Cut the grass and root. I think it's time to send someone over now. Otherwise, if that monster escapes, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause us. What's more, she still has that thing in her hand. It can't be spread, an old man full of white said, and then there are many people have charged, fully agree with what this old man said. But there are also different opinions. Although I also think we should get it as soon as possible, but we will definitely attract the attention of the city lord's office in the end. Do we want to let others suspect again? A middle-aged man looked at the people around him and slowly said his inner thoughts. It's not fear, just don't want to cause any more conflicts, especially with the city lord's office. Once there is a real crack, it's hard to make up. There is even the possibility of wearing small shoes, which is something everyone does not want to see. After this middle-aged man finished speaking, many people are also calmed down. They do know if it is so big. There are still obvious disadvantages. That is to say, we will have to face the city lord's office again. This is only because of the inevitable difficulties. Before that, they had to face the pressure of the city lord's government because of the extermination. Originally, I thought it would go on like this. Next, the Li family should calm down to make a good repair and wait for the next move. After all, they've already sent people to hunt down before. But who knows, the final result will be like this. Those who escape unexpectedly did not escape, but turned back. What's the situation? And the dead men they sent out? This also makes many people in the Li family wonder. It's not the same as what they think. Which link is the problem? With the silence of all people, everyone began to care about the gains and losses, not because of personal interests, but to see which one is more beneficial to the family. We don't need to put on a big show and send some young and powerful people. Since they can escape, they still have two brushes. We are afraid that some powerful people will pass by, so that we can solve it as soon as possible, and a quick decision will not be found by others. Even if the people in the city lord's office know about it, they should not come here to ask questions. Chapter 759 Gao Peng walked aimlessly. Although he was looking around all the time, His heart was waiting for those who were watching. He just hopes that the people who don't come are too weak. Even if he can't improve his strength, it's right to play with him. Don't be killed by seconds at once. What's more, Gao Peng is quite looking forward to fighting with people in this new continent. Even though the strength of the other side may not surpass him, there should be some changes in the way of fighting. This is what Gao Peng expects. But sometimes things tend to go where you can't imagine them. Just like now, when Gao Peng went straight ahead, he found that the people around him suddenly focused their eyes on their group, and even pointed out from time to time. This made his steps a bit strange. It's not that Old Man and Ji Qing have lowered their heads at the same time. Naturally, they know what those guys mean. Obviously, they have recognized both of them. Gao Peng listened carefully for a while, and suddenly heard the voices of those people. The expression on his face suddenly became extremely strange. It seems that these two people are really famous. They just came back to this city and were directly integrated by others. They are really famous. Gao Peng didn't know what to say, but he just felt a little surprised, and the rest didn't pay much attention. Even if the voices of these people are always ringing in his ears. What does this have to do with him? It's just ants. There's no need to pay more attention to them. Besides, it's harmless for them. What's more, from these people's comments, the ghost has learned the true cause of things and what happened in the end. The corner of his mouth rose uncontrollably. Look, is that Miss G's? Yes, and the butler, how could they be here? The Ji family has been exterminated by you. How could they? Don't say it. This society has brought death. It's not something we can discuss at will at all. Now that the Miss Ji family appears, it will surely attract the attention of the Li family. All the people around are pointing. Although they have deliberately kept their voices to a minimum, he totally underestimated Gao Peng's hearing. They could be heard in a flash. As for the old man, it is naturally clear why these people have such performance, so they will lower their heads. He was afraid of being recognized at once. Although it was futile to say all these things, sometimes he could not help but do so. Ji Qing is even more in the dark, and I don't know if she has been found. When she saw so many people pointing and talking, her whole person began to panic. Because she was afraid of the Li family. Ji Qing asked softly, "Do we want to leave now? I think our identity is now exposed." The old man did not reply, but looked at Gao Peng. Gao Peng said without expression, "No, they love to see and let them watch, let alone do you think we really haven't been discovered?" Chapter 760 Inches Friend, I wonder if you can lend us these two people around you. A group of people suddenly stopped Gao Peng and others, and even surrounded them directly. They didn't want to let Gao Peng and others go out directly. Seeing this scene, the old man's face turned green completely. He already knew who these people were. After all, there were several familiar faces in them. How can we not recognize it? Ji Qing is also a face of iron green. I didn't expect that Li would be so quick, especially those who came here are the best. That is to say, except for the leader of the Li family, the rest of the experts are basically here. In order to catch them, they sent so many strong men. I really look up to them. Both of them put their eyes on Gao Peng. At this time, they can only hope on Gao Peng. Gao Peng looks at the people in front of him calmly. Even though he has been surrounded, there is still no fluctuation in his heart. Especially looking at these people in front of him, his eyes showed a trace of disappointment. These guys were not the people he expected. The strength is too bad. There are not many powerful ones, and the most powerful one is just a god king. What's the matter? Isn't this a more advanced continent? Why do you always feel so miserable? Are these so-called big family members so weak? Gao Peng was really puzzled. Although he had already prepared for it, he was still disappointed when he saw it. Alas, well, looking at Gao Peng, he was indifferent, and even sighed for himself. He didn't know what he meant. All eyes were immediately attracted to him. All the people felt puzzled. They didn't know what Gao Peng meant. They not only didn't respond, but sighed there. The old people have taken a step back, which is not a battle they can take part in at all. Gao Peng said lightly, "I've been looking forward to this for a long time, but I didn't expect that all things are too much for me. I should have thought that it would be such a result, but I'm still looking forward to it." It's really stupid. All people did not expect that Gao Peng would say such a sentence at this time, plus the vivid expression on his face. Let the presence of such a person directly speechless. What do you mean? They were suddenly confused and looked at each other. People didn't understand what Gao Peng meant. In fact, they can understand it, but for a while, they were still a little confused and didn't react at all. So all the people looked at Gao Peng, so quietly looking at him. The people around didn't find anything wrong. They didn't do anything special except stand there quietly, which won't attract everyone's attention. Of course, some people are still paying close attention to Ji Qing. When they see the Li family's people, their eyes are so wide that they are almost falling off. Did the Li family come out so quickly? This just revealed a little bit of wind, and suddenly began to block up. As expected, it is a big family. It has an extremely powerful power, even the news is so smart. Chapter 761 inches. My God, is this from the Li family? It's too fast. How long has it been? All of a sudden, it's been heard. It's so powerful. Not only did you get the news all at once, but also so many strong people were photographed in an instant. All of them are elders, especially those with the King of God. It's terrible. When the people around have found the strong of Li family, they all retreat for a long time, but they are still curious. Of course, they dare not get too close. Even if they are curious, they don't want to put their lives on it. As more and more people recognize Li's family, one after another, there is a sound of discussion, even with a lifetime of exclamation from time to time. Those people in the Li family felt the situation around them. One of the powerful gods frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the scene in front of them. Originally, it was only solved as soon as possible, so it would not happen. But who knows that when they slow down a bit, passers-by will find out. If it's sent to the Lord's mansion, it's not good. Let's fight quickly and solve these guys as soon as possible. Otherwise, once we let the people in the Lord's mansion know, there will be no chance to start again. Now we have solved these guys quickly. Even if the city lord's office wants to ask for a crime, then we will have a reason to refuse. Several people made eye contact, and finally decided to solve Gao Peng and others quickly, even though there were so many people watching. But they are more inclined to fight fast. For them, some things are worth taking risks. As long as they don't make room for the future, everything can be discussed. Gao Peng just watched these guys whispering in front of him. He had listened to all the people's voices for a long time. However, he was completely indifferent to these people's comments, even the conversation of these people in front of him. Even though these guys just make eye contact, with Gao Peng's powerful strength, you can immediately feel what kind of ideas these guys are fighting. It's boring, Gao Peng whispered. However, Gao Peng's words directly attracted the attention of the God King. His face did not have any expression, but it can be seen that he was really upset. There are so many changes in the things that were planned very well. Everyone will feel extremely upset. Only he said in a worse tone, I can only blame you for your bad luck, and you guy, if you listen to us honestly at the beginning, you will not have such a result. But if you miss the chance, there won't be another one. The God King said it himself, and even began to approach Gao Peng slowly. He didn't know why he had such a strong self-confidence. He didn't even know the enemy's information. You can say such things in such arrogance. Gao Peng looks at each other so quietly, even the two people beside Gao Peng, that is, the people who look at the Li family so quietly. Just like staying out of the way, this feeling makes people feel extremely weird, but for a while no one found out. Chapter 762 inches. Stop. Just as the God King was about to come to Gao Peng's body, a pleasant voice sounded. Then, I saw a man in armor, like a general, coming out, wearing a red armor all over his body, with long hair floating behind him. With her arrival, the people around burst into a more enthusiastic voice, wave after wave without any intention of stopping. It has to be said that the people who suddenly appeared are really popular. As if everyone knew her. Gao Peng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the woman in red armor. Her long hair was just like that of a fighting nation. But their temperaments are quite different. One is that they are cold all over, not close to strangers, and the other looks extremely cool. It's like a general who has been fighting for many years, and his breath clearly shows this. Although wearing red armor, Gao Peng can clearly see her proud posture. Even if wearing armor, it can't cover up his bloody and swollen posture. Tut tut tut, this figure is really hot, it seems that the temper is not small. Gao Peng first looked up and down, then began to appreciate it. But the woman seemed to hear Gao Peng's words. Suddenly, she turned around and glared at Gao Peng. After that, there were no more regular meetings. But the feeling at this glance, let Gao Peng thoroughly remember. What do you mean? The hostage in red armor asked, standing directly in front of the Li family, as if pointing at each other's nose. Especially her voice is extremely cold. But the Li family didn't have two words at all. They all looked at the people around them. No one dared to talk. Even the God King suddenly got stuck. No one knows how it happened all of a sudden. This is not the same as what they thought at the beginning. How can the city lord appear so fast? What shall I ask you? I won't mention that one time before, but you dare to commit crimes again and again under my eyes. Is this challenging my bottom line? If that's the case, congratulations. You have successfully challenged my bottom line. No matter what kind of resentment you have, I will be honest in my territory. Or don't blame me for being rude. The beautiful city lord is extremely domineering. There is no one to refute what he said. The eyes of those around him are even more adoring. Maybe it's because of the domineering power and innate charm of this beautiful city lord that so many people will be attracted at once. Of course, it is not known that there may be powerful forces behind others. In the face of the questioning of the beautiful city lord, those Li family members suddenly took a step backward. If they were not caught on the spot, they could still make a good argument. But now they are caught on the spot. Even if they haven't started, it's not good to be stared at directly. The God King explained carefully, Lord, listen to us, this is a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Chapter 763. When he heard the God King of Li's family calling for the lord of the city, Gao Peng was stunned. He didn't expect that this beautiful woman, like a general, was the lord of the city. It's just amazing. I didn't expect that the city lord of this city would be such a beautiful woman, which was quite unexpected to him. Seeing Gao Peng only glanced at Ji Qing and asked, is this really the city lord? Why am I a little incredulous? Ji Qing nodded his head in a hurry. This kind of words can't be said casually. Although we know that Gao Peng's strength is very strong, the strength of the lord is not weak. Naturally, the beautiful city lord could hear what Gao Peng said, but at this time, she seemed to ignore it directly, and didn't pay much attention to what Gao Peng said. But she doesn't want to pay attention to Gao Peng, but it doesn't mean that Gao Peng won't let her go. Wait, well, they are my prey. What do you want to do? As soon as Gao Peng's voice fell, the whole person had disappeared in place, and the next second had already appeared in front of the beautiful city lord, blocking her way. Even at this moment, Gao Peng didn't even pay attention to Li's family. He said solemnly to the beautiful city lord, at least you have to abide by a principle of coming first and coming later. They are the people I have identified as prey. You can't rob my prey, can you? It's not kind. Unless I agree with you, you can do it. Otherwise, please stand aside. Looking at Gao Peng's serious expression, all the people were stunned. My God, what the hell does this guy want to do? He didn't know there was a God King. If it wasn't for the city lord, no one would be able to clean up the God King. However, this inexplicable guy even said that the Li family's people were his prey, which made people deeply suspect. For a while, all the people began to talk about it, especially the residents around. They didn't know Gao Peng, but they knew Li's people and the city lord very well. That's why I think Gao Peng is a guy who can't help himself, and I don't know where he came from. Does this guy want to die? Or does he want to show up in front of the city lord and get the daughter of the city lord? It's just wishful thinking. For a man like him, how can the lord of the city look up to him? If he has no strength, he is still so arrogant. He just makes people vomit when they see him. Everyone around began to talk about it, but their words were particularly heavy, as if Gao Peng was a guy beyond his control. Hearing these people's voices, Ji Qing frowned tightly, and wanted to scold these people so that these guys could shut their mouths quickly. Otherwise, once Gao Peng is really provoked, it will be really bad. No one can resist it here. Although she still doesn't know Gao Peng's strength, Ji Qing has her own guess in her heart. She thinks that Gao Peng's strength must be very strong, even more powerful than the city lord. Looking at his plain expression, I don't pay attention to everything at all. There are only two kinds of people who express themselves in this way. One is to have an illusion of their own strength, to show ignorance, and to think that they are invincible in the world. Another kind of person is to own the sufficient self-confidence to own the strength, also knows own strength in what kind of level. Chapter 764. The beauties raised their eyebrows, and then they opened their eyes and looked at Gao Peng. They even looked at Gao Peng with their beautiful eyes. It seems that I really want to know what kind of character Gao Peng is and what kind of thoughts he has in mind. Is it really like flattering her in the discussion, or is it for another purpose? What do you mean? After being puzzled, the beauty group leader said directly, and her breath did not weaken, a fierce breath came to her face. It was as if a beast was coming. Even for Gao Peng, this may be the temptation of the beauty group leader. She also wants to see what kind of guy Gao Peng is. Since she dared to stand up at this time, she should have some strength. It's also a test. However, Gao Peng's performance led her thoroughly disappointed, because Gao Peng seems to have no feeling, people are expressionless, light smile. As if nothing had happened. This surprised the beautiful city lord. What kind of guy is this? I can ignore her oppression. Unconsciously, she was even more curious about Gao Peng's identity. Gao Peng smiled and said, I don't mean anything else. I just say that these guys are my prey. After all, they must follow the principle of, first come, first come. This is the prey I ordered first, and also my first come. It belongs to me, isn't it? Gao Peng didn't give the other party a chance to contradict at all, just when all the people were still stunned, and those Li family members were also a little confused about the current situation. One by one, they all looked at Gao Peng. What about this guy? Is this to let them all go? It's no wonder that they have such an idea. Actually, they think Gao Peng's strength is not strong. If it's a beautiful city lord, it's doomed. But if it's Gao Peng, it's really another matter. This makes these Li family people immediately very happy. One by one, their hearts have blossomed, but their faces do not show it. They even look at each other. All this was going on in the dark, as if Gao Peng was the savior who saved them in the deep water. But to everyone's surprise, Gao Peng suddenly waved his hand, which made all people feel very inexplicable. It doesn't seem to be greeting people, but what does that mean? Especially in this sensitive time, this kind of performance will inevitably make people doubt, but also let many people focus on Gao Peng. But the next second I saw someone making a scream. Ah, those several people, it's gone. With the sound of this exclamation, all the people immediately looked at the Li family, and then they found the problem. Those guys had disappeared completely by this time, without any trace, as if they had never appeared in the world. This kind of method makes the host feel more terrible. At this time, they gradually come back to God. Gao Peng's just move is not unreasonable. Maybe all this is his work. Chapter 765 inches this. What's going on? How can it be so good that it's gone all of a sudden? Where have they all gone? My God, is it because these people have hidden martial arts that disappear when all of us don't pay attention? All of us are like a frying pan. The scene is a bit out of control. After all, this scene is just too dreamy. It's just a blink of an eye. Several big living people disappear in an instant. What kind of means is this? Only a few people on the scene know what's going on and who moved the hand, but this method is too magical. As soon as Ji Qing's eyes brightened, although she was still shocked inside, she was more convinced that Gao Peng absolutely had a powerful power that others could not imagine. Even the city lord can't compete. It's really powerful, but I don't know where his bottom line is. As soon as the pupil of the beautiful city lord shrinks, there is no previous indifference now. At this time, she is also completely frightened by Gao Peng's means. This mysterious means, once used in her body. This had to make her rise vigilance, for Gao Peng more fear up. At the beginning, I didn't know Gao Peng at all, so I chose to ignore him. At this time, I saw Gao Peng's hand officially, and I knew what kind of horrible means Gao Peng had. This has to be taken seriously. The beautiful city lord asked, how can we do it? What about them? Gao Peng calmly replied, just died. As for how I did it, when your strength reaches a certain level, some means can be easily done. The reason why you feel magical is that your strength has not reached my level, otherwise you will think it is more common. However, Gao Peng doesn't know what others are surprised at all. Even the emperor can't do it. Someone like Gao Peng who is so understated killed several people directly. It's as if it's directly wiped out from this world. This is the most shocking thing that ordinary people can't do at all. Even those who are powerful can't do it. The beautiful city lord knows a lot of things because of her wide knowledge, so she knows how terrible Gao Peng's hand is. Only to see the expression on his face suddenly become extremely serious. I'm not joking with you, I'm serious. I'm not kidding either. When I'm strong, I can do it naturally. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, Gao Peng actually appears when his strength reaches a certain level. Maybe it's because the number of martial arts before is too large. Although the level is still low, the people who can use martial arts are Gao Peng, which is different. Because after Gao Peng's strength is strong, he has more control over these martial arts skills. There is no too much pressure on him at all, especially to deal with those who are weaker than him, that is to say, you can turn your hands over and smoke away without much effort. This is the most terrifying place, and no one can understand it at all. Even Gao Peng is not aware of his problems at this time. Others only feel incredible, but Gao Peng takes it for granted. Chapter 766. Seeing that the people around were shocked, Gao Peng reluctantly waved his hand and said, "No way, my strength is too strong. It's not enough to be dazzling. I don't want to frighten you like this just by shooting. I can see how terrible my strength is. It's a real headache." Forbearance. There is a black line on the forehead of the beautiful city lord, and the corners of her mouth are twitching all the time. If she didn't look at Gao Peng, she would be really powerful. But I can't see through. Otherwise, she would have done it directly. What's more, the beautiful city lord also wants to know about Gao Peng. Suddenly there is such a strong man, especially the strange-looking guy in ancient times, who still wants to know about him. What is the purpose of coming here? And why? All of these should be understood clearly. Who knows if Gao Peng has any bad intentions? The beautiful city lord thinks so in heart, so she only sees that she is trying her best to endure her temper. In this 1-acre land, she is the absolute king. No one can resist, or even say that to her. Gao Peng is the first. It's not only the response of the beautiful city lord, but also the eyes of people around him, especially after hearing Gao Peng's speech. They can't stand what they think. This is just too arrogant. It's really arrogant. I've never seen such a arrogant guy. He dared to talk like this in front of the Lord. He just doesn't know how to live or die. What the hell is this guy from? I don't come here to find fault, do I? It doesn't look like it. The people around began to talk about it. Everyone was extremely awed and worshipped the city lord. At this time, they saw Gao Peng's language as provocative and defiant. All of a sudden let the people around feel extremely dissatisfied. Ji Qing and others also frowned. After all, such a remark is easy to offend people, let alone this is someone else's territory. But the reason for their identity can't be said. Especially Gao Peng has always been so mysterious. No one knows where Gao Peng comes from. Everything seems to be out of thin air. The two men are so locked in a stalemate. The beautiful city lord doesn't know what to say at this time. The guy in front of them is obviously picking and quarreling. Who is your excellency? I don't want to ask where those guys have gone, so I want to know, what's your purpose? What are you here for? In the face of the questions, Gao Peng responded calmly and said, there is no need to explain where I come from. As for my coming here just to get some information, you don't need to care too much about me. Because I'm not interested in your sight, but I'm interested in you. All of a sudden there was a little interest. Quiet. All the voices seemed to disappear in an instant, and all the people at the scene were staring at Gao Peng, saying this directly. My God, I can't believe it. For all people. Is this the city lord who started to play directly? It's too hot. For so many years, the people who live in this city have never seen such a scene. For a while, they were secretly excited. Although many people feel dissatisfied, they can't hide their excitement. This is a rare scene. Chapter 767. In the face of the aggressive eyes, the beautiful city lord suddenly smiled, and the eyes narrowed directly into a beautiful line. It seemed that the whole person was shining, and all the people in the room were blinded directly. This scene was just too beautiful. Many people haven't seen the city lord smile at all, but it is such a smile that many people are stunned instantly. Look, even if Gao Peng was a little surprised, why did he suddenly smile? Although it looks beautiful, it's really a little confusing. Next second, I saw only the beautiful city lord suddenly said, my name is Xianxia. I'm interested in you for the first time in many years. It's really interesting. Although I still want to know your purpose, now I've changed my mind. Don't you say I'm interested. Then you can defeat me. If you can defeat me, I'll let you do it. You can do what you want. All of a sudden, Gao Peng was directly on the spot, and his mind was also blank. In that sentence, he just took advantage of his words. But who knows, it turns out to be like this. The other side agreed. Still talking like this, is it to let her out? Gao Peng once suspected that he had hallucinations. Is this a woman's word to say? Or this Xianxia thinks his strength is very strong? Gao Peng is still depressed at this time. He just wants to take advantage of it, but who knows that the other side should directly refute it. If he doesn't agree, it means that he has already counseled. As for the rest of the people present, when they heard Xianxi's words, the whole person was directly confused, and their brains were buzzing all the time, as if something had entered their minds. They can't think at all. Are they all hallucinating? Why is there such a horrible scene? My God, what did the Lord say? Is this the Lord they know? Xianxia has always been very dignified in the eyes of others. He has never shown such a scene, let alone made such a joke. But now not only laughed in front of the crowd, but also made such a promise. Is this the sun coming out to the west? Or all the people who were there had the same dream? But when they looked at each other, they also saw each other's extremely shocked eyes, which immediately made everyone understand that this was not an illusion at all. It's not a dream. This makes their hearts just turn over the river and the sea, and they have not calmed down for a while. It is the scene in front of them that has brought them tremendous impact. It's unbelievable that the guy who suddenly appeared spoke like that. The best thing is that their Lord replied. What he said was still jaw-dropping. For a moment the scene, which was very noisy, was immediately quiet. Ji Qing and the elderly are completely ignorant. This is the most amazing news they have ever heard. How can the development of things be unexpected? It's really beyond our expectation. Chapter 768. The guards who followed Xianxia were also very ignorant at the beginning, but when they came back to God, they hurriedly dissuaded them. Don't joke, Lord. Yes, it can't be joked. You should be careful when you say it. Once you let other people know, what will they do to you? After all, this kind of words can't be said at will. Especially for Xianxia, the city lord, every move will be noticed by others. Even if it is such a remote town, it is also highly noticed, especially those related forces, which naturally pay special attention to it. Once there is any mistake in every move, it will suffer unprecedented losses, but also need to withstand unimaginable pressure. But Xianxia waves directly to stop what they want to say next. His eyes suddenly become extremely fierce. What am I going to do? Do I need to ask you? They can think as they like. I don't need to explain anything to anyone. You'd better not stop me, otherwise you know my temper. In such a domineering response, the guards immediately calmed down, did not dare to contradict at all, and showed fear in their eyes. That's when they know they've crossed the line. If it's in normal times, it's harmless to occasionally give a suggestion, but at this time, they even try to hinder Xianxia's decision. It's just an act of looking for death. When they thought about it, they knew how reckless their action was just now. For a moment, all the people stopped and didn't dare to speak anymore. Seeing these guards stop talking, Xianxia looks at Gao Peng with a smile. Everything seems to be natural, which makes people can't help but go deep into the mire. Even the people around feel the incomparable beauty of Xianxia at this moment, and no one can match her. How is it? I don't care what your purpose is, but since you are interested in me, we may as well fight one. As long as you beat me, you can do whatever you want. At this time, Gao Peng completely returned to his mind, covered his forehead with his hand, and said without a word on his face, I'm afraid you're not joking with me, and I haven't seen anyone promote myself like this. Although you are really beautiful, which is an undeniable fact, do you think you can't get married? As soon as Gao Peng's words were said, all the people almost fell off their chin and their eyes were about to fall off. Lie, slot, is this human language? At first, they thought what Gao Peng would say. Unexpectedly, they would say such a thing. It was just too unexpected. One by one, they all look at Gao Peng with murderous eyes. Their strength is really not strong. They can even kill a large area with a wave of their hands. But however, they stare at Gao Peng directly, and Xianxia is the object of adoration by all the people on the scene. Then they are ridiculed in such public eyes. But they can't say anything. This is the best outrage. For a time, all the people stared at Gao Peng with fierce eyes, just like eating Gao Peng. Facing this kind of vision, Gao Peng naturally chose to ignore it directly. Chapter 769. The smile on Xianxia's face is sluggish. For a moment, she really wants to kill Gao Peng. Everyone says she can't get married. And that kind of behavior just now is actually selling itself. How can you say that? This is the most offensive words. However, it's just outrageous to say it from such a person's mouth. However, Xianxia really has no other way. Maybe it's the rebellious psychology in his heart. He swore that he would answer it quickly. Yeah, I'm just selling myself, okay. How dare you go on? This time, everyone was completely confused. Nobody expected that things would develop like this. What was the reason at the beginning? They didn't think of it for a while. I just think that the development of things now is too unexpected for them to believe. The smile on Gao Peng's face gradually disappeared. It's hard to look at Xianxia seriously and look at the smiling and serious expression of the other party, which has to be taken seriously by him. But he won't give it easily. He came to this city with a very clear purpose. He just wanted to learn more. Some things are not easy to ask openly. At most, we can only observe the reaction of people around us. This is also the reason why he wants to come to the city. Only in this way can he absorb more information without any consideration, and not attract other people's attention, although he does not need to care about other people's views on him. But sometimes it's better to be careful when you are too weak. No one knows what kind of accident will happen next second. Especially at this time, he knows little about anything, and even less about this continent, so he can only slowly find the information he needs. Until he has a thorough understanding, he can make his own plan. All these are based on his purpose of quietly understanding the information, but now it is obvious that it is no longer possible. When the current city lord appears in front of him, everything seems to be developing in an unpredictable direction. I don't mind agreeing, but I have my own requirements. Gao Peng rarely gets up seriously. Since he has been completely exposed to people, he doesn't mind showing more powerful strength. After all, sometimes, this is also a show of their own muscles, not to let others completely look down on people. He doesn't know how many people are watching it in the dark, especially when he really does, it may be remembered by many people. But only when he understands the information as soon as possible, can he make enough plans, and then he can concentrate on improving his strength. Now that it's over, there's nothing to hesitate about. Sometimes the plan can't keep up with the changes. At this moment, Gao Peng has realized the meaning of this sentence. After all, the plan has been destroyed for 2 consecutive times inexplicably. This makes him feel extremely vexed. Request: as long as I can do it, I can promise you, let alone if you can beat me, even I am yours, what else can't you ask for? Xianxia smiled directly, as if he had got the smile of his beloved toy. Chapter 770 The Development Direction of Things. It seems that some unpredictable. All the people present were just staring at each other, which was the direction they had never imagined. Unexpectedly, they became so confused. Their lord, at this moment, all people seem to be stabbed in the heart by a knife. The expressions on each face are ugly, just like heartbreak. It's really unbearable pain. No matter what the people around think, but 2 of the protagonists do not have their thoughts, but they are smiling at each other. Xianxia took the lead in saying, let's find a place. It can't be extended here. Without any hesitation, Gao Peng directly refused. No, there is no need to waste that time. It doesn't take much time to deal with you. It's okay here, you don't need to be afraid of destroying your territory, because it won't happen at all. They don't deserve it. Xianxia, this is the most arrogant words she has heard. Although Gao Peng's strength is still unclear, Xianxia doesn't think the gap will be so wide. But at present, this hateful guy is so confident as if he could win her at will. Hateful, Xianxia gnashed his teeth and said, you look down on people too much, don't you? No, I look up to you very much. For the weak, I don't usually do it, but it's your honor that you can let me do it. As for the destruction here, it will not happen at all. Gao Peng doesn't think it will take too much time to deal with such a person, or how much damage it will cause. Here, this is not going to happen at all. Therefore, Gao Peng is naturally extremely confident, because every word he says is true. As for whether the rest of us believe it or not, it's none of his business. All the people present were speechless indeed. This is simply to look down on people, especially Gao Peng. That face, of course, more people feel the incomparable anger. If you show a very arrogant look, it will only let others feel that you are a fool who can't see the form clearly. But when you see a natural expression, it's easy to arouse other people's emotions. It's the ultimate irony, or that kind of group ridicule. My God, is this guy too arrogant? Who gave him the courage to say such a thing? To the lord of the city, he said that he didn't need to waste time, or even cause damage here. Who asked him to say such a thing? That's disgusting. Look at his natural expression. I want to punch him in the face. It's just outrageous. All the people in the audience expressed their anger at the opportunity. This is the lord they adore. But that's how they will be looked down upon by the other side. If it was shock at first, it's total anger now. Who do you look down on? It's intolerable. All the people are angry at once. Even they gradually start to gather, if they hear another intolerable sentence. Maybe it will really provoke people's anger. All of them are at the same time. After all, they look at people's angry expression, as well as their eyes that seem to be about to blow fire. This is not impossible. Chapter 771. Looking at Gao Peng's natural expression, Xianxia finally agreed. Good, since you are so confident, I'd like to see how you are. I've never seen anyone dare to talk like this in front of me. You are really the first. But if you are defeated, you will have good fruit to eat. Xianxia has already made up for it in his mind. How to punish Gao Peng after defeating him. Gao Peng has always been so angry. This just touched for a while, already can blow up the person's lung. It can be imagined how hateful Gao Peng's every move is. Gao Peng nodded his head without knowing whether he could. Whatever you say, you can never defeat me, but deal with you it's really a very easy thing. Don't deny it, because some things are already doomed. No matter how you want to change, they will not change with your mind. Xianxi's eyes sparked completely, which was the real anger. He was looked down upon again and again. It's a trample on a man of great self-esteem. Damn it, good, I'll see how you beat me. Woo, a burst of flame suddenly rose, directly enveloping Xianxia, just like the goddess of flame, standing directly in the flame. It looks so gorgeous, but the next second, the scene that everyone can't believe happened. The fire around Xianxia suddenly goes out. A man stands directly behind Xianxia, and the man says softly, "That's how I beat you." That person is Gao Peng, but I don't know when he has appeared behind Xianxia, and his hand is directly holding Xianxi's neck. This is the most surprising thing. Xianxia doesn't have any defense. It shouldn't be. All the people are staring at all this, how shocked it is for them, and only at this moment can they feel it. Bang! Naturally, Xianxia can't give up so easily, only to see her turn around, a fist as if it was a fire, and directly hit Gao Peng. But Gao Peng didn't want to be alone at all. He took the punch directly and forcefully. As for the energy spilled out, it was directly offset by Gao Peng. There is no damage to the surrounding area. What about Gao Peng? He still looked at her with a smile on his face, as if the fist had no harm to him, just a common one. Xianxia was really confused on the spot. Just now, he didn't have any left hand, but it was such an attack that he was directly caught by someone else's understatement. If this fist hits the ground, it may cause cracks or even a big hole. But if the flame had not been extinguished, it would have been burning all the time. But it was such a terrible attack that was directly received by the other side. There was no damage around. Even the other side is not injured. What a terrible power it is. Even if we are powerful, even our bodies are so terrible. Is this really human? Xianxia has to believe that Gao Peng is really terrible. From such a simple thing, we can find the strong strength of the other side. Chapter 772. Facing the shocked eyes of Xianxia, Gao Peng smiled and showed his white teeth. Don't you think it's a waste of time? And it didn't cause any damage, am I right? At this moment, no one can doubt Gao Peng, because he has proved what he said before with practical actions. There is no exaggeration at all. There is no exaggeration, because everything is true. The audience had been speechless for a long time. They couldn't even utter the voice of shock. It was just too shocking. Originally, I just thought that Gao Peng was arrogant and ignorant, but who knows that they were two sitting on the sidelines, which can be said to be a good vision for them. Everyone's expression is wonderful. It's like performing a pantomime. Just looking at the expressions of all people, we can basically guess their inner thoughts. The old man standing beside Gao Peng was also shocked. He was not a man who had never met the world. Although Gao Peng's strength has been overestimated, who knows this is a far underestimation of him. It's because standing beside him, feeling is the most profound, even he didn't realize it, which is the most terrifying place. You can't see how the big living man beside you disappeared, which makes him fully realize how terrible Gao Peng is. What I said before is not empty. It's terrible. I've never met such a powerful person, and I don't know where this adult came from. The old man has a big idea in his mind. He even takes a look at Ji Qing from time to time. He has been planning this idea in his heart. Can it be implemented? But I don't know what he thought of. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised, and the wrinkles are almost gone. Xianxia is also in shock at the moment. Even after such a long time, she still hasn't returned to her mind directly. How could such a terrible strong man appear in such a remote town? Is it because it came out of the devil's forest? But it seems that it's not right. Every strong person should go in the opposite direction, and never come to their small town. After such a long time of observation, Xianxia already had such a guess. But Gao Peng's appearance also made her a little confused. Is it because of the wrong way or for another purpose? When Xianxia is in the middle of stupor, Gao Peng shakes his hand and directly interrupts the other party's thinking. I said, when are you going to stay still? Do you want to cheat? If you really think so, don't blame me for using the strong one. Gao Peng suddenly showed a bad smile. There was no mysterious feeling before. The human design collapsed instantly. All the people present were equally ignorant. What does this man say about collapse? There is no sign at all. At first, I thought Gao Peng was a mysterious strong man, but now I think it's special lewd. Especially when you smile like that. Let everyone on the scene break the skill in an instant, one by one, looking at Gao Peng with extremely strange eyes. Chapter 773. In Xianxi's eyes, there was a flash of surprise, then it disappeared and became extremely charming. My lord, what I said before is true. Now that I've been defeated, I'll let you handle it. Dang, it was a jaw drop. This transformation is also a matter of minutes. Just like before Gao Peng, the human structure became unstable. At the same time, I was shocked by all the people present. This is their lord. It has always been so brave and powerful. It's true for everyone, but how can it become like this now? My God, what do I see? No, this is definitely not our lord. He will never do anything so outrageous. I don't believe it. Many people cover their eyes one after another and don't believe what they see at all, whether Xianxia is sincere or not. But this kind of image has been thoroughly seen by these people around, which immediately caused a lot of disturbance. Although the people in this city worship Xianxia very much, they are also worshipped as goddess. You can only look at it from afar, but not play with it. However, their goddess, Lord, even if it is true or false, it will show such a small woman's side, which has brought tremendous impact on all the people present. Ji Qing is even more stunned to see, the small mouth has been opened incomparably big. This is a scene she never thought of. I never thought about it. I can't even imagine it. But all this really happened in front of their eyes. No matter how shocked the people were, Xianxia didn't pay attention to it. Instead, he looked at Gao Peng with his eyes open. In response, Gao Peng snorted coldly. Oh, woman, no matter whether the other party is sincere or fake, but since you dare to expose this scene in front of the public, it can be seen that the other party is quite ambitious. However, since it has been agreed before, Gao Peng will not let the other party go so easily, and this is his first foothold. It's just time to inquire about the rest he needs to know, and then make arrangements slowly. It's also a very remote town. There should be no accident. This is the most reassuring place to put all the information in order. Sir, I wonder if you can move to my concubine's house. Well, you lead the way. In this way, all the people are stupefied to see the two people go further and further, although they do not take a big step, but like a blink of an eye. One step is a long distance. Ji Qing and other people hurriedly followed in the past. No matter how shocked they were, they could not directly fall behind at this time. Once caught by the Li family, it's really over. The old man and she still have self-knowledge. The protagonist of the play has gone, leaving all the audience in a mess in the wind. At this time, they still don't believe what they saw before. It took a long time for them to look at each other. The color of shock still remained unchanged, and even more could not be diluted. They believe that the scene they just saw will surely spread throughout the city in a short time, and then everyone will know. I don't know how terrible the unrest will be. Chapter 774. In the Lord's mansion, Gao Peng sits on the throne with a big saber. He is not on the side of Xianxia at all. At this moment, he can have a good look around him. It's really luxurious here. Although we can't see anything outside, we can only see when we really come in. Some people's taste is not to decorate some precious items, which can set off the luxury. And some of them are only lightly decorated. We can improve the style of the whole place by several grades. And now in the city lord's mansion, which is such a high style, Gao Peng has to admire Xianxi's vision and taste. People who are so beautiful will have good taste. After a long look, Gao Peng put his eyes on Xianxia. Tell me, what is your purpose? My lord, what's your purpose? Didn't you lose the bet? Therefore, my concubines are willing to give in and let the adults handle them. Xianxia said, directly rely on, the whole body directly into the arms of Gao Peng, that expression feeling incomparable nature. There is no rigidity at all. However, Shen Yi's eyes still flash a shred of cunning, just like eating Gao Peng. But he underestimated Gao Peng completely and overestimated himself too much. Only to see Gao Peng directly hit a ring finger, Shen Yi suddenly stiffened, and then the whole person's eyes became abnormal, from the beginning of surprise to the last horror. Gao Peng chuckled and said, "Since you are so active, don't blame me for being impolite. It just happens that we can achieve our previous gambling agreement. Leave it to me." Gao Peng then stood up and walked in with the princess. As for the guards in the Lord's mansion, they had already been driven out. They couldn't have come in without the order of the city lord. So the lord was kidnapped. Can't even resist. When Shen Yi is carried in, the whole person's brain is blank, which is not the same as what she imagined. At the beginning, she just wanted to tease and tease, but who knew that the other side's means were so mysterious that she couldn't move at once. "What do you want to do?" she cried inside, even trying to break free. But it's all in vain. In this process, Gao Peng can't help but smile. It seems that after he came to this world, he has been working hard to improve his strength. There was no slackening at all. Now, I can just relax myself. Anyway, it's a successful bet, and the other side will automatically send it to the door. It's better to be obedient than respectful. Small sample, still play with me, you are a little tender. Gao Peng is very proud of himself. When he has made up his mind, he has no hesitation. Everyone didn't expect that things had already gone beyond their imagination. Of course, no one would expect such a result. In fact, the whole city has already been overturned. Shen Yi's indescribable expression has broken everyone's cognition. Their cognition of the city lord's adults is all broken in a flash. The speed of propagation is just terrible. It's not long before everyone knows it. Chapter 775. The most sensational thing about Hurricane City today. That is to say, the appearance of a mysterious man directly exposes the unthinkable side of their lord, even in front of the public. With so many eyes watching. In the end, they even returned to the Lord's mansion so generously. What are they doing back there? This has to make all people use their brains. Even many people have begun to think about it, even many people have already collapsed. This is not what they want to see. Their lord, one by one, can hear the sound of heartbreak, as if the whole city began to be absent-minded, and even made mistakes in doing their own things. With more and more comments, many people seem to go to the city lord's office spontaneously, and they can't wait any longer. Although many people go away with a very complicated mood, but they don't know what their purpose is. Everyone can pursue his own way of living, not their patron saint, and must be constrained and bound by them. That's what everyone knows, but it's hard to accept. Go. When we take the Lord's mansion, I must see who the man is and whether he is worthy of our Lord. Yes, we don't object to the choice of the Lord, but if that man is really incompetent, we absolutely disagree. Many people seem to be making an excuse for themselves. All people know that the reason why the Lord of the city will show such a scene is because he lost to that man. That's what happened next. Of course, this also made them go to the city lord's mansion more righteously. No matter what their purpose is, but it's impossible for them to take a look at that man. It's like the whole sky is falling down. With the increasing number of people, things seem to be getting more and more out of control. At first, the guards just want to open one eye and close one eye, but they can't even accept it. But because of their responsibilities, they had to fight. But also opened an eye to close an eye, but no one thought things would develop like this. Things seem to be really big. All the people went directly to the city lord's mansion like a torrent. No one knows how many fish and dragons were mixed up in it. It's really possible to cause panic among all the families. At this time, the guards were completely flustered. Once they are really known by the Lord, they will fall out of their heads. After all, they are not responsible for their own responsibilities. What's the use of them? Come on, stop these guys, they must not move forward, or something will happen. All the guards rushed to stop them, but the gap between the number of people was very large. In addition, they could not use force completely, and they froze for a while. However, there are still some people who sneak to the city lord's mansion, but somehow they still have a little sense of reason and do not do anything out of the ordinary. On the contrary, they are all in front of the city lord's office. This also makes the guard completely relieved. If so many people rush in, it may be a real disaster. No one can save them. Chapter 776. When so many residents came to the front of the city lord's mansion, Someone wanted to go in and report, but when they just passed the hall, he was directly fixed in his body and could not go any further. Even if they want to retreat, there is no way at all. At most, only the eyes can turn around. It's like a wooden man. One by one, they were settled down, and people outside felt extremely confused. After all, so many people went in and informed at the same time, and even several people went in at the back. But those people seemed to have no news, just like the complete disappearance, not only failed to report success, even people are missing. What's the situation? Many people are slowly aware of something wrong, but they don't know why. But residents are becoming more and more grumpy. Gao Peng has been aware of the unrest since it began, but he didn't care. Anyway, those guys are easy to deal with. In his eyes, it's just a small thing. That's why he didn't panic. Xianxia beside the bed didn't find anything outside. Now she is blushing, so she dare not look at Gao Peng. Especially looking at the bright red on the sheet. I wish I could get under the bed. I have no face to see anyone. Although there was resistance at the beginning, it had been completely surrendered in the end, and finally began to enjoy it. She has never had such a feeling. That feeling of being cared for is really wonderful. Looking at Xianxia's shy expression, Gao Peng felt extremely happy and clapped his hands happily. We'd better go out and deal with something now, otherwise I'm afraid that if we wait any longer, something big will happen. Ah, Xianxia exclaimed. The whole person was confused and didn't know what happened. Gao Peng didn't say much, but quickly put on his own clothes, and then slowly helped Xianxia, and then he went out first. Xianxia also followed. When she saw that a lot of guards had been fixed outside the door for a long time, she seemed to have guessed some signs. But in the end, it's not certain. Gao Peng didn't want to explain either. He went directly through the main hall and finally appeared in front of the city lord's office. Xianxia was also a follower of women. When the two of them appeared, the noisy city lord's mansion suddenly quieted down and stared at them one by one. Especially looking at Xianxia's still blushing cheek, I heard a lot of heartbreaking sounds. Even some people have already vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Naturally, no one is going to take care of it, because at this time, they were all hit by the same blow, and they all stared at the two people who appeared. Looking at the performance of these guys in front of Gao Peng, he didn't think about other people's feelings at all, only saw that he pointed to Xianxia very domineering. This is my woman, what do you think? This time there was complete silence. At this moment, all the people didn't make a sound, as if they didn't even have the heart-beating sound. One by one, the boss with his mouth open. It never occurred to anyone that Gao Peng would say such a thing as soon as he opened his mouth, which was just too unexpected for everyone. Xianxia also stayed for a while, and finally lowered his head with a blush, a little embarrassed. Chapter 777 Quiet. Dead silence. No one made a sound, even the previous sound that seemed to be heartbreak disappeared. Some were just a group of stunned residents. In their eyes, there is only Gao Peng. That sentence is just too overbearing. Let them not return to God for a long time. All the people present were shocked by Gao Peng's domineering spirit. They never thought that someone was so domineering. Even in the face of so many aggressive people, the momentum is not weak at all, but the presence of so many people were suppressed. This is the most terrible place. When they come back to God, although they still want to refute, they can look at the nearby quiet scene, but no one dares to be the first bird. Although they are impulsive, it doesn't mean they are stupid. Naturally, they know why Gao Peng can win Xianxia's heart, which gives them self-knowledge. They are still very clear about their strength. Just as they looked at each other, Gao Peng had another move. Gao Peng raised his hand over his head and gently clenched his fist. With such a gentle move, everyone on the scene felt a little confused. The same is true of Xianxia, because she does not feel any energy fluctuations. But just when everyone was confused, they saw the sky suddenly changed color. All the people looked up. Boom! The clouds in the sky dissipate in a flash, and countless lightning flashes in the sky. Finally, a space crack is formed, although the space crack is not obvious. It's not that huge space crack, but everyone present has clearly seen the space crack. I feel the power of terror. It's a scene they can't imagine, and they've never seen anything so horrible. Is this the power of the strong to destroy heaven and earth? It's just terrible. If this kind of attack falls directly into the city, how terrible is the destructive power? How many people can survive? As long as I think about it, it makes many people shudder. It's so terrible that they can't help shaking. At this time, they really realize how terrible the power of this mysterious man is, and how can they be unrestrained. Fortunately, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary before, or now they will really disappear. Where can they resist this kind of strength? Although the Lord is good, he can't protect them all the time. Sometimes I have to pay for my mistakes. Many people can't help but feel very grateful at this moment. Fortunately, they don't have real impulse. Otherwise, it will be over at this time. No one can save them. Many people can't help but feel the lingering fear. One by one, no one can survive. And when they're still in shock, Gao Peng's voice came slowly. I don't know what you think, but from now on, this city is my territory. In my territory, if it's a dragon, it's my territory. If it's a tiger, it's my territory. If someone dares to make trouble, I will never be merciful. Chapter 778. After the shock of Gao Peng, the residents in the Hurricane City are all honest. After all, they still remember that horrible scene. It's not something that people can contend with, or that they can easily provoke. However, although deeply shocked, but it also makes them more confident. After all, this city seems to be a powerful one, which can completely protect them to survive. Even going out to hunt has become full of confidence. As for the Li family, it has been silent for a long time. But it didn't mean to apologize, as if everything had never happened before, so quietly waited for 2 days. Still no one came. All people feel strange, but not many people will care too much. Even Gao Peng did not pay attention. But on this day, the whole city seemed to have an earthquake. All the people felt the sudden earthquake, and everything around them began to shake. The weak people could not stand firm. Only the stronger people can stand firmly, but also can feel the tremendous shaking around them. The city rocked. Gao Peng was the first to feel it. At this time, he only saw that his face gradually became extremely strange, from the beginning to the end. It's really what he saw. What's the matter? How can these guys come all the way in this direction? It shouldn't be. Gao Peng mutters to himself, which immediately attracts Xianxia's attention. Xianxia, lying in Gao Peng's arms, immediately asks, Your Excellency, have you seen anything? Yes, there are many monsters rushing towards here, and it is clear that they are a very orderly torrent, as if they have been overtaken by others. If you don't go anywhere, just come to Hurricane City. There must be something strange around here, and all the monsters are of a very high level. With the strength of Hurricane City, it's hard to resist this wave of beasts. Gao Peng was very dignified and said, at this time, he also found that things are not as simple as he imagined. No matter whether there are behind the scenes or not, they have to face the terrible torrent first. Naturally, Gao Peng has no big problem. No matter its resistance or escape, he has no problem. His strength is there. Even if there are many times, it can't bring him so much damage. It's just some trouble, but so many monsters come directly to the hurricane. The residents here can't resist it at all. The outer wall can't resist so many monsters. Once attacked by these monsters, the city may be completely gone. This is the most worrying part. What's more, Gao Peng has said that this is his territory before. If he gave up so easily at this time, it would be a big blow to him. The first thing he thought about was how to resist the tide of beasts. He didn't want to escape. He had to stop the tide of beasts no matter for himself or Xianxia. Hearing Gao Peng's serious words, Xianxia sat up at once, and his face was very dignified. At this time, he also withdrew the previous blush. Chapter 779 Inches. Whether or not the crisis is planned behind the scenes, we need to be prepared with both hands. Whether we can resist it or not, we need to have measures to deal with it. The resistance of trying first is really not good. If you can't, abandon the city, Xianxia said heavily. At this time, she had already considered the irretrievable situation. After hearing Gao Peng's tone, she was also a little flustered. But she is also a neat person. She knows how to choose, and makes a plan at once. Gao Peng patted her hand gently. It's okay, you still have me. This kind of thing basically won't happen, because I'm here, then no one can destroy Hurricane City. Gao Peng's words seemed to hit Xianxia's soft ribs, and his eyes suddenly appeared to be foggy. Now hurry to organize people. I'll explore the way first to see what the situation is. By the way, I'll wipe out the previous troops and give you some time to delay. I'd like to see who's behind the scenes. Don't let me catch them, or I'll make them regret coming to this world. After that, they began to divide their work. Xianxia hurriedly organized all the people, but did not tell them the current crisis situation for the time being, just organized all the people to prepare for the next disaster. It's not easy to tell them now, or they'll be confused. First gather people together, and then Gao Peng shows his powerful means, which can kill some of the monsters and bring confidence to everyone. Although we can't solve the problem at once, but there will be no panic for everyone. Gao Peng went to the place where the monsters came from. In his perception, there are many monsters coming together. There is no stopping at all. Even a large part of it is very close to Hurricane City. The speed is beyond imagination. How fast it is. If there is no behind-the-scenes planning, I absolutely don't believe that this is a natural animal tide, which is clearly someone intends to do it. The goal is extremely clear. I have just sworn in sovereignty, but you dare to invade my territory. You are looking for death. Gao Peng was very angry at this time. How long did he swear sovereignty? Suddenly someone dared to touch his beard. It's so deceiving that he can't bear to keep those guys from suffering. Now, he needs to make a good investigation of the enemy's situation, so as to make the next response. It's undeniable that his strength is really strong, but he can't take care of all aspects. After all, the number of these monsters is too many, and he can't stop it alone. It also needs the residents in the city to join hands to resist. This is essential. However, he can specifically destroy those powerful monsters, which can weaken a large part of his strength. As for those weak monsters that he has no time to clean up, that can only be released to those residents, which is also a helpless move. Gao Peng knows his own strength very well. If it's single to single, he is not afraid of anyone. Even if the strength of the other side is stronger than him, he can surpass the other side instantly. But just under the advantage of quantity, he can't do anything. What's more, it's not for himself. Chapter 780 inches. Since you are so fierce, I will deal with you first. Gao Peng rushed into the tide of beasts as if he were a ferocious bull. There was no monster that could stop him. At the same time, with his strong constitution, these weaker monsters can't hurt him at all, just like a feather on the skin. On the contrary, he was so rampant that he directly killed and injured a large number of monsters, which was just horrible. And when he rushed into the tide of beasts, Gao Peng directly used his own blood force, because he had not tried before, just knew that he could scare away monsters. Now he can use it with impunity. A thick black smoke floated up, followed by a very ferocious figure. Just for such a moment, all the monsters seemed to feel fear. Can't help but stay away from Gao Peng. No matter how ferocious and bloodthirsty they are in the heart, at this moment, they seem to play out their instincts and even regress. All of a sudden, all the monsters were in a panic. The animal tide is completely out of shape. Before the extremely fierce beast, it was like a frightened sheep at this moment. This extremely huge change also made Gao Peng stunned directly. He didn't expect to have such great power. And still in such a crazy time. It's just amazing. It's very good. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. It can be a killer mace, but now let me destroy you first. Gao Peng didn't forget his purpose. He came here to wipe out these advanced troops, regardless of whether he has an assassin's mace or not. But he had to be on guard, never let any beast pass, otherwise it would cause unimaginable disaster. And it's hard to stop with him alone. Now, it's time to wipe out these monsters slowly, and then wait until they are under the city, when it's the time to kill them all. Bang bang bang, boom boom, wherever Gao Peng passes, there will be a corpse of a monster left. It's really that Gao Peng's impact is too terrible. In addition, he can directly release his own blood. Let all the monsters be afraid of him, and lose their fighting power at once. This moment is like paper paste. Not only can't do it, one by one is still going backwards. How could this be offensive? This will make Gao Peng kill so many at once. It's undeniable that his strength is really strong, but according to the original plan, he can't kill so many at all. After all, the number is too large. Only with this kind of advance force now, Gao Peng can't see the last monster. Even if it is perception, there is no way to do it. Because a steady stream of monsters came in. No matter how many monsters are killed, they cannot be killed completely. However, the blood power of Gao Peng is too terrible, just like the power of natural restraint. It also killed many monsters. But even so, Gao Peng's face also showed unprecedented solemnity, which was only the weakest cannon fodder, but it took him several minutes. What if it's the monsters in command? Chapter 781 inches. No, even if I have the natural power to control their blood, but the number is too large. I can't kill them alone. What's more, there's a fish that's about to break the net. If there are more powerful monsters coming, it's really troublesome. Gao Peng's face shows unprecedented dignity. Even at this time, he is not so confident. If he is alone, of course, it doesn't matter. No one can stop him. But now he is not alone. He has to guard that city. Then this is the most critical moment. When he realized that the power could not be done, Gao Peng immediately stopped caring about these monsters. He really had no time. He had to go back to inform all the people how terrible this crisis is. When Gao Peng returned to the Hurricane City, all the people had basically gathered. Many people took up their weapons and moved all the things they could use to the wall. Outside the city wall, many traps have been designed to stop the coming of monsters, although they are of no use to some powerful monsters. But it can still withstand some cannon fodder. Do your best to withstand the disaster that will come next. Gao Peng went directly to the city wall and found Xianxia. His face was very solemn and he said, "The highest level of warning, all people should be prepared for the worst. The tide of beasts is just endless. In fact, I can block the next part, but I can't prevent any beast from sneaking in. Next I can only see you." Seeing what Gao Peng said was so serious, Xianxia became completely serious. As for the rest of them, they gathered in the whole city. We already know what will happen. There must be something extremely dangerous. What's more, they are so close to the Devil Forest. Some things have been self-evident for a long time, but they don't know that things will develop to this point. It's the highest level of warning. One by one, people are extremely worried. This is an unprecedented disaster. Even they didn't think of anything, they would develop to this point. Xianxia turned back to a general and said, "Let's go ahead, level 10 warning. This is an unprecedented disaster. No one can relax. We should be prepared for the worst. We should be ready to abandon the city at any time." Quote, the general answered without expression, and then passed on the notice. What would happen next was their business. Now that we have reached this crisis, we can't do everything. We can only let these generals pacify the masses as soon as possible. Of course, not everyone is so vulnerable. At the most critical moment, they will be more desperate to resist, even their lives are almost gone, where do they have time to fear? Xianxia is really worried at this moment. After all, he has never seen such a terrible disaster, and he does not know what happened. Have you seen the behind the scenes? No, I haven't found that someone is behind all this. It should be that it hasn't appeared at present, even if the stronger beast hasn't seen it. Chapter 782. When one of the notices has been notified, there are indeed some flusters. After all, no one expected such a thing to happen. Even some people have proposed to abandon the city and run away before the monsters arrive. It's just people who have this idea are stopped by many people in an instant. This is not the best way at all, because the whole Hurricane City has been surrounded for a long time, and the final result will be the same no matter which direction you run. If you haven't resisted, you'll just run away. That's a dead end. Everyone can see the result, but some people are scared. As long as they hear the warning at the highest level, they don't even have the heart to resist. Their strength is not strong at first, and they naturally don't have such a strong foundation. However, after some reassurance, many people have gradually calmed down, but their fear has not been relieved. Gao Peng clearly felt the fear of those people. First, I will stabilize the army. Now, only by working together can we get through this difficulty. If there is a problem at this time, then all people may be really doomed. Of course, I won't have an accident, and you won't have an accident with me. So if these people here don't resist desperately, they won't be able to avoid this disaster. Gao Peng said the interests directly. Xianxia is also very clear about this. He nods with a solemn face. Gao Peng flies directly to the high altitude of Hurricane City. He is a move that immediately attracts everyone's attention. After all, he has always been a topic before. Now suddenly seeing this move of his will naturally attract people's attention. All of us should bear the fear in our hearts and see what Gao Peng wants to do first. You should be scared now. I can feel your fear, but I want to tell you that fear has no effect. Only by overcoming your inner fear can you really face it calmly. Is fear really useful, or do you want to run now? It's no use. This city has been surrounded by 4 sides. No matter which direction you run away from, you will face fierce monsters. That will only make you die faster. Gao Peng didn't want to comfort at all, because it was useless to comfort at this time. He could only tell the interests of all the people present. Tell them to fight hard to survive. If you want to escape now, there is only one way to die. This is true, because no one can break through the encirclement of monsters. Except Gao Peng. Therefore, only with one go can we reach the last glimmer of hope. All the people in the audience were in an uproar. No one expected to hear such a speech. They could only see the fear in the eyes of each other when they looked at the people around them. It's true, all of us feel terrible in our hearts. We know that we are going to face a terrible crisis, but their strength is not strong. Who is not afraid? Whose heart is not afraid? It's human nature, but they didn't expect Gao Peng to say it directly. They didn't want to comfort them at all. This surprised them even more. Chapter 783. Everyone was silent. No one spoke. After all, their hearts had been extremely volatile. How can I still have the mood to discuss? They just want to see what Gao Peng means, and why do they suddenly say such things to them? Gao Peng saw many people looking at him quietly. He also knew that his previous words had played a role, bringing a little fluctuation to their fear. Fear will only lead you to extinction. The reason why I tell you the truth directly is that I don't want to deceive you or make any commitment to you, because it's useless. What we are going to face next may be a disaster you have never seen before, but it is not irresistible. Gao Peng's words thoroughly let the present people have a trace of confidence. After all, they all know Gao Peng's strong. Since Gao Peng has said so, isn't it true that there is a chance? All the people began to talk about it for a while. From the silence before, to the loud noise now, everything seems to be a change of mind. After all, they didn't see any hope before. Now, there seems to be real hope. This change is very obvious. Gao Peng also all sees in the eye. Only to see him smile and said, there is still hope, because there is no time for total despair. Next is the real test of the difficulties. I will try my best to stop the monsters. You only need to deal with those fish that are missing. I will solve all the powerful monsters, and the next moment will be your desperate time. There is hope only if you work hard. Gao Peng's last words use his own magic power, which can be heard by all people directly, and even seem to have a powerful power. Extremely inspiring. It makes all the faces look excited. If it is true, they don't mind working hard. There is also the shock before Gao Peng, so that so many people have confidence. Otherwise, when they hear what Gao Peng said, they will have doubts at the first time. It doesn't work that much. It's especially obvious to see that everyone is getting excited and more confident about living. If we keep going, we can really live. Although we may sacrifice a lot, most people can still live. This is hope. At this time, Gao Peng is very grateful for what he did before. Sometimes it's necessary to show his teeth. At least at the most critical moment, someone can believe you. Otherwise, if you are in a hurry, it will not have the best effect, and it will be difficult to accept for a while. Seeing that all the people began to get excited, Gao Peng felt that the time was almost over, only to see him say again, it's your time to fight. I will stop more enemies for you, but I hope you can do your best, because it concerns your life. Don't be afraid of sacrifice, because with your protection, your family will survive, and you will always remember in everyone's mind. You will be the heroes guarding the city. Chapter 784. With an inspiring speech, all talents have completely restored their confidence. Whether they can succeed or not, at least they have tried their best. Put your life together. As Gao Peng said, even if they die, what? They are willing to leave that glimmer of hope to the people they care about. Even if they die, it is worth it. Looking at all the people's changing emotions, Gao Peng felt the excellent speed and distance from the perception, and his face slowly showed a trace of incomprehensible expression. Here we are. Everyone knows what this sentence means. For a while, all the people instantly return to their posts and look out of the city. Everyone knows what they will face next. Now, they have their own goals to fight for. They have been fearless of life and death for a long time. Maybe some of them will be lucky to survive. But that's just after the war. At the moment, all people are determined to die, because only in this way can they let the people they care about survive. This is their mission now. Gao Peng also flew out of the city without hesitation. Looking at the rolling tide of beasts, he rushed into the current without any hesitation. He used his own actions to tell all the people that he could only fight for the last glimmer of hope. When he rushed into the torrent, all the monsters seemed to be torn apart by him. At the same time, he also used his own blood power in an instant. The action of those monsters froze for a moment, and they did not dare to attack Gao Peng anymore. Even one of them was trying their best to regress, just to keep away from Gao Peng. Because Gao Peng didn't just kill the enemy in one direction, he chose the best way, that is, to revolve around the whole city all the time. Even though this kind of efficiency is a little bit low, it can still leave his breath. Those monsters are too afraid of him. Sometimes, when they detect his breath, their speed becomes a little slow. It can also give those people in the city a chance to take advantage of it. Now, Gao Peng only uses this kind of brute force to defend the enemy, and doesn't fully use his martial arts. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but it's not yet. The real assassin's mace, those people are left to those powerful monsters, and Gao Peng has to save his physical strength as much as possible. Being strong doesn't mean he has unlimited physical strength. Once he is really tired, it will be a real disaster, even if all the people try their best. Could not withstand this disaster. All the people on the city wall have seen Gao Peng's figure as a forerunner. At this time, they are more unlikely to be timid. People who are so powerful have already rushed out without hesitation. Are they still timid? It's impossible. After that encouragement, they have already decided to do their best, even if they lose their lives. With Gao Peng's demonstration, all the people on the scene showed a resolute look on their faces. It was a suicidal battle, but they were not allowed to waste their lives. Tongtong has those generals to command, which can also avoid casualties and achieve the minimum loss in exchange for the maximum damage. Chapter 785 inches block group, block all the monsters in front of us, and try to reduce the number of torrents. The output team smashed me hard. No matter what method you use, I must kill these guys in front of me. Take your own weapons and charge me. Don't be afraid that there is no way back. I'll put you back. The tragic battle happened every moment, every minute, every second. Some people were killed, but there are still many people who have followed. Even though Gao Peng has promoted many monsters, and even left his own breath of demon blood, even so, those monsters are still extremely fierce. It's too large. It's hundreds of times larger than the number of human beings, or even more, especially looking at the boundless monster. It makes many people feel depressed at once, but no one gives up at this moment. Because there is also a person in front of them, fighting desperately. How can they fail? Shout. The voice of battle. The roar of monsters. Everything is mixed together. The whole sky is dyed red. The ground has already accumulated countless bodies. The ground has also been dyed red. Even the underground is permeated with a lot of blood. This battle is extremely tragic, but because all people are desperate to fight, and did not let any monster near. Although the battle was extremely fierce, it really resisted these monsters and didn't let them step further. The animal tide is directly isolated for a long distance, and there are many traps behind people, all of which are obstacles to prevent the monster from moving forward. In fact, at this time, it's not all the people who charge, but work together. Each group has its own work, that is to say, only because of this kind of cooperative operation, can the enemy be killed more efficiently. And there are people who are always ready. It's not that they don't fight, it's just that the time has not come and their strength needs to be used in the most critical areas. In particular, these people are carefully selected and have relatively strong strength. They will go to block those monsters, which can also save many weak human beings. Soldiers to soldiers, generals to generals. In addition to Gao Peng, all the people on the scene fight according to this principle, which can also reduce some casualties. That is to say, Gao Peng's fighting power is just like that of a monster, so he can rampage in such a place. Even now, there is no monster that reaches the realm of the God King. Maybe it hasn't appeared yet, or it has been hidden in it all the time. It also shows many people the hope of victory. Although they don't know Gao Peng's strength, they can easily see how ferocious Gao Peng is. There is no monster that can resist his attack. It's just incredibly exciting. The war is still going on. Although Xianxia is worried about Gao Peng's situation, it's not a moment of indecision. She gives orders one by one. All the people were ordered and forbidden, no one resisted, their response was very decisive, there was no hesitation at all. That is to say, all people listened to orders so that this war can go on so smoothly, and sacrifice is inevitable. But in fact, everyone here saw hope. Chapter 786 inches. It's still too hard to fight like this. Gao Peng looked around and found that except for him, the rest of the place seemed extremely difficult, and just could resist the tide of beasts. But that's not good at all. It's just another's former army. I don't know how many monsters are behind him. If he pulls away to deal with those monsters, then Who can resist these endless animal tides? Just thinking about it, he felt that this battle was extremely difficult. If there is any change, it may defeat everyone's inner defense. And when he's going to run out of power. Although he didn't exert all his strength at present, but that's because he left enough strength to deal with the following monsters. Otherwise, he would definitely resist the tide of monsters completely. But it's not realistic at all. Even if he can resist, who is going to deal with the more horrible monsters? There are not many gods in this city. How can they deal with them? It's still a question of resistance. In particular, the strength of each beast is generally stronger than that of human beings, which is the best difficult place. In the same realm, human beings can't defeat monsters at all. How can this be resisted? Gao Peng is also well aware of this problem. Although he has just come to this continent, he knows all the information he needs to know. Nature is very clear, which is also the place that worries him the most. The number is no more than that of monsters, and the individual strength is no stronger than that of monsters. This is the most pitiful place. Can this really win? Gao Peng's heart was about to shake. He didn't mind taking Xianxia to escape here immediately, but this place was originally regarded as a private place. It could be completely destroyed. This made him very reluctant to choose a site, and he also wanted to develop well, especially close to the Devil Forest. It's easy to get in and improve your strength, but it's such a good place that it's about to be destroyed. How could he be reconciled to this? How disgusting. Gao Peng has been scolding in his heart. Since he got the system, he has never met such a pitiful thing. He is really invincible, but that is only relative. Once others win in quantity, he will not be able to deal with it at all, and he is not unlimited power, and he will eventually have a moment of understanding. At that time, he will not be able to fight and will lose all his fighting power. Unless there is a creature stronger than him, it can make him recover instantly, but is it really possible? It's not a short time since he came to this continent, but he still hasn't found anything stronger than him, although there is also a reason why he didn't take the initiative to find it. But he did see very little. Although there are many activities in his heart, the movements in his hands have never stopped. There are countless monsters that died in his hands. But even so, it's just the tide of animals that has stopped it. On the whole, it's not much less. It's hopeless. After a long battle, Gao Peng has been a little tired. After all, the number is too much. He has been repeating one or two movements. But his physical strength didn't decrease much, especially under his intentional restraint. At most, he just stopped the animal tide. Chapter 787 Boom Boom Boom. The surrounding sound is very disordered, there are all kinds of sounds, and even these screams. But even so, there is still no shaking of the human heart. Because behind them, there are some old and young women with their families, so they can only go forward without hesitation. Never step back. Once back off, the consequences are unimaginable. Shouts of killing outside the city are shocking. The city was silent. Those who did not fight in the city were not all praying for victory. Although they did not fight, they were also helping in the logistics. It's all about winning. If they can't defend them completely, then these people will take up their own weapons and stand at the forefront of preventing the tide of beasts. They are not unable to fight, but because of their limited fighting capacity, they are doing what suits them best when their interests are maximized. It is also the most helpful thing for war. If they are allowed to fight at the forefront, it is nothing more than to increase casualties, which will not play a decisive role at all. This is the best use. People in this war, it has become a thorough tool. If there is no such awareness, there is no determination to return to death. Everyone is fighting for their last chance. No one thinks they can survive, but they want to leave a living space for those behind. This may seem great, but they are so small. I can only use my own life to spell out the last bit of hope. In this kind of war, human life is not worth money. No, king-level beast. Gao Peng can feel the powerful monster at the first time when he appears. Although there is no threat to him, but once let him rush past, the people behind can't resist at all. It's a huge beetle. Its body is just as big as a car. You can see the hard shell on his back. Only to see him fly to the sky, some small and weak monsters have already retreated one after another, simply dare not to approach easily. And all the people saw that horrible beetle. Flustered nature is inevitable. After all, feel the breath of the incomparable terror, for the general human is still incomparably powerful. But the moment of despair has not yet been reached. They also have leaders, their sole characters. At the first time of discovery, Gao Peng was directly separated from the animal tide. Now, he can't take so many places into consideration. He can only kill that beetle as soon as possible. A far blowout, the whole sky caused a huge wave, accompanied by thunder and black smoke. A huge fist went straight to the beetle. Although the beetle wanted to avoid, but this attack on Gao Peng didn't have any intention of keeping his hand, so he did not hesitate to submerge the beetle in it. Then, Gao Peng did not hesitate to kill into the tide of animals. Although the animal tide had been pushed forward for some time, Gao Peng intervened and killed many monsters at once, just as he had no expectation before. Nothing has been affected. This just let Gao Peng breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his reaction speed is fast enough, otherwise, it will be troublesome to deal with it. Chapter 788 Li's family, because of their strong strength, let them lead a group of people to keep one side alone. This has been entrusted with a tremendous amount of trust. It's also because the Li family has always made contributions, so Xianxia made such a decision. But in the beginning, I tried my best to resist the monsters, as if I were fighting as hard as most people. Even in command, there is no fault at all. No one paid special attention to the Li family. However, when Gao Peng killed the king-level beetle in a flash, the faces of all the core members of the Li family changed at the same time, which was as ugly as eating shit. Even they have a dim look at each other, can see the hate in the eyes of each other. That's a lot of hate. Hateful. We totally underestimated the strength of that guy. I should have thought that such an arrogant guy could not be too weak. In addition to the previous rumors and what we have seen, we should not underestimate him, but I have made such a mistake, damn it. The expression on the face of the Li family leader is very ugly, especially when he saw that the originally prepared killing move was dealt with at once, which made him more upset. In fact, this wave of animals is something they have been planning for a long time. At first, he got the treasure in Jiqing's hands, and then he joined forces with foreign enemies to destroy Hurricane City at one stroke. In this way, we can not only obtain unimaginable benefits, but also hand in the voting status to that adult, which is the most important thing. But now all the plans have been completely disrupted. If it wasn't for that treasure to enter Hurricane City again, he wouldn't have launched such a long-planned animal tide in such a hurry. They've already put all their eggs in one basket at the moment. There is really no other way. With their strength, they can't get it back from Gao Peng, so they can only develop in the direction of destruction. However, they underestimated Gao Peng's strength. This is what happened before. But it doesn't matter. Although it's underestimated, it can't be finished so easily. They have already made all preparations before. No matter what kind of accident happens, it can be settled easily. The head of Li's family smiled coldly, and looked at those who were desperately resisting. He only thought that these guys were all fools. It's stupid to use my life to resist and my body to fill it. However, what they have done is a futile act, which is impossible to resist. It's nothing more than a white death. Since you are so powerful, I want to see when you can resist and how many monsters you can kill in a second. Now, let's experience what real despair is. Li thought about it in his heart, but he didn't stop. When everyone didn't notice him, he had already put the signal. It's nothing more than direct destruction by absolute advantage. Don't wait any longer. The signal received from him over there will be implemented without hesitation. All these are for the sake of that adult. At the same time, there is a treasure. All of this can only be attributed to the misfortune of the people in Hurricane City. They are not only in such a remote place, but also cause accidents. Chapter 789 There is no doubt about the Li family's actions, even in silence. Everyone is fighting hard. Where will someone pay attention to their little movements? This has also led to the fact that no one has ever found a traitor, and it is still in such a crucial place. Once there is a problem, it will be an irreparable fault. Li's signal had just been sent out, and a certain place had been received. Without any hesitation, they drove out all the prepared monster and beast Tongtong. At this time, all the monsters seemed to have sensed some power, and there was a riot in an instant. Moreover, these monsters at the level of God King were imprisoned by others, and they were not driven to this place at all. That's a little surprising. If it is known by others, it will be astonishing. How long did it take for such a monstrous beast to be imprisoned and brought to this place in advance? They were completely unaware of their actions. It's just amazing. With the actions of these people, one monstrous beast after another came out of the cage directly, and all the demands went in one direction. Although these monsters are indeed imprisoned, they also know that the only chance to survive is to trample down that city. Otherwise, they will face the crisis of death. This time, it's not as simple as imprisonment, because there's no use anymore, so there's no need for imprisonment. Boom boom boom. One after another, the monsters move forward. With the breath of terror, the animal tide below also appears panic, but it doesn't stop. It became more ferocious. The riots are still going on. People in Hurricane City don't know what's going on at all. They just feel that those excellent people are becoming more and more terrible, and their attack power has increased a lot. The mood also became more grumpy. In particular, there is a thick smoke, which has slowly spread. Most of the monsters have been covered by the smoke for a long time, and the monsters covered by the smoke have become very grumpy. Ferocity, bloodlust, cruelty, all kinds of negative emotions are ignited in a flash. All this is beyond everyone's expectation. Everyone doesn't know why the sudden uprising happened, but they can also find a little bit of something wrong. Gao Peng also found that when the smoke-covered monsters and beasts became extremely cruel, their attack power became more powerful. Even his blood pressure was weak. This is also the problem he found. His face suddenly became extremely ugly. Even this huge advantage weakened. Isn't it more difficult next? But at this time, he could not have any hesitation, only to see him fly to the sky in an instant, and hold his voice with his own power. Be careful, those smoke can make all the monsters more brutal, and also make their fighting power more powerful. You must not take it lightly. This is the best time. Maybe we can win the final victory as long as we resist these monsters. After a word of warning, Gao Peng didn't pay attention to other things either, and rushed directly to the beast group. War, as if in this moment into the white hot. Chapter 790. When aware of the monster riot, there is no preparation to keep hands. If we don't solve it as soon as possible at this time, it will be more trouble later. Even if the other side's main force does not appear for the time being. Even those powerful monsters did not appear, but what about that? If at this time it has been breached in advance, what if we still have strength and strength? In the end, there is nothing but escape. This is not what he wants. The unexplained uprising must be that the Undertaker is already in a hurry. Then I'll let you worry for a while. If you have me, you can't succeed. Gao Peng is ready to take action. In his perception, he suddenly breaks into numerous extremely powerful monsters. No, it's not just the mob of monsters. There are so many powerful monsters appearing suddenly. Can you say, he didn't need to have any reason, only to see the brilliant light around him, a huge figure slowly emerged behind him. More dazzling than the power of blood. One seems to be real darkness, another is pure and incomparable light. One light and one dark appear on Gao Peng's body, even without causing conflict. If it wasn't for the critical moment, someone would have found something wrong with Gao Peng. But now, how could anyone pay attention to it? They only felt that Gao Peng suddenly broke out with tremendous terror. The monsters who wanted to charge died suddenly. All of them were corpses around Gao Peng. In only a moment, all the monsters died instantly. It shocked everyone who saw it. Of course, it's more exciting. Seeing the strength of their spiritual leaders, they are naturally more brave and skillful, and they are all fearless to attack monsters and beasts. The head of the Li family is completely stupid now. He can't think of anything else. At this time, he doesn't have the energy to act. I saw him staring at Gao Peng in a daze. He saw the scene very clearly. How could someone in the world have such terrible power? What did he just do? It was a flash of light. At last, all the monsters died one after another, just like the lambs to be slaughtered. They had no resistance at all. What's the situation? What kind of monster is he? Has he not been exhausted after such a long fight? How do you feel that he is braver and braver? There is no falling trend at all. How can his body survive? At this time, the Li family did not know how to describe their mood. They did see many strong people, but many of them were not so strong physically. In particular, they have been fighting with monsters for so long that there is no sign of exhaustion. What a terrible constitution it is. And the speed with which he killed the enemy, it's just amazing. Only then did they know that Gao Peng was the only one who was likely to change. He would be the most likely one in this war. It is also the most powerful one in this war. As long as we can hold him in check, or kill him here, then everything is no longer a problem, and this city will be easily broken. No one can resist the tide of beasts. Chapter 791. Is this the general attack? I'd like to see how many other powerful monsters you have, but if you think you can hold me back like this, it's a big mistake. I want you to see what is a real powerful force." There was a smile on Gao Peng's mouth. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, although he had been saving his physical strength before. But it doesn't mean that he is not belligerent. The weak monsters he has been solving have already bothered him. At last, the monsters that can show their strength are still a little bit stronger. Although they are still the ones that can kill in a second, they are much better than these monsters now. You should be careful. Next, the monsters may launch a general attack. I have sensed that there are monsters at the level of God King, and there are many of them. I'll deal with those guys. You just need to guard your own place and don't let any beast pass. The rest, please give it to me." Gao Peng informed all the people on the spot in time, and without hesitation he began to lift off. At the same time, all the monsters and beasts fell to the bottom. Although he didn't do it deliberately, his physique was too strong. He was at the same level as the strength of his blood, and even had a subtle advantage. When he flew over the sky, all the monsters were killed one by one. The person behind the scenes also saw this scene. The whole person's eyes were about to fall off, and his face became extremely embarrassed. It's like eating shit. He never thought that there would be a powerful emperor in such a place, and this is not an ordinary person. It is obvious that he has extremely strong blood power and physique. Only from Gao Peng's performance, he has clearly seen that, but at this time, he is still in shock. How can such a strong person appear in such a remote town? It's not scientific at all. Can we say that the real owner of this city is this strong one? This is a situation they never thought about. They thought it was a safe thing to win, but who knows, it has turned into a mess. There is even an extremely powerful emperor state power, who can't deal with it only by virtue of what they have prepared before, and can only win by quantity at most. But can it really succeed? Seeing the invincible power of Gao Peng, their hearts couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. After such a long fight, Gao Peng didn't look tired at all. On the contrary, it is more and more brave in the war, and its strength is more and more terrible. There are no monsters that can stay where they pass. Because those monsters have already died. As a mountain of monsters, we can know how many Gao Peng killed. Especially many monsters are afraid to get close to Gao Peng. It's a bit of a hassle. Even if they can break through that city, it's hard for them to achieve their goals. Their purpose is very clear, that is, one person, one treasure. No matter which one they get, they can go to the exchange directly, but now they can't help but have some doubts. It's true that Gao Peng's strength is too fierce, which makes people afraid, even can't help but produce a trace of fear. Chapter 792. Gao Peng's goal is very clear, that is to kill all the king-level monsters. They must not be allowed to rush into the battle group, let alone hurt the rest of the people, otherwise it may be a disaster. Go straight to those monsters in perception. At a very long distance, Gao Peng has already made the first move, because at the moment, in front of him is a monster that seems to be a giant eagle. This kind of monster flying in the sky, and its strength is still king level. That's the first target to be killed, so they must not be allowed to cross the defense line. Boom boom boom. A thick black smoke flew out, as if it was going through the whole space, and the monster wanted to escape. But its speed is really too fast, where is so easy to hide? A scream came out, and finally fell directly from the air and hit a group of monsters. Gao Peng did not pay much attention to it, but went to deal with the next one again. Every time, he was killed with a single blow. There was no king-level monster that could be resisted in his hands. Gradually, he has killed more than a dozen monsters, all of which can be the overlord of one side, but it is so easy to be killed here by him. There is no contribution at all. It's not that these monsters are not powerful, it's just that Gao Peng is too abnormal. The abnormal is unimaginable. Even if his realm is high, his blood power and constitution are unimaginable. Many times more powerful than ordinary people. Even more. How can it play? It's too much to deceive. Where the hell did this monster come from? Why don't you see that he's never shot? It's like he's just popped up. Did he come out of the stone? If we don't think of a way, our plan may be completely ruined, and then we can only take the responsibility of the master. Hiding in the dark behind the scenes, I have to worry at this time. After all, I was killed in a flash. There are so many king-level monsters. How can he not panic? If it wasn't for Sekal, there might still be some room for circumspection. But now, quantity doesn't work at all. Before long, all the monsters they released may have been killed. At that time, the cannon fodder will not play its due role. That would be a direct declaration of failure. But they were not fully prepared before, and did not expect this situation at all. Naturally, there is no trump card available. Only one by one can be in a hurry. The expression on his face is more ugly than the other. He can only watch Gao Peng kill those king-level monsters. They can only work there in a hurry. Li's family was about to collapse at this time. They thought that as long as they launched a general attack, they would surely win all the people, and their task would be completed successfully. But who knows that there are so many changes? Gao Peng, in particular, has been underestimated over and over again. Now it's almost a flop. The horrible king-level monster is killed in a flash. Is this still human? How does he practice? Where did it come from again? A lot of people have come up with the idea that they have already been completely convinced, but they have no way back. Chapter 793. Seeing Gao Peng's ferocity, the residents who are struggling to resist, their eyes are very bright, just like the state of hunger for a long time. At the same time, their pouncing became more fierce. It's Gao Peng who brings them a good head, which makes them find the backbone at once. They are very excited to pick up the weapons in their hands, regardless of whether they will get hurt or not. It's all on monsters. Although they are very excited, they are still obedient to the commander's command, because they can attack more efficiently. In fighting, we also need to pay attention to methods. If you keep rushing, it will be broken up in a short time. Don't even say resistance. It won't take long to be killed by others. What's more, these excellent strengths are so terrifying, and the number is so huge, which can be won if there is chaos. Hot blood. It's not a rush. Kill, kill. In order to usher in our victory, all the animals that want to invade our school are slaughtered. One after another inspiring words, all the faces showed a very excited look. They can already see the victory of the war. In particular, Gao Peng set an example in front of them, which made them more confident. How can they lose momentum when the fighting power of the highest end is so fierce? As a result, some people have been exhausted for a long time, but at this moment, it seems that they are rejuvenated, and their strength has soared countless times. Maybe it was the blood that stimulated them, or something else, but at this moment, they are very brave soldiers, fearless of life and death. Everyone has been very tired for a long time, but looking at the excellent bodies killed by them, they feel extremely glorious. Glory seemed to envelop them, but they burst out their potential again and again, even they don't believe it. Is this their real power? But no one will go to Tangle at all. It's true that the battle has already entered the white heat. They just want to kill all the monsters in front of them. All of them will become corpses on the ground, and they are heroes standing on the corpses. Although Gao Peng killed many king-level monsters in a flash, it didn't lighten the burden immediately. After all, the number was still huge. Gao Peng only killed 1/10 of them. It can be seen how terrible the number is. If there were not Gao Peng, the Hurricane City would have been gone, or even could not withstand the first wave of impact. As for the next king-level monsters, they are even more unstoppable. After all, there are not many gods in Hurricane City, and each one is extremely rare. However, they still have to resist monsters. Where can they kill so many monsters at the same level? In the same level, the strength of monsters is the most powerful. Because they have an indestructible body. That's what makes them invincible. Although their intelligence is a little bit lower, it doesn't hinder their terrifying attack power. Ordinary people can't resist it. Only a guy like Gao Peng cannot be afraid of creatures of the same level. Even every time, he can do a second kill. Chapter 794. With Gao Peng's ferocious battle, there are fewer and fewer monsters at the level of the king. They have been killed by him. Even the monsters below are also dead and wounded. After all, the light from Gao Peng's whole body can make people seriously injured. It's like an external force. Just passing by, the weak beast will be killed instantly. There is no chance to struggle. It can be seen how horrible Gao Peng is. This is also the reason why the behind the scenes are shocked. It's really unreasonable. It's just an energy ball at any time. Is this really human? They have never seen such monsters. Seeing Gao Peng kill monsters, the king-level monsters have been basically killed. Their plans seem to be falling through. And the residents above the city also saw the dawn of victory. After all, the high-level monsters of the other side had been basically killed, and only those cannon fodder remained. Is the animal tide about to end? Many people think of it in their hearts, but their actions do not stop. Instead, they wave their weapons and become more and more ferocious. The frequency is much faster. They have seen the dawn of victory, so naturally they can't relax at all. Kill all these enemies, and victory is at hand. There must be no carelessness. Take up the weapons in your hands, and kill all these animals even if you have killed yourself. A general waved his weapon and shouted. Then there was a lot of response. It's true that their bloodiness has been drawn out for a long time. When they saw Gao Peng's great power in killing the four sides, their blood was boiling. Even if they see so many monsters, they have no fear at all. Gao Peng feels that the victory is in front of him at the moment. Although he still hasn't found the behind the scenes, there are basically no more requirements. Although there was still an influx of monsters from time to time, they were all cannon fodder and could not play a decisive role at all. Only the king-level monsters can force Gao Peng to be distracted. As for the others, they have long been ignored by him. At first he didn't know his strength was so strong. At that time, he will feel worried, but when his real firepower is fully open, no matter how many sails are, they are not his opponents at all, nor can they pose any threat to him. At this time, he was invincible. At last, it's about to win. This endless battle makes people feel tired. Although the strength hasn't weakened much, they still feel very tired mentally. Gao Peng thinks so in his heart. It's really that the number of his murders is too large. His body is not in any way, but he is still mentally tired. After such a long time, he can't count how many monsters he killed. The whole sky has already turned bloody red. It's been fighting for a day, and it's about to enter the night. Once the fight is not finished before the night, there may be some changes in the future. This is absolutely not allowed by Gao Peng, so he wants to end the fight before nightfall, so that he can quickly find out the behind the scenes. Chapter 795. Seeing that all the king-level monsters have been killed, the leader of the Li family is in a panic. He also knows that once they win, they will pay the price. Even if it's not found out now that they are behind the scenes. But how could that adult spare them? After all, the task was a failure. I paid such a heavy price, but I didn't even get one thing. It's like dying. He didn't want to die, but also wanted to take his family to the top. How could he die so easily? He won't allow it, but there is no way. All the assassins' maces have already been used. Those king-level monsters are the last ones. But who knows not only didn't play a role, but was killed all of a sudden. When these king-level monsters appeared, that monster-like human became more crazy. If not for these king-level monsters, are they more likely to win? Li can't help but think so. It's Gao Peng's performance that causes him a lot of doubts. Before that, he was just struggling to resist. But when the king-level beast appears, it's just a different person. It's totally different. Damn it, how could there be such a monster in the world? I thought his strength was just like this, but who knows that he even hid such a powerful strength. Then why didn't he come out before? Do you want to show the enemy that he is weak and let us all out? It's not impossible. The head of Li's family thought about the next step with a gloomy face. He would never accept his failure or accept it. Once accepted, his life is not guaranteed. At the moment, he really thought that Gao Peng was hiding his strength before, but how could he know? In fact, Gao Peng didn't even know his strength. That is because there are so many king-level monsters, he is ready to open all the fire, which is to find his strength is so powerful. Especially restrain these monsters, otherwise they won't have the fierce seen before. No, I can't let him win so easily. I will never give up, I can never lose. The master of the Li family has laid down his weapons, and at this time he has no command, because there is no need at all. All the people have already rushed out directly, trying to win at this critical moment. And because he was too excited, no one noticed his difference, which just let him take the risk of being detected. He only saw that he put down his weapon and looked around with gloomy eyes. When he saw Xianxia, his eyes suddenly lit up. He still remembered what the task was. Originally, he wanted to break through the city directly, and then complete the task in a big way. Finally, he could have a good relationship with that adult's hand. But it's impossible now. However, this doesn't mean that he can't finish the task. As for the treasure, it will take a lot of effort to find it at this time, and he doesn't have any extra time. So that man, he can still catch now, just need to take a little risk. But it's no hindrance, he's more inclined to take risks than death. Chapter 796 Inches. Oh, I don't know when I'm dying. The head of the Li family smiled coldly, especially when he put his eyes on Shen Yi's body. The breath on his body became even colder. He has already found his target. What's more, it's the person that the adult needs. It's impossible for him to hurt, but he can also make good use of it to get the treasure and even destroy the city. It all depends on how he acts. Now, it's at the center of the war. No matter outside or inside the city, all the people are busy. At this time, no one will care what he is doing. Even if he was the commander, many people had already killed Red Eyes. When they saw the monsters, they rushed up one by one. Master Li, it can be said that he has been ignored by others for a long time. In the eyes of all the people, there is only Gao Peng. The power that Gao Peng shows is too terrifying, and they also see hope. That's their spiritual leader. This also allowed the Li family leader to find the opportunity, only to see that he left his post in an instant, and no one found his trend at all. As for other Li's family members, they are naturally covering up at this time, and at the same time, they are also looking for a way for themselves. After all, if they are found out, that's the real end of it. Now they can only sneak attack and kidnap, absolutely can't let people discover their behavior, otherwise they will die at that time. How terrible it is to be let out by so many people. Just think about it and feel the horror. This makes them more cautious. The leader of the Li family quietly touched Xianxi's position, especially his strength was not weak, so it was impossible to be found so easily. Xianxia is very busy at the moment. The weapons in her hands are always waving. Those monsters that can be stopped, especially those that can fly in the sky, are only a little stronger. This can resist those monsters flying in the sky. Otherwise, Hurricane City River will be easily broken. No one would like to see this, but Xianxia did not pay attention to Li's behavior because of his high mental tension. Xianxia is killing. At last, he finds that his neck is cold. A long blade is directly across her neck. Don't move, or I'll kill you. A voice sounded from behind her, which surprised Xianxia. At this time, someone attacked her. Whose courage is it? This also made Xianxia stop directly. After all, she didn't dare to act rashly without knowing who it was. But when she's slightly sideways, she can directly see the Master Li standing behind her. At this time, she is not good at all. Because she is so unimaginable, why did she sneak in at this time? Don't he know what time it is? I didn't expect it to be you. I've never owed you anything, but what do you mean now? Or do you want all of us to be buried together at this critical time? Do you think that if the city is broken, you can survive? Chapter 797. At this time, of course, Xianxia was very confused. What was the matter with the Li family leader? What's the use of hijacking her now? As long as Hurricane City is broken, all people will suffer completely. Those monsters will be able to rush in and rampage without any obstacles. Then how could anyone have survived? It's unwise to do such a foolish thing now. However, Li's master suddenly smiled coldly. What do you know? I also want the city to be broken, which is what I want to see. Do you think my purpose is the same as yours? Funny, I don't know that you are just dumb lambs, and I will be the hunter who takes the butcher's knife. How is it? Are you shocked? The leader of the Li family saw that the people of the Li family had started to move slowly, and he didn't care too much. Anyway, he could catch people eventually. At the very least, we can do it. As for the others, what's his business? As long as he can finish the task, the benefits are inevitable. Xianxia is really shocked. She really didn't think that things would develop like this. Is there any secret here? Or is the Li family the one behind the scenes? I think you should be confused now. It doesn't matter. Let me explain to you one by one. You are here to watch those people die for nothing. You are doomed to fail to win. Don't struggle. The master of Li's family smiled coldly, glanced around at the same time, and watched the residents' desperate battle. Even if their own city lord has been hijacked by others, he has not been found. He is just stupid and doesn't know what they are doing. Of course, it is more convenient for him to move. Maybe you do have some guesses in your mind, but yes, I can give you a positive answer now. We played a role in this disaster. So, it's you and the treasure of the Ji family. It's really that you are looked upon by a big man. That's impossible. You can only agree honestly. I know that you still have a strong backing, but your backing can't help you now. And that kid, don't think about it, he can't help you. Now, as if the victory was in hand, the Li family leader had no scruples at all and said all he knew directly. He doesn't care if people will hear. Moreover, at this time, he is ready to leave, so he will not pay too much attention to it, even if others know his hands and feet. How about knowing that he did it? Do you really want to kill him? At that time, he had already escaped far away. He could even join the hand of that adult. Whoever dared to move him, who could do anything about him? All of this has been in his calculation for a long time. As long as Xianxia is kidnapped, everything can be finished perfectly. He has no worries about not getting the treasure. Anyway, he has finished the task. It's just not perfect, but even so, he was satisfied. If it wasn't for his risk-taking, he would have to be honest and wait for his death. There was no other way. Chapter 798 inches. I don't know why I can't find the behind the scenes all the time. It turns out that it's you who are picky inside and picky outside. Fortunately, you can stand up by yourself, or you won't be found. Just when the master of Li's family was triumphant about what he had done, a voice suddenly rang behind him. All of a sudden made him stiff, and the movements in his hands stopped, even his eyes were wide open. Naturally he could hear whose voice it was. He never wanted to see people, especially at this time. There is even a little fear in my heart. Don't come here. The blade in the master's hand became tighter, as if Xianxia could be killed in the next second. But now that Gao Peng appears, how can he let him do anything recklessly? When the leader of the Li family thought that he had mastered the handle again, he found that the blade in his hand had already disappeared, and Xianxia was a little away from him. On the contrary, Gao Peng is the closest to him, as if they are both about to stick together. It scared him. However, Gao Peng said coldly at this time, "With me, do you think you still have a chance to fight? Tell me who else is there besides you. If you are honest, maybe I will not kill you, but if you are not honest, I will let you know how painful it is to live in this world." Impossible. Why are you here? Li felt that it was unbelievable. Originally, he saw Gao Peng dealing with the king-level monsters. Why is it here in a flash? It's not scientific. Originally thought that the winning thing was in hand, but who knows that the moment has turned, which is just a little unexpected. Gao Peng smiled and said, "It's natural to solve all the monsters. If I hadn't been paying attention to them all the time, you might have succeeded. But now I finally catch you. Now let me know. I don't have so much time to play hide and seek with you. I'm not good at temperament. I can't wait for you so long." Although Gao Peng is smiling all the time, the Master Li can really feel a trace of cold, which makes him shiver all over. I dare not look directly at Gao Peng. And at this time, he looked around just to see if there was any chance and if he could escape as soon as possible. Since the task obviously can't be completed, then he doesn't want to lose his life here. In a big way, he will go away and be anonymous. That's much better than the one who died here. However, his action was obviously noticed by Gao Peng. Gao Peng immediately pointed out, "Don't look, you have no chance. I'm in charge of everything here. You can't escape from the palm of my hand at all. I've warned you not to challenge my patience again and again. It's a very unwise move. You will surely regret it then." While Gao Peng and others were talking, there was a slight reversal in the battle below. Those fierce monsters are now slowly retreating, which can't resist the counterattack of residents in Hurricane City. Chapter 799 inches. Since you still don't listen to me, I'd like to see how hard you can talk. Gao Peng is completely impatient now, and doesn't want to know whether he can tell the truth or not. Anyway, Gao Peng just can't wait. What's more, this crisis is almost over. There are only a few things left to finish. There should be no more changes, which makes him feel more relieved. Gao Peng waved his hand. Once again, Li's body couldn't move. This time, Gao Peng directly controlled it. As for the rest of the Li family, also directly lost their own body control. One by one eyes are staring very big. The heart is just like turning over the river. It was a shock. What kind of means is this? They were able to control their bodies directly, and all of them seemed to be fixed. Just now, they want to sneak away. When they find the situation is wrong, they do not have any worries. The only thing they think about is to escape from this dangerous place. But who knows that their bodies will be out of control the next second? That guy, who is he? Why do you have such a horrible means? In fact, it's not just the Li family. Xianxia is shocked to see Gao Peng's mysterious and unpredictable means behind his back. Naturally, she could see that they could not move for a while. What kind of means was this? Her eyes flashed bright light and looked more charming and attractive, especially her eyes had already sparked stars and never left Gao Peng's body. No matter how shocked others are, Gao Peng seems indifferent. There is nothing to be surprised about. It's all the system's own capabilities. It does not belong to martial arts. As long as his strength is many times stronger than that of the other side, he can directly hold the other side and gain control of the other side's body. This is also after his previous exploration, has already found a problem. Every battle he is very easy to make this move. That's because he has a thorough understanding of the system's capabilities. That's why he's not surprised. And this ability, for those who are weak, is simply 100 tests of lark. There is no such thing as non-effectiveness. Now, I'll let you try my way. Gao Peng smiled coldly. Whether the other side would answer his question or not, it was irrelevant at this time. Since he had decided to fight, nothing could stop him. And by this time, the crisis is almost over. He doesn't need to care about other places. He has to clean up the so-called behind the scenes. If it wasn't for them, he would not have worked so hard before. It's all these guys. He had a comfortable life, and became so tired all of a sudden, though he was about to spend it without danger. But he was very tired after killing so many monsters. He didn't consume much of his physical strength, but the monsters he had been killing all the time must be a little tired. So these can be well applied to these behind the scenes. Let them taste his means. Chapters 800. Everyone in the Li family is tied to a place, because all the people can't control their bodies, except for the eyes. It can't move at all. And they still have their own ideas in their hearts, but at this time, they are under control. No matter how many ideas they have, they are useless. However, all the people of the Li family are here, and the leader of the Li family is also here, except for Gao Peng and Xianxia. Those who take care of the Li family are full of hate in their eyes. It's surprising that these guys are traitors. It can even be said to be the direct behind the scenes. Without them, Hurricane City would not have experienced such a disaster, not to mention the death of so many people. How could all the people present bear it? It's a crime of public anger. If they didn't listen to Gao Peng, they would have unloaded these guys for 8 yuan. Where would they live well here? Damn it, I didn't expect these guys to be traitors. No, the traitors have underestimated them. These guys are the behind the scenes. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have killed so many people, let alone experienced such a hard battle. That is to say, there's an adult in there. Otherwise, all of us may die in the mouth of monsters. It's disgusting. All the people are swearing, but they still have a good control of their emotions. After all, they can't kill these guys. Not to mention abuse. Because Gao Peng has already explained before, let them take good care of these people, others can't do it. Gao Peng is their spiritual leader and saves everyone's life. Naturally, all the people here listen to Gao Peng's words. If Gao Peng asks them not to do it, then they are very restrained in their temper. In fact, at this time they are very angry and abusive. But there is no one to do it, which is quite rational. One by one, looking at the Li's family, they were very angry. They wished they had screwed their heads off one by one. However, in the end, they are just addicted for a while. All of them are swearing, which can also vent their emotions, and ease the depression between the battles. After all, there are still fierce battles going on. They can only rest for a while, but the task is not easy. They can't let these traitors escape. One of them can't be left to watch. Their task is still very arduous. When they finished abusing each other, they were on guard all around, and there must be no accidents, because this is the task Gao Peng gave them. This makes them pay more attention. Scold and scold, but we must pay close attention to these guys. We must not let them escape alone or let anyone near them. No one is allowed to approach except us. Wait until the adults come back, and then we will slowly fall. Now we just need to take care of them. Other things, it's not our business. One of them can still see it very clearly. He is also a general. At this time, he has to take on the responsibility of small head naturally. But at this time, his armor was broken, his blood was all over his body, and his smell of blood was very strong. It can be seen that he had killed an earth-shaking monster. Chapters 801. Everyone present has a strong smell of blood. After all, they are all involved in this extremely dangerous battle. Many people stayed here completely. But some of them are still strong enough to get up. Even though they lack arms and legs, they rush out without hesitation. It can be seen how brave they are. In order to get through this crisis and bring a beautiful sky to their profound people, they can almost do it. With their desperate efforts, the number of monsters has been reduced a lot, not as ferocious as before. Many people have slowly begun to reduce the pressure. Victory is in front of them. No one dares to relax. Even many people who are seriously injured, they rush into the monsters without hesitation. They just want to kill more monsters. Kill, kill, kill. Victory is in sight. What are you waiting for? Take the weapon in your hand and kill all these animals. There was a loud cry, and the horn of charge sounded directly. The people standing on the wall also jumped directly from the wall. The monsters flying in the sky have been wiped out. Now they are all on the ground. That's why they will rush forward without hesitation. Victory is at hand, they don't want to miss it. They can finally see the victory. A lot of people are waving their weapons. The blood is flowing. They are soaked in the blood, but they have already rushed out regardless of it. At this critical moment, who will consider how many injuries he has suffered or whether he has bled too much? They just want to pass the crisis in front of them and kill all these monsters. This is their belief at the moment. It's as if it's all one. Directly to many people brought a trace of Qingming, power gradually increased a little, the whole sky has been dyed red by blood. But it condenses an unimaginable image, like a projection or a cloud. But it's been floating above the heads of Hurricane City residents. As if in response to their charge horn, this sudden thing is also following above their heads. All the people on the scene can feel that their strength is becoming stronger, just like they have just begun to fight. The exhausted physical strength has recovered. This is a magical experience. Although they feel this experience is extremely strange, no one has paid much attention to it. No one knows that this is because the one on their head seems to be a cloud, as well as a projection. They only think that because they saw the victory, even the strength has become larger, and even their previous physical strength has recovered. That's what everyone thinks. However, they don't know at all. This is because of the clouds gathered by their belligerents, how much bonus they have brought. It's like bringing them back to life. It's just that the image is a little bit embarrassed. With all the human body strength restored, the combat effectiveness has become more fierce. The tide of beasts had a faint rout. Those monsters have not been crazy for a long time, and there are no previous riots. On the contrary, many peripheral monsters have started to escape. Chapters 802 inches. Let's go. It's not suitable to stay here long. The underhand who has been hiding in the dark is ready to retreat directly at the moment when the situation is impossible, because there is no meaning to stay here. They will not be able to complete their tasks, and those monsters will be useless. Since it's useless, it's natural to abandon it. What's more, they are really afraid that Gao Peng will come to them. After all, they have been observing here for so long, and have already thoroughly seen Gao Peng's strength. Once caught, it's really hard to escape. However, they don't know that Gao Peng has been watching them silently for a long time. With the defeat of the animal tide and the confession of Li's master, they have already known where these black hands are hiding. That's how easy it is to find them. But Gao Peng didn't come out immediately. Instead, he watched them for a long time in situ and wanted to see what they did. But now, they obviously want to escape, so Gao Peng will not ignore. Where do you want to go? Gao Peng's cold voice rang, which made those behind the scenes who wanted to escape stiff and their movements stagnated. The expression on their faces became unbelievable. In just a few seconds, the expression on their faces had become countless times. Especially when they saw Gao Peng and Xianxia, their faces were worse than crying, and they all laughed awkwardly. When they are found in this situation, they will naturally know what the result is, but they still have a fluke mentality. Misunderstandings and misunderstandings, we were trying to help you, but seeing that these monsters are too fierce, it's really not suitable to fight, and we are not good at this position. That's what I'll watch. We have no other ideas. Please don't misunderstand. The leader's response was very quick, and he immediately made an explanation, and he was still smiling in front of Gao Peng, although his eyelids were always jumping. But he disguised it well and didn't care. As for the other several people, when they saw that their eldest brother had already responded so quickly, they were slightly stunned, and they all joined in. So their reaction ability is not bad. But how could Gao Peng believe them? After all, Gao Peng already knows who these guys are. It's because these guys are behind their backs that so many monsters come to attack the city. Now I even say that they are innocent and that everything is a misunderstanding. Isn't that funny? Does this mean that all people will believe their lies? Gao Peng has been unable to make complaints about it in his mind. Don't say he already knew who these guys are. If he didn't know, he wouldn't believe it so easily. Moreover, this kind of excuse is simply too absurd. It's obviously a dead corner. If you don't know it from the beginning, you can't find this place by using perception. These people say it's a misunderstanding. It is clear that there is a premeditation in the action. Whoever sees the scene in front of him will not easily believe it, so Gao Peng did not believe their lies at all. On the contrary, he looked at them with a cold smile, so quietly staring at them, and didn't say a word. Chapters 803 Being stared at by Gao Peng, several people felt stiff and even uncomfortable. It's as if their inner thoughts are penetrated by others, and no matter how they explain, they have been penetrated by others. This feeling is particularly embarrassing. Xianxia also looks at them with a meaningful eye, which immediately lets these guys know that their real identity has been detected by others for a long time. Run, the leader shouted at once, and then he wanted to escape in the next second. As for the rest, they naturally slowed down a beat and could not keep up with him. But no matter how fast he reacts, I want to run away in front of Gao Peng. Isn't that to look down upon Gao Peng? Only saw Gao Peng to wave again, directly gave these several people to live, even Gao Peng's face also showed a sneer at this time. Did I let you go? I even want to run in front of me. Who gives you courage? If you don't hurry up to recruit from the facts, you can explain to me the purpose of your coming here and who sent you. If you are honest, I may not kill you, but if you want to persist, don't blame me for being rude. Compared with you, my strength is clear. After all, you've seen it for so long, so I don't need to explain it much. Now I'll give you a minute to think about it. Gao Peng held his arms directly and looked at these guys in front of him quietly, and he didn't let these guys directly regain the right to control the body. It's no big deal to untie their control when they really have to make a decision. Now it's natural that they can't be so relaxed. Time goes by like this. There is nothing for Gao Peng, but these guys feel extremely hard. Every minute and second is so hard. They need to think quickly in their own mind. Which one is more beneficial to them? Maybe it's just the other side's opinion about them, but it may also be true. It's all possible. It depends on how they choose and grasp at this time. Dare to put it together, or just ask. A minute came quietly. Gao Peng let these guys recover, but these guys are still silent. At this time, it doesn't need to say escape, it doesn't mean anything at all. Because I can't escape. At the same time, they didn't speak. They all lowered their heads and remained silent. They really didn't know how to choose. No matter which one is risky. Said, it may also die here, even if the other side is more trustworthy. They did not die here. After all, they will also be hunted down. After all, they have messed up the task. If you don't say it, you may be killed, but you may not. If the other party really wants to extort their confession, it will not let them die so easily, and this kind of idea has been repeatedly jumping in their mind. But Gao Peng obviously didn't want them to think all the time. A minute's time has already passed, which can make them silent. These seconds have already been regarded as the most benevolent and righteous. Chapters 804 inches 1 minute has come. Now it's time to talk about your decision. You only have one chance. Don't give me any chance. That's no use. Gao Peng said coldly with his arms in his arms, and no matter how the other side thought, the answer he wanted was so simple. If the other side can't say it, he won't let these guys go. What if I don't know the behind the scenes? Sooner or later, he will show his horse's feet. What's more, at this moment, he is ready to improve his own strength. As long as he can't be the one who can kill him, he won't pay attention to all of them. So he never counseled. That's how confident you are. Others naturally don't know his inner thoughts, and it's also more impossible to know. After all, if you let others know, you will definitely feel extremely thrilled. How could there be such a confident person in the world? No matter how talented he is, his speed to improve his strength is limited, and he can't jump to the highest level at once. It's only Gao Peng who is forced to do so. It's just unreasonable. The first one was silent for a while, and finally said slowly, "Okay, I can tell you our purpose, even if we are from where, we can also tell you. But afterwards, I hope you let us go. It's no problem, I'll do what I say. I'm still very honest. I've always said the same thing. You can rest assured." Gao Peng said expressionless, and the ghost knew how he thought inside. Other people naturally don't know what he thinks, but they are relieved to see Gao Peng's solemn assurance. People who are so powerful should not cheat them, right? How to comfort myself in my heart. We are all from Yang City. Yang City. Shen Yi's face was full of shock. It was obvious that she had heard of this city and even listened to a reaction. This city might be huge. Power is not to be underestimated. Otherwise, there won't be such a huge response. Gao Peng looks at it strangely. Although he has a general understanding of this continent, he can't tell which force it is. After all, he hasn't been there or studied these cities specially. Besides, there are so many huge cities here. How can he understand them one by one? It's nothing more than understanding the most powerful forces, which is his goal. As for the others, he has never paid attention to them. At this time, hearing Xianxia's exclamation, the reaction was still so fierce. Gao Peng asked with great confusion. Have you heard of this city? Of course, this is one of the nearby middle cities, and it's also the one with strong strength. It's a long distance from us. Why, how could he give us a hand without any reason? It shouldn't be. We don't have any enmity with him. Why do we fight against him? Xianxia is full of doubts. Although she has heard of this city, she has never been there, and it is even more impossible for her to get revenge. But it's obvious that the other side has been planning for a long time. What's the situation? Xianxia is directly confused. Although he doesn't send any powerful people to come now, if they take it seriously, it may be a fatal blow. Chapters 805 inches. Oh, it sounds powerful. I'm curious. Gao Peng thoughtfully said a sentence, which immediately attracted the eyes of all the people present. How could this sentence be somewhat intriguing? No matter what Gao Peng thinks in his heart, but his words directly let all the people present look at him. After all, Gao Peng is talking about curiosity. Do you mean no, it's absolutely impossible? They immediately put the idea in their mind behind them. They thought it was too horrible to think about it at all. Even they have felt that Gao Peng is absolutely a madman. From Gao Peng's words, we can basically guess what he means. Xianxia was also shocked. He said incredulously, don't you have any ideas? Don't be impulsive. The middle city is not as simple as you think. There are powerful people in them, and the city lord is the powerful one in the realm of God. There are many divine kings in the middle city, let alone the divine king. They are many times more than us. They are not something we can afford. Xianxia, with a worried face, explained that she was really afraid of Gao Peng's impulse, so she went straight to the other party's trouble. Yang City is in the surrounding middle cities, and it can also be ranked as a number of cities. There must be many strong ones in it. If this is the case, it will certainly pay an unimaginable price. This is also the place Xianxia is most worried about. Gao Peng ignored her, but looked at the people in front with bright eyes and said, I already know where you are from, so it's time to talk about your purpose now. After all, the strength of your city is so strong that there is no need to compete with our hurricane city. However, you have launched so many monsters. There must be some secret in it, right? Now I'll recruit from the facts, and I'll let you go. But I hope you don't deceive me, or the consequences will be serious. Gao Peng's face was still expressionless, and he didn't show his signboard smile. In fact, many thoughts had already appeared in his heart. At this time, he was also a little excited. At last, he knew a strong man with a divine realm, which was the best news he had heard. After all, this continent is too large, so vast that he is a little desperate, and the distribution of various forces is so scattered that he is a little confused. Then now he knew thoroughly that there was a place with a strong emperor realm, which made him excited at once. Isn't that just enough for him to improve? Although we have to make a good plan, it's a city after all. There must be a lot of strong people in it. He doesn't want to be besieged to death. Although he is powerful, he doesn't need to be afraid no matter what opponent he meets. But he was afraid of the tactics of the sea of people. If he was really killed alive, it would be too wrong. It's better to make a good plan and improve your strength directly. Even if the number of weak people is the largest, it will have no impact on them. Chapters 806. Several people looked at each other and thought Gao Peng's expression was extremely abnormal at this time, but they didn't dare to have much discussion. Even they dare not say one more irrelevant topic. It's true that they are too afraid of Gao Peng. As soon as they think of Gao Peng's horrible means, they will shiver all over. It's terrible. They are almost as strong as the ones they have seen. Although they still don't know the strength of both sides, their power is not much less. What's more, Gao Peng is a freak. It's as if all the monsters are afraid of him. That's why people are so scared. Because of the unknown, they will feel terrible. Since Gao Peng didn't know, others had already regarded him as a devil, but he didn't care. Actually, in fact, our purpose this time is for her. The man hesitated for a while, finally looked at Xianxia, and finally said it. After all, this is not a moment of hesitation. He doesn't want to lose his life directly, regardless of the final result, but he wants to live at this moment. Even if it is the end of the world, it should not be pursued. At most, it's difficult to be hunted at the beginning. As long as he escapes the most difficult time, he can really survive. His heart is so thinking, and slowly began to play a good abacus. Naturally, he can't go back, so he can only find a way for himself. Gao Peng and Xianxia are completely confused. At this time Gao Peng is not calmed down completely, he cannot think of such a result. Maybe he didn't think about it in the same direction at the beginning. At this time, when he heard it, he was directly confused. Long time ago, I didn't have the expressionless face. Instead, I looked at Xianxia in a daze and thought that I should have misheard him. Is that the purpose of their great efforts? Isn't this a little too absurd? Xianxia's stupidity from the beginning finally came back slowly, only to see her suddenly silent, as if she was thinking about the problem. I don't know what I'm thinking, but her expression is more and more serious. Gao Peng didn't know what happened at the beginning, but when he saw Xianxia's expression, he also felt something was wrong, maybe there was something he didn't know. Then, he suddenly asked, "The purpose of these guys is unbelievable, but I think you know something. Are they really aimed at you?" Xianxia nodded in the end, "Not sure. I think it may be aimed at me, because I know what it is, but it's not convenient to explain it now. I'll explain it to you later. Because I can't speak for a while, after all, it's a long story." Gao Peng nodded and didn't ask again. After all, it's really not suitable to discuss this kind of thing at this time. It may have involved many aspects. That's why he is so cautious. He can understand it. Do you have any other purpose than this one? Tell me quickly. I know whether you are telling the truth or lies. You'd better not cheat me. Chapters 807. Now that this has happened, these guys have already broken their jars. They have already said everything. What's the point of covering up? On the contrary, it's possible to play with fire and burn yourself. It's better to say it directly. Maybe the other party saw their honesty and might really let them go. In addition to this, there is also a treasure that our lord of the city must have. We don't know what it is, but the lord of the city said that it was a treasure full of lightning. No matter it's taken or hidden by others, lightning can't be covered at all, so it's easy to find the treasure. And the treasure is in Hurricane Town at the moment. When Gao Peng heard this, he was silent, because a strange scene appeared directly in his mind. That is a girl with lightning all over her body. Before that, he felt very strange, but at this time, he fully understood that it seemed that it was not the talent or ability of the other side, but maybe that treasure. I don't know what happened to the other party. I even let myself be full of lightning, and everyone I met would directly trigger the attack of treasure. They were killed by the lightning. Gao Peng didn't never see it. At first, he felt a little surprised, even strange, but he thought it was a continent he didn't know. Maybe it's a normal situation. This also made him not pay much attention, but at this time, he heard these people's statements, which also made him fully understand that it was his own misunderstanding. It's not the norm, it's the treasure. This has to be thought-provoking. No wonder those black people are looking for trouble. The original purpose of them was very clear at the beginning. It's also strange that he didn't think of it. After all, he was really strange to this continent. Especially at the beginning, he didn't understand anything and thought it was a normal thing. It also made him directly ignore that scene. I see. I didn't care about it at the beginning, didn't I say? Is that treasure always in front of me? At this time, Gao Peng could hardly cry or laugh. Obviously, the real treasure was in front of his eyes. However, because he didn't have insight, he finally ignored it directly. It's good to know now, or if you miss it, it's too bad. However, he didn't care too much. He just felt curious. For him, improving his strength is the most important thing. He didn't care much about other treasures from the beginning to the end. Because it has nothing to do with him, and it is not easy to improve his strength. What's more, isn't it easy for him to improve his strength? There is no need for such trouble, let alone he doesn't like these treasures at all. Of course, just because he doesn't like it doesn't mean other people can't have it. I'm sorry that you didn't lie to me because of your unexpected honesty. I wanted to see if any of you cheated me. Just a few people I can kill. This sentence directly let the present public corners of the mouth twitch one after another. This guy is a devil. I even want to kill them, and I had this idea from the beginning. My god, this kind of guy is just terrible. Chapters 808. With Gao Peng's most simple words, The people on the scene were flustered and looked at Gao Peng with great fear. In their eyes, Gao Peng is just like a devil. It's terrible. This kind of person wants to kill at the beginning. Why is the anger so heavy? Can we go now? They asked in horror, and with great care. They dared not speak too loudly, even at the moment they were afraid. Gao Peng looks at them with a meaningful face, and finally looks at each other with Xianxia, nods and says, "For your honest sake, I'll let you go. Now disappear in front of me, or I'm afraid I'll repent immediately." With Gao Peng's voice just falling, those people have already hurriedly run away. They dare not stay here at all. At this time, it's not easy to save their lives. They dare not have any offense. As long as they stay here, they feel that their lives may not be guaranteed at any time. In this kind of flustered situation, they did not see Gao Peng's eyes clearly at all. The next second, their bodies suddenly stiffen. A very sharp blade directly across their eyes. At this time, there is a blank in their mind, only to see their eyes stare very big. There was an incredible look on his face. Their ears gently think of Gao Peng's words. "I said not to kill you, but I didn't say not to stop you, and now I'm not going to kill you. I'm very trustworthy, aren't I?" Gao Peng said with a smile, as if he was telling an unimportant thing. If my several people could move at this time, they would have already shouted abuse. What's more, at this time, their consciousness is slowly being dissipated, because their vitality is rapidly passing. Within a few seconds, several people have fallen to the ground and can't move. Completely killed. This can be said to be a face turning merciless. Before I made a solemn promise, I turned my face directly at this time and even set a text trap. If someone is here, he will swear. Unfortunately, only Gao Peng and Xianxia are alive here. The rest I've been here for a long time. Gao Peng and his wife didn't pay any more attention. When they were dead, they would not talk about it anymore. Xianxia was worried. After all, she was still thinking about Yang City. No matter what the reason is, things will be more troublesome at this time, and she is also very clear about what is going on. It's just incredible. Has this happened? I didn't expect the situation to change so fast. If it wasn't for Gao Peng's presence here, it would really lead to unimaginable consequences. However, it's just a little bit of a crisis now, which doesn't mean that we have such good luck all the time. We have to find a solution. However, if it is reported, there should be a solution. Even though the location here is too remote, it doesn't mean it can't work. Xianxi's mind is very confused. All kinds of ideas appear in her mind at once, and she doesn't know how to explain at the moment. Chapters 809. Looking at Xianxi's expression at the moment, Gao Peng naturally knows what she's thinking in her mind, which doesn't need to be thought about at all, and can be guessed out. Gao Peng smiled and said, "Let's solve the animal tide first. Let's talk about other things later." Two people looked at each other, smiled and then disappeared. At the next moment, two people have already appeared on the battlefield. One person is in charge of an area. The original animal tide has already been defeated. At this moment, together with two people, there was a sudden collapse. Especially the residents of Hurricane City, who are brave and good at fighting, even though they have expended a lot of physical strength at this time, because their fighting spirit is directly gathered. It brought them a big bonus. Not only recovered a lot of physical strength, even their attack power has become a lot stronger, which makes them feel more comfortable killing monsters. Especially after the previous horror, the present situation is very easy for them. They have all experienced the more terrifying and desperate situation. Now it's almost a small scene. Victory is in sight. How can they put down their weapons? All of them rushed out. The war turned the tables in a flash. The monsters were completely defeated, especially those on the periphery. They had already fled in a hurry. Although they didn't have much wisdom, they had the animal instinct. They can also identify the crisis. When these monsters feel the crisis, they all want to escape. So that's what happened. Gao Peng is also merciless. The number of these monsters is too large. Who knows if someone will use them in the future? It's better to try to solve it now, and then there will be no similar situation. Even though he knows that there is a great probability that it won't happen, he can also prevent it from happening. This is Gao Peng's idea at the moment. Xianxia is also very ferocious. His weapons have never been put down. After all, these monsters want to attack her city. And so many people have died. Without these monsters, there would not have been such a desperate crisis, and there would have been a little bit of destruction. It's not a joke. It can be seen how angry her heart is at the moment, and what's more, the behind the scenes have been completely found out, and now only these cannon fodder are left. So naturally, it is impossible to release all these monsters back to the mountain. We must cut the grass en route. With this idea in mind, Xianxia kills these monsters to become more crazy. All people don't know why their lord adults are so crazy. But it's also very exciting. Just a glance makes a lot of people start to boil. Looking at the wave of beasts that are about to be destroyed, many people have already relaxed a little. After all, they have already known that victory is sooner or later. But when they saw the situation of Xianxia, they were shocked and their eyes became sharper. Their lord adults are killing monsters, and how can they relax? Unconsciously, the tide of beasts was completely destroyed. Chapters 810 Blood dyed the sky and the earth red. There is a smell of blood outside the whole city, which is extremely pungent. Even if all people have practiced, they can't stand the pungent smell at this time. All the people didn't care. One by one, their eyes were blankly staring at them, and the grass had been dyed red by the blood. Some people even shed tears. Victory! They really won. All the people in the room were full of tears. The tears could not stop flowing down. No one would laugh at anyone, because all the people were so excited. The war that was destined to fail was finally won by them. It was all piled up with human life. They saw one by one people fall down. But one by one, they went up. No one hesitates, because they can only. Although the number of people standing here has been reduced by more than half, fortunately, they have won in the end. This victory belongs to everyone. It belongs to everyone. We won. We have won at last. All the people were very excited. Tears did not have time to dry. They have embraced together. The weapons in their hands have been dropped on the ground. At this time, where are people going to take care of it? Is there blood? No one cares if they're dirty. They only know that this war is bound to lose. They fought a victory with their lives. Although it was only a tragic victory, the business really belongs to him. And those people in the city are also safe. No beast can rush through their lines. They did it. Looking at all the people embracing together, Gao Peng also felt deeply moved. Originally, he also looked at the war with a pessimistic attitude, but who knows, when he really put all his efforts into it. Things are beyond imagination. At the same time, he was not as pessimistic as he thought. Those monsters were controlled by him all the time. The original surging tide of beasts was scattered by him. Even the king-level monsters did not exert their original power, which was also beyond everyone's expectation. Gao Peng may be the hope of this battle, because he all the people present can see the hope of victory, and they will be desperate to take up their own weapons to fight. Even if they lose their lives, they will not hesitate. What they do is guard those who stand behind them. Xianxia is also very emotional. This is like the end of the general catastrophe she has never seen. Originally, all the people were desperate, but they really survived and even won. This is beyond everyone's expectation. This war is really not easy. So many people have completely stayed here. They are all the most close people to guard themselves, which is not willing to take up their own weapons to resist. It's amazing. They are all heroes. Xianxia also wept softly. It was so exciting. After all, this victory is too precious. At the same time, I feel some sadness in my heart. Too many people died. Too many chapters 811 Victory is always joyful, but also sad. After such a fierce battle, they really felt sad when they broke free from the joy of victory. I didn't feel it before, but in order not to affect my fight, I left everything in front of me behind one by one. I don't want to influence my fight. At the same time, I don't want to lose more comrades. When looking at the corpses on the ground, the sadness on their faces can no longer be restrained. Gao Peng looked at the scenes before him. Whether they were happy or sad, they should express their emotions directly. Because it's too depressing. But after sorrow, it's natural to revive, to live again, to live with the faith of those who have lost. Gao Peng directly rose to the sky and looked at the people below. He said slowly, sadness and joy are inevitable, because we have experienced a desperate war, which we thought was a failure, but we finally fought with our lives to give a glimmer of hope, and we really won. That's what we've worked for. We should enjoy the joy of victory. Of course, we should also mourn for those comrades who died, but we can't lose the hope of survival. They give us hope with their own life, and we should live their share well. In order to protect the people behind us, we should also cheer up. Don't forget that those who died are heroes. They are heroes of Hurricane City and will be remembered by all people. Gao Peng's high and exciting words spread, and all the people were really sad at the beginning, but after hearing these words, there will be some inspirations. All the people who were addicted to the sad mood showed a smile at once. It is true that they are all heroes. Since they have traded their lives for this city, they must guard it well and never let similar things happen again. It also gives them more hope. Next, all the people were busy, cleaning the battlefield, gathering the bodies of all the monsters together, and collecting all the materials they could use. These can not only improve their strength through refining, but also make all kinds of weapons and protectors. These are hard currency, and all of a sudden there are so many, which makes many people sure to be rich and rich. Of course, this is not free to take. All of them should be collected, and then distributed slowly. All of them are the protagonists of the victory, and they can also get the gains brought by the victory. Although all the people are tired after the battle, but they are still very excited to pack up their booty, which are symbols of the creatures they bring. All night they were cleaning up. When there was a little sunshine in the air, the battlefield had been cleaned by them for a long time, and no body could be seen. The smell of blood has also dissipated a lot. People can smell the smell of blood. After all, the whole land has been dyed red by blood. This is an inevitable thing, but there is no such thing as the corpse everywhere before, and there is no war field full of potholes. It has become almost the same as before, but the smell of blood makes everyone realize that the war is not a dream. Chapters 812. With the victory of the war, all the people were involved in cleaning the battlefield, but when everything was restored to its original shape. It's true that there are a lot of people missing from Hurricane City, but it's too late for them to be sad. They have already been lying on the ground and can't get up. Really tired. They feel tired as never before. They just want to have a good rest. City Lord's Mansion. Gao Peng and Xianxia sit opposite each other. At this time, Xianxia also felt that there was no hesitation. This kind of thing was caused by her. Naturally, she could not conceal it. At first she was just afraid of causing panic. But this is the end of the matter. It's no longer enough. In fact, it's really because of me. I think they just want to take me as a hostage, because my identity is a little special. I am the daughter of the Flame City Lord. For some reasons, I came here to be the City Lord. Few people know my identity, but my identity can't be concealed all the time. I've heard about one thing before. Yank City and Flaming City have been arguing and even fighting over a mine. Xianxia seems to be recalling things in his mind. But because the strength of the two cities is not much different, once there is a real battle, it will certainly be a heavy loss, and then it will be taken advantage of by others, which may be the reason why they put their ideas on me. I didn't expect this to happen. They didn't just know where I was, they made such a detailed plan. In this way, things can be said to make sense. I didn't expect that there are so many things in it. Xianxia has such an unimaginable status. The most important thing is that all the enemies came here. I just can't believe it. Few people should know, but the other side even recruited, and also made such a perfect plan. If it was not for his appearance, this moment must have been someone else to succeed. I really don't know what to say. Gao Peng doesn't have any opinions on this. Even he thinks it's an opportunity. If he can get on well with the City of Flame, can he just go to find fault? This is the perfect opportunity. It's also a good excuse. Not only can we improve our own strength, but also we can take revenge. It doesn't even seem too inexplicable. Seeing the sea thinking about it all the time, his eyes became more and more bright, because he thought it was a good chance. Although he had considered entering the Devil Forest to improve his strength before, he felt that it would take a lot of time to enter. After all, he has been here for such a long time, and he has never seen a strong man who has reached the Divine Kingdom. How can he improve his strength? Not only waste time, the strength has not been improved at all. This makes him a little unacceptable, and this is not a perfect strategy. Since he has known that there is a place where there is a god, he must not miss it. And this can also let him quickly improve their own strength. It refers to what kind of strong enemy can be provoked in uncertain time. Behind every force, there should be a strong backing. Chapters 813. First, we solve the problem of Yank City, so that our strength can be improved again, and then we can draw out the backer behind each other. In this way, he can safely improve his own strength. With such a perfect plan, shouldn't there be any more problems? The more Gao Peng thinks about it, the more he thinks it can be implemented. The only problem is how to persuade Xianxia to lead the way. This will test his communication ability. After brewing for a while, Gao Peng said slowly, since you are the princess of Flame City, then you should know the location of Yang City. I think it's necessary for me to go there. These guys have done such an excessive thing. If I don't get this debt back, I feel like I'm in a hurry. Gao Peng said with gnashing teeth, as if he wanted to completely destroy the city, and the enemies in his forehead were all broken up. This directly moved Xianxia. After all, it's Xianxia. Strength cannot be compared with some small cities, especially there is a powerful emperor inside, and there is not only one so simple. Xianxia immediately said with emotion, no, I know you are revenge for me and all the people in this city, but we can't be so reckless. It's a long-term matter. They are so powerful that even my father dare not fight at will. Gao Peng has a lot to say in his heart. Even he wanted to shout it out. I just want to kill them and make them the stepping stone for me to improve my strength. How can they do anything to get me? Your father is your father, but he is not me after all. He cannot doesn't mean I can't. Gao Peng wants to talk like this for many times, but finally he perseveres. It's incredible to say such a thing at this time. He may even be thought to have mental problems. So instead of saying that, he said slowly, I know you are worried about my safety, but I hope you can think about my feelings, no matter how strong the other side is. But I must get some interest from them. Although it's a little dangerous, it won't really happen to me. I can still grasp that. What's more, isn't there still your father? After Gao Peng's words, Xianxia also directly silenced. She was always thinking about whether it was feasible, because she didn't want Gao Peng to take risks. The strength of the other side is really too strong. Not to mention the city lord, even the ordinary emperor, it is not the ordinary people can resist. Gao Peng's strength is indeed very strong, and the divine king is also a second kill in his hands, but there is no such clear understanding of the gap between them. Xianxia will feel special worry. Gao Peng is also very clear about this, but it's not impossible, especially if the father of the other party is still a god, so we can still make a hole in it. As for how he does it when he gets there, that is to say, it depends on his own mood. Gao Peng already has a plan, so it's impossible to do something unimportant. In his eyes, it's crucial to improve our strength. Simple and rough is the best quick way. Chapters 814 Outside Hurricane City. It was a few days after the victory of that war. Except that day, when the battlefield was cleaned all night, most of the people were resting. Basically all people feel tired. They need a good rest before they can have enough spirit. Although all of them are powerful people, there is no such weak ordinary people, but they also need a few days to recover. At this time, all the people had already gathered outside the gate of the city. At the same time, the walls were also full of people, with a little hatred on their faces. Because there's a line of people kneeling down. These people are all Lees. After the confession before, I have not paid any more attention to them. Instead, I have to deal with the monsters in the behind the scenes. I have always left them aside. At this time, all the people have slowly raised their spirits. Naturally, they should punish these traitors well, and at the same time, let all the people relieve their anger. Of course, it can also serve as an example. Although it is said that all people have experienced that desperate war together, with the passage of time, there will always be some people who will slowly forget the pain. For the sake of interests, some people can really put everything down. Only when they play a shocking role can they be honest and not violate the bottom line. That's why Gao Peng did it. These traitors should break them all up. If it wasn't for them, how could we encounter such a crisis? How could so many people die? Yes, they're responsible for everything. We can't spare these guys. Kill them, kill them. No, they can't be so cheap. They must repent here. It's because of them that so many heroes are buried here. They can't be let go. The residents of Hurricane City are very excited. After all, they know exactly why the disaster happened, although the reasons are not really understood. But they can know that there must be Lee's responsibility, which will make the residents of Hurricane City feel extremely excited. Traitors are always the most intolerable kind of people. If they don't betray, there won't be so many things, whether this crisis will happen or not, but at least the things after it won't happen again. What's more, since they are traitors, how can they do their best to resist the tide of beasts? It is obvious that they will deliberately release water, and when they do, many people will die here. This is unforgivable, so all the people are very excited. The residents who have lost their loved ones want to rush up and let out their anger, but they are guarded by the guards. All the people in the room also know the importance. They can only endure the bitterness. Those who pray in their hearts must let them repent well. Never let them go so easily. This is the real idea of the residents who have lost their relatives and friends. After all, they haven't recovered from their grief. At this time, they see people who may be the culprit. Do not want to let go, but reason still let them, not impulse. It must be we must not let them go. They are all the culprits. If so many people die here, we must not let them go lightly. Chapters 815 inches. Of course, they will not be spared. A voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears, only to see Gao Peng and Xianxia coming out step by step. When they appeared, all the people broke out a loud cheer, because it was Gao Peng who saved them, which was clearly recognized by the residents present. Without Gao Peng, they would not have survived. Gao Peng's role is just too big. He has almost resisted all the powerful monsters and even solved most of the animal tide. At the same time, it is the spiritual support of all people. Without Gao Peng, they would have no intention to fight at all. After all, in such a situation of great disparity, they would have no intention to fight long ago, knowing that it is a situation of death. But Gao Peng aroused their desperate intention. At the same time, it brings them hope. When the war is won, how can we see Gao Peng not to excite them? I know that everyone is very excited now. After all, it's time to punish these traitors. Without them, we would not have lost so much. It's even possible to avoid this crisis, but it's no use saying that now. We can only let these people repent to all the lost people, and let all the heroes rest in peace. We also need to live a strong life and guard this land. Gao Peng's words still played a role. All of a sudden, all the people agreed, but they didn't make any noise at this time. On the contrary, it's the people who look at the Li family with hatred. But Gao Peng's words not only brought comfort to the residents, but also scared the Li family directly. They want to live. I can only hear that I want to kill them. I want them to repent all the time. The expressions on their faces suddenly become extremely ugly, even pale and bloodless. At the moment, the leader of the Li family is even more wailing, "No number. You can't kill me. You promised me before. As long as I confess honestly, I won't kill us. You can't turn against me. I've confessed everything I can. You can't kill me." All the people didn't speak and looked at it quietly, as if what he said didn't attract their attention at all. His voice echoed in the clearing. No one said that Gao Peng didn't even bother to explain. Only when he waved, countless rays of light fell directly into the body of these traitors, and then all the traitors' faces were twisted. His face became ferocious one by one. It should be painful to look at. They will never survive. As soon as the time comes, they will completely disintegrate and confess to the heroes here. You don't need to worry that they will run away, because they have lost their ability to move now. They have to struggle for the last time. Gao Peng said faintly, and then he went back to the city without anyone looking. In fact, he didn't want to show it. In fact, it's very easy, just with his absolute strength, you can hook up other people's magic power, plus he has other means to mix together. Therefore, it seems more vicious and cruel. But these people who are here, after stopping, feel very happy. Chapters 816. After Gao Peng left. At that time, all the people in the room burst into a loud cheering, which made them feel more happy, especially watching the traitors struggling in pain. They feel more comfortable when they scream again and again, and the expressions on their faces have been twisted together. The negative emotions that had been repressed in my mind had been broken up a lot. After all, I could watch traitors suffer and die. It's such a joy. In this way, these traitors will let them taste what life is like, death, and let them repent here. If not for them, you wouldn't have died so many people. These guys, this is their real end. If they are killed directly, it will be too cheap for them. It's too much for us. I didn't expect adults to have such powerful means. It's unbelievable. After all, they also want to see these traitors die. At the same time, many people are guarding against death. I don't want these traitors to have a chance. Maybe what if there is an accident and they run away? Most people still have this idea. Even though they all believe in Gao Peng's strength, they still want to stay here just in case. Especially those who have lost their relatives and friends, they just ignore them all the time. As time goes by, the time of the day has passed, but there are still many people watching. The number of people has not decreased much. Although many people say they have left temporarily, they still come to watch from time to time. The people of Li's family had already suffered so much that they could not scream. They only saw that their faces had turned purple and black, and their blue tendons had been exposed, and they all seemed to be in great pain. They have been screaming for a day. Their voices have been hoarse for a long time. They don't even have the strength to scream anymore. We can see what kind of pain they have experienced. But no one will sympathize with them. Instead, they hear their screams and see their ferocious expressions at the moment. Their hearts are more joyful. After all, if it wasn't for these traitors, there won't be so many casualties. Perhaps such an idea is just the wishful thinking of most of them, but sometimes it is, and no one can say how. However, betrayal is betrayal. Betrayal is what people hate and dislike the most. Betrayal is also the most unacceptable. Originally thought to be the most solid support, all the trust was given to them, but finally was betrayed. Even behind the scenes there is a copy of them. This is a little hard to accept. The next day, these people of Li family have been completely cut off. Even the owner of the family is the same. This kind of feeling is just too horrible. I feel pain all over my body. The whole body is weak, as if there are countless ants eating inside, and they cannot make any strength. Even their bodies have been completely destroyed for a long time. All organs have been completely destroyed. None of them are intact. Blood had already coagulated in their bodies, only to see their whole body blackened, and even a faint smell was emitted. When they saw that they were no longer struggling, the onlookers were completely quiet. They could not see any joy on their faces, but only deep sadness. Chapters 817. No one wants to see this. But when they see this, they still think of the heroes who died in this place. Although this is already a confession, but people have no longer, no matter how to make up for it, they can't come back. For a time, the air seemed to solidify in an instant. Everyone is in a low mood, but at this moment, Gao Peng doesn't appear to solve their problems. After all, Gao Peng can't encourage them all the time. However, after such ups and downs, they naturally know how to do it, since it is not easy to guard this city. Then we should do our best to protect it. Don't be sad, everyone. I think they should be watching us silently. After all, what we guard now is the city they want to guard. We can't forget our original intention because of this. Yes, we must guard this city well. When one person took the lead, many people responded one after another, and the sad mood was natural and unrestrained. They also slowly cheer up. With the passage of time, they will surely come out of the sadness slowly, but those heroes will not be forgotten by others. Heroes should be remembered in everyone's heart. Shall we go? Gao Peng looks at the distance quietly. This time, he can finally improve his strength. Although his strength is not weak now, it still brings him a sense of uneasiness. Or to improve his strength as soon as possible, which makes him feel at ease. There is basically nothing to explain here. As long as there is no enemy, they will keep our base camp well. When we come back, we can expand this city and make a good operation. Although this location is a little remote, it is close to the Devil's Forest and has a lot of advantages. Gao Peng looked at it thoroughly. After all, it depends on the mountain and the water. Since it's so close to the Devil Forest, it's natural to make good use of it. It's true that his strength is not very good to improve, but it doesn't mean that others are not good to improve. He needs to find a stronger enemy. However, the residents here only need more cultivation resources, and their strength will gradually improve. With his leadership, it will be easier to develop Devil Forest. After all, with his current strength, it is easy to do. What's more, when he comes back, that would be more unbridled. The reason why Hurricane City has not been developed is that its strength is not strong, and some places do not dare to try it easily. This also wastes a lot of resources. Devil Forest has a lot of monsters and cultivation resources, and cultivation resources are extremely rich. Only need good reason can let this city get very good development. At that time, Gao Peng will have a thorough foothold. After all, he is also influential in this continent, no matter how he practices. With a site, it can be considered a home, right? Xianxia nodded silently. Although she didn't want to go back, she saw Gao Peng's wish. She felt not only warm, but also indifferent. Chapters 818. The ancient land is vast, and people with weak power can't visit this land at all. Even the God King can only be called the elite. But it's just the elite. A little more powerful than the weakest cannon fodder. We can't walk all over the whole continent, so we can see how vast and huge this continent is. Because the distance is too far away, Gao Peng and his wife have been flying with all their strength for several days, but now they haven't even reached half of the distance. It can be seen how far the distance is. However, With company, Gao Peng is not too bored and will not get lost. He just walked so long, because he didn't deliberately look for a stronger enemy, so he never saw the Emperor. This made him feel a bit distressed. Originally, I wanted to secretly improve my strength. But who knows, it can't be seen at all. Sure enough, this continent is too large, even with many strong ones, but the distribution is not dense, so it is not so easy to find. It's really vexing. I didn't expect this continent to be so huge. It's so difficult to find several powerful enemies. It will take more time until I find it. But fortunately, I have a goal now, not to be like a headless fly. Gao Peng is relieved. At least at this time, he has a goal, and it is also a goal that will definitely enable him to improve his strength. This makes him more relaxed. Although it is impossible to improve his strength so fast for the time being, his strength is a bright spot that can be improved after all. Lord of Yang City, don't let people down. Wait, there's a situation. At this time, Gao Peng suddenly felt that two huge miracles were colliding, and immediately he stopped directly, and also reminded Xianxia. Xianxia's face is full of doubts, because she doesn't feel anything at all, but she also knows that her strength is limited and her perception range is relatively small. There is no doubt, but some doubt asked, is there something wrong ahead? Or something else? I feel that two huge breaths are colliding. It should be people above the Emperor fighting, and their speed is very fast. Now they are very close to us. Dang. When he heard this, Shen Yishan suddenly turned white and said in a hurry, let's run. We can't run into them in another direction. Otherwise, we will be affected. Once we get angry with each other, we will suffer completely. Shen Yi has seen the Emperor's powerful hand, so she naturally knows the power of the Emperor. At this time, she will feel such fear. But she didn't know that Gao Peng beside him was actually so strong, but he didn't show it for a long time, let alone admit it by himself. Gao Peng never wanted to say it directly. It's just out of class. However, at this time, it's not easy to meet people above the Emperor. How could he have missed it so easily? At best or not, I have to see if I can improve my own strength. If I can improve my own strength, it's just as good as ever. If not, it doesn't matter. Chapters 819 inches. It's too late. They have come to our side. Gao Peng said in a deep voice. It's not that he lied about the situation, but that the other party really approached them very quickly, and by this time, he had basically come to their area. Even if you want to go at this time, you will be found by the other side. In that case, why bother? Just then Gao Peng wants to see them and see how powerful the Emperor is on this continent. Shen Yi hears Gao Peng's words, and the whole person is completely stupid. If he is really involved in the battle of the Emperor, it may be dangerous at any time. Seeing Shen Yi, he was stunned. Gao Peng could know what she was thinking without thinking. Gao Peng comforted him easily. It's okay, isn't there still me? They're just gods, and I don't really care about them. Shen Yi turns his eyes and looks speechless. This sentence is too arrogant. It's just that, and it hasn't been put into the eyes. This sentence feels too arrogant. Shen Yi doesn't know that Gao Peng is so arrogant, but it's not the time to flirt. It seems that the other party has come. Shen Yi could clearly feel the huge breath, which scared her face to become more pale. Gao Peng took a step forward, blocking all the breath in front of him, and didn't let it affect Shen Yi. At this time, there was a voice of surprise in the sky. They seemed to see Gao Peng and his wife. At first, there was nothing strange. But when they saw Gao Peng standing there undamaged, they even resisted all their breath, which was not easy. How can this surprise them? There are two people here, and one of them is not weak. It's really rare. Old thief, where are you looking when you are fighting with me? Do you look down on me? Another voice sounded, but it just seemed more angry. It was obviously a very young voice, and it was also a fierce energy collision. Gao Peng is so quietly staring at the battle in the distance. Shen Yi has eased a lot at the moment, but she has been standing behind Gao Peng. There is a flash of light in my eyes from time to time. Now almost all the stars are coming out. That's all full of worship. The fighting didn't last long. It was like seeing Gao Peng and his two men here. So their fighting stopped soon. This makes Gao Peng feel a rush. It's not easy to feel the strength of people in the same realm. How can we say stop and stop? He just wants to have a look. He won't bother at all. Why don't he continue? So he couldn't help but say, you're going to fight. You don't care about the existence of the two of us. I just want to have a look. I don't think I'm thinking of you. It suddenly calmed the air. 3 people all looked at Gao Peng, as if they had heard some amazing words, and there was a flash of surprise in their eyes. This kind of words can be said. How big is this guy's heart? Chapters 820. Several people on the scene all looked surprised. I can't think why this man is so confident. This can be so calm, this is a strong foundation. Shen Yimei's eyes also flashed a bit of shock. She always felt that Gao Peng was too calm. No matter when, she was so calm. Even in the face of the 2 emperors, we can show such calmness and even say such words. There was something unexpected out there. She turned to look at Gao Peng, but found that Gao Peng was still a calm face, and even looked directly at the 2 powerful gods without any trace of dodging, calmly looking at each other. This calm look. It's almost the same as before when facing the tide of beasts. Even more calm. What's going on? Why is there such an illusion? Shen Yi really can't think clearly, so she would have such an illusion. But just as she was thinking about herself, Gao Peng also looked at her and smiled. Don't worry, everything is under control, I know what I'm doing. Gao Peng's words really bring people great confidence. However, at that time, the 2 emperors felt somewhat puzzled, especially the older one, who had only a goat beard, and the whole beard had turned white. But it seems incomparable spirit. At the moment, looking at Gao Peng, he said, "You boy, it's quite bold to see us. You even say let's continue. Aren't you afraid of affecting you? With the strength of the 2 of us, it's very easy to kill you. What's more, you've seen the fight between the 2 of us. It's very easy to be killed." Shen Yi's heart tightened, especially looking at the old man's smile, which made her feel a little flustered. But Gao Peng said with a crooked head, "So what? Killing people is not what you has the final say, but whether we want to, and as for you. Do you really think you can kill me?" Gao Peng just looked at each other with such a smile, and there was no other arrogant words at all, but this calm had already made people a little confused. Is not easy to try. Of course, it's just the old man's caution. He doesn't want to get involved in danger easily. However, it doesn't mean that all people think so. The young emperor was already furious. He was angry because of the old thief, but now there was a strange guy to disturb him. Now he even behaves in such a calm manner, which is really a fire. I only saw him say angrily, "Boy, I'll give you a minute to get out of my sight, or I won't blame you for being rude." I'm very angry now. Don't realize it. It's no fault that his anger is so strong. After all, the strong of his level can be regarded as high, although it's not the most powerful level. But it is much stronger than most people. Not to be looked up, but to be so ignored by others, so that everyone will feel extremely angry, let alone he is so young. The fire is naturally incomparable, and the heart is extremely proud. Chapters 821. Unexpectedly, the expression on Gao Peng's face slowly appeared a trace of change, originally her smile to right, but now the smile on his face has slowly disappeared. Shen Yi also felt a little stupefied. It is rarely seen that Gao Peng has such an expression, because he has been smiling all the time, no matter what problem he encounters, he always smiles. But now there was a change in expression. Isn't it? That old man's face is also a change, he felt a kind of extreme threat, even in the slow brewing. When he looked around, he didn't find out where the danger came from, which made him feel special and inexplicable. What's the matter? I clearly feel that there is a danger brewing slowly, but where does the danger come from? Why didn't you find out? He sends out his own perception and gets more information from his surroundings, but he still hasn't found out where the crisis is and why it appears. The next second, however, seemed to come to him. Suddenly turned to look at Gao Peng, pupil went a shrink, as if found something incredible. How could it be? Did the crisis come from him? At the moment, he didn't know how to express his feelings. At first, he just thought that he had met a little boy who didn't know how to express his feelings. Even he was so bold and arrogant that he didn't respect them. But who knows, it's they who have lost their eyes. Isn't that to say that the strength of the other side is not weak? And the emperor, who was very angry before, still didn't feel the threat, but looked at the old man at will. "Old thief, it's time for us to hand over my things, or I will kill you." I said, "You seem to feel like I'm a good bully, don't you?" A voice suddenly sounded, and it was still behind the young emperor. It seemed so abrupt that all people felt something unexpected. One by one, they looked in the direction of the sound in shock. Only to see Gao Peng standing quietly behind the young emperor, staring at each other so expressionless. The emperor's body is also stiff now. When he slowly turns around, he can see Gao Peng's expressionless face at the first sight. It just scared him. Here, how is this possible? How could you have come quietly behind me? He was shocked. After all, he thought that he was just an unimportant person. At this time, he showed such a terrible ability. How can this not shock him? He's a genius, but now he's so scared that he has no face, especially the expressionless face of Gao Peng. It makes them a little more angry. Just when he wanted to get angry, the old man said suddenly, "Be careful," but all the people on the scene didn't react. They saw Gao Peng suddenly approach and face the young emperor directly. It seems that the faces of the two people are close to each other. That feeling is just amazing, even a little surprising. Chapters 822. The old man didn't know why he suddenly reminded him, but the young emperor didn't care. At the moment there was only anger on his face. Are you kidding? Our sword is a genius. Does this kind of guy want to move me? I'm afraid you're not old enough to be confused. You can get as far as you give me. I'll find you later. I'll let this guy know first, what is the real genius's anger. Fang Jian took a step back, raised his hand slowly, looked at his gnashing teeth, and could know how angry he was at the moment. There is no so-called calm genius. He seems to have been questioned by others. After all, his strength is here, but which old man asked him to be careful? Is this insulting him? How could this inexplicable guy bring harm to him? How could it shake him? What a joke. However, just when he wanted to make a move, he found that he had directly reached out and tightly grasped his neck, and he could not resist. This kind of life seems to be in the hands of others, which is the first time for him to feel, and he does not feel how the other side is actually doing it. Just like that, they are controlled by others. What's more, he can't resist now. That's what surprised him the most. Only to see his eyes staring extremely big, extremely do not believe what he saw in front of this scene, but because he simply cannot open mouth, more cannot speak. I can only stare at Gao Peng with big eyes. As for other people, Xianxia was shocked to be speechless, not to mention the old man. She didn't find that Gao Peng was so powerful. All along, she just thought that Gao Peng was only a high-ranking god king, so her strength was so powerful. But then she found out how wrong she had thought before. How could it be a god king? It definitely has the power of a god king. God, how could he be so strong? It's amazing that I found out at this time. Xianxia can't believe his eyes. It's like a dream. He was worried about the purpose of this time before, but now he doesn't need to worry at all. With the power of the emperor, where do you need to be afraid? Even if you can't fight, it's easy to escape. Everyone was shocked beyond measure, let alone making a sound, and could only stare at Gao Peng with wide eyes. Gao Peng is also expressionless at this time. The sentence he heard before has made him a little angry, which will lose the smile on his face. The whole person's mood is not so good anymore. Maybe when he was completely looked down upon, his inner pride still made him feel special anger, even though he had a strong inner strength. But emotions can't help but show up. I am the only genius in the world. Gao Peng looks at each other expressionless, and the strength of his injury is getting bigger and bigger at the moment. Can you be called a genius? Don't laugh off my big teeth. I can kill you easily. Who gave you the courage to say the word genius in front of me? Nobody expected that Gao Peng would respond to what Fang Jian said before with such arrogance. Chapters 823. Oh my god. This sentence is too overbearing. I am the only genius in the world. No one dares to call a genius in front of me. This is such a domineering sentence, especially when Gao Peng firmly holds each other's neck. The feeling that comes to his face is even more shocking. You know, the other side is the emperor. But that's it, it's easy to kill each other. As long as Gao Peng is willing, he can kill each other directly at any time. With this premise, several people who can be present have brought a very strong shock, especially the old man, who felt even more shocked at this time. The strength of Fangjian is not weak, but it is just like this. It is very easy to be strangled, as if he could be killed at any time. It's just amazing. No wonder he just felt the deadly threat. It turned out that this was not an illusion, but that the real other party was too dangerous. At this time, he felt how effective the previous feeling was, which immediately made him aware of the crisis. Let him very clever to avoid all the dangers. But at this time, his own heart is still like turning over the river and into the sea, which has not been recovered for a long time. When he saw Gao Peng's calm and incomparable expression, now he was afraid of that inconsequential thought. It's true that Gao Peng's strength is so terrible that he can easily kill Fang Jian. Isn't it easy to kill him? Although his strength is stronger than that of Fang Jian, he can't grasp the neck of his opponent like Gao Peng, just like a mole ant that can be killed at any time. He can't do it at all. He knows it deeply. This also let him know how big the gap with Gao Peng is. However, when all the people were shocked, they thought that Gao Peng would kill Fang Jian. After all, they just said that, and then they got into Gao Peng's hands. It's already offended, so it's impossible to let the tiger go back to the mountain easily. But unexpectedly, at this time, Gao Peng let the other party go directly, and even said softly, "You are too weak, I am too lazy to kill you, so you should disappear from my eyes." Quiet. All the people couldn't believe looking at Gao Peng. Is that what people can say? The emperor even said that he was weak. Why don't you go to heaven directly? No, it's already in the sky. But we can also feel the shock of several people on the scene, which shows how ups and downs they have in their hearts. After all, they thought there would be casualties. But who knows that Gao Peng let it go? That feeling is just too hard to describe. And Fang Jian's whole face was blue and purple. He was not pinched for too long, but when he heard Gao Peng's words, it was insulting. He didn't deny that he was caught in the neck all of a sudden. It was the same feeling that he could be killed at any time, but when he heard what Gao Peng said, he still felt insulted. And it's a kind of naked insult. What can be tolerated as intolerable? Only to see his face blue and white, we can see how angry he was at this time, but when he thought of the feeling of being strangled, he had a little flinch. Chapters 824 inches. What? I said if you have any more questions. Gao Peng saw the changing face of the other side, and couldn't help asking such a question. Only to see the other side is stifled, a word did not speak out, but his eyes have already betrayed him seriously. That kind of eyes is like trying to kill the other side. But Gao Peng didn't care. After all, for the weak, he doesn't want to fight at all. He can't improve his strength. It's a waste of time and energy. How does this interest him? So he doesn't care if it's like killing people. If the other side can really provoke more powerful enemies for him, then he can really thank the other side. That's exactly what he needs. So no matter how the other side looks at him, he doesn't have any reaction. Instead, he just returns a sentence so gently. However, Fang Jian's heart seemed to explode at the moment. He was just insulted. Looking at other people's contemptuous eyes, they stimulated his lofty heart again and again. Originally, he regarded himself as a genius, and always thought that he was a peerless pride. However, who knows that this time is a serious face? The horrible strength of the other side, as well as the extremely young face, is just a monster. And he can kill his demons directly. Although knowing Gao Peng's incomparable terror, he really can't beat Gao Peng, but it doesn't mean that he has no breath in his heart. At this time, he is holding his hatred. If he can go back, he will find someone to revenge. You should know that there are still many people who are stronger than him in his elders. You can certainly teach this guy who dares to insult him a good lesson. After thinking so in his heart, Fang Jian felt much more comfortable in his heart, and even his face slowly showed a sneer. But this also happened to be in Gao Peng's eyes. Only see Gao Peng light said, "Say you weak, don't admit. I don't know what kind of idea you are holding in the heart, but you can say it directly. I'm not really interested in you as a weak person. If you can bring me more powerful people, I can thank you very much." Gao Peng made an unimaginable remark. Directly let the presence of all ignorant force. What's the situation? Does he really want to let the tiger go back to the mountain? What's more, he even said that he wanted others to recruit more powerful people to seek revenge. No one has ever said such a wonderful request. Everyone stared at Gao Peng. They didn't see the world, but the feeling Gao Peng brought to them was just too wonderful. This kind of request can be said. Unbelievable. Fang Jian's first reaction was also stupefied. The expression on his face suddenly froze. I don't know why the other side was so bold. Not only let him go, but also said such a big talk at this time. Does he really want to die? I just don't know how to survive. Since you want to find more powerful people, I'll find you some people who can kill you. I want to see how you can beg for mercy when you see it. The price of arrogance, but it needs to pay for life. Chapters 825. It seems to be a little confused to see each other. Gao Peng felt a little depressed. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Why did he feel the expression on the other side's face solidified in an instant? Is this a shock? It's just a fuss. I haven't seen the world. Gao Peng thought in secret. At the moment, Fang Jian has recovered slowly, with a proud look on his face, and a pair of condescending said, "You are really arrogant. You can't deny that your strength is very strong. You can really call it genius, even more than me. But don't you know how arrogant you are? And the price of arrogance, that is very heavy." When Fang Jian said this, he was almost gnashing his teeth, because he still felt the feeling of being caught by his neck clearly. It's like your life is in the hands of others. It can be seen how much he hated Gao Peng. He wanted to kill Gao Peng right away. But at this time, he was deeply aware of the power gap. Then naturally, we have to go to the rescue. But what about the other side? It seems that he is very happy. How can this not make him feel a great shame? Even if he is despised, he will be ignored. Now even the power behind him is underestimated. It's just too much. Unexpectedly, Gao Peng nodded. Yes, I am so arrogant. What can you do to me? I'd better hurry to find more powerful people. After all, you are too weak to let me fight, so I've set a path to find more powerful people for me. You can also be regarded as revenge for you. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the stronger you are, the better. Otherwise, I'm in a bad mood. You may be killed at any time. At this time, Gao Peng once again showed his signboard smile, but at this time, all people here felt special ignorant. Xianxia doesn't know how to speak at this time. The whole person is in a state of stupor. This kind of talk is too arrogant. Although I really want to stop it, I can't take it back unless I kill the other party right now. And now we have to deal with the two emperors. It's a little difficult for us. But Gao Peng didn't want to stop at all. I'm waiting for you in Yang City. Don't let me down, or you won't have good luck on duty. I'm serious. Gao Peng smiled and ignored them. As for the old man, maybe his strength is a little stronger, and maybe he has improved Gao Peng. But Gao Peng didn't want to pay attention to him at this time. If we kill each other at this time, wouldn't it scare another child? He also has to fish with a long line. Since the other side calls himself a genius, it's obvious that he has his own backer behind him. If he can call his backer over, that's just not too cool. Gao Peng just thought about it a little bit, as if he felt the improvement of his strength. He didn't stop at all. This made him fly to Yang City directly with Xianxia without hesitation. There is no need to stay in this place for a long time. As long as the other party still hates him, he will come. Gao Peng and his wife walked smartly, but they left two others disordered in the wind. Is this the way to go? Chapters 826. Fang Jian and the old man looked at each other for a moment. It could be said that they were in disorder in the wind. At this time, they still didn't understand what Gao Peng had done. Just let him go. Never seen such an arrogant person. Maybe I think I'm very talented, so I don't pay attention to others at all. After all, Fang Jian used to be the same before, full of confidence in his own strength. But it's too much fun to let the enemy go so easily, which can also be called letting the tiger go back to the mountain. The old man was stupefied, and finally mumbled, "Just leave." This sentence also made Fang Jian return to his mind, only to see that his face had already showed ferocious color, and the whole face was twisted together. It seems that his anger is likely to break out at any time, so we can know how angry he is at this moment, not only his opponent. It was even directly ignored. It's just too deceiving. Looking at Gao Peng's figure that had disappeared for a long time, the more he thought about it, the more angry he was. The expression of the whole person was changing all the time. At this moment, he was not in the mood to pay attention to the old man. No matter what kind of hatred they had before, but now his whole body and mind have been put on Gao Peng. This kind of insulted feeling makes him feel extremely clear. His teeth are about to collapse, and his whole face is twisted to a horrible degree. It's an expression of being patient with the anger in your heart. But in the end, he still can't bear to roar out. I will kill him. I must kill him. I don't care who he is. I can't spare him. I want him to see how terrible my roar is. I want him to know how dare to insult me. Death. Die. Die. His sudden outburst directly scared the old man. The old man flew far away in an instant and didn't dare to approach easily. When the old man saw Fang Jian's unbridled release of his power, he shook his head slightly. It's so young that others dare to go with such unbridled courage. Naturally, they have enough courage. Although they say that their performance is too arrogant, others also have such strength. Although you have a strong background, how do you know the address is true? Maybe someone else is playing you. The old man looked at it thoroughly, but whether it was true or not, he felt that Fang Jian had been completely destroyed. After all, his heart had been shaken. Especially for him, who has always regarded himself as a genius, when he sees a person who is more talented than him, that kind of meme seems to be rolling. It must have brought him a powerful shadow. Next, it's a little difficult to improve his strength. After all, his heart has already had a huge shadow. After watching for a while, the old man finally disappeared quietly. He didn't want to go through this muddy water. After all, he got the things he took and just got away. At the moment, Fang Jian's heart has already been occupied by Gao Peng's hateful face and mouth. His mind is full of thinking about how to revenge Gao Peng. What kind of way should he step on each other? Now he just wanted revenge to wash away the humiliation he had just suffered. As for the rest, he didn't care. Chapters 827 Another place. Gao Peng pulls some stunned Xianxia, who has already flown a long distance, and is flying towards the route they planned before. But for a while, Xianxia could not bear his inner thoughts. Shall we just leave? Why did you just say our destination directly? Wouldn't that make them come to us? Seeing his talent, the backer must be very strong. When they find him, he will suffer. Gao Peng smiled and said, of course, I'm going to kill them all. Isn't it? It doesn't make sense at all. His strength is really too weak. There is no challenge to kill him. I didn't joke about what I said before. I really want to wait for him to call more powerful people. Only when I fight with all kinds of powerful people can I improve my strength. This is also the way for me to improve my strength, so I'm not kidding. This makes Xianxia speechless. This is just the words of fighting maniacs, but looking at Gao Peng's expression seems to be very serious, and it doesn't seem to be joking at all. This directly made her feel more shocked. How confident is it that you can be completely fearless of anyone? Aren't you afraid that others will find more powerful and terrifying enemies? It's unbelievable. I'm not interested in the weak. I only hope to fight with the strong, and they can promote me to improve my strength, regardless of my current strength. It's also suitable for all kinds of powerful enemies to fight, so we can have such powerful strength. As the saying goes, how can we know the true meaning of life without experiencing life and death? Gao Peng said with no concern. But if someone knew how Gao Peng improved his strength, he would have been directly sprayed at this time. It's shameless. Never seen such a bold man. It's a good idea to say that it's so easy to experience life and death and to improve our strength every time. At this time, we still talk about philosophy, but only Gao Peng himself knows it. No one knows the secret of his promotion. He never tells others that he has a system, which is the secret of his survival in the world. He won't tell anyone, but Gao Peng's words shocked Xianxia to the extreme. Unexpectedly, there are still such people in the world. Maybe this is not just a battle maniac. But the next second, Shen Yiren has a doubt. Why didn't you tell me you were the emperor? I thought you were just a god king. You have been so worried about you. You lied to me. Gao Peng looked at her and said, you didn't ask me. In such a sentence, Shen Yi was silenced directly, and there was no words to refute. Because at the beginning, she was preconceived. She didn't believe that there was such a young talent at all. It was unbelievable that the King of God was so advanced. Let alone the Emperor. If she told her that she was the Emperor at the beginning, she would not believe it. She would only think that Gao Peng was deceiving her. But when she saw Gao Peng really fighting with the Emperor, she couldn't help but believe it. After all, she didn't forget the shocking scene. Chapters 828 The days on the way are always so long and boring. Apart from the two deities they met before, they never met anyone else, not to mention any accidents. I spent such a long time peacefully. This distance is really far enough. Even though Gao Peng intentionally kept his speed at this time, he also flew for almost a month, which shows how far the distance is. On the way, they also saw a lot of monsters, but their strength was still too weak. When they felt the more terrifying breath of Gao Peng, one by one, they all lie on the ground and are frightened. They dare not even move or play. They look at Gao Peng in the sky in fear. It was not until Gao Peng and others passed that these monsters dared to move slowly, and then they quickly fled this place. That is to say, there was no accident along the way. Strong power means you can do whatever you want. Shall we get to our destination soon? Soon, we should be able to get to Flame City in a little half-day. Shen Yi is also very tired on his way. After all, even if he is flying endlessly, he can take a rest occasionally. But more time is still flying. But when she thought that she was about to arrive at the City of Flame, she felt a little nervous. After all, she ran away from home. If it wasn't for Gao Peng, it would not have entered the Flame City again. As if aware of Shen Yi's inner fluctuation, Gao Peng looks back and smiles and says, "You don't have to worry about it. No matter what happened to you before, you don't need to be nervous now. No one can hurt you with me. Not even your father." Although Gao Peng didn't say that much loudly, it can bring people an unprecedented sense of security. After all, Shen Yi also knows Gao Peng's strength. It gave her a sense of security. Well, during the flight, the two people had little time to talk. They were basically focused on the flight, and Gao Peng occasionally used his perception to check the surrounding terrain. At this time, he is still full of curiosity. This road is too broad. With his strength, it takes so long to get there. That city should be very big, right? He was curious about how huge the city was and how it was only a middle city. I can't believe it. As for the larger city, it is estimated that it will be even bigger. Gao Peng has not seen it, and he dare not imagine it easily. But he still thinks that this continent is really vast and incomparable. He has been flying for so long and has not seen many monsters. It can be seen that on this continent, the density of creatures is very scattered. The previous wave of beasts was also because other people had been planning for a long time, so there was such a large scale of monsters and beasts. Now if it is like this, it's a normal time. It's basically hard to meet. Therefore, Gao Pengkai knows that this continent is really vast. With his current strength, it is still difficult to really visit this continent. Then we can only improve our own strength. Here we are. Chapters 829. When Gao Peng was distracted, Shen Yi's warning voice had already sounded. Gao Peng hurriedly returned to his mind and looked ahead. It was such a sight that he felt a powerful shock directly. It was a strong visual impact. Are you sure this is really a city? Rather than a continuous mountain? How could this be a city? Are you kidding? Gao Peng couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. It was just too huge. A mountain seemed to be a city in the past. If someone didn't tell him it was a city, he would never believe it. Even if his eyes had seen it, he still could not believe it. Shen Yi nodded with satisfaction. After all, this kind of reaction is normal, and it is rare to see Gao Peng's shock. At this moment, she feels very cool inside. This is indeed a city called the City of Fire. Although it seems to be a continuous mountain, it's just a kind of illusion. If you can go in, you can see it's like a flame burning. It's also called the Flame Mountain. That's why the City of Flame is full of hot flames. It's just because it's blocked by a layer of things on its surface. People can't see it clearly outside. Everyone who has just seen it will feel special surprise. Because this is the gap between the middle city and the small city. After Shen Yi's patient introduction, Gao Peng's real meaning at this time is that the power on this continent is indeed not simple. It's not the top force yet, but it's such a territory that people are afraid of. If it's not owned by him, it's like a system against the sky. He really dare not go wild easily. Of course, there is no need in Flame City. However, if the other side is difficult, Gao Peng doesn't mind making a big fuss and just can improve his strength. Gao Peng really has such a strong foundation. Self-confidence comes from his own strength. At this time, Gao Peng thinks about Hurricane City again. It can't be compared with each other. Is it that the little wizard sees the big one? However, after seeing such a huge city, Gao Peng is more eager to make his vision bigger. First of all, he must be more powerful in high-end combat. After that, we can improve the strength of everyone, and then we can slowly expand our territory. As for some fancy things, we can only rob them. As long as there is strength, everything is not a problem. Gao Peng has a lot of ideas at the moment. After all, when he saw this magical scene, he couldn't help thinking so much. And he also decided that when his strength has been improved this time, he must manage his own power well. In any case, he can't let some cats and dogs come and destroy it. Then we can develop the Devil Forest well. It's said that the Devil Forest is huge, and there are also powerful monsters inside. Some of them can be transformed into human shapes. That kind of monsters is the most terrifying. Because you don't know how strong the strength of the other side is. Once it is easily provoked, it will be an inexorable space. Chapters 830 inches. Let's go. We'll go straight to town. Shen Yi urges Gao Peng. After all, they have arrived at the gate of the city. It's time to go in. Let's talk about the advanced city, and then see what kind of situation it is. After all, Yang City is also a middle city, so we should take a long view. Even if you are strong, you can't easily try because it's too dangerous. Gao Peng did not speak and nodded slightly. So they went towards the gate. When the two of them were about to arrive at the gate of the city, there was a ripple in their front space, and two figures appeared in front of them. You are back at last, young lady. The Lord miss you very much. If he knows you are back, he will be very happy. After seeing Xianxia, both of them showed a very excited look on their faces. Maybe they didn't see it for too long. They felt very happy when they saw it. What's more, Xianxia had run away from home before. At this time, he came back, which is naturally an exciting thing. Xianxia did not reply, but went straight to the gate. Gao Peng follows in silence. Although these two people saw Gao Peng and felt some inexplicable, they did not ask at this moment. They followed them silently. The gate of Flame City is not guarded, as if it is not fortified, but if you look carefully, you can find the fire around it. Those flames even fluttered with the wind, as if they were conscious existence. Gao Peng also felt a threat, though it was not a big threat to him. But he knew the flames were not simple. It's not ordinary flame, which makes him have to look at it more. It's really amazing how these flames show. Xianxia didn't wait for Gao Peng to ask, so he began to introduce himself. This kind of flame is a very strange flame, called turbid flame. Once it is accepted by people, it will have this consciousness, and it has a very powerful burning power. That's why my father asked these living people to guard a gate. Only one person needs to stand here at the gate, which can completely block all enemies. Gao Peng nodded and looked thoughtfully. But it was this scene that directly shocked the two people behind them. Their eldest lady would explain it. And it's natural to look like that. It's a little creepy, but they know how irascible their eldest lady is. It was because of this before that they fell out with the Lord. But now, it doesn't look like their first lady at all. What's more, who is that man? Why does it take for granted? All of a sudden, these two people were a little confused. They seemed to have a short circuit in their mind. They didn't know what happened to their eldest daughter these years. But the change is too big. This makes them can't help thinking about what kind of scene it will be once they meet the Lord. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Chapters 831. Both of them looked at each other one after another, and saw unimaginable shock in each other's eyes. This is totally different from the old lady in their memory. This time they really have some worries. Such a character, once you see the Lord, what will happen? They can't even imagine it. After they pass the gate of Flame City, we can already see many people. And what we see outside is not a scene at all. Here is indeed a huge city, although it can also be said that it is a continuous mountain range. However, pedestrians can be seen everywhere in these mountains. In fact, these mountains have been made into habitable places for a long time, and the interior has also been hollowed out. Many buildings have been built on the top of the mountains. Great buildings can be seen everywhere. This is a very ancient city, and it's huge. When Xianxia entered the Flame City, the residents saw her for the first time, and all of them were stunned instantly, as if they had an illusion. He rubbed his eyes hard and finally confirmed that he didn't have any hallucinations or wrong people. One by one they began to exclaim, "My God, I saw the First Lady. Is that the First Lady? The eldest lady is really back. After all these years, the eldest lady has finally come back. It's not easy. I thought the eldest lady would never come back. She didn't forget us. She did." All the people were very excited, but they didn't rush over directly. Instead, they were all watching from afar, not even willing to blink. It also shows how excited they are. But it is also easy to control their emotions. Xianxia waved and said hello to everyone. At this time, her face also showed a smile, which is very rare. Gao Peng couldn't help looking at her. I didn't expect that Xianxia's popularity in the Flame City was so high. Just after entering the city, he was recognized by everyone in an instant. Even one by one, they started cheering and cheering. Seeing all the residents excited, Gao Peng knew why the residents in Hurricane City loved Xianxia so much. This may not be without reason, because she is the same in Flame City, and she also loves these residents. Otherwise, how could these residents be so excited? I didn't expect that you were such a person before. It was really a little unexpected. I knew that you ran away from home. I thought there were other reasons. That makes me wonder why you left home. Gao Peng has many ideas in his heart, but he can't say it directly. Instead, he is observing the residents here. At this moment, he found that the residents here are very strong, at least many times stronger than the residents in the Hurricane City. The God King saw a lot more. Just like some generals, they can be seen anytime and anywhere, and Gao Peng can feel a lot of them all at once. And he also felt a few very huge breath. These should be the emperor. This made Gao Peng start to get excited at once. He could hardly bear his mood. He wanted to fight with these guys for life and death. But in the end, he persevered. After all, this is not the enemy's stronghold, and he will not be able to fight against others. Chapters 832 Xianxia's appearance makes many people stop their own steps, cheering with joy, as if they have met something exciting. That feeling let Gao Peng do not know how to describe it. It's just that he can't understand these people's emotions. How much is this loved? The princess of a city lord can make so many people love her if she doesn't see it with her own eyes. It would be incredible, but Gao Peng saw it with his own eyes. Xianxia has no time to explain at the moment. After all, she still has to say hello to the enthusiastic residents. With the passage of time, it didn't take long for the whole city to know that their eldest daughter had returned and brought back a man. All of a sudden, this has become a hot spot for all the people. It's really a long time since there's such a strong news, let alone Xianxia has been running away from home for so long, which suddenly comes back. And brought back a man. What's the situation? Even though many people have been speculating, no one chews the tongue at will. Their eldest daughter can't tolerate others to chew the tongue at will. And they won't do it. But many people are extremely curious. People look at Gao Peng with puzzled eyes. At first, Gao Peng was ignored by everyone. But then gradually someone found the existence of Gao Peng. Next, many people like to focus on him. They just doubt who Gao Peng is. Why are they following their eldest lady? And it seems that the relationship is not bad. This will inevitably cause them a lot of doubts. Who are you talking about? Why do you come in with the eldest lady? It seems that they are very familiar with each other. Who knows? The eldest lady has been running away from home for so long. I don't know why she came back suddenly at this time. Besides, this man looks strange. Many people carefully talk about it. They really feel too confused, but they just feel curious. I didn't say anything unpleasant. Xianxia can hear these people's comments in a moment, and she doesn't care, even glances at Gao Peng quietly. Gao Peng can only repay with helpless eyes at last. He didn't know that Xianxia would have such a high popularity, otherwise he would not be the focus of all people, which was too unexpected. But he has no pressure at all. Even if he didn't expect this, he can deal with all kinds of emergencies. There are no flaws yet. What's more, no matter how others look at him, they don't have any feelings for him, and there are just a few more people watching. How powerful his heart is, but it's not that these people can break his powerful heart by watching at will. How can we say that he is a powerful emperor? How can he be easily seen by these residents to be nervous? And he didn't do anything wrong, which can be said to be reassuring. Gao Peng smiled at the residents and occasionally nodded to say hello to them, which directly shocked all the residents. This heart is just unexpectedly powerful. Being stared at by so many people, not only does not have the slightest tension, but also can act so leisurely, not simply. Chapters 833 At this time, the Flame City presents an unprecedented bustle. But something unexpected. Originally, the residents who seemed to be extremely enthusiastic all of a sudden calmed down. The change of the whole atmosphere made people feel extremely strange. How could this change be so rapid? Gao Peng felt shocked. He didn't know what happened to these residents. Just now, he was greeting them slowly. He thought it was very interesting. But in a flash, these residents even calmed down. The atmosphere has become increasingly eerie. Even Xianxia seems to be suddenly quiet. The expression on his face is strange, which makes him a little confused. What's the matter? How do you feel that all the people are suddenly quiet? What happened? When Gao Peng's heart was full of doubts, he saw only a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, which should be like a flame all over his body. It also exudes a very horrible atmosphere. Far away, you can feel that incomparable feeling. The ground seems to be burning directly. If it is not controlled deliberately by the other party, the whole ground may be burned directly. After seeing this scene, Gao Peng was completely stunned. He can clearly feel that the powerful strength of the other side may not be much weaker than him, or even much stronger than him. Especially the fire of the other side makes him a little afraid. Of course, if he wants to improve his own strength, he doesn't need to be afraid of others at all, but it's not the enemy's territory. He doesn't want to do it easily. He has found the limitations of the system before. Only when he fights with others, can he really get promotion. But if he only fights with others, he will not be able to improve his own strength. With such a discovery, he can only improve his own strength by fighting with others. As for the competition, he never thought about it. After all, it's a waste of time. You can't let him improve his ability at any point. He hasn't done that kind of thing again. Therefore, he will have the soul to look at the person in front, regardless of the identity of the other party, but we can all know that the other party must be in a high position. And he's a man of great authority. Otherwise, how could it be that as soon as he appeared, all the people were suddenly quiet down? This kind of performance can be enough to show the position of the other party. Gao Peng looks at Xianxia beside her and finds that she seems to be a little wordless, which makes Gao Peng feel more confused. What the hell is this? How could he behave so strangely that he was confused for a while? What are these people doing? But before Gao Peng had asked the question in his heart, the residents around him had hesitated to say hello to that person. Good Lord, Lord of the city. With these words fall, Gao Peng has thoroughly known the identity of the other side. He is clearly the Flame City Lord, that is, Xianxia's father. This directly makes Gao Peng feel speechless. What do you call it? How can I feel that each other's body is full of murderous spirit, and even the eyes of the other party are not right? Is it not good to see him? Chapters 834. The other side didn't speak all the time. He stared at Xianxia so quietly. Even though the surrounding residents had said hello to him, he still looked at Xianxia so expressionless. And didn't want to respond. The residents also know what's going on, so they don't care about it. They just watch their father and daughter look at each other quietly. It's a rare sight. Unexpectedly, the Fire Lord suddenly spoke. Who is he? I haven't come back for such a long time, but I brought a man directly back. You are really promising. I am really impressed. Oh, who do I bring back? What's your business? If he didn't need my help, I wouldn't step into your territory. Do you think I'd be happy to come back? Xianxia also said an unkindly grudge. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to become more tense. Everyone could see that the relationship between their father and daughter was not harmonious, or even it was not easy. This meeting began to tit for tat. Gao Peng also felt puzzled, but the dog didn't know what these guys were like and how they got so angry when they met. What happened between them? What kind of contradiction makes them so angry? Even if they haven't met for so many years, it's just the moment when they met, they began to tit for tat. I'm more courageous than before, but what about that? I am so disappointed that your strength is still so weak after so many years. Who said that his strength could be improved? Now your strength is completely wasted. If you had listened to my advice earlier, you would not have been in such a situation. If I'm at your disposal, isn't it like a doll? This is not the life I need, and I don't want to be controlled by you everywhere. All the people dare not speak, even dare not breathe. They also know what the contradiction between the father and the daughter is caused by. But that is because they know, so they are more unlikely to stop, let alone by virtue of their identity, cannot easily stop. Can only look at so quietly. Gao Peng is completely blinded. He really can't understand what these two guys are talking about. It's like playing a riddle. There's no information about the value available. The only thing that can be used a little bit is that Xianxia seems to have not improved his strength for a long time, especially after he ran away from home, but they may also have such irreconcilable contradictions because of their strength. It's a bit of a headache. Gao Peng never thought that things would develop like this. He really didn't know what happened to the father and daughter. However, Gao Peng's silence doesn't mean that no one pays attention to him. Especially at this moment, he doesn't even talk, as if he is standing on the sidelines. This made everyone feel angry. It's just too angry. I've never seen such a person before. It's just that many people think about it in their hearts. After that, they don't dare to speak at all. It's totally inappropriate not to say the present situation. Moreover, they don't dare to easily blame the people brought back by the eldest lady. Chapters 835. When Gao Peng thought there was nothing about him, the Flame City Lord suddenly put his eyes on him, and immediately Gao Peng felt a hot feeling emerging on the surface of his body. It's a very special experience. He just felt a hot feeling, but it didn't hurt him much, and over time, Gao Peng felt more and more hot. It made his face suddenly change. He just wanted to see a good play, but he didn't want to make it easily, but he had already picked and provoked the door. How could he tolerate it easily? If he had not seen that this was not the enemy's territory, he would have made a direct move, let alone that the other side was Xianxia's father. This made him a little afraid of his hands and feet. But it's not in the way. He won't be bullied so easily. The expression on Gao Peng's face changed, more serious than before, and his breath slowly changed. Many people can see that his body seems to be filled with black smoke in an instant, and he himself slowly began to be covered by the black smoke. Although all the people present did not know what had happened, but they can clearly feel that there are two extremely horrible breaths in collision, and also bring them a very depressing feeling. Many people are covering their chest and slowly retreating. It's not easy for them to watch, and then they realize that it's a collision when they can't see. It may have developed into the use of blood power. Although there was not much change, I could see that they were surrounded by another breath of terror. One was filled with a strong flame, the other was covered with black smoke. These two people must be carrying out their own collision, which makes the residents more afraid to approach, and many people instantly retreat. Xianxia also knows that the two are playing a game. If she didn't know Gao Peng's strength at the beginning, she might feel worried, but now she doesn't need to worry about Gao Peng at all. And just to rub her father's spirit. Otherwise, her father really thought that everything he arranged must be right. Let him have a look. Xianxia must have made no mistake in her choice, and she is no worse than him. In this way, they are playing their own game. Gao Peng has such terrible strength, which makes the Fire Lord feel extremely surprised. How could he have never thought that this man suddenly appeared, had such terrible strength? He can resist as much as he can. It was really beyond his expectation. But if that's the only way, it's too much to look down on him. Although he felt a little surprised at first, then he was ready to start to be serious. He didn't want to let others show jokes. And he also let everyone know that his choice at the beginning must be right, and the decision made by others without permission is absolutely wrong. With such an idea in the heart of the Flame Lord, the flame on his body slowly changed into a color, from the previous dark red to white, which was extremely obvious. All the people put it in their eyes, even Gao Peng can clearly feel the hot feeling on each other, as if the whole space has been burned. Chapters 836 inches. My God, the Lord of the city has taken it seriously. He is ready to show all his strength. It's the first time to see that the Lord of the city has always been disdaining to show all his strength easily. Only the people at the same level can make it. It looks like that man is very powerful. It's unbelievable. Unexpectedly, I can't believe that this man is so young and his strength is so terrible. Which force does he belong to? After all the people on the scene saw that the flame on the Flame Lord had changed, they immediately felt some inconceivable, and then started to scream one by one. After all, they didn't think that Gao Peng was so powerful, but now they have such a strong strength directly. Even their lord is afraid. This is a little unexpected. So one by one they began to exclaim, because they think that this scene is too shocking. Their lord is the most powerful one in their eyes. But now someone can resist. How can this not shock them? It's true that people can't look good. Their eldest lady suddenly brought back such a man, who didn't eat soft food. It's just like pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. There was no threat or even harm before. But when it really broke out, no one expected to have such a terrible power, so they could directly compete with their lord. Xianxia's corner of the mouth rose uncontrollably, because she had heard the shock of the people around her. Gao Peng was brought by her. Hearing the shock and praise of these people around her, she felt extremely proud, as if she felt the same. At this time, people will smile at her own father. She really wants to see the leader of the City of Flame make an embarrassing scene and rub his spirit. Let him not think that everything is under control. Gao Peng saw that the flame of the other side had changed a color, and naturally knew that the other side was totally serious at this time, and Gao Peng had no ambiguity. Since you are all serious, I will show you my real strength. Although my current level is not as high as yours, but talent can crush you. Gao Peng never feels inferior to others. Especially his blood power and constitution, which are unimaginable to others. Once all of them burst out directly, can the other party really resist it? This is not the realm can make up for. In fact, Gao Peng doesn't know how much the gap is. At this time, he can just test it. After all, he has always been a second shot. Every enemy can't support his move. It's true that when the enemy moves, he can instantly improve his strength. That is to say, those who have no intention of killing him can fight with him well, and will not let him improve his strength again. For example, the current Flame City Lord, although looking extremely serious, actually there is no trace of murderous spirit on the other side, which also makes Gao Peng not want to move the real meaning. It's just a breath fight. Chapters 837 inches. It's time to show off. Although the realm is inferior to you, I don't think my strength is inferior to you. The corner of Gao Peng's mouth, shrouded in black smoke, rose a little and showed his signature smile again. But because of the black fog, no one can see his expression at all, but can feel his breath of terror is turning. But this time, no black smoke came out, but there was a flicker of light, which made the black smoke slowly began to shrink. In the end, it was just a thin layer, just enough to cover Gao Peng directly, but the light was still flickering, and the white light slowly filled out. This made everyone feel shocked. What's the situation? Just now, I was still enveloped by a thick smoke. But now what seems to have changed? This is also a big move. Or has it fallen into the wind? All the people looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of situation Gao Peng was in at this time, though they could still feel the horror. But compared with their city leaders, the gap is very obvious. Xianxia also doesn't know what the situation is. After all, she doesn't know much about Gao Peng. Even Gao Peng's strength has not been known for a long time. Naturally, I don't know what kind of situation Gao Peng is in at this time. But just when everyone feels confused, the face of the flaming city lord suddenly changed, because he felt that the more terrifying force was brewing. At first, he thought Gao Peng had done his best. But who knows not, this time just call real earnest. It's interesting. I didn't expect to have a hand left before. I despised you then, but if you really think you can easily fight my strength, it's a big mistake. I'm the Fire Lord. The Fire Lord roared inside, only to see that the fire around him became more vigorous, and the ground could not bear his own heat. And at this time, he doesn't deliberately control it, because it will only restrain his own power, and he just wants to release it without any scruples. Let's show everyone how terrible his strength is. Obviously, Gao Peng will not be defeated so easily. There was a flash of white light behind Gao Peng. The white light and black smoke slowly intertwined, and finally formed a black and white diaphragm, directly surrounding Gao Peng. This scene also makes many people feel a little unexpected. Moreover, at this moment, everyone felt a terrible power, almost equal to the power of their adult flames. This made them confused all of a sudden. I haven't waited for them to respond. All of a sudden, the confrontation became white-hot, and neither of them made a statement in advance, only to see a wave of horror start to collide with each other, although it did not affect the rest of the place. But in the space between the two of them, there was a slight shaking, although it did not show two horrible space cracks. But it is clear that the space has been distorted. If they continue to fight against each other, there may be a huge and incomparable space crack. Chapters 838 inches. What a terrible force. This man, who is he? It's amazing that you can compete with the Lord. Who is the man who comes back with the eldest lady? All the people at the scene were directly confused. The scene in front of them was so unexpected that they thought the confrontation would be over soon. In the end, it must be their Lord's victory. But who knows that the final result will be like this, as if it is a balance of power, and now for a while and a half it will not be completely won or lost. And they don't know who has the upper hand. This makes their hearts just turn over the rough waves, and their mood is even more difficult to calm down. It's really a shocking scene in front of them. Their Lord is very powerful. And among the gods, it is a very powerful existence. But it's such a powerful city lord, at this time, he can't do anything to get each other, and he is very young according to his age. Where is this monster coming from? I've never heard of a force with such a powerful talent. All the people began to talk about it. Their faces were shocked. A lot of people are thinking about which force's genius has appeared. Otherwise, how could we have such a terrible force? And there are even bold guesses about the genius of Megapolis. Although some people have the courage to speculate, not all people fully believe in this kind of speculation. After all, the giant city is too far away for them. The power gap is too wide. It's not a magnitude at all. This also made them stop thinking for a moment, but when they saw Gao Peng, their inner shock was still unable to recover, and all the faces showed an incredible look. I can't control their mood at the moment. Xianxia's mouth is also slightly open. She also did not expect to appear in front of this scene. Gao Peng is very powerful, is true. It's also the emperor, but if she can compete with her father, she doesn't believe it. After all, the Fire Lord is very powerful. It has the power to shake the surrounding. But now what does she see? Gao Peng's strength is almost equal to that of the Flame City Lord. It's incredible. It's like an illusion. One by one, their eyes widened, as if all they saw in front of their eyes were hallucinations, maybe they were not awake. But when they feel the terrible power is colliding, they know that this scene is not an illusion, but a real existence. The strength of that man is really terrible. It can be said that it's a peerless monster. I've never seen such a monster before. He should be about our age, right? However, it's incredible that the strength can compete with the Lord. It's terrible. Is this talent really something you can have? How on earth did he practice? At a young age, he has such terrible strength, unexpectedly strong. If you give him a little more time, maybe the Lord is no longer his opponent. It's not that they take pride in others to destroy their prestige, but Gao Peng has revealed a strong potential all over his body, which people have to admire. Chapters 839. When all the people were shocked, the face of the Flame City Lord became extremely ugly. He never thought that the young man in front of him would compete with him. It's even close. At first, his heart was full of self-confidence, but now he has to doubt whether his strength is too weak, or has it retreated? Or how powerful is the other side? This made him have to have such doubts, but when he felt that the power of terror was coming, he immediately put the negative emotions behind him. It's impossible to shake your heart so easily when you reach his level. Even if there is a trace of doubt, he will not completely deny himself. It's undeniable that your strength is beyond my expectation, but if you really think it's the only way to beat me, you're really wrong. No matter whether the Flame City Lord will be humiliated or not, he roared directly. All people can hear him clearly. The faces of all the people on the scene also changed. They have never heard the roar of their lord. Maybe they want to do their best. When hearing the roar of the Fire Lord, Gao Peng realized that the other side might try his best. After all, this is the other side's territory. Once he loses, isn't it disgraceful? With this kind of consciousness, Gao Peng suddenly burst out his own blood force, only to see the smoke on his body become more and more thick, coupled with the white light shining. He was surrounded by circles of black and white light. Everyone can clearly see that their breath is becoming larger and the surrounding space is becoming extremely unstable. We can see the distortion all the time, but there is no space crack, but even so, we can feel the power of terror. It's just a matter of momentum and strength. If they really fight, it will have unimaginable consequences. Everyone's face changed. It's terrible. I haven't seen such a terrible reason. As expected, it's a monster of great power. With his terrible strength, as long as you give him enough time, who else will be his opponent? As long as this kind of person gives him enough time to grow up, it will be difficult for someone to surpass him, and he will surpass all people. Everyone here knows Gao Peng's talent very well. After all, this terrible strength and talent all appear in one person, and he is so young. How can this not shock them? In time, Gao Peng will become a strong person who can shake the whole world. This is not their exaggeration, but they see unimaginable potential and talent in Gao Peng. This is beyond many people's reach. All the people retreated suddenly. At this time, it was not easy for them to approach. They could feel that the terrible force was colliding. Once someone gets closer, it may be completely affected. After all, such a terrible force cannot be resisted by them. All people retreat in a short time. No one dare talk about this muddy water easily. Chapters 840. When Gao Peng completely released the power in his body, he felt the sourness he had never experienced before. After all, no one has been able to compete with him for a long time. Once someone attacks him, he will be more powerful than the other side in an instant. That's why he never felt the pleasure of fighting. After all, his strength is just too strong. No matter how to release water, it's hard for others to hurt him. This time he could finally feel the sense of balance. After all, the other side didn't want to kill him at all. Naturally, he didn't want to kill him. He just wanted to have a good fight. That is to say, the system prompt tone didn't ring, and Gao Peng knew why. This will make him feel extremely excited. This is the first time that he has gained such a powerful strength, which makes him feel the sense of balance of power. His mood has been unable to recover, and his strength has gradually become stronger and stronger. No matter how strong the other side is, he won't give up easily. The whole face of the Flaming City Lord was red by the fire. He never thought that the other side was so stubborn. He had done his best. Even if it's not a real move, it's also a fight between momentum and will, but it's just like this, they are even in a state of draw. This surprised him a little. Damn it, where did such a monster come from? It's just not a man. How old is he? The strength is so terrible. If we give him enough time, will no one be his opponent? The Flame City Lord can't help but think of such an idea. It's no wonder that he will have such an idea. All the people present have also appeared before. It can be seen that they have identified Gao Peng's talent and potential. But I still don't believe it. Never seen such a monster. I haven't even heard of it. It can be said that they are ignorant, but what Gao Peng shows is too shocking. I don't believe you are so powerful. Maybe in the near future, I can't fight you at all, or even you can kill me at will. But now, how can I admit defeat? I will never lose to you. A terrible fire rose, and eventually directly enveloped both of them, followed by Gao Peng's black smoke and white light. 3 kinds of colors directly cover 2 people, and don't know what they end up with, and everyone doesn't know what's going on inside. We can only feel the power of terror colliding. It's as if it's brewing. It's possible to explode at any time. For a while, all the faces showed a worried look. No one knew what was going on inside, and this force was too terrifying. They were all shocked. It's not a joke that once it really blows up, maybe the whole city will be destroyed. This also makes all people's faces change one after another. They have never felt such a terrible scene, as if death has come, and it is possible to cover them anytime and anywhere. Chapters 841 Inches Quick. Get out of here. Xianxia was the first to realize the danger, and immediately shouted. All the people on the scene also realized what would happen next. So they retreated one after another at a speed that was beyond everyone's imagination, but it didn't seem too chaotic. This kind of thing they have not met, although the incident is sudden, but also did not appear how chaotic situation. But some people are still paying attention to everything here. Although they can't see what kind of situation it is, it doesn't mean they don't pay attention. Their lord is in there. What's more, they are curious about how powerful Gao Peng is and what kind of situation he is now. Everyone was curious. The place where Gao Peng and the Flame City leader stayed was emptied at once. There was no one on the whole mountain, even many people left for a long distance. For fear of being affected by any energy. This terrible energy has been brewing for a long time. Once it really erupts, it will be unbearable for all people. Moreover, at this time, there are already emperors who are maintaining order and paying attention at the same time. Once there are unimaginable fluctuations in the real outbreak, they will be the first to save all the people. Let the energy be less than the wave. This is what these gods need to do at the moment, but now they are still nervous and anxious. Although they are confident to stop it, it is only their own opinion. Once such a terrible energy erupts directly, its power will increase exponentially. That's not a joke. Xianxia looks around and finds that many people are still around to watch, but their strength is much weaker. Once there is a real accident, the consequences must be unimaginable. General Zhao, you should evacuate all the people as soon as possible, and let them stay as far away as possible. Then you generals are working together. Once there is an accident, you must not let any force spread here. Otherwise, all people will suffer. The extent of the damage to the city does not matter. The most important thing is that there must be no casualties. Yes, miss. Then, all the emperors began to gather their own soldiers and gradually began to evacuate the people around them. Although some people were still reluctant, they didn't have much resistance. Very conscious then slowly back, although see some fuzzy, but also can see Gao Peng and others at this moment's position. After that, all the emperor's momentary joint efforts, all of a sudden, enveloped in a film, will not prevent everyone from watching, but can isolate all the forces in it. It doesn't directly affect everyone. This gives Xianxia a deep sigh of relief, so that he can minimize the loss, especially in the case of no accident. Just hope that neither of them will be busy. Xianxia is also a little worried at the moment. After all, when all the real strength comes out, it will not be so easy for them to recover. I just hope that there will be no mistakes and no harm. Chapters 842. Just when everyone feels a little anxious. Gao Peng and the Flame City Lord are in a very wonderful state. Both of them feel that their power is coming out, but they can't control their power completely. It's like they're being led by something, and they're completely reduced to the audience. They can't even control their own power, and they also feel a wonderful feeling. Both of them have such feelings at the same time. This made them find something wrong in the first place. Gao Peng's face changed for the first time. How ugly is the whole face? It's terrible. It seems that it's out of control. What's the situation? Why is my power always coming out, and I can't control it? Gao Peng's heart just turned over the waves, and then he looked up at the front, only to see the expression of the Flame Lord's face was also very ugly, just like eating shit. And they both looked the same. At this time, they knew that both of them were in the same situation, and they could not control it at all, and the power was emerging. Those forces have been around them all the time, and all of a sudden they have become a huge sphere, and they are directly shrouded in it. They can clearly feel the huge energy, but they can't control it at all, which makes them know the bad things in a short time. If they don't run away, even they will be in danger. After all, such a terrible force is slowly gathering. Once it breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. No, we can't stand by. Although we don't know what the situation is now, we must try to find a way as soon as possible, otherwise the two of us may be killed by our own strength. The leader of the Flame City roared loudly. Only two of them can hear their voices here. Gao Peng nodded his head. It's funny to say that two people were fighting at first, but who knew that things would develop like this? Now they are afraid that they will be killed by their own power. If they are known by others, they don't know how to laugh at the two of them. Two such powerful emperors need to worry about their own power to kill them in the end. What a funny thing it is. But now they are confronted with such a wonderful thing, but Gao Peng wants to take back the power in his body, but he feels that there is a pulling force under control, which is not controlled by him. The same is true of the Flame Lord. Even they felt that the power was a little confused, there was a tendency to explode at any time, which made them more anxious. Death is not terrible, the most terrible thing is to have their own power to kill them. This is a shame, and it is known by others. Isn't it generous to laugh with others? No matter how powerful their strength is, they are completely flustered at this time. They did not die in fighting with the enemy, but in the outbreak of their own strength. Is this to laugh off other people's big teeth? Damn it, why do you feel that these forces are getting more and more confused? Is there anything else about the power that I don't understand? Why do you feel so hard to control? Chapters 843. Neither of them thought that things would develop like this. Their control of the divine power is arbitrary, just like their own body. But who knows, this kind of moth will appear now. But although they seem to be a little flustered and anxious, they are not completely disordered. They are also the god of mental toughness. How could it be that it's such a mess? Both of them start to use their brains and try to solve the dilemma with their own ideas. They don't want to put all their hopes on luck. They don't know what the situation is. Naturally, they dare not let this kind of thing happen again. Once there is a real accident, the fun will be great. No, I can't control these forces. After some attempts, the Flame City Lord said in a dejected way. Although his heart was extremely strong and tenacious, he watched the power become more and more confused. Even he can feel the power of terror, which makes his mood gradually depressed. He has tried all kinds of methods, but the final result is to make the power of chaos more chaotic. We can only see that the power surrounding them has enveloped the whole mountain and even spread to the surrounding areas. This will make him feel more flustered. He has nothing of his own, but once these chaotic energies really erupt, the whole city may be razed in a flash. This is his hard work. What's more, there are so many innocent people. Maybe they don't know what has happened now. They think it's their city lord and Gao Peng who are fighting. But how do they know Gao Peng's helplessness? Now it's not a question of whether they want to stop, but whether they can solve these chaotic energies, otherwise no one will survive. Gao Peng frowned tightly, as if he had touched a little way to solve the problem, but after he tried, he found that there was not much change. It made him feel very confused. I just felt a little bit of backflow of power. Although it was a bit messy, it was true that it had already poured into my body, but why hasn't it changed much? Or is this power too chaotic to be able to flow back into the body? After some thinking, Gao Peng said loudly, try to extract only your own flame power, and filter all the chaotic power. See if you can let your power flow back slowly. The Flame City Lord frowned and didn't speak. Instead, he tried to be honest, although he didn't think it was possible. But it's still worth trying. When he followed Gao Peng's words, he did find that he could slowly take back his strength, but the speed would be very slow, and he could not even feel any situation of removing the hidden danger. However, it's a lucky thing to be able to control your own power. I only saw a smile on the face of the Flame Lord. It's true, although we haven't found any effect for the time being, we might as well give it a try. Maybe we can alleviate this chaotic energy. Chapters 844. But the Flame Lord's smile didn't last long. He felt a little bit unusual. He could have absorbed his strength back, but now it looks like an accident. However, Gao Peng's face was shocked. Just now, his mind suddenly rings a systematic tone, which makes him forget where he is. Ding! Chaotic energy fluctuation is detected, the level is Emperor, which can be directly forcibly absorbed. After absorption, it can improve the cultivation of the host. Absorbed. Gao Peng's face first showed an inexplicable expression. At this time, he saw the frozen expression on the face of the Flame City Lord, but he said it silently. Yes. The next second, the power of chaos slowly flows into his body at the speed visible to the naked eye, and his mind also frequently rings a systematic prompt sound. Absorbed to the first level of power. Absorbed to the first level of power. Although Gao Peng didn't know the meaning of this level of power, it didn't hinder him. He watched the power in his body gradually become huge. Especially with the passage of time, he felt that his strength had become more powerful, but he had not yet reached a critical point. At this time, the speed of improvement was a little slower. But after all, the strength has improved. This scene directly makes the Flame City Lord ignorant. What's the situation? Just now, two people have encountered the same situation, they are helpless and helpless, but now how can the other party absorb the chaotic energy? Do you mean did he just pretend at all? But it's not like that at all. At this time, the leader of Flame City clearly remembered Gao Peng's expression before. It was impossible to disguise it, but now he was even more confused. After all, he didn't know what was going on in front of him. How did he find himself a little confused? Gao Peng felt that the strength around him was slowly absorbed by him, and the energy of rage and confusion was slowly disappearing. At this time, his face was finally relieved. Even if there is an accident now, they will not suffer from terrible destruction, and they do not need to worry about being killed by their own power. He also felt that the surrounding forces were slowly narrowing down. After all, those chaotic forces had entered his body, and had been filtered systematically. There will certainly be no more problems. Gao Peng feels relieved. It's much more reassuring than before. The system is a powerful golden finger. It doesn't need him to do it by himself. Moreover, he believes in the ability of the system. Outside, many people also feel that the energy of grumpiness is slowly calming down, and the amount of energy is also slowly decreasing. What's the situation? Why do you feel that the energy inside is suddenly quiet, and the quantity is not right? General Zhao said doubtfully. Just now they also felt the incomparable worry, but at this time, there was a direct doubt, and no one knew what happened inside. Why did the energy that was still very irascible just now become quiet in a moment, just like a wild beast, suddenly emerging a master? Make them a little uncomfortable. Chapters 845 inches. Is that it? This is Yang City. Fang Jian looks at the huge city in front of him with a gloomy face, but relatively speaking, he doesn't pay attention to it at all. After all, his influence is much larger than here. At the moment, several people in black robes are following him. They are like shadows, standing behind him so quietly. All the people kept their eyes on Yang City. Yang City is made up of huge stones. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a sparrow, but it is made up of rocks. But every rock is huge, just like a small mountain. Looking at it, it's very spectacular. Looking at it from a distance, you can also see the dense people walking. But in Fang Jian's eyes, it's nothing at all. Even at the moment, his eyes are showing hatred and are about to erupt. Is this where you said you would wait for me? Then I will completely destroy this place. I want to see what you look like then. But you should be in this city now, right? If I see that I have destroyed your city, I don't know what you will look like. Even if you ask for mercy, I won't let you go easily. Fang Jian is talking to himself. As for those black-robed people behind him, they are completely within the scope of his ignorance. His heart was very excited at the moment. Whenever he thought of Gao Peng's ugly face and the expression of begging for mercy, he felt very happy. Even eager to see Gao Peng's expression. However, he had already thought about it in his mind. No matter how Gao Peng would beg for mercy, he would never agree. He wanted to see the other sides begging for mercy without his consent. This must be fun, right? But how did he know that Gao Peng was not here at all? Before that, he just said a place at will. Of course Gao Peng also knew that the other side would not come here so quickly, so he would say that Yang City. After all, he also wanted to wait for the rabbit. But he didn't know that Fang Jian had hated him for a long time. Naturally, he wanted to kill him immediately. How could he waste any time? As early as after being humiliated, he quickly contacted with his own forces, and finally got support, and sent several more powerful dead men directly. Although they are all powerful, their lives have long been out of their hands. The whole person is like a robot, controlled by people at will. Let's go and show these guys what the art of destruction is. Fang Jian flies to Yank City first, followed by the man in black robe. When he came to the sky over Yank City, he didn't want to discuss with the people in the city at all, but saw that he waved and those black-robed people behind him immediately took action. So everyone didn't expect to be so quick. Boom boom boom. The gate of Yank City collapsed in a flash. A large area of stone was destroyed, and the sparrow's head seemed to disappear completely, because it was directly destroyed by those black-robed people. Who dares to go wild here? A roar came from the Rock Sparrow City, followed by a broken voice. Chapters 846. A strong man rises from the sky, his whole body seems to be covered with rocks. If you don't look carefully, you really think it's a stone man. The armor on the body is also so different. It's all made of rocks. A person standing there alone is bigger than 2 or 3 people's choice. Look at it, but there was a look of anger on his face at the moment. His eyes seemed to be shooting out flames, and he kept staring at the square sword. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is, if you dare to come here and behave wildly? There was a trace of disdain on Fang Jian's face. He said carelessly, I don't care whose territory this is. I'm here to find someone. You'd better get out of my way, or I'll kill you with me. Me? You said you were going to kill me. The strong man laughed at his anger and pointed to himself, as if he had heard a great joke. Do you know who I am? I am the Lord of Yank City. The stone breaks the sky. When the voice of the stone broke the sky, it immediately caused a wave of supernatural power around him, and then only saw a big mountain formed by stone rising slowly behind him. It's just like his backup. It looks very thick, and his power feels more magical. What happened here, of course, was discovered by the residents of Yank City, but many people were still standing far away to watch. Before the earth-shaking noise, they could hear it clearly, and also see their gate collapse in an instant. When we saw the huge rock that broke the sky, all the people began to scream. That's the Lord. When they saw the stone breaking, all the people were excited at once, and they were full of confidence as if they saw the hope. And the fear was dispelled. No one can resist the attack of their Lord, and their Lord has appeared, which means the crisis has been lifted. This is the confidence that has been given them. But is it true? Fang Jian just watched the stone break the sky so quietly. He didn't mean to move now, and he just warned the other side. If the other side is determined to do so, then he really has no way. After all, the black-robed people behind him are all powerful. The leader of a middle city is not an opponent at all, and he doesn't pay attention to him at the same time. Otherwise, he won't be so arrogant. I've given you a chance. Since you insist on it, I can only send you to hell. Arrogance. Stone seems to have been insulted. After all, he is one of the best in this area. Few people dare to talk to him like this. But now this young man, his strength is not strong, but his voice is not small, which makes him feel extremely angry, and he shook his fist and went out. Bang! A fist made of rock was pushed forward, and the whole sky was twisted. A gust of wind came, directly towards Fang Jian and others. But the other side seems to have not seen the same, so quietly watching, a person did not start. But this scene made Stone more angry, but then he smiled, as if victory had been in his hand. Even if the other party how arrogant, it is only the share of hell. Chapters 847. The residents of Yank City also have the same idea. When they see Fang Jian and others are still indifferent, their faces show a successful smile. He even showed a cruel look. I'm afraid these buns are already scared by this time, aren't they? I can't even dodge. Ha ha, it is estimated that they are hopeless to the extreme, otherwise they will not be indifferent, afraid that they can't move. Just now they are so bold, dare to pick and challenge, it's just like they don't know what to do. I'm afraid it's silly this time. All the people laughed. Although they had already seen the destruction of the city gate, it did not prevent them from gloating. In particular, seeing that Fang Jian and other people have not made moves all the time, they find a sense of superiority and start to talk about it one by one. No one at all would have thought of other results. Because in their opinion, how could their lord possibly lose? That's a famous strong man in hundreds of miles. How could he fail so easily? They have full confidence in their mature adults. Lord Yank is also confident in himself, but after all, his knowledge is still too little, and he has never seen a more powerful person. This time, it's clear that he's hit the plate. Just when he showed a disdainful smile, it wasn't long before the expression on his face froze for a moment, because he saw that the other side had no damage. Even though he has erupted such a terrible force, the other side is still not affected much, even the clothes are not wrinkled. It can be seen that the other side seems to be at ease. Why, how could you be unharmed? Deceitful, it's all deceitful. How can you resist my attack? Just because you are such an arrogant guy, you can't take my attack at all. The city lord Yang couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. He could only see him muttering, and the expression of the whole man became extremely distorted. Even his power became extremely unstable. He didn't believe what was going on in front of him, so he began to shake a little bit. But as he muttered to himself, his eyes turned red instantly, as if filled with blood. Even when he raised his head, the whole face had become ferocious. Let people look at the incomparable terror. But Fang Jianren was just a little apathetic, and even next second he waved and said, "Fix this guy for me, and nail him directly on their wall. I want all people to see his death. I dare to be attacked by someone. That's the end. I can't spare him." Fang Jian said a word in such a light way. Those black-robed people standing behind him acted in an instant. They haven't waited for any reaction from the Lord of Yank. They had already appeared beside the Lord of Yank, controlling him with the power of thunder, and finally, under his stunned eyes, shadow after shadow directly covered it. He didn't even utter a scream. Even before he could use his own blood force and constitution, he had completely lost his voice, and even his divine power disappeared in an instant. Chapters 848 Shu Shu Shu. After the shadow shrouded the city lord of Yank, all the shadow swept directly over the city wall. When the shadow dissipated slowly, the people in black robes appeared again. It's just the city lord Yank has been nailed to the wall directly. His eyes are wide and his eyes are completely closed. I don't know why there is such a big gap until I die. He didn't do his best, but he was completely killed. At the beginning, the people didn't react, but when they saw that their lord had been killed, they were even more confused, totally at a loss. One by one, their eyes widened. Looking at the dead body, they were nailed to the wall of the city, and all of them could see it very clearly. After a while, a scream broke out. "Ah, dead dead, the lord is dead, the lord of the city was killed. How could it be? How could someone kill the lord? I don't believe it, I don't believe it." There was chaos in Yank City, and all the people were in a panic. Especially when they saw their own city leader, they were killed instantly. That kind of sense of gap, directly let them some can't bear, was also very proud of them, at this time already don't know how to describe their mood. In particular, the patron saint who has been guarding them has been killed, which is the kind of understatement, which makes them some unacceptable. But those guards also responded at this time, but few people dare to approach easily. They naturally know where the gap is. That is because they know, they dare not act rashly. But the most important thing is that up to now, there is no god Huang Chang standing up. If not, it can be explained clearly. After all, their lord can definitely solve it. This is the idea in everyone's mind, but now their lord adults have been killed, shouldn't they rush out to revenge? But why are they so quiet? It's hard for many people to understand, but the chaos continues. Fang Jian watched from beginning to end that no one was taking action. All of them seemed extremely flustered, as if they wanted to escape from this place. This made him a little confused. What are these guys like? Is no one willing to avenge their lord? I don't believe that there is no god in this city. Even if there is no god, then there should be a god, right? But that's the way it is. Isn't it too sad that no one has come out? Fang Jian shook his head and felt a special pity. Although Yank City Lord's action was reckless, he had to say that the other side was really a tough man, and there was no timidity from the beginning to the end. Maybe he didn't know the real strength of Fang Jian at all, which made him ignore it directly, but it was admirable. When someone calls, he can stand out without hesitation. It can be seen that he has always wanted to protect this place. But now there is no one to protect him, no one to put his body down. This result is too unexpected. Chapters 849 Fang Jian looks at the stone. Sparrow Lord who can't close his eyes. He can't help feeling a little sorry for him. This kind of man is really a general who can win a battle. Even the brave and warlike man didn't know how he managed it. When he arrived, no one put his body down for him. It's so sad that they just run for their lives. It's okay to escape, but it's amazing to see their patron saint being stared at on the wall. I don't know what these people think. But no matter what these guys think, Fang Jian won't let them go. He wanted to find Gao Peng. But he just found out that he didn't know who was the one who bullied him at all. He would not recognize him until he saw it. But I don't even know the name of the other party, which makes me a little confused, even if I want to revenge too much for a needle in a haystack. But now he has something to do. There are a group of ungrateful guys here. Originally, he was not prepared to let this city exist. No matter who humiliated him or not, he would never let this city exist here. Then there is only destruction. Especially looking at these people's actions, his heart is full of destruction, which can't be extinguished, only to see that he suddenly said at this time. Destroy this city for me. People inside don't care about life and death, but that one doesn't have to move him. I'll put it down later. He is a respectable opponent. Although his strength is a little weak, his respect is still indispensable. Fang Jian is like talking to himself. The people in black robes behind him never spoke at all, but after Fang Jian finished speaking, the men in black immediately began to act. Although they just seemed indifferent, even as if they didn't hear it, they didn't drag their feet when they really acted. One after another, horrible shadows appeared. Every shadow seemed to be a kind of fierce animal with shadow formation. It also looked fierce, especially when they are heading for Yang City. All people can feel an extremely terrifying force approaching, which is not a joke at all. This is to destroy a city directly, which is too horrible. The people inside still don't know what the situation is, they just want to escape as far as possible. Now they have lost the patron saint, and they don't know what the purpose of the enemy is, so they can only try their best to escape. But they didn't even think about how powerful those black-robed people were. They didn't run far, and they had been covered by those shadows. Even though they didn't react, they lost consciousness completely at once. Then, many people can feel that they are surrounded by shadows, even their bodies are slowly beginning to be out of control. The whole city seems to be full of crises everywhere. It's just like a disaster may happen at any time. The shadow gradually swept the whole city. It was very fast. Many people didn't find it. Their shadow expanded slowly, several times larger than the normal one before. But because of the shadow, no one has ever found it. Chapters 850 as more and more people fall down, something wrong has been discovered slowly, especially those dark shadows. When they cover a person, that person loses consciousness instantly. I don't know if it's dead or in a coma. But all in all, it's dangerous. This moment makes many people wake up, and their faces gradually show fear. Even those who hide in the dark, one by one, their faces show incredible looks. What's the matter? What are these shadows? Why do you feel such terror? Is it the means of the other side? No, we must stop them, otherwise this city will be completely destroyed. No, can't go. Once we go, we all have to finish playing. Do you think we are stronger than the Lord? The Lord of the city was killed instantly, let alone us. When these emperors were still struggling, many people had been killed, and the speed was faster and faster. It seemed that those killed gave more power to the shadow. Fear slowly permeated all people's hearts. Looking at the people around them are falling, but they can't do anything. They can't even resist. Because they don't know how to stop the shadows, they can only watch one person fall down slowly. Every time they are attacked by the shadow, that person will surely be killed. It is in such a few seconds that they realize this. Go. A god in the dark tangled for a while, finally clenched his teeth and said, "We must not stay here, or we will certainly lose our lives. It's not something we can fight against. Let's go. Now I'm running away at once." No matter what the other party's purpose is, Yang City is completely gone. Where are we going? Now we are homeless people. If we stay outside, we will encounter accidents. Have you forgotten those guys? In such a sentence, all of them fell into silence directly, and their faces gradually showed a look of panic, as if they remembered something. And it's something that scares them so much. It can make the emperor scared, and it can show how terrible it is. No, we go to Flame City. With our strength, we should be accepted when we are not opponents. What's more, we still have this vital intelligence. The other side won't shut us out. A few people agreed so easily, and at this time they didn't care what kind of tragedy was going on outside, so they slipped away quietly. At this time, I don't know where to stay in the right and wrong place, and what the other party's purpose is, but the other party must be uneasy and kind-hearted. Once they stay here for a long time and are found by the other side, they will suffer from the real disaster, so they are fast and hidden. With these gods passing away, Yang City can't resist it. After all, there is not even a slightly decent strong man. What about those gods? It can't resist for a second at all. All people were killed at once. Xianxia is a very powerful force, but it was completely destroyed in such a moment. People, almost all of them, were killed. All who live are basically dead. It can be said that this is the Shura Hell. It's not the same as the Shura Hell in the popular sense, because there is no bloody scene, only a corpse that has been completely dead for a long time, just like a coma. This is the most frightening. Chapters 851 inches. Do you find that the energy seems to be weakening, and the shrouded area is actually getting smaller and smaller? Is the battle between the Lord and them over? It should be. I can't feel the energy of the previous grumpiness. It should be a winner. But who on earth won? It must be the Lord of the city. When Gao Peng can absorb that chaotic energy, in fact, this contest has gradually come to an end, and the final result is self-evident. That must have been his victory. It can not only create a situation of balance of power, but also end easily. In any case, he won. At this time, the Flame City Lord was still confused. After all, he couldn't figure out why this chaotic energy could be absorbed by the other party. And why was he so flustered before? If he had such ability, he would not have behaved so badly before. What's the matter? Is it the other side acting all the time? His brain at the moment seems to have a mass of paste, and he has no idea how to think at all. This kind of factors, in his view, have unspeakable contradictions. It makes him feel uncoordinated. It was as if there was a thorn in his chest, which could not be pulled out, making him uncomfortable and tangled. But looking at the chaotic energy was absorbed by the other side in an instant, he didn't know how to say it, only felt a deep sense of frustration. He lost. Still defeated by such a young man, let alone his daughter brought him back, which made him feel more melancholy. Well, am I really old? Any young man who comes out is already so terrible. Not only is his strength so strong, but also his means are so unpredictable. I don't know what kind of force can cultivate such a talented person. It's amazing. When he accepted his failure, his mood was not so bad. He was brought back by his daughter anyway, so he was not an enemy. At best, it's just a feeling. In particular, I feel that the chaotic energy has been absorbed by the other party. I don't need to be seriously injured, nor worry about it, and completely destroy the city. Although it's a bit of shame, but no one can see it. Just hope that the other side can give him a little face. At this time, the requirements of the Flame City Lord are not high. Whoever let him become the defeated general at this time, no matter the means or strength of the other side, is beyond doubt. As he sighed, Gao Peng is also very melancholy. He thought that he could at least improve his level by absorbing the chaotic energy. But who knows, he found that he was a little bit worse. It's really just a little short. If there is a little more energy, he will be able to improve directly, but who knows, it is like being stuck outside the door, he just needs to extend his feet to cross the threshold. But in the end, it stopped. This made him feel extremely depressed. He wanted to discuss with the Fire Lord. Would you like them to come again? But later on, Gao Peng gave up. Obviously, the other side would not try again with him. What's more, he has no power for a long time now. Then we can only find a chance to try again. It's impossible now. Chapters 852 inches. You won. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, and you can absorb these chaotic energies, which is beyond my expectation. But after the event, you have to check your body carefully, but don't let yourself have problems in cultivation. After all, those energies are just too chaotic and can't be absorbed so easily. Don't leave a sequela that will affect your ability to improve. The Flame City Lord consciously conceded defeat. Finally, considering that Gao Peng absorbed so much chaotic energy, he kindly reminded him. After all, it's also a skill to absorb these chaotic energy, but it's better to check it, otherwise once there's a sequela, it will cause problems in self-cultivation. That's why he asked Gao Peng to have a good examination of his body. Gao Peng smiled and said, "Luck, it's just that I won by luck. In fact, my strength and realm are not stronger than yours. This time, it's all luck." "No, luck is also a kind of strength. What's more, if you say your realm is not as good as mine, it's even more incredible." This time, the leader of the City of Flame showed a look of shock. He didn't pretend at all, because he really felt the shock. At first, he really thought that Gao Peng's strength was very strong, how to say the realm was equal to him, but who knew that at this time, Gao Peng actually said that his realm was inferior to him. This surprised him a little. Also more aware of the potential and talent of Gao Peng. This is absolutely the existence of a monster. I don't know what kind of forces cultivated them. Even if they were drawn to the major forces, they would certainly be strengthened. I can't believe it. At this time, the Fire Lord began to think about other things. After all, Gao Peng was brought back by his daughter. Is there any place to operate? This can't help but make him daydream. Once such a talented person is left behind, we cannot say that we can make this city bigger, but at least we can shake the curfew. Once it really grows up, it must be able to protect a city for countless years. Even if there is an accident, the city will exist for a long time. Just when he was full of all kinds of ideas, Gao Peng speaks again. If we ask them about our results later, we say it's a draw. The Flame City Lord glanced at Gao Peng, this time more special than all before, because his eyes on Gao Peng were unexpected. There is even a glimmer of appreciation. Maybe it was because of Gao Peng's talent and potential, which was brought back by his daughter at the same time, so although he was a little conflicted, Gao Peng's talent completely overwhelmed him. But this time it was quite different. The other side is very sensible. He is also very good at being a man, which makes him feel a little unexpected. After all, a lot of talents are self-sustaining and arrogant, as if all the people in the world do not have such talents, but how do those talents know that talent does not mean strength? Only the real growing-up genius can be respected. But in Gao Peng's body, the Flame City Lord did not see that kind of arrogance, but was very understanding, which made him have to look at it differently. Chapters 853. Seeing that the chaotic energy has disappeared, all the people fly in a flash. At this time they also see two figures standing there vaguely. Even they are talking and laughing. This makes many people look at each other. Just now they have chosen the enemy who is tit for tat. At this time, they seem to be friends. The speed of face changing is too fast. But they did not pay much attention. "Lord, are you okay?" a general in the Divine Kingdom asked hurriedly. He even looked at the two men, the Flame Lord and Gao Peng, and found that they were not injured. It's just that the breath is slightly different. One looks a little weaker, and the other seems a little bigger than before. This made him a little confused for a while. What's the situation? But before he thought more, the Fire Lord said, "It's okay. What can I do? This time, I had a good time. I didn't expect to meet such a genius. It's my 3 lucky days. Where we are only tied, and I have the majority of luck, not all by my own strength. Until I can draw with you by strength, it is worthy of praise." The two complimented each other, which also let everyone know what happened just now. But people shocked many people. At first, they thought that their lord would kill each other instantly, but even if it took so long, they still firmly believed that the Lord of Flame would win the final victory. But now it seems that things are out of their imagination. The victory of this confrontation seems not to be what they imagined. They couldn't help but take a look at Gao Peng. Is this a monster? At a young age, they have such a terrible power. They can even draw with their lord. No matter whether there is luck or not, it's amazing. No matter how unlucky some people are, their own strength is not good enough, let alone tied. Whether they can resist several rounds is a question. It also shows how powerful Gao Peng is. Xianxia looks at Gao Peng in surprise. After all, it's just too unexpected. The final result is a draw. What a surprise. So powerful. I have never heard of such a genius. Is he really from other more powerful forces? What kind of force does he belong to? Don't believe it. It's unbelievable that I've never seen such a powerful genius, which has opened my eyes, and I don't know how terrifying his potential and talent are. He has such a terrifying force when he is so young. Once he is given enough time, isn't it more terrifying? Many people have uttered heartfelt shock, which can't be concealed at all. Their eyes are shining. They really want to know how horrible this talent is. He has such a strong strength at a young age. I don't know how much he will improve if I give him another period of time. Once this kind of evil genius is surpassed by him, then you are trying to catch up with and surpass things that are basically impossible. It can be seen how terrible each genius seems to be. At the same time, many people are afraid. Chapters 854. In fact, at this moment, there is still a little doubt in the heart of the Flame City Lord. Such a demon genius as Gao Peng should not come here for his daughter. At least there is another purpose. But he didn't say it on the spot. After all, he didn't know what the other side's purpose was. He was willing to publish it to the public directly. The crowd was still in shock. Do you know where Yang City is? Gao Peng's eyes showed a sincere look. While everyone was still stunned, he said again, I heard that you and Yang Kecheng are enemies, so I should know where they are. So I want to ask you, do you know the location of Yang City? Flame City leader. There are just 3 question marks on his forehead. I really don't know what Gao Peng's words mean, so I started to talk about Yang City. All the people present were also ignorant. There are many people looking at Gao Peng with strange eyes, as if they want to see through the purpose of Gao Peng, but in the end they have nothing. Xianxia looked at the expression of this kind of people on the court, and stamped his feet angrily. His mouth tooted uncontrollably. What expression are you? He just wants to know the location of Yang City and then go to avenge me. What are you all thinking? So, what is it that makes all the people present more ignorant? Why do you feel that they don't understand? Is there something wrong with their understanding? Gao Peng's heart is a little speechless. Why do these people always like to tangle up what others want to do? Don't you just answer what you ask? As for the tangle, Xianxia couldn't see it anymore. He explained directly on the spot why they would come back this time, and why Gao Peng asked Yan Ke about the location of the city. But when all the people in the room knew it, they all looked angry, even roared out. Fuck, I can't spare these tortoise grandchildren. They dare to bully our eldest lady. It's unforgivable. They want to be hostages. Damn it, go, we must kill them all. These guys are just pushing forward. I didn't want to play with them before, but now they must be accounted for. The residents of Flame City are shameless and angry, which shows how important Xianxia is in their hearts. After all, they are all looking to grow up. The whole face of the Flaming City Lord was pulled down, and a faint sense of killing broke out on his body, which was almost out of control. His hands were tightly clenched. A fever erupted. Everyone can feel that he has been completely angry, otherwise how can his power be out of control? Do these guys really think I can't help them? Let's go and find them now. I'll see how they explain it. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I'll kill them. Yes, we'll find them to settle accounts. No matter who comes up with the idea, we must make them pay a heavy price. This seems to be a response. All people have responded, and one by one are extremely eager and angry. These are not pretend at all. Chapters 855 inches go, it's just ahead. The other side should not refuse us. We are all gods at all times. Although we may not trust at the beginning, we should be accepted as long as we perform well. Well, these people, who escaped from Yang City, have reached the outside of the Flame City in just one day, thanks to their full speed. From their position, we can basically see the appearance of the Flame City. Although they have some drums in their hearts, they have nowhere to go. There are several people who have retreated, but when they think of the pursuers behind them, they just bite their teeth and go straight to the Flame City. If you can't bear it, you will be in great trouble. Now they don't have time to worry about it. It's good to live. Who cares about other things? Every time they think of those horrible black-robed people behind them, they start to be frightened one by one. Although they are all above the others, they will also feel frightened when they are in real crisis. What's more, they were killed in seconds when they were reorganized and hit people, which made them dare not act recklessly. It's still my life, but they have miscalculated since the beginning. If it's still like the previous relationship, maybe Flame City will accept them, and it won't crowd them out too much, but they didn't count as a crucial link. That is, before they wanted to take Xianxia as a hostage, they did not succeed in the end, and they let Xianxia return to the City of Fire. It also exposed their plans. It's even less likely to accept them. Once they go to Flame City, it will be a devastating blow to meet them, which is almost like a negative enemy. What's more, they don't know until now. They only think that with their strength, they will be accepted by the Flames. At the same time, the Flame City Lord has been eager to recruit people. Gao Peng looks at them quietly, though he doesn't want so many people to join him. But it's not good to refuse directly. As long as the real fight, then he will immediately rush to the most powerful enemy there, first to improve their strength. As for those ants, they can only be handed over to the residents of the Flame City, and they can also vent well. In fact, Xianxia watched as her father began to call for all the fighting power to appear. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Gao Peng would find trouble for her alone. It's undeniable that Gao Peng is really powerful, but there are many people in the other side. Or a city. How can a person easily deal with each other? When I saw this scene, I was completely relieved. With so many powerful people following me, there would be no accident. With the strength of the two men, the Flame City Lord and Gao Peng, few of them are their rivals. Even the Yang City Lord can't be their rivals. This will be a one-sided trend. Although only Gao Peng joined in alone, when the high-end combat power reaches a certain number, the battle will soon end. As long as the other side has no equal high-end combat power, all of this is just futile resistance. Chapters 856. Just as all the people were gathering, a guard rushed in, and everyone saw the guard. One after another, they all cast doubts. There is a discovery. There is a discovery. Lord, we found out. The Flame City Lord looked at the guard who rushed in a hurry. His face was not so beautiful. At this critical moment, he would choose such panic. Isn't that to shake the heart of the army? What's more, they may attack a city in the future. There must be no mistakes, and there is no wavering of military heart. This made his heart extremely angry, but at this time he did not show it, just looked at each other very seriously and said, "What's the matter?" I see. Because the guard was in a hurry, he was still a little out of breath. From this, we can know how flustered he was. He must have rushed here from a long distance. After resting for a few seconds, he said, "I saw the Emperor of Yang City, and there are still several people. They are coming towards us. I don't know what they mean." Oh, the Fire City Lord didn't think of it. They just wanted to revenge. Now the other side has come to him. Do you think you're going to take the initiative when you're exposed? It's interesting. We are still trying to find their troubles. Unexpectedly, they sent them to the door automatically, which is good and saves us a lot of time. As long as we get rid of all these guys, we don't need to be afraid of Yang City anymore. After all, their strength is not so strong. We just need to pay close attention to their city lord, so that they can't turn over much waves. In addition to the Flame City Lord, all the people seemed extremely excited, and they also joined in succession. This is just one of the great things. Originally I thought it would take a lot of time to rush to the other side's territory, but who knows that the other side even sent it to the door automatically, which is just like Heaven Rib. Even God is helping them. Who can you reason with? We are going to intercept them now. We must not let any of them escape. First, we will solve all these guys, and then we will destroy the whole city. Yes, they must not be spared. Many people seem to be extremely excited. After all, they are all brave fighters. Fighting has been engraved in their hearts. Especially those guys dare to bully their eldest lady, which is even more unforgivable. Xianxia is the lover of many people's dreams. Although she can't get it, no one is allowed to bully her. It's something they absolutely don't allow. Gao Peng felt his chin thoughtfully. He thought there must be something strange about this matter. Otherwise, how could the other party be so quick? It's not necessarily that they all learned their actions in advance. It's too fast, isn't it? If not, there must be an unknown scene, but at this time he can't think clearly, so he can only go to have a look later. No matter what the other side's purpose is, he will never forgive the other side lightly, and just can improve his own strength. Chapters 857 inches. The front is the City of Flame. Let's stick to it for a while. Once we get to the City of Flame, the pursuers behind should not be too presumptuous. They seemed to see the dawn of hope, and their faces were full of joy, because they felt something following them all the time. This made them more frightened. Every time I think of the ferocious scene of the black-robed people, it makes all the people scared. They really don't have the courage to face it, and they also feel the threat of death at any time, which makes them even more desperate, whether they have hatred with the City of Flame or not. At the moment, they just think that once they arrive at the City of Flame, they will be relieved and the crisis will be relieved. I don't know that they are just going to catch themselves. Wait, one of them noticed something wrong. He had just begun to speak. The others didn't respond at all. The next second, I saw many people around them, and they were immediately blocked. What is this? Several emperors of Yang City looked at the scene in front of them with some uncertainty. They all knew the people who surrounded them, but in such a moment, they were a little confused. Although it has always been a hostile relationship, it is not so cruel, is it? Just saw them, and immediately wanted to tear them. It's terrible. What do you want to do? Although we have always been hostile to each other, we are not here to find fault, but we have important information to tell you, which is also crucial for you. Don't mess about. In other people's territory, they naturally don't dare to be too arrogant, not to mention the presence of the Flaming City Lord, which makes them even more frightened. Once the other side really see them dissatisfied, they will be cold. There is absolutely no chance for them to escape. Although they are arrogant, they still have the self-knowledge. With such a small number of them, they are not rivals at all. The high-end combat effectiveness itself is lacking, and the number of people is not dominant. How can we break through? They can only admit it. Chaos. The Flame City Lord was very angry and smiled. It was clear that these guys were doing something wrong, and they even thought about his daughter. It's outrageous to say that he's messed up. I don't care what information you have, but do you know what you have done? What do we know? Ah, how dare you send someone to catch my daughter and want to take my daughter as a hostage? It just surprised me. There was a terrible fire around the Fire Lord. It seemed that the fire was burning around him, and the smoke was felt all of a sudden. The water in the air was evaporated and dried instantly. Everyone could feel the faintly trembling space. All of a sudden, I let these emperors scare me. What's the situation? But their reaction was still very quick, and they immediately thought of the decisions they had made at will before, which they just wanted to make. Maybe it can also play a surprise method, but who knows that there will be such a big mistake. The other side has already known. It is obvious that their plan has been leaked. Shua of a moment, all the faces of a moment white, directly become bloodless. Chapters 858 inches. No, listen to me, Fire Lord. Things are not what you think. We can really explain them to you. These emperors are in a hurry. They are surrounded by so many powerful people all of a sudden. The other side has such a horrible city lord here, which makes them dare not have any thoughts at all. Don't talk about running away. It's still a question of whether you can get out of the encirclement. Once the other side really desperate to kill them, then they are sure to die here 100%, there will be no accident and fluke. The gap is too wide. It's hopeless. No, explanation is cover up. I don't need to waste time here for you. My time is precious. If I kill you, I have to go to Yang City to settle accounts. The leader of Flame City doesn't want to listen to their explanations at all. He only believes his daughter's words, and these people even want to quibble. He doesn't care what kind of information the other side brings. As long as it's none of his business, he doesn't care at all. But after hearing Yang City, the gods' faces became paler, just like the dead, without any blood on their faces. This made Gao Peng feel a bit confused. It must be something happened, otherwise they would not have such a big reaction. He ignored the Fire Lord and went out directly and said, I'm very interested in the information you said. If you can make it clear in detail, maybe you may have visited you, but I just hope you can explain it honestly, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. We can't agree. Gao Peng's interposition directly let many people have some doubts, but at this time they did not too much to refute, but stood by and watched quietly. The Fire Lord hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and said, yes, you can tell all the information you know now. If I am satisfied, I can release you directly. But if I'm not satisfied, then don't blame me for being rude, because I've given you a chance. Can you grasp that as your business? All of a sudden, they were relieved. Although they heard Gao Peng's words at the beginning, they thought there was some hope, but they didn't know that it was Gao Peng who made the final decision directly. It's just a little unexpected. They specially looked at Gao Peng for a few times, but they didn't find any strange place on him. They felt the horrible smell from the shadow around them, and they swallowed. In fact, you don't have to go to Yang City, because Yang City has been completely destroyed, you just saw a piece of ruins. No, it may not be in ruins now, but there is no one alive in it. I advise you not to go, or it will be a real disaster. What, has Yang City been destroyed? The Flame City Lord also feels extremely unbelievable. After all, this kind of thing has never happened, and listening to their words is what he saw with his own eyes. So what happened? It would have frightened so many gods and killed all the people in the whole city. There's no one alive, isn't that what it means? Chapters 859 inches. How is it possible? It's a lie. All the people on the scene looked at each other and felt extremely shocked. How could this kind of thing happen? Yang City is equal to the City of Flame in terms of power. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. Moreover, their city leader is also extremely powerful. The real one-on-one, the Flame City Lord is not 100% sure that they can beat each other, so it can be seen how powerful the Yang City Lord is. How could a city with such a strong man be destroyed so easily? So what about these guys? Since Yang City has been destroyed, how can they stand here intact, especially there are so many gods gathered together? There's cat grease. There must be something fishy about it. The Flame City Lord immediately thought about it, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. After all, he was deceived by others in front of him. Do you think I'm easy to cheat? If Yank City is really destroyed, why are you still standing here intact? You are almost equal to all the gods, but you stand in front of me without any damage. Is this destruction? Don't make fun of me. I'm not so good-tempered. A stronger fire broke out on the Flame City Lord. All people were away from him for a while. It was really a terrible fire, almost equal to the enemy and me. No matter who is near him, you can feel that kind of hot flame, even as if the whole body is about to be burned. This feeling is very clear, so that all people can't help but retreat. No one dares to approach easily. They all looked at it with fear. Gao Peng looks at the scene thoughtfully. He doesn't make a sound so quickly. Although he just proposed to listen to what information it is, it doesn't mean that he wants to be involved in this matter. Now he just thinks things are a little strange. It's too different from what he imagined. This must have changed, otherwise how could a good city be destroyed like this? It must have happened a lot to see the frightened look of the emperor. Otherwise, how could they have such a violent reaction? But I don't know what it is that can destroy such a huge force. If they don't say it by themselves, it's hard to be found by others. It will take a long time to find out. Gao Peng is more and more curious about what it is. After all, he can destroy such a terrible force at once, so his strength will be very strong. That's exactly what he needs. Once he can find an opponent, doesn't it mean that he can improve his strength in an instant? He's almost drooling. It's been a long time since he met such a powerful enemy. That's to say, the Lord of Flame City made him feel a little pressure. But at the most, he will be promoted, but because he is not the enemy, he is not easy to directly start, which is the real headache. This time it is estimated that we can really improve our strength. No matter how strong the other side's strength is, it will become a stepping stone for him to improve his strength, without any accident. Chapters 860. With the anger of the Flame City Master, all the people seemed to realize the problems. One by one, they all glared at the Emperor of Yank City. After all, they already think the other side is playing them. How can they bear to believe that, one by one, they were so angry that they just wanted to rush over and tear them? Even at this moment, there was a more terrifying smell on them. For a while the scene was out of control. Seeing that there was going to be complete confusion, the Emperor hurriedly explained. No, no, it's not what you think. Listen to us. We didn't deceive you. Yank City has been really destroyed. It's estimated that no one can live now. We just took the opportunity to escape, but it's not safe yet. There may be pursuers behind. We are actually here to escape. It's a life-threatening moment now. They don't have any stagnation or neglect at all. They think of those black-robed people. It just makes them shudder. How can this calm them down? Once they are determined to cheat, they are not only unable to enter the Flame City, but also likely to be beaten by these guys. But there are more terrible enemies behind. At the thought of facing such a terrible siege, where can they take care of their own face problems? Life is the most important thing. Looking at the look of fear on the faces of the gods, all the people in the audience were shocked. What kind of enemies could the gods fear? How to say the Emperor is also very powerful, but why are they so frightened now? It's like a mouse seeing a cat. It's a good description. This meal is to let all people have a look at each other. I'd like to know what happened in Yank City, especially to frighten these guys. Is that a very scary person? All people have this idea in their mind, which makes them want to know more about what happened to Yank City. The Flame City Lord also felt a surprise. What would make these arrogant emperors look so embarrassed? Didn't they even want their own face and dignity? Even escape can be said, so they are really scared. The leader of Flame City thought for a while and said, I can't judge whether your words are true or not for the moment, but I need you to explain to me what happened in Yank City. And what do you see that makes you feel so scared? You can tell me clearly. Maybe I can let you go and even protect some of you. The Flame City Lord is full of curiosity at the moment. He really wants to know what happened. These high gods have completely lost face. It must have been a terrible thing to see. I don't know if it will come to the Flame City. He has to plan ahead of time, or he will be caught by surprise. This also makes him more curious. What can scare these gods? Powerful creatures, on the one hand, have unpredictable disasters, and what strange and unpredictable things happen, which may cause the Emperor to fear completely. Chapters 861. When the Flame City Lord asked this question, he only saw that the emperor was silent immediately, and even all the people present could feel their inner fear. There is a flicker in the eyes, and the body can't help shivering slightly. I don't know whether they are brewing emotions or fighting against the pictures in their memory. It should be a horrible picture, right? No one bothers them, and they always look at them with such expressions, which will change from time to time. This makes more people curious. What kind of things have they experienced in order to make them have such a huge response? It's really curious. As if it was brewing, a god opened his mouth quietly, but his expression was not so calm, and even his eyes showed a trace of fear. It's full of felicity. It must have happened. Otherwise, how could they be so scared? Just before, a group of people suddenly appeared outside our city. These guys didn't care. They didn't know who offended them. They came up and blew up our city gate. There is no room for explanation at all. When our Lord wants to go up to theory, he is killed by the other side. You didn't hear me wrong. You were killed by seconds and nailed to the wall. We can see this scene very clearly. It's still fresh in our memory. After that, all the faces were shocked. Only the emperor of Yang City thought of the bad things, and his face showed fear. Even many faces became extremely ugly. Gao Peng also widened his eyes. He thought there would be many possibilities, but he didn't think it would be. Since Yang City is almost the same as the strength of Flaming City, their city lord's strength should not be much worse. However, such a terrible strong man was killed by Sekal. What is the strength of the other side? Is it the same person who opened and hung up? There are also many people with such ideas, and all the people on the scene are wide-eyed, with an incredible expression. The same is true of the Flame City Lord. He knows the strength of his old opponent best, which makes him feel extremely shocked. If the opponent can kill the Yank Lord in a second, can he kill him in a second? In this way, his face becomes more dignified. If this is the case, he will have to pay more attention to it. Even if there is a little water in the words, the enemy may be really powerful. He must not have any carelessness. My God, how can such a powerful city lord be killed by others? Who are these sudden people? Isn't it too frightening? The gods did not care whether the people around them were shocked or not, but they introduced themselves. Those guys are all dressed in black robes. We can't see what they look like at all, but we can clearly recognize what they look like in black robes. And their strength is basically the same, as if they can control the shadow to fight, or they can turn themselves into a shadow, which makes people a little defenseless. And their combat effectiveness is also strong and frightening. Even if they don't use their own strength, they can hardly be defeated. This is a group of mysterious people in black. Chapters 862 inches. Don't think we are exaggerating. It's not the time to boast, because they can catch up at any time. They are really powerful, which we have seen with our own eyes. Ignoring the shock of the people in the audience, these emperors also stressed that at the moment they still feel the power of those black-robed people. He really didn't want the people in the Flame City to be careless. Once he looked down on those black-robed people, the consequences would be unimaginable. And at this time they are ready to run. If they dare to look down on each other and create an irreparable situation, even they will suffer. At this time, let alone any concealment. They would like to tell everyone they know, or even exaggerate, so that all people pay more attention to it. After all, the emperor who escaped from Yank City didn't know if all the people who were present could resist those people in black robes. The strength of each other was too strong. Let them feel so afraid until now. Feeling their fear, the Fire Lord also had to pay attention to it. If it's like what the other side said, it's probably worth paying attention to it. And the other side may catch up at any time. What will happen then? No one knows. I don't know whether the other side has a feud with Yank City or another purpose, but in any case, he has to take more precautions to ensure that everything is safe. When the Flame City Lord was silent, all people cast their eyes. After all, here he is the most powerful, and only he can make up his mind. But to everyone's surprise, he was only silent for a while, then turned to look at Gao Peng and said, "What do you think?" This immediately shocked everyone. What's the situation? Why did the Fire Lord ask that young man? Who is he? Everyone is ignorant. Don't say that all the people from Yank City are completely stupid now. They can't believe that their lord would ask such a question. Isn't it always strong? But now how can I consult with others? It is undeniable that he is really strong, but every strong man has his own pride in his heart, and generally he seldom asks others' opinions. What's more, this is their territory. That's how I asked an outsider. In their eyes, Gao Peng is still an outsider. Although they admire Gao Peng's strength, they have even begun to recognize it gradually. But this is not fully recognized. Xianxia was also slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, her father would ask such a question. How confident and arrogant his father is, he would not ask others about ordinary things at all. Even if the strength is equal, I will not ask. Because he has his own pride. But something unexpected. However, the most shocking thing for everyone was that Gao Peng felt that there was no problem and replied calmly. It must be true. This kind of calm and simple answer, as if in the calm water suddenly opened the machine gun, broke the whole calm water. Chapters 863. At the moment, all the people can't describe their current mood, only to see them staring at Gao Peng one by one. Looking at Gao Peng's calm face, it seems that all things are not valued by him, and the answer is so natural. What's the situation? Is there anything else they left out? Although the two of them had PK before, but not a draw. How can I feel that their relationship has suddenly improved so much that everyone here feels extremely suspicious? After all, their lord is very arrogant. He usually doesn't ask other people's questions easily. Even if he is tied, he should be very dissatisfied. But in the eyes of all, it seems that this is not the case. Those people in Yang City are even stupefied. One by one, the eyes are staring at each other. The City Lord of Flame is equal to their City Lord's strength. If they really work hard, it's not certain who wins or loses. Can be such a powerful person, at the moment unexpectedly will ask a look at the suckling boy, what's the situation? What's more, they don't know what happened before, which makes them feel more confused. Gao Peng is like a mysterious person suddenly appearing. It makes them feel very mysterious. Coupled with that calm expression, it is really too much speculation. What shall we do now? The strength of the other side is obviously very strong, and it is not easy to resist, and at this time, we do not know what the other side has. Should we guard ahead of time? No matter how shocked the people around them, they started to talk like this, and they seemed so natural. This left a blank in people's minds. I can't believe what I saw. But what happened in front of them was real, and they could not believe it. After hearing the words of the Flame City Lord, I glanced at him strangely. Why guard ahead of time? Such a rhetorical question also let the Flame City Lord directly stunned, or some do not understand the meaning of Gao Peng, only to see him stare at Gao Peng. Gao Peng found that no one except him seemed to know what he wanted to express, but he said a helpless word. Who dares to be wild with me? This time, all the people have fully understood his meaning, only to see that all the people are shocked to the outside, scorched and tender inside, one by one, staring at Gao Peng with big eyes. As if there were hallucinations, they could not help but stare out their eyes, which almost fell down. But even so, they still looked at Gao Peng without blinking. Inside, it's like turning over the river. What exactly is this saying? Even so arrogant, never seen so arrogant and arrogant words. What's more, this is from such a young person, which makes them have a special illusion. People in Flame City know that each other is a monster genius. But people in Yang City don't know it at all. When they heard Gao Peng's words, it seemed that they began to hyperemia directly. The whole face became red and incomparably, and each eye began to hyperemia. That looks very ferocious. Chapters 864. There was a lot of anger in the heart of all the Yang City kings. The reason why they could escape was that they had abandoned everything. Don't look at their decision, but when they make such a decision, their hearts are dripping blood immediately. I can't help watching my relatives and friends being slaughtered by others. Although some of them live for themselves, they still want to use other forces to revenge. It's also a bit of their extravagance. When they heard Gao Peng's arrogant words, they were completely angry, and immediately began to hyperemia. Oh, who are you? Who do you think you are? Why do you say such arrogant things? Can you beat us? You can't even beat us, let alone deal with those black-robed people. You can know how terrible they are. You don't understand. You don't know how terrible they are. They are not something ordinary people can resist. Even if we work together, they can't resist their attacks. Who do you think you are? Although they have left everything in order to survive, it does not mean that they are particularly counseled, even if they are afraid. But they still want revenge. Then it can only be combined with other external forces. Even in this way, it may not be able to win the other side. Obviously, the strength of the other side is extremely strong. I don't know which force it belongs to. But it's not something they can easily resist. All the people were stunned. They didn't expect that these embarrassed escapees would burst out at this time. They were so embarrassed before. And there was fear all the time. But now it broke out directly. I didn't expect that these guys have such courage. This also makes all the people feel that they have to look at them a little more. It's really that these guys are suddenly accepted by all the people present. Although their hearts have been in fear, but now they dare to break out of such a temper, it seems that they really want to revenge, not just blindly afraid. So these people can still be saved. However, in the face of such a roar, Gao Peng completely ignores it. He doesn't care how angry the other party is. He can abandon everything and escape. Then there must be something wrong with them. Otherwise, why can only they escape? What's more, what he said is always true, without any false elements, even if others don't believe it anymore. He still does what he says. At this time, the Flame City Lord suddenly appeared a trace of doubt. He did know that Gao Peng was so powerful that he could not even fight against him. There are even many mysterious ways. But what Gao Peng said is really too arrogant. It makes others feel arrogant and ignorant. But at the moment he didn't speak, just stood by and watched. However, Gao Peng glanced at them coldly, with a slight rise in the corner of his mouth. Of course, with my strength. Chapters 865. For some reason, all the people in the room felt the cold for a while, as if they were suddenly stared at by the beast, which made them shake uncontrollably. Then I looked at Gao Peng with lingering fear. At this moment, they don't dare to say anything more. Just one look has made them feel that they are being stared at by beasts. It can be seen how terrible the strength of the other side is. Now many people begin to be quiet. They know that silence is their best choice. As for questioning Gao Peng, this kind of behavior is the most stupid. They can all feel the power of Gao Peng, although they still have some doubts at the moment. But they dare not talk. It's killing. While the Emperor of Yang City also felt the feeling of being stared at by beasts, at this time, they did not directly soften. They still feel that those black-robed people are more terrible. Although Gao Peng also brings them a fatal threat, the gap is still obvious. And Gao Peng is only one person. Those black-robed people have a lot of people. Who can hold them up? It's obvious that they can't let go easily, so they are still staring at Gao Peng, as if they are making a statement. This had to surprise all the people present. I didn't expect that these people who had just been beaten by fear were so bold at the moment. Don't you? Is it really so dangerous what they say? Otherwise, they will not be so hardworking. Looking at what they may have really seen, they have always recognized their inner thoughts. After all, they don't know how powerful the enemy is, but the Emperor of Yang City can be so firm in his mind. That can also show the strength of the enemy from the side. But will Gao Peng let others question what he said? Phew. Gao Peng disappeared in the same place in a moment, and appeared directly in the middle of them in the next second. Even everyone felt the threat of death, as if they would be killed in an instant once they had any action. After that, the sound suddenly rang. Don't question me. I hate people questioning me. No matter who comes, it's impossible to be rude in front of me. You put your heart in your stomach, no matter what you see and how powerful the enemy is, but in the face of me, everything is an ant. Gao Peng's voice, just like death, directly reached everyone's ears, and everyone heard it very clearly, especially the cold voice, which made people couldn't help shaking. It was the sound of death reaping life that made all of them suddenly have a trace of fear. Looking at Gao Peng's expressionless face, they couldn't stand any psychological resistance. And all the people present didn't find Gao Peng's move at all. It was just a moment, and it had disappeared in the original place. No one even found Gao Peng's move. This shocked them. With this speed and this horrible power, it's really hard for people here to match him. Even there was a sudden thought in the hearts of many people present, which even they didn't think of. It would appear in their minds. And there are still some lingering. Chapters 866. Rock City. The owner of the city was nailed to the wall. There was no one to put the body down. Those black-robed people would not pay any more attention to his body. The body of the city Lord Yank is so high. His eyes are very big. It is obvious that he has already died with his eyes closed. Because Yank City lacks too much high-end combat power, it can't resist the attack of those black-robed people at all. At the moment, many people are on the ground. Every time those shadows sweep by, we can see many people fall on the ground. There is no blood on the whole ground. People who knock on the ground have no voice. It's completely dead. There is no pain, no consciousness, no resistance. Just like sleeping, I fell on the ground and left the world completely. There is no such person in the world. So far, No one can resist it. With the passage of time, there is basically no living creature in the whole city. All the people have fallen on the ground and can't die anymore. Originally, a very large city full of people's voices had become silent and strange. Especially looking at the dense corpses, there was no pain on their faces, but they had left the world completely. If someone saw this scene, they would feel very thrilled. Who has such a horrible means? It's amazing that you can let others die completely without being aware of it, or even let all the people in the whole city die at once. When the whole city was settled, the man in black appeared behind the square sword, and one of them came out. Master, there is no one you are looking for. We have searched the whole city. There are no similar people. I think the person you are looking for is not here. These black-robed people are very inflexible, just like a robot. Their answers are also very cold, and their voice is cold without any emotion. If it wasn't for this time that they answered Fang Jian's request, and they didn't even speak, they would really be like robots. Maybe these are the dead. No. Fang Jian looks at the silence in front of him. His whole face is completely gloomy. I didn't expect that he had come here as soon as possible, but the other party was not there. Did you know that he had already slipped away quietly when he came back? But how could it be? At this time, he was a little confused. He had no delay at all. The people in a hurry had already arrived at this city. But now he didn't find the person he wanted to find, which made him feel a bit vexed. It's so big, where is it so easy to find a person? What's more, he didn't know each other's name, but only vaguely got each other's appearance, which made him how to fish for needles in such a huge world. For a time, he frowned tightly, and didn't know what to do. Even though he had killed a city, he still didn't get angry. The feeling of being insulted still made him feel deeply. He will never forget this hatred. Chapters 867. Fang Jian is in deep thought. At the moment, he really doesn't know how to do it. The world is so big and it's so easy to find a person. Even if his power is very strong, it is not so easy to find it, so he will feel great distress. Wait, how many people are missing? Do you know where they all went? At this time, Fang Jian suddenly finds that there are few people in black robe. Generally speaking, when he has finished the task, he should come to him consciously. There is absolutely no chance of defection. This will make him feel confused. Isn't the whole city already slaughtered? How could it be that it hasn't come yet? What's more, their strength is so strong that no one can kill these black-robed people. After all, their strength is incomparable. For example, there are many powerful swords. The Lord of Yang City was killed by these black-robed people. Although it was a group fight at that time, even a single person could basically kill each other, but it only took a little longer. This can also show how powerful these black-robed people are. But now there are a few less people. When these people join hands, few of them should be their opponents. But now why didn't you see them back? He couldn't help but wonder. And when Fang Jian just asked his doubts, the man in black explained coldly. The others have gone after the fish. When we started, we found that there were several emperors who had been hiding in the dark all the time and never thought about going out. When we started the massacre, they had slipped away quietly. Fortunately, we found it in time, and the rest of the people immediately followed up. This has been explained very clearly. Fang Jian's eyes lit up in an instant, as if he had found some clues. And they are all gods. Is it possible that the people he is looking for are among them? Although he also felt that it was impossible. After all, the man who bullied him was extremely proud and also a peerless monster. It was impossible to escape so easily. But now he's broken all the leads. Instead of being a headless fly, it's better to hunt down those people. Maybe we can find some clues. Since those people fled immediately when they found danger, it means that these people are afraid of death. It's better for those who are greedy for life and afraid of death to interrogate. As long as they use a little means, they will surely be able to put all their words out, and they don't need much effort. It should not be like the Lord of Yang. After having a plan in mind, Fang Jian waved and said, "Now you should hurry to follow the steps of those people and let us all through. Don't lose them. I want you to capture the emperors alive as soon as possible. 2 of you will stay down, and all the rest will be rushed to me. I want to control the escaping emperors as soon as possible. No matter what method you use, you must not let them escape to the rest of the forces. Even if they escape to the rest of the forces, you will also give me a good look and wait for me to solve it." Although these black-robed people are the dead, they are also intelligent. Naturally, they can understand the meaning of the square sword. The man in black robe didn't speak, but nodded slightly, and finally disappeared into shadows. Chapters 868. When learning about the coming enemy, although Gao Peng is here, even Gao Peng has shown his strong strength before. But there was still some unease among the people present. After all, people who can directly kill a whole city must be extremely powerful, especially those who make Xianxia so frightened, at least not some paper tigers. This has to make them cautious. Only to see that one by one began to prepare, and the people of Flame City began to prepare their array, which can let all their strength together, and then the outbreak will be a more terrifying force. Everyone uses all his abilities to prepare for the next enemy, one by one. The purpose is to bury all the coming enemies here. As long as they have malice, they must not let those guys go. Everyone should not hide. We must try our best. No one knows how terrible the real strength of the other side is. We should never neglect it. The leader of the Flame City roared, and all people felt the sense of urgency. After all, they did not know when the enemy would come. From the mouths of the gods in Yang City, they could also feel the terror of the enemy. They can kill their city lord, and it's still a second kill, so they have to pay attention to it. If it wasn't for them, there would be no escape here. It is also impossible for them to leave the city and escape. They will not stick here at all. Whenever they think of such a terrorist force arriving, they feel a sense of tension. Xianxia frowned tightly, came to Gao Peng's side, and said softly, "Are you sure? Listen to them, the enemy may be really powerful and can't be measured by general data." "Oh, you look down on me, don't you? I haven't fully demonstrated my full strength. No matter who comes, I'm not afraid." Gao Peng calmly said, his voice revealed his strong self-confidence. No matter how many people came to the other side, or even how terrible the strength of the other side was. For him, it's nothing more than a stepping stone to improve his strength. He doesn't need to be afraid at all, so he speaks with confidence. Xianxia's face is speechless. She doesn't know how to describe it, but seeing Gao Peng's confident expression, she points out her inner curiosity. Let's believe Gao Peng. Looking at those busy people, Gao Peng felt speechless and said that they didn't need to worry, but why didn't these guys listen? It's really vexing. Moreover, they are so busy that they are in the way. When they fight later, they have to take these guys into consideration and don't know what they think. It's just a bunch of encumbrances. Only to make his heart feel very uncomfortable, the next second he appeared in the middle of the crowd, his face was very ugly and said, "Don't get in the way. Here, I have said you don't need to worry, why do you waste time here? You'll only make me feel tied up here. The next enemies will be resisted by me. You hide as far as you can. Don't get in my way here." Chapters 869. Gao Peng's words were uttered. All the people suddenly became silent and looked at Gao Peng in a daze. It was not the first time for them to say that, but they were shocked every time they heard Gao Peng's words. Is it arrogant? Or confidence? All the people here don't know how to say it at all, only to see them staring at Gao Peng. After all, they don't know how to refute each other. Gao Peng's strength is indeed very strong, which is beyond reproach. They can neither refute nor question it at all. But when they heard the information from the Emperor of Yang City, they still felt a sense of urgency, not that they didn't want to believe Gao Peng, but that their lives were still very important. There can be no carelessness at all. All of them stopped their actions and turned their eyes to the Fire Lord. After all, only he can make a decision here. Let's see how the Flame City Lord chooses. The Flame City Lord was silent for a while, and finally looked up at Gao Peng and said, "Are you sure you don't need us? They said that the enemy's strength is really strong, and we should not neglect it. With our help, maybe we can also share some pressure with you. The number of enemies may be large, not just strong. Have you thought it over? What do you say?" Gao Peng didn't answer his question, but said directly. After all, there is no need for him to explain this kind of words at all. Here, only the Flame City Lord can understand his strength, although people are a little vague. But from here, we can know how powerful Gao Peng is and how potential he has. However, there are some worries in the heart of the Flame City Lord. The number of the other side is very large and the strength is very strong. When they join hands, they can kill a city lord directly. It's not a joke. This makes him have to pay attention. Only to see him silent for a long time, his mind has been thinking about the decision. He would like to say yes to Gao Peng, but also think this kind of thing is too insecure, some risks. But Gao Peng is obviously stubborn. He always thinks that he doesn't need them at all. This is a bit of a headache. After thinking for a long time, the Fire Lord spoke again. Yes, we can retreat far away, but I hope you can live up to our expectations. The strength of the other side is really strong, and the number is also large, but it can't be ignored. If you really can't support it, we may come up to help at any time. If you want to keep us out, then you should not show any disadvantages, or we won't have any hesitation. The Flame City Lord finally said this, which is what he said after thinking, although such a decision is very risky. But there is no other way. Here, only Gao Peng has the most powerful strength. We can only rely on his strength. As for others, we can only go one step at a time. I hope I don't let him down. What's more, they will form the last line of defense. They must not let those enemies rush over. With their joint efforts, they should not be so easily destroyed. Chapters 870. Gao Peng nodded slightly, but didn't say anything to guarantee, just looked at the distance expressionless. Although he didn't say anything, his performance has already represented his own meaning, and will never let the other party have a chance. At the same time, it is also a strong confidence in oneself. The Flame City Lord got the answer he wanted, so he didn't get in the way here. He turned around and went to the other side. However, such a move directly shocked all the people present, one by one, staring at the two men, the city leader of the Flame and Gao Peng. They really don't know what's going on. Shouldn't we work together against the enemy? Why does this happen? How could he be such a young stranger who put everything on one person? What's more shocking is that the Fire Lord seemed to have agreed. Did something go wrong in his mind at that moment? The enemy has the power to kill the City Lord in seconds, but the City Lord of Flame is so relieved to let that guy resist. It's unbelievable. They all looked at each other and could see the shock in the eyes of each other, which they could not predict. I dare not even think about it. What's the matter? Is the head of the Flaming City Lord trapped by the door? The enemy's strength is clearly very strong. Even if we all work together, we may not be able to resist each other. How can we let this inexplicable person resist? Damn it, is that what I want to give up? No, it's impossible for such a strong person to give up so easily, and their city is behind him. These are the voices of the Emperor of Yang City. They all feel extremely incomprehensible one by one. If the leader of the Flame City resists alone, they can accept it. But this inexplicable young man, although his strength is indeed very strong, this is already a recognized person, but they are still unable to entrust their lives to such a person. This makes them suddenly seem to be splashed with cold water. One by one, they are extinguished by the fire in their hearts. Fate seems to become more mysterious. It's even more difficult to understand. At least at this time, they are a little confused. Should they continue to run? How to continue to escape? It is possible that they will meet more terrible things. After all, they have no foothold and need to be in the wild at any time, and those horrors it can come at any time. For a while, there was a dilemma. Although the Emperor of the Flame City is also a little confused, they did not complain, and no one contradicted, quietly following their lord. They believe that the Lord of Flame will never make a wrong judgment, and they also see the comparison between Gao Peng and the Lord of Flame. The strength of the two of them is the most clear. The rest of us know nothing at all. So there is nothing to hesitate about. When I saw that many of the gods had retreated with the leader of the Flame City, the god of Yang City bit his teeth and finally followed him directly. At this time, there is no other way for them to die. If they really feel like running away, they may die faster. No matter, since so many people feel so relieved, we simply believe once. If it's not true, then we'll run. Chapters 871. Everyone has retreated to the City of Flame so as not to hinder Gao Peng. Even though they have retreated at this time, they still pay close attention to the movement here. Everyone is attentive for fear of missing any sound. After all, the strength of the enemy is really too strong. Just hearing about it makes them feel terrible. It's not that Gao Peng's strength is not strong, it's that they are too uneasy. Gao Peng felt that there was no one standing in his way, and his blood began to boil. Because he knew that he would face an unprecedented war, and at the same time, he could bring him enormous strength. He has not been promoted for a long time. Especially after coming to this continent, it's impossible to find more powerful enemies. At this time the others he expected were coming. And it was delivered to the door automatically. How can we not make him feel excited? Finally, I can improve my strength again. I don't know what the strength of the other side is. I hope it's not too hot. Otherwise, it's really disappointing. Gao Peng is waiting with joy at this time. He always exudes his own consciousness. He can detect everything around him anytime and anywhere. Once a strong man enters the range he perceives, he will be able to detect it in a moment, which shows how eager he is in the heart at this time. As for the people in the Flame City, they always pay attention to the surrounding situation, and hear the introduction of the Emperor of Yang City, which makes all people pay more attention to their shadows. No one wants to be attacked by his shadow. At this time, Gao Peng suddenly felt a lot of strong breath approaching slowly, and they didn't hide their breath at all, just like the bull. Maybe in their eyes, no one can hurt them at all, so they are so unbridled. But when he felt the breath of these guys, Gao Peng was excited. He could feel that the horrible breath was slowly approaching. Even surrounded him, it didn't make him feel scared, but full of excitement. Even his eyes were shining. And it's still the light of that kind of single wood. Finally, Gao Peng muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the front. As for the enemies who fit around him, he did not pay attention to them for the time being. Of course, it's not that he wants to put all these enemies in the past, it's just that he knows his strength is very strong, and these guys are nothing more than improving his strength and finally being killed by seconds. He doesn't need to worry too much. Can let him have unprecedented self-confidence, but at this time he did not stand there, but turned around. You should be careful. The enemy has come here slowly. I can feel their terror. It's really powerful, but you don't need to be nervous. If there is no problem in everything, but you have to do a good job of full support. Otherwise, if there's a little bit of a missed fish, you won't be able to resist it at all. I don't mean that I can't resist it, I just want you not to hang up before I'm ready. Chapters 872 inches near. These people are really powerful. Every breath is so aggressive. If it wasn't for my system, I would have been completely timid. Gao Peng's eyes flashed a strange light. He also had to admit that the strength of these enemies was really terrible. He could feel that kind of terror. Or the other side didn't deliberately control it. As far as he knew, the enemy's attack means seemed to use their own shadow and the enemy's shadow. It's just overwhelming. Once they deliberately want to hide, few people can find them, and their attack power is so powerful. I don't know how they practice. One by one, like machines without feelings. However, even in this way, he doesn't care, as long as it can be a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. In this ancient continent, it's hard for him to find the enemy that can enhance his strength. After all, this continent is too vast. For a while and a half, we will not find any enemies that can help him to improve his strength. At that time, we could not easily encounter several enemies. He could just improve his strength. By the way, follow the lead to see if there are more powerful people behind him. Once he has the right information, it will be easier for him to improve his strength. At this moment, he thought a lot of things. It's just how to improve your strength. Shoo 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 shoo. Just as he was in a daze, one after another things like shadows burst out of the sky. At the beginning, they were just a bunch of black things. I don't see clearly, but as these black things come together, they will eventually become a person's shape, slowly transform into shadow shape, and directly appear one person after another. Each of them was dressed in black robes, which gave people a very strange atmosphere, even their eyes were empty. In their eyes, there is no light at all. They feel that they are not a living person, just like a cold robot. This is the first feeling that these black-robed people give to Gao Peng. Each of them seems to be a war machine, and their whole body exudes a frightening sense of killing. These black-robed people didn't go to the Flame City behind them, but they were all surrounded by Gao Peng. They didn't know what they meant. If Gao Peng wants to intercept them, how can they explain their performance now? Gao Peng is also a little confused. He tilted his head and asked tentatively, "Hello. Who are you? Why are they all like shadows? They look very powerful, but why do you feel like a weapon without any emotional machine?" Gao Peng was curious, and he asked directly whether these were enemies or not. But those black-robed people were indifferent at all. They still looked at him coldly and didn't know what they wanted to do. Now that they have all come here, why haven't they done anything? What's the situation? Is it to say that the people who command them haven't arrived yet, and they haven't received any orders, so they can't advocate without permission? Chapters 873. When Gao Peng calmed down, the scene was completely silent. The man in black robe seemed to be a machine, and no one spoke at all. Even their eyes are cold, and from time to time they send out a strong sense of killing, from which we can know that they really do not have any emotion. Maybe once they were intact human beings, but they didn't know what they had experienced and what other people had done to them. This makes them completely lose their emotion, leaving only a body that can only fight, which is no different from robot. Looking at each other suddenly quiet down, Gao Peng is also completely ignorant. What are these guys come here for? Is it to surround him? What are these guys like? Or is it true that the people behind have not come, and they are lost? If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. I won't let you stand here and waste my time. I don't mean you and I can't fight. Do you really fight back? Gao Peng said to himself, and he was not afraid to be heard by these guys, because at this time, Gao Peng had found that no matter what he said, the other side was indifferent. It doesn't even blink. This made him more unbridled. Don't even speak out, just say what you want to say. If someone hears you, you will be completely angry. But as like as two peas, the black robe is even like a wooden face. If they are not of a different figure, they can really be suspected of being carved out of a mold. It's not a mass-produced robot, is it? I can really play. Those big forces are really so powerful. Their own strength is not only powerful, but also so powerful in training their subordinates, which turns one living person into one fighting machine after another. I can't imagine. While Gao Peng was talking to himself all the time, the people in black robes suddenly started to move, and their movements were extremely neat, just like being evacuated by others. What's the situation? Suddenly it moved. Can they really hear me? Gao Peng was shocked and looked at these guys in a daze. He was blinded. Just now he said so many things, he didn't care about the actions of these people in black robes at all, and didn't know whether the people behind them heard them or not. It's a bit awkward, but when Gao Peng was struggling, one of the men in black suddenly stood up and thought of a voice that was not male or female. It turns out that you are here, which makes me easy to find. You don't know that I've tried my best to find you. Did you think that you should be here? But it's okay, it will save me time to find you again. Gao Peng was surrounded on the spot. What is this guy talking about? It seems that he doesn't know such a powerful person at all. It's obvious that what he is talking to Gao Peng now is the guy who controls these black-robed people. That is to say, Gao Peng is even more at a loss because he doesn't know each other at all, and the tone of the other seems to know him. And still looking for him. What is the situation? Chapters 874 inches you are. Gao Peng hesitated for a while, and finally asked. After all, when he saw this man in black, he always felt extremely strange. On this continent, there are not many people he knows, just people he can count with one hand. But this one behind the scenes, it is obvious to know him, and even there is a lot of hatred, which makes him suddenly a little confused. Who in the world has such a powerful force? Who are you? Why can't I think of such a person? What do I do to you? I think you look angry. It should be what I did to you. But I don't think so. Gao Peng touched his chin. No matter whether he was surrounded or not, he was thinking about what kind of enemies he had forgotten. Such a look can be seen clearly by Fang Jian. Fang Jian seems to have received 10,000 critical attacks. He regards the other side as the biggest enemy and even comes here all the way to revenge. But the other side forgot him. He's forgotten to exist. Unforgivable. Can't forgive. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. It seemed that his whole body was directly erupted from a volcano. With this black-robed man, his body also exuded a very horrible atmosphere. And also tightly locked him, did not let Gao Peng have any movement at all. As for the rest of those black-robed people, at the moment, they are not willing to be outdone and take a step forward. But even so, Gao Peng remained unmoved. At this time, the other side is not judged as the enemy, so the system prompt does not sound at all. Gao Peng is sure that the other side's realm is definitely higher than that of him. As for others, it is unknown. But just by virtue of his realm, he can improve his strength. But at this time, the system prompt did not ring, that is, the other side did not want to fight for the moment. Maybe just to scare him. Or the other side is really too angry, completely did not control their own strength, but because too far away, did not want to kill him here. With this kind of conjecture, Gao Peng's mind becomes more active, and the other side's subordinates are already people of such horrible strength. How terrible enemies are there behind the other side? Gao Peng doesn't need to think about it at all, so he can know that it must be able to improve his strength, so he can't move so quickly. As soon as he makes a move, those black-robed people in the opposite direction will certainly attack together. It will be more difficult for him to avoid at that time, especially the system prompt will definitely ring. Does he just wear it all the time? He doesn't want to expose his own strength so soon. The other side hasn't really appeared yet. He only has to catch the other side, which may lead to more powerful enemies. He doesn't need to search so hard. The time to find the enemy is wasted on the journey. At the same time, he doesn't want to try the feeling of returning without success. He seemed to have thought of all this, only to see his eyes become more bright, looking at the black man in front of him. At this time he has decided that he must not show all his strength before the other side appears. You can be as embarrassed as you can, so that you can lead the snake out of the hole. Chapters 875 in the City of Fire. At this moment, they have already found the black-robed people in the distance, but at this time, they are a little confused. They thought they would be met by a continuous war. But who knows why? Did they suddenly talk? What's more, the situation seems to be getting more complicated now. All the people in black robes are around Gao Peng, but they just don't do anything at this time. Even if it's so far away, you can feel the terror, which makes the gods in the presence frightened. Only when they know how terrible those black-robed people are. It's not something they can resist at all, let alone their number. In fact, they do not have an advantage at all. Even from the breath, we can judge the strength of each other, which is countless times stronger than them. Even their city lord adults are not necessarily opponents of each other, let alone the number of each other, which is the most terrifying place. All the people looked at each other and could see that all the people in the room were frightened. It's too powerful, isn't it? In fact, we can feel the power of terror. We can't fight against it. Once they do, all of us are not rivals. No, you can't fight. My God, what kind of people are they? How can they be so mysterious? How powerful are the forces behind them? There was a commotion among all the people. It's just that the other side is so horrible that they can't accept it. They don't know that there are still many powerful forces in the world. There are even more powerful people. But so far, they haven't seen such a powerful person. They haven't seen the so-called big city and the legendary giant city. Although they know that there must be in the world, they don't know how terrible the real strong in the world are without seeing it. What a huge gap with them. At this time, they were completely frightened. One by one, they knew that they could not fight at all. Once they fought, they would surely be killed by seconds. Yank City Lord is their end. What's more, their strength is so weak. It's not a level to compare at all. The Flame City Lord's face was gloomy. He never thought that the strength of the other side would be so terrible. The number of people was beyond his imagination. Every strength is stronger than him. Even if he tries his best to build up his life, he will die with one person at most. But with so many people on the other side, what if you spell out one person? In the end, it doesn't play a big role at all, which is the most deadly. At the same time, he began to worry about Gao Peng Lai. He did not know if Gao Peng could cope with it. From the current observation, it should be impossible. Even if he overestimates Gao Peng, he will never believe that Gao Peng can solve so many terrible black-robed people. The strength of the other side is too strong, plus the number is so large. Is this something they can resist? For some reason, he has begun to think about the way back. If he demobilizes all the people at this time, he may not be able to do so, and may encounter great terror at any time outside. This is the most troubling part. Chapters 876. No matter what decision he makes at the moment, it can't be the best one, because he already has some problems. In any case, there will be a heavy price. If you stay here, you will face all the black-robed people directly. You don't know what the other side's purpose is or whether they will kill a city. After all, the other party seems to have done such a thing before. If all people escape, they will escape, most of them, but they don't have the protection of the city. Sooner or later, something will happen, especially the strange and unpredictable terror. It could happen to them at any time. Don't talk about the weak residents. Although the general strength is still a little stronger, it's impossible to stay outside all the time. City, it's their biggest guard. Is it almost to force them to run away from the city? But there is no other way now. Xianxia also found something wrong at the moment, because all the people on the scene were gloomy, and the rest didn't feel much pressure, but the gods knew what kind of enemies they would deal with next. Feeling each other's terror, they have not dared to have any extravagant hopes. Whether they can survive is a question. The God King didn't feel the thoughts of those black-robed people at all. At most, he just felt the difference of the aura, but he didn't really realize how terrible the enemy was. They could only look at the faces of the gods, and even many people did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Shen Yi looked at his father, and Zhang Chuanianzi said, "Father, I don't think you look very good. Is there any serious problem?" The Flame City Lord didn't have time to answer, but looked at the group of black-robed people in the distance. The color became more and more dignified. At the moment, his heart was very tangled. Don't know how to choose, no matter how will eventually bear the curse, who let himself have no ability to resist those enemies. He couldn't control so much, and didn't know how much he had made up his mind. He only saw that he nodded and looked very serious. Later, you will fly all the way behind us. If I don't let you stop, you should never stop. Don't worry if you are out of the city. If I don't call you, you can never stop for me. If you pass the city lord's mansion, you will quietly pack up your things, take the people in the mansion, and go quietly to let anyone know. Because once you are known, it is very difficult for you to leave. Next, you may face a life and death war. Even we may fall down, and there is no guarantee of victory, so you must escape. This is the most serious face of the Flame City Lord ever, and it's even described as escape. It can be seen that he has given up resistance at the moment. After all, the strength of the other side is so strong, and it is futile to resist anymore. The strength is not stronger than others, and the quantity is not more than others. How can they win? With Gao Peng, obviously, it is impossible. He absolutely does not believe that Gao Peng can resist so many black-robed people. Even if he joins, the final result will be no better. It can be seen that at this time, he has held each other's determination. Although he wants to protect this city, he is a little weak. Chapters 877. When he heard the words of the Fire Lord, Shen Yi's whole people were dumbfounded. If he didn't say that serious expression, he would only say these words in secret, which would be enough to shock people. She really does not understand what kind of crisis is encountered, but also can let the arrogant he put down his dignity, and eventually even told her to run away. Shen Yi knows what kind of person her father is, but that's what makes her feel more miserable. That's a feeling of suffocation. How strong is the enemy? At this moment, she can't help but think of such an idea, and even she has a hint of worry. Can Gao Peng resist the enemy? After all, the strength of the other side is so strong that even all the emperors on the scene feel difficult, which shows how terrible the enemy is. Is Gao Peng really okay? No, I won't go. Don't stay here. Gao Peng is alone to resist such a terrible enemy. How can I escape alone? I will never leave. I will stay here with him. Shen Yi looks extremely determined. Although she knows what kind of enemies she will face next, she refuses directly and lets her escape alone. It is absolutely impossible. The leader of Fiery City was shocked when he heard the words. How could he not have thought that Shen Yi would have such a reaction? Is this still the person he knows? Although his daughter said that she had a strong character, she would not be so ignorant. She knew that she would die in this place. However, the leader of Flame City is also very clear. Shen Yi is so determined because of Gao Peng. Otherwise, she has already fled directly. It's not that Shen Yi doesn't care about him, but they are different. But even so, the Flame City Lord is also extremely angry. Now Ware is still stubborn. Once the enemy comes, no one knows what will happen. He said angrily, now is not the time for you to be willful. Do you know how powerful the enemy is? Even we don't have any assurance. What's the use of you staying here? In the end, it's just a drag. You don't have any use here, and even distract us. Do you want us to be distracted and killed in order to save you? After all, it's not the time to pay attention to those things. If you don't leave now, hurry to retreat. It will be more difficult next. I don't know what the enemy's purpose is. He can't guarantee that, especially when the enemy has slaughtered a whole city. This is the most frightening place. Don't refuse me again, or I will knock you out and ask others to take you away. Now is not the time to be angry. All of us will face the battle of death. No one will take your safety into consideration. Do you want to kill him? It seemed that the last sentence played a decisive role. Shen Yi was suddenly silent. She really wanted to share weal and woe, but there was no use for her to stay. On the contrary, it will really drag her back. Once there is a real matter of life safety, the rest of the people will certainly be desperate to save her. When the time comes, we will not say the time we missed. We may lose our lives because of this. This is a price that no one can bear. Chapters 878 inches right. You don't want to hurt him, do you? Since you are also for his good, you will do as I said. Only when you protect yourself, you will not cause trouble to everyone. The enemy we will face next is not that you can't be right, even we all feel particularly difficult, so you just need to protect yourself, that's the biggest support for us. The Fire Lord said it step by step, and slowly induced Xianxia to believe what he said, because the next battle could not be distracted. What's more, he had a strong sense of crisis in his heart for a long time, and then he might encounter accidents. Even he didn't live me. It can be seen how ferocious the next battle is. Now he just wants to protect Xianxia, which is his inner thought at this moment. When he is not fully sure, he can only do just in case. Even he has this idea at the moment, which shows that he has realized that the enemy is powerful, and each one is stronger than him. Even if he tries hard, he will die at most. This it was the worst that he had never thought of. Xianxia has been silent all the time. In fact, her heart is more inclined to escape. Only in this way can she avoid distracting others. But she can't bear her own heart and special worries. Gao Peng and her father will face such a terrible enemy next. How can I rest assured? No matter whether you have the ability or not, but only when you see it with your own eyes, you will be more relieved. Let's go now, before the other party realizes it, hurry to leave. No matter whether we are dead or alive, there is no business for you here now. If we are killed, it's your own choice for you to revenge or escape from life. Now I hope you can escape. No one knows how the inner heart of the Flame City Lord thinks. Living in this kind of world, there is no peaceful old age saying at all. After all, in such a dangerous world, it is possible to encounter accidents at any time. No one can be 100% sure that he will live to the end of his life. Unless that person's strength is particularly strong, even if Yang Da Dao is old, if anyone dares to touch his beard, maybe he can enjoy his old age. But with their strength, they can't do it at all, so they can only be ready to die at any time, even if the Flame City Lord is extremely proud. But it's only for the weak. He knows his strength, who knows that he can't be invincible in the world. With his knowledge, he has already recognized his current level. Xianxia bit his teeth, his face showed an unwilling look, and looked at the smaller figure in the distance, where Gao Peng and the black-robed man were. Although very unwilling, but who let their strength so weak? Xianxia shakes her head with a wry smile and looks sad on her face. After all, her strength is too weak. If she has the strength of the Emperor at this time, she is qualified to participate. Even if it is possible to die, it will not be said to be a drag, and then she will have the ability to protect herself, and no one can refuse to let her fight. In the end, it's still too weak to be qualified to watch the war, let alone participate in such a terrible battle. Chapters 879. After seeing Xianxia's face, the Flame City Lord secretly rejoiced. After all, what he said finally worked. How could he not feel the joy? As long as Xianxia is not here, he doesn't have any worries. Even if he needs to work hard later, he doesn't have any fears. It's just a death. However, just as he thought he was going to succeed, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Wait a minute, no matter what happens, you should not act rashly, just as it has never happened, and stay in the same place honestly. Don't worry about what I'm going to do. You just need to believe me. You don't have to do anything else. This is not only in the mind of the Fire Lord, but also in Xianxia's mind. After all, for Gao Peng, only these two people are what he cares about. As for other people, it's none of his business what they think. Hearing Gao Peng's words, both of them were stunned. They didn't know what Gao Peng was thinking. Why did they suddenly talk to them like this? Moreover, the Fire Lord just wanted Xianxia to run away. This is not the place she can stay. But now what's going on? Can't help asking. Why? If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I will never listen to you. Don't you know the power of those black-robed people? With their strength, it's hard for us to resist at all. Once they break through the defense line, all the people here will suffer. I can't listen to you and give up all the resistance. I can't do it, the Flaming City Lord replied seriously. At this time, he could not easily believe what Gao Peng said, even if he thought the strength of the other side was really strong. At the same time, they are also very talented, which doesn't mean that they can resist those black-robed people. It's just two things. It's a very unwise behavior to never put everyone's life on one person, let alone allow himself to do such a thing. Xianxia doesn't care. Even after hearing Gao Peng's words, she still has some secret joy in her heart. Although she knows it's still a drag, she is affirmed by Gao Peng, which means that everything is okay. Gao Peng is also a little unexpected. He has already shown his strength. According to reason, the leader of Fiery City will not refuse him. But the Flame City Lord refused to call it a straightforward one. There was no drag at all. He himself was a little stunned. But naturally, he has to explain clearly, otherwise if someone gets in the way, it's not easy to find out the behind the scenes. What do you do if you scare someone away? This is not the result he wants, so he can only explain his plan patiently, and these two people also need to know his plan, otherwise if there is any mistake, the consequences will be unimaginable. He could have killed all these black-robed people, but the one behind the scenes might have run away without even knowing who it was. Although it is possible to attract more powerful enemies, he doesn't even know where the enemy is. He is not afraid of anyone, but these people around him are afraid. He dare not gamble on the lives of others. Chapters 880 inches. They are so powerful that they can't enter my eyes at all. How can you say they are powerful? Gao Peng smiled coldly. In his eyes, it's not enough. What's more, he couldn't explain it slowly. Even if he said more, others wouldn't believe what he said. So we can only show our strong confidence to each other, which may play a better role. Hearing Gao Peng's words, the leader of Fiery City was slightly stunned, which was too arrogant. Even he didn't dare to say such words, after all, he knew his strength. At most, he can only die with a man in black robe. This child is the best result. He may even be killed directly. However, Gao Peng even said that those people could not get into his eyes, which immediately left him speechless. He wanted to open his mouth to refute, but he thought that Gao Peng really had a strong strength. At least more powerful than him. There are also those strange and unpredictable means that he can't compare with, which immediately left him speechless. However, he still doesn't believe that Gao Peng is so powerful. If all the bets are placed on Gao Peng, it is almost equal to that everyone's life is related to Gao Peng. Once he is really defeated, it will lead to a big mistake. No one can bear such a result, no one can. I know you must be very tangled in your heart, afraid that I will kill everyone, but I want to tell you that you can never imagine my strength. I believe I am right. No matter how arrogant I am or how confident I am, I can't joke about other people's affairs or my own life. I think you should understand that. If I don't have absolute assurance, I will never speak to you like this. The reason why I speak is that it represents my strength far beyond your imagination. Gao Peng's words are really confident and arrogant, but it seems so reassuring to hear them in the ears of the Flame City Lord. After all, the more confident people are, the more they cherish their lives. If they don't have the strength, they will never do such things. Therefore, it means that Gao Peng has an absolute grasp. He also cherishes his life. It's impossible to joke about his life, which makes him feel more secure. Xianxia's eyes are almost full of stars. Actually, listening to these arrogant words, people feel special peace and even worship. If there is only boasting, it will not be convincing. But Gao Peng is not boasting, but has a very strong strength, and everyone on the scene knows his strength. So naturally, Gao Peng is not talking big, but he has absolute confidence and has to let the two of them slowly start to believe me. But at this time they were silent, even completely silent, and they had already slowly believed Gao Peng and even accepted his words. After Gao Peng felt it was almost over, he stressed again, no matter what happens later, you should not act rashly. The rest of you will stop them for me. You have your own purpose, and you have absolute confidence to resist them. So I hope you don't come to make trouble. No matter what you see, you can't disturb me and wait in the same place. Some things are not what your eyes see, they are the results you want, and they will come out eventually. Chapters 881. The Fire Lord and Xianxia are still in a fog. They have no idea what Gao Peng wants to do, let alone what this sentence means. Both of them look at each other and feel extremely confused, but they know Gao Peng must have action, otherwise, they will not say hello to them in advance, which makes them feel more curious. What does Gao Peng want to do later? Why do you say hello to them all of a sudden? And as if to emphasize it, is it to be afraid that they will not stay here honestly and emphasize it? What on earth does he want to do? Is there any secret he can't tell? I'm curious. Let me see what you're going to do. After thinking about it for a while, the leader of Flame City looked at Gao Peng with concentration. He didn't want to miss what would happen later. Moreover, he remembered that he could never leave here. At the same time, no one can be surprised, and no one can disturb him. Since the other side is so confident, he is ready to complete Gao Peng. Regardless of what happens next, he is determined not to fight. Hope don't let him down in the end. Shen Yi's eyes flashed over the stars and looked at Gao Peng admiringly. Even though he didn't do anything at this time, Shen Yi did feel the incomparable worship. The Flame City Lord was silent for a while. Looking at the gods around him, each face showed a very dignified expression. They naturally knew that those black-robed people were far away. There are even a lot of people who may break out at any time, making them have to feel the seriousness of the matter. At this moment, their faces will be particularly ugly. Seeing these people's expressions, the Fire Lord can know what they are thinking without guessing. At the same time, he can't let these guys make trouble. Even with the idea of dying together, this is not advisable. After all, Gao Peng has stressed it again and again before, and absolutely can't do anything rashly. We can't get in the way of him. Although now people don't know what will happen, but he also knows that the only way to believe in Gao Peng. Otherwise, they won't win at all. It means that they can't kill all those people in black robes. This is the most helpless thing. Otherwise, he would not acquiesce in Gao Peng's decision. Who can do nothing for him? It's a deep sense of frustration. Although he thinks he's not the most powerful, he didn't expect to be so weak. Anyone can kill him directly if they come. It's hard to accept. No matter what you see later, you will stay here honestly. You are not allowed to intervene in the distant battlefield, and you should not act rashly. I hereby declare that if someone dare to leave in situ, I will never spare you and see anything. Don't be surprised, just remember my advice now. Otherwise I may kill you. When all the people of the Flame City leader were confused, they said these words coldly. They were completely stunned and didn't know what they meant. But at this time, no matter how ignorant they were, they nodded subconsciously and didn't dare to contradict the words of the Flame City Lord. Chapters 882 inches. What's the matter? How can the Lord of the city tell us that something will happen to the dead goods? I don't know, but now that the Lord has said it, we can only listen honestly, but we feel the killing intention. The Emperor from the City of Flame looked at each other one by one, although they were still at a loss at this time, and did not know what happened. But when they heard what their Lord said, they listened subconsciously. Even if the enemy was no stronger, they would not think that the Lord would directly joke about their lives. Later, something should happen, right? As for the gods who escaped from Yang City, they are really desperate now. They originally wanted to take refuge here. The worst situation is to unite against the enemy. Who knows how things can develop like this? What did the Fire Lord say just now? Since it is said that no matter what happens later, they should stand in the same place and never make any move. What if the enemy has already killed them? Do they have to stand still and let the other side kill them? Lie, slot, they can't accept it for a while. If that happens, what should they do? Escaping or not will be killed eventually, but who killed them will make them feel particularly uncomfortable, and their faces will become extremely ugly. All of them are already white. It can be seen how painful and desperate their hearts are at this time. They just left the wolf's nest and entered the tiger's den. It's over this time. It's really over. I thought it was a safe place. The bad situation is that all people fight against the enemy together. Who knows how things will turn out like this? We stay where we are no matter what happens. How could it be? Are you not putting your own life in danger? They are angry inside, but no one dares to show it. After all, they all know the power gap, and they also know that this is not the time for them to make trouble. Anyone who has any problem will be attacked by the Emperor, or even solved in an instant. They will not be given any chance to make trouble at all. It's their understanding of the situation. In the end, they can only nod their heads in silence to show that they agree with this approach, but it is only a necessity. The Flame City Lord himself is a little confused at the moment. How could he have explained more? I don't know what will happen in Dalian, but I'm also at a loss. But he disguised it very well. He was not found by others, and even showed a clear face. Seeing the expression of the Emperor in Yang City, he can basically guess their ideas, but he hasn't thought much. After all, I don't feel very good about anyone who meets this kind of thing, and everyone is a big man with a head and face. At this time, when I was forced, my heart had already borne a resistance mentality. It's just that the situation is better than people's, but it doesn't show up. Once there is a chance, I will bite back. The Fire Lord glanced at them and said lightly, I know you are very desperate and dissatisfied, but I want to tell you that what happened next may solve the enemy. If something goes wrong, everyone will be killed here. I don't think you want it to be like this, do you? Chapters 883 inches. I know what you think, but even if we all go together, we can't resist these horrible guys at all, so it's in vain. Only when you listen to me and believe me can you deal with these black-robed people. Otherwise, all of us will be doomed. The Flame City Lord said calmly, as if everything had already been determined, not just known. Let all present deeply believe him. After thinking for a while, they all nodded their heads to show that they would like to listen to the words of the Fire Lord, even if there might be an accident. But they have no choice. No matter running away or staying here, the final result will be very miserable. In this case, why don't you trust the Fire Lord? And it seems that he is also very confident, a confident look, that should still have a trace of assurance. Seeing that all the people have been convinced, the leader of Flame City feels very satisfied. Now he can only give all the things to Gao Peng. I hope he can do it a little crisply. Don't let them down, or everyone will be buried here. Hearing the reply from the leader of Flame City, Gao Peng slowly smiled. Since everything has been done, it's his turn next. But then we need to suffer. But even then, in order to improve our strength, let out the behind the scenes and attract more powerful enemies, we can only give up some things. Although it may not be worth it in other people's eyes, in his eyes, as long as he can improve his strength, he is willing to do anything without touching his bottom line again and again. What's more, he has deeply understood the distribution of the strong in this continent. It's almost impossible to find a stronger enemy. He even needs to spend several years to find one, which makes him think it's a waste of time, so it's better to wait for the rabbit slowly. But we also need to choose a more precious rabbit, so that we can attract more enemies, so this one behind the scenes may be the rabbit. I just don't know if the other side can be fooled so easily, and the tone with the other side should have a lot of hatred with him. No matter who you are, you dare to hit me. Your courage is admirable, but you are so wrong. How can I let you need you? Come out now, let me see who you are. Looking at the man in black, Gao Peng said lightly, it seems that he has a great opinion on me, but I don't know who you are. Maybe because your strength is too weak, I can't remember you at all. Why don't you come to me quickly? I'll see who you are. Otherwise, I really don't know who you are. It's so sad that I don't even have a name. Gao Peng doesn't mind taunting the other party. Maybe if he angers the other party, he will be better here. He doesn't know what kind of identity the other party is. It also seems like Gao Peng's expectation. The man in black in front of him suddenly became a shadow. He couldn't see the expression on his face, but his breath became more terrible. It has been explained from the side that he is angry. Chapters 884 inches. What? You seem angry. Gao Peng suddenly smiled and was not frightened by the pressure of the other party. Instead, he felt more gratified, as if everything was in his hands. Wonderful. You are really arrogant. No matter before or now, your way of speaking and your expressions make me feel disgusted inside. Do you know that your face is annoying? I really want to tear your face off. Oh, is it? I didn't expect that I would give you such a feeling. Since I am a disgusting feeling to you, then you will come and hit me. Fangjian. Fang Jian was stunned at once. He looked at Gao Peng in shock. Can you say that? Why do you feel so cheap? Moreover, he always felt that the character of the person in front of him was too eccentric, sometimes arrogant, sometimes base to make people angry. No matter what kind of character, it's hard to accept. It's just itchy. Looking at the black-robed man who suddenly quieted down, Gao Peng also saw 3 question marks on his forehead, and he didn't think much about it, so he continued, what's the matter? Why is it suddenly quiet? You're not a masochist, are you? Just like being scolded. I don't know why. Seeing your performance, I suddenly thought of someone. Gao Peng, with a thoughtful look on his face, said, it's a man I met on my way here who claims to be a genius. I think he obviously has a tendency to be abused, even though he doesn't care. But I still think he is abnormal. I don't know why. I think you miss him very much, don't you? Don't talk nonsense. Fang Jian suddenly became angry. There was no tendency to be abused. Before, this guy was just too hateful. What he said was just unbearable. Arrogant, base, now add a love of nonsense. This kind of guy doesn't need to die. Damn it, this kind of guy the first must kill you, I must kill you. What are you so excited about? Are you really him? Gao Peng was very surprised. He was so excited to affect the reaction of the other party. He was surprised. For a while, I really doubt whether both of them are the same person, which is not impossible. He has never offended anyone in this continent. At least in his opinion, he didn't offend others. Anyone who wanted to avenge him could count them with one hand. The more you think about it, the more likely it is. His eyes can't help but turn to others, trying to see what's wrong with them all the time. Even more irritated Fang Jian. Seeing him roar, all the black-robed people around moved at the same time, and the black-robed people came closer one after another, and their figures slowly became unreal. One by one from the transformation of human form, directly into a shadow after another, at this time can clearly see there. Not into the shadow of others, after all, there are no other people here, at most, the shadow of some other scenery. But they didn't act, just let themselves become such a state, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Chapters 885 inches. Oh, are you ready to start? Let me see how strong your strength is and how much you can improve it for me. Gao Peng can't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth, and his breath quietly changes. He only sees his eyes deep and stares at each other closely. It doesn't mean to step back at all. This is to be positive. Arrogance, I want to see when you can be arrogant and when your arrogance will make you pay a heavy price. Fang Jian snorted coldly, and the whole person's temperament changed. As for the rest of the black-robed people, they started directly. All of them turned into shadows and headed for Gao Peng. Because their number was too large, they seemed to form a cage with shadows all of a sudden. Gao Peng is trapped in the middle. As they slowly wind around, they can't see what's going on inside. Seeing this scene, Fang Jian also smiles. I make you arrogant. Should you feel very desperate now? As far as your strength is concerned, you can't break through. I'll go in and play with you now. Boom. Before he entered, he had thrown out a shadow-shaped energy ball, smashed it into the center, and many black-robed people passed by to avoid it. But it also caused a terrible explosion. There was terrible energy around him, as if he wanted to blow up the whole sky, but even so, he rushed in without hesitation. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan completed. Name: Shadow Warrior Race. Semi-human blood. Shadow Devil blood constitution. Yin Emperor realm. Shenhuang level 6. Because there are too many enemies, now we extract the data of the strongest. It is detected that the enemy's blood is not stronger than the host, so it will not be upgraded temporarily. It is detected that the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, so it will not be improved temporarily. The highest level of the enemy is level 6 of the Emperor, which will be automatically raised to level 7 of the Emperor for the host. In a moment, Gao Peng should say that his body is full of strength, and his strength has soared countless times. At this time, he does not pay attention to his strength. But pay more attention to the prompt sound of the system, because there is a word in it, which makes him feel extremely curious. Semi-human, what kind of race is this? Is it this race that makes them so powerful, and they seem to be robots without any emotion or emotion at all? Is that the characteristic of this race? Gao Peng really can't understand it, but he is extremely concerned about it. Although he feels extremely happy about his strength improvement, it has been expected for a long time. There is no need to make a fuss at all. Although he has been looking for such a long time, he can only be promoted now. Now is not his exciting moment. Once the expression of excitement is revealed, everything will be exposed, which will definitely make the guy suspect, so he did not show it. Even if he doesn't perform, it's doubtful that he's in perfect condition. It's time to see how he performs. If you have time, you can have a good observation. What kind of race is it? There should be many magical races on a continent. What kind of talent do they have? What a curiosity. Chapters 886. When the shadow is about to hit, Gao Peng makes a gesture and flies out. At the same time, the blood in his mouth spurts out. This is not the real injury. He has been planning for a long time. He has always had a mouthful of blood. He forced it out, not the real injury. Besides, with his strength at the moment, how could someone be his opponent? It's easy to kill these black-robed people directly. He just wants to lead out the people behind him, so he can do so many things. If you want to improve your strength, there are plans. How can your strength be so strong? Impossible. What kind of attack is it? The shadow seems to cover the void, which directly turns the sky into a dark color, which can be seen faintly by all people. We can also feel a very powerful momentum, especially the combination of these black-robed people. The breath generated becomes more huge, and the momentum is more awesome. Ha ha ha, now you know how good I am. Just now you dare to look down on me. Now if you kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I can really spare you. It makes me angry to write about what you have done, but seeing you in such a mess now, I don't know why I feel the anger subside. How is it? Kneel down and beg for mercy. Fang Jian looks at Gao Peng's shocked expression. His heart is full of joy. What he wants to see most is this expression, starting from the time when he was humiliated. He had already thought about such a thing, which had not been realized for a long time. Watching him let his hateful enemy show such an expression, he felt very happy. As for those black-robed people, they are also indifferent, and only Fang Jian has his own thinking. Don't think about it, this hateful guy. If we have the ability, we can choose one by one. What is the ability to ask others to help us? If you dare to appear in front of me, I can definitely kill you directly. This rubbish. Gao Peng is gnashing his teeth. He is eager to cut the people behind him. But the more Gao Peng shows this, the more excited Fang Jian is. I only saw him laughing. Interesting, it's very interesting. I didn't expect that you really have such pride, but your expression makes me feel so refreshing. It seems that you can be arrogant even when you are in such a mess. I don't know who gave you the support. He shakes his black robe, which looks very easy. All the people in the black robe have become shadow, and he still keeps the original posture. Disdain to be that kind of shadow. In fact, it's just his remote control, and he doesn't want to become that ugly. Although he will gain a very strong strength, it doesn't match his identity. Therefore, he didn't care to use this gesture, so at the moment, he seemed particularly out of place. When he saw Gao Peng's expression, he felt happy both physically and mentally. Maybe it's the happiest time he's had in a while. Gao Peng looks at each other's expression. His heart is actually secretly happy. The other side has completely into the set. If you need him to work harder, you can lead out his real body. Then the plan will also be implemented. Now that his strength has been improved, it is natural for him to prepare for the next step, and he does not know who the other side is, but he does not want to encounter the enemy all the time. Although it can let him improve his strength, but still feel the incomparable suffocation. Seeing that the other side has completely believed, the eyes can't deceive people completely, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. In fact, those shadows didn't hurt him much. They were just pretending. When a shadow attacked, he would pretend to be seriously injured. This he has used it fluently. Everything went smoothly. When he saw the appearance of Gao Peng and Fang Jian, he felt revenge. But when he thought of what Gao Peng had just said, his face changed a little. You are arrogant. It's all over the place. You can still say things out loud. I really don't know if you are arrogant or ignorant. It's still like this until it's over. Since you are so stubborn, I want to see when you can make it. If you can make it to me, you can see me. Fang Jianbin came here with all his strength. He won't let Gao Peng die in such a way. He also wants to stand in front of Gao Peng with the strongest posture. Wash away all the shame before. If he doesn't see Gao Peng's humiliating expression, he still has some hard feelings. Besides, he wants to defeat Gao Peng himself, so he can get rid of his knot. It is said that with the help of external forces, this is his strength. Who makes his identity so noble? Hard read so, he will show a faster speed. Standing behind him in the black robe, people followed. To meet them at such a speed, a incense time can be catch up. Time goes by so quietly. Gao Peng has been attacked all the time, but he also sits in the dark a little, so that all the attacks will not fall on him. Although it can't hurt him, it always makes him waste some energy, but he doesn't want to be so embarrassed. If it's acting, it's acceptable. It's true that he can't let his proud heart give in. So he looked very embarrassed, but only he himself knew that it was not damaged at all of them were pretended to show others. But at the moment no one knows what he is. Fang Jian laughed, as if he saw the funny side, and at the same time let his resentment go away. With the sound of his laughter, the hearts of the people in the Flame City are tightened. This voice absolutely not wrong. It must be the voice of the enemy. This time, there will be such a loud voice. Listen to the voice as if you have won the victory. Can you say, has the man been defeated? This has to make them feel more dangerous. My God, was it killed? I can't see anything. What is the development of the battle inside? What is the feeling that the enemy has gained the upper hand? What is the situation? No, I don't think we can wait to die. Otherwise, all of us will suffer at that time. Before they realize it, we should be able to attack them directly. Everyone in the room began to talk about it one by one. They thought it was time to fight just in case. Once there is an accident, They can also sneak attack to win. This is a great opportunity, absolutely can't miss. Chapters 887 inches. It's an opportunity. Let's hurry now. A god of Yangtze City said that his people also have feelings. After all, at this time, they must seize their own opportunities and never let the enemy have time to start again. And at this time, the other side is obviously ignoring them. It's totally in the situation of carelessness. Let them seize the opportunity, everything is possible to turn over. All the people present had this idea, but not waiting for them to do anything. The Fire Lord glanced at all the people, and there was a hot fire all over his body, which made all the people notice him directly. Then, he said lightly, "Don't you have you forgotten what I said before? No matter what the situation is, stay where I am, be honest and do not move, but you who have any action, there is no forgiveness." At this moment, all the people seemed to have thought of the previous agreement, and their faces were very ugly. They had been forced to agree before. Now it's clear that it's the best chance, but they can't do it. Although they want to talk very much, they can see the sharp eyes of the Fire Lord. They all calmed down one by one. No one dared to say what they thought. They thought this was the most critical moment. The enemy's general intention has obviously appeared. Once they fail to seize the present opportunity and want to repel the enemy, it will be even more difficult. But now it's not what they want. What's more, no one knows what's going on there. From time to time, there's a scream. Who can stand it? They all think Gao Peng can't stand it, so they have to be prepared for their own back road. Since they can't survive and escape, they will certainly consider the aspect of sneak attack. Everything all seemed to have no problems. But the Fire Lord insisted that they stay in place. What can they do? This is no matter what, they are likely to lose their lives. People have a look at each other, all from the eyes of the people see a little helpless. It's too hard. Damn it, how could this happen? Don't the Fire Lord be afraid of the enemy attacking here. Once the real call here, all people will be completely passive. The strength of the other side is so strong that we can easily resist it. Once the other side has pulled away, we will be trapped in an irreparable place. The people in Yangtze City are very angry, even they have a little hatred, after all, it's their life. They have been waiting for death here. They may be killed at any time. They have realized the strength of the enemy. It's impossible to defeat the enemy at all. As for the Emperor of Flame City, although they also have a little fear, they believe in their Lord. In fact, there is still fear in their hearts, which does not prevent them from ordering and forbidding, one by one, putting out their previous thoughts. The Flame City Lord naturally believes that his people will absolutely believe him, but he can't do it without saying anything. After all, if there is too much arbitrariness, it will certainly cause some people-sidedness, and then there will be extremely serious consequences. He didn't want that to happen. He said, "I know you still have a lot of doubts in your heart, but I hope you believe me and will never let you fall into crisis. When it's time for you to make a move, you will never be soft and will not stop you, but this is not the time. Once you make a move at this time, it will definitely only lead to a situation of chaos, which can't help at all." As soon as the voice came to an end, the Flame Lord looked into the distance, which had been covered by all the shadows for a long time, and the people outside could not see clearly. With other people, looking at each other, they can only sigh helplessly at last. What can they do now that things have come to this point? All of them have explained to them specially. If they still need more money, they will be killed inexorably. In fact, don't look at the strong explanation of the Flame City Lord, but his heart also shakes a little. He still believes Gao Peng will not let him down. Definitely not. Since Gao Peng has promised, he will never be disappointed, and he can't see the situation in the shadow now. It's not easy to make a conclusion for the time being. Although Gao Peng has been dealing with these black-robed people, he also pays close attention to the Flame City all the time, and at this time, he finds that all the people have been quietly in place. At this time, he felt a lot of peace in his heart. At least no one stirred up the trouble. As expected, explained clearly at the beginning, and he will not be passive. Fortunately, at least we can appease these people. Once these guys come out to make trouble, it may be difficult for the people behind them to appear. I have no one to stir up the trouble now. Next, I'll wait for the appearance of the other party. Come out quickly, I'll see who you are. I've got you, I'll squeeze all your value out. Gao Peng's inner evil smile, but his face did not show it, still very cooperative in the beginning of the play. Everything seems to be under control. Ha 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 ha, you should be desperate now, right? But I don't want to kill you now. I'll kill you myself. Despair. Struggle. Fang Jian laughs. At this moment, his real body is almost arrived. But looking at Gao Peng's embarrassed appearance, his heart is still very excited. Special excitement. It's so delightful to watch your enemies being bullied in front of you, or even look at that embarrassed look. I can't control my mood for a while. Bah, how can you be my opponent if you are such a rubbish, not because you are so many. I'm not going to kneel and beg for mercy. Don't dream here. Gao Peng is determined not to give in. Even at the moment, he is really embarrassed. Every time he is attacked, he will spit out a mouthful of blood. His face has been covered with blood for a long time. His body was covered with blood. From time to time, he could smell a trace of blood. There was even a trace of crack in the light area. Look, it's really a mess. It almost has no resistance. It's no wonder that Fang Jian will thoroughly believe that Gao Peng's expression is too deceptive. Unless he really knows Gao Peng, he will be cheated. Chapters 888. The void has been covered by shadow for a long time. The space inside is really large, but people outside can't see what's going on inside. But all the shadow attacks are directed at Gao Peng alone, which makes Gao Peng look very embarrassed, even though he has deliberately avoided, and even made some moves from time to time. But some attacks can't be avoided, otherwise the play can't go on at all, although it can't bring him fatal injury. Can also be very unpleasant, but as long as you can bring out the behind the scenes, and even squeeze out the value of each other, everything is worth it. Come out, come out. I'd like to see who you are, and you'll find me to avenge directly by naming me. Then you must be the enemy. If you can summon so many powerful black-robed people, your identity must be not small. Then you will bring me more powerful enemies. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time for me to search for the headless flies alone. The reason why we make so many actions is that we don't need to waste too much time and go through the previous search. Gao Peng has fully understood that it is not easy to find the enemy on this vast and incomparable road. It may take several years at any time, which is too long. It will take him a long time to improve to such a position. He had no patience to wait for such a long time, so he had to make such a decision. This can not only save him a lot of time, but also attract more enemies. Maybe the speed of improving his strength will be faster, and his blood and physique may be improved. It's all a good investment. What he has done before is similar, but this time he needs to sacrifice something, that is, the dignity of being a strong man. He is already very powerful. This time, he used himself as a bait. I have to say that he was reluctant to give up his children and could entrap the wolf. Everything, maybe it will pay off. Shoo shoo shoo. Several voices burst into the air, and Gao Peng's ears moved slightly. Naturally, you can hear what happened outside. At the same time, you can feel the breath approaching. There are still a few breath very similar to these black-robed people, maybe there will be a little gap. It is Gao Peng's 100% determination, not necessarily those black-robed people who can become shadows. There's no mistake. Is this the time? Gao Peng's mouth is slightly raised, and all the attacks to his side are suddenly dodged by him. At this time, there is no need to act again. The backstage has appeared. He can't let the other side escape. What? At the moment, there was a trace of consternation on Fang Jian's face, who was still controlling the man in black robe, because he saw Gao Peng, who was just in great distress, alive and well. In an instant, it disappeared in place. Where is Gao Peng still in the shadow? Why, how can you be so alive? Shouldn't you be dying? What's going on? Tell me. Fang Jian roared, and even his forward flying body stopped. After all, he felt something wrong at this time. If he flies forward again, who knows what will happen? Ha 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 ha, who do I think it is? It's you. You can summon such a powerful man in black. It seems that the power behind you is not small. It's a wise move to send you before, but there should be more use value. A flash of Gao Peng came directly to Fang Jian's body and looked at him with a smile on his face. As for Gao Peng, where is there a trace of embarrassment? He had recovered in an instant. As for the blood on his body, his clothes were changed directly by him. It was as if nothing had happened. Seeing Gao Peng appear in front of him, Fang Jian's eyes are extremely wide, his eyes are almost falling, and his face is full of unbelievable looks. How do you will be safe? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As Fang Jian retreated, he said in fear. It was Gao Peng who suddenly appeared and scared him. After all, he just looked so embarrassed. Even my body is cracked. But now I can stand in front of him undamaged. Looking at that hateful face, he couldn't help feeling his calves shaking. How does it feel? The fear of Gao Peng has been rooted in his heart. It can be seen how scared he is, even though there are many black-robed people around him. But he was still scared. Even now he forgot to call those black-robed people. Maybe in his heart, no one can resist Gao Peng, even if he had seen Gao Peng's embarrassed appearance before. But at this time, when I saw Gao Peng, his previous confidence was suddenly defeated, and everything was mercilessly broken. What? It seems that you are afraid of me. Do you feel surprised when I suddenly appear in front of you? Ha ha ha, how dare I dare to be so arrogant in front of me and so arrogant again and again? Have you considered your present situation? Gao Peng tilts his head and looks directly at Fang Jian. At the moment, his heart is full of joy, not the enemy who appears out of nowhere. It's his previous investment. This is his first successful investment. After all, it can bring him enemies and improve his strength. This is a kind of investment success. Now he finally has his first time. He let the other side go. Fang Jian is still in fear. Even though he is surrounded by people in black robes, he completely forgets where he is. Whenever he saw Gao Peng's face, he would think of the scene of being humiliated. It was desperation, despair to another situation. Even his confidence has been completely destroyed. There is no that kind of indomitable confidence. Before that, he thought he was peerless, and now he has been fully awake, even though he has a powerful force behind him to support him, and he has seen a more terrible evil. I have already had a knot in my mind. It's basically impossible for me to go ahead before I recover. Unless he can kill Gao Peng completely, but at this time, he is completely afraid of Gao Peng, even afraid to fight. Chapters 889 inches. How sad. Gao Peng looks at each other up and down. Before that, he was still arrogant. Where is his pride? It's disappointing that he is a greedy and afraid of death. In fact, this is also a predictable result. It's because he always thought that he was a genius, so he would be arrogant, but when he found that there was a genius more powerful than him, he's just shut down. What's more, he was humiliated by Gao Peng again and again, which was not unbearable by every genius. His pride was severely trampled on. In addition, Gao Peng's sudden reversal at the moment, but there was still a little defense line in his heart that was finally broken, and his face had already revealed his fear. Even if there are so many people in black robes, Fang Jian seems to have forgotten their existence. After all, he has been in his own fear for a long time now and has not realized what it is like now. No number. Don't come here, don't come here. I heard that Fang Jian kept repeating this sentence. In fact, when he saw Gao Peng, his heart was struggling. Gao Peng is completely speechless. Is this a direct collapse? It's too fragile in my heart. It's just unbearable. Such a waste. Even dare to say that he is a genius. Is there really no more powerful people in this continent? His background should be very strong, otherwise he will not travel with so many powerful people. I just don't know how strong his elders are. Gao Peng looked at Fang Jian, who was completely broken, and was thinking all the time. At this time, of course, he wanted to lead out the elder of the other side. But it has to be taken a long time. He doesn't want to make the other party collapse in a flash. Once it does, all of it will be lost. It's really difficult. Why is this guy so vulnerable in his heart? Shouldn't he shout for revenge? What a headache. Forget it, I'll let you sober up. Gao Peng took a step forward and reached out. But before his hand touched the square sword, the other side couldn't stand it. He took a step back and there was still a trace of fear on his face. Shouting at the same time, "Come on, kill him quickly. Kill him for me. I want you to kill him at all costs." With his shouting, all the people in black robes seemed to have received the order, and immediately put their eyes on Gao Peng's body, and their body instantly turned into a shadow. Shoo shoo shoo. No matter those black-robed people standing beside Fangjian or those in the distance, Tong Tong began to move, and their offensive was extremely fierce. 360-degree attack without dead angle. One time, it wasn't just to cover Gao Peng, and didn't want to trap him, because all the black-robed people received the only order, that is to kill Gao Peng. Bang bang, bang bang. There are still many changes in shadow attack, just like the ever-changing, which can attack and defend, and can also enter the shadow of all people. This is the most terrible move. No one knows when their shadow will attack them. If they don't know, no matter who they are, they may die instantly. Who will guard against his shadow all day long? This is obviously an impossible thing. Therefore, it seems that these black-robed people are extremely horrible. If they are really assassinating, there is basically no one against them. This is a natural killer. But they obviously have found the wrong opponent. If it's the rest, it's really hard to be their opponent, but now these black-robed people are facing Gao Peng. Gao Peng directly stood in the same place, ignoring all their salaries. Even if he didn't use his own blood, he could kill all the people in black robes properly. He just has such a strong self-confidence. Well, it seems that you are not allowed to see what is real strength. You don't know what despair is. It should have collapsed now. I'll make your fear worse. Gao Peng's voice, as if it were a devil, was passed out, directly into Fang Jian's ear. At the same time, his face changed, even when he saw that all the people in black robes were besieging Gao Peng. But his heart is also very uneasy, and there is no assurance at all, which shows how afraid he is. Without bravado, I don't believe you are so powerful, but you are just an ordinary person. You can't survive in my hands. I will see you die in front of me. Although Fang Jian was trembling all over, he didn't want to show fear at all. After all, at this time, he basically had no way back. He had been watching Gao Peng. In fact, he wanted to escape at this time, but his pride was not allowed. He really wanted to see Gao Peng die in front of him. Only in this way can he completely restore his confidence. Once Gao Pengjun has the invincible potential, it means that his heart of cultivation will completely collapse, and it will be difficult to make further progress. I must see you die in front of me. Only in this way can I recover my Dao heart again. It's very kind of you not to run away at this time, but you will regret later. Gao Peng smiled and smiled. Next second, a more terrifying breath broke out on him. After the earthquake, a huge dark shadow slowly filled out. At the same time, a little white light appeared around his body. When the shadow wanted to be close to him, it was like being refracted by the sun. One after another screams were made, and the screams were directly heard in the sky. All the people I can hear it very clearly. These black-robed people really don't have any emotion, but they don't have much pain. At this time, they can attack the soul directly, and play a completely restrained role in their ability. They have to scream from the soul. But it's not that patience can endure the past, let alone no emotion, no feeling. It can be seen how great the harm is. Even in that moment, several people in black robes disappeared instantly, and were directly wiped out, without any accident. Even if there is not a bit of debris left behind, as if the shadow was hit by the sun's light, nothing left will disappear directly. Chapters 890. Seeing that the black-robed man was wiped out in an instant, Fang Jian's eyes were extremely wide. He couldn't believe what he saw. How could it be? Even if the other side is really strong, it will not be strong enough to kill in an instant. Such a terrible black-robed man, though he doesn't see it very much. However, there is no doubt about the power of the black-robed people. It doesn't need to be explained. It is such a terrible black-robed people that they were wiped out in an instant, even without any trace. This is unbelievable. No, impossible. What kind of ability are you? Why can we directly wipe out the semi-people? The shock on Fang Jian's face took a long time to recover, but even so, he still couldn't believe it, although he had witnessed it with his own eyes. But not believing is not believing. How could such a powerful black-robed man be so easily wiped out? He really looked down upon it, which does not mean that the black-robed people are not strong. On the contrary, the running people are quite powerful for the general people. But, oh, are you shocked now? This is where to go. Next you stare at me, I will let you know what is really strong, Gao Peng said calmly, without any sense of tension at all. At this time, other people in black robes could not hurt him at all, and it was very difficult to get close to him. He uses his own blood power and physique, which is basically equivalent to opening up. It can control the ability of a large number of people, and it is also his invincible strength. At the same time, it can also make him a second kill. His strength really can crush all people, but also can easily do second kill. More depends on his own blood and physical strength, which is the reason for his strength. After all, every upgrade of the system is just a little bit more powerful than others, which is not enough for him to crush everything. His blood strength and physique are higher than that of ordinary people, which naturally brings him more powerful strength and makes him easily crush everything. Kill anyone on the same level. This is not a boast. Gao Peng has already realized that no matter when it is, as long as his blood strength and physique are higher than that of ordinary people, his strength can far exceed that of the other party. It's not only the systematic improvement, but also the change of his own essence. Every time his constitution and blood force will change. With his current body, he is just a human monster. Even if it's a rampage, ordinary people can't beat him, so it can be seen how terrible it is. Gao Peng calmly dealt with those black-robed people. Those black-robed people dare not approach him, so he went up to destroy those black-robed people himself. When he was near, all of them were gone, not even a trace. But even so, all the people in black robes will scream when they touch the light one after another. As for the others, they are really like a robot. Maybe they are really robots without any emotion. Seeing that Gao Peng has been chasing and killing those people in black robes, Fang Jian is completely flustered and sees him muttering to himself. No, I must run away, I don't have to escape here. I can't stay here anymore, or I will be killed by him. I can't stay here, now he has already retreated. It's like cutting vegetables and chopping melons to see Gao Peng, which makes him fear again. This is an enemy that can't be defeated. At least with his strength and these black-robed people, he is not Gao Peng's opponent at all. How can this make him feel secure? At this time, he looked left and right. If he wanted to escape from this place in the first moment, he must not let Gao Peng catch him. Otherwise, his life might not be preserved. There is absolutely reason to believe that Gao Peng will kill him directly. He has been released before. How could he be released now? It's already obvious, so his heart felt extremely flustered. Seeing that the people in black robes are about to be killed, his heart becomes more flustered and his expression changes again and again. I must run away, I can't stay here any longer. Fang Jian urges himself and observes the situation of the scene all the time, but he can't hesitate at any chance, otherwise he will directly miss the chance to escape from the scene. When he saw that Gao Peng was completely blocked, all the people in black robes rushed to him and surrounded him. Although Gao Peng's blood power and physique are really terrible, all of them can suppress these black-robed people, but the number is really too much, and a black-robed person's strength is also very strong. When all the people in black robes rush up, Gao Peng will feel a little bit of trouble, which will directly block his sight. Now, Fang Jian grabs this second gap and escapes from here directly. A flash flies tens of miles away. But he obviously despised Gao Peng. How could Gao Peng let him escape so easily? Ah, you want to escape when I kill these guys? Have you ever asked me if I agree with you? Funny guy. Boom, boom, a dazzling light flickers, all the shadows are illuminated together, all the shadows emit black smoke in an instant, and disappear directly in the void in an instant. All the struggling black-robed people were directly wiped out, which is Gao Peng's strong and incomparable constitution. Just for a moment, all the people in black robes were destroyed. Gao Peng did not stop too much, but also caught up with Fang Jian directly with a flash, and his speed became faster. It took 2 seconds to catch up with each other. At last, it took another second to come to each other's face and force the square sword to stop in the sky. Oh, you want to run away? Have you ever asked my opinion? Gao Peng held his arms tightly and said with a cold smile. However, the square sword shivered all over. Some people looked back and found that there were some people in black robes. All the people in black robes had been eliminated. It left the aftereffect of the fight in some breath, but there was no one left. All of them were wiped out and completely disappeared in this world. How could this happen? How could this be? No, I don't believe that. How could there be such a demon genius in the world? How many years has he only cultivated? Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobook, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request.